Reincarnated as the Geo Archon, I unexpectedly traversed to the Douluo Continent. In this era, where myriad demons and gods arise, though I harbor no intention to hunt, I am acutely aware of the sufferings of the common folk. I only wish to cleanse the realms and protect a corner of the mortal world. The heavens stir with all phenomena, Qian Renxue remarked. He is merely a social idler, a leech who knows nothing but to take advantage of others. How could he possibly be the omnipotent Geo Archon? Tang San exclaimed. Do not approach me. Zhu Zhuqing added. The weight of stone brings a sense of reassurance. The Asura God declared, impossible. How could his divine power be so formidable? Chapter 1. He is nothing but a street vagabond, a mere social parasite. In this era, where myriad demons and gods arise, though I harbor no intention to hunt, I am acutely aware of the sufferings of the common folk. I only wish to cleanse the realms and protect a corner of the mortal world. At the Jialing Pass, a fierce battle among the three gods ensued. Suddenly, a figure clad in divine attire emerged, and his voice resonated throughout the world. No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand and clasped his arms. The heavens stir with all phenomena. As a yellowish meteorite descended from the heavens, Qian Renxue abruptly opened her eyes. Between her delicate features, cold sweat streamed down, soaking her garments. The fear in her beautiful eyes gradually settled, and her breathing became steadier. Jialing Pass, Tang San, Bb Dong, Sea God, Rakshasa God, the martial soul empire. In Morix, this dream has not manifested for the first time. Each occurrence is intermittent. Every time, she awakens in fright as the meteorite falls. Who are you truly? Qian Renxue murmured gravely. She could no longer distinguish between dreams and reality. It felt so real, as if she had genuinely experienced it. This time, with a fleeting glance, she vaguely discerned the visage of the figure, the voice sounding somewhat familiar. As a thought crossed her mind, Qian Renxue felt her head spinning. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is merely a street vagabond, a social parasite who knows nothing but to take advantage of others. How could he possibly be the omnipotent Morix? In a luxurious mansion located at the northernmost part of Tiando City, a handsome young man sneezed. A flicker of confusion passed through his amber phoenix eyes. By all rational standards, he should not be ill at this moment, let alone be susceptible to a chill. Who could be talking about me? Zhongli, what is the matter? A being of approximately 2 feet tall rubbed its drowsy eyes. Nothing, just a slight chill. Upon hearing this, the still sleepy being jolted awake, floating in midair with a bewildered expression. Her mind was filled with question marks. Zhongli, experiencing a chill? Paimon, do not overthink it. You should rest early. Gazing at the mouth of the divine, Zhongli was still somewhat in a daze. In his heart, he harbored a secret. He is a time traveler. In his previous life, he had reincarnated as the newly born Morix. However, the memories of the time traveler only resurfaced when Morix had nearly exhausted himself. Attempting to save past tragedies was too late. Even the most unyielding stone will eventually wear down. If the Dragon King cannot endure, neither can Morix. He too cannot withstand it. To prevent chaos in Liyue and to settle his affairs, Zhongli ventured alone to the dark seas beyond. Along the way, in a dazed state, he encountered the blonde-haired lady. Unbeknownst to him, Paimon, who had followed the traveler, inadvertently traversed with him. When they first arrived in the Douluo Continent, both Zhongli and Paimon were utterly bewildered. As Zhongli's consciousness gradually regained clarity with each subsequent traversal, he miraculously revived his intellect that was meant to be worn away. In this world, there exists no curse under the heavens. As a demon god, he can persist without succumbing to such a curse. His mind clear, memories of his past life surged forth, vivid as if they had occurred only yesterday. At first, he was somewhat unclear about the nature of this world until one day he witnessed 2 soul masters, with martial souls manifesting beneath him. Douluo Continent. He was slightly taken aback to find himself in this fantastical realm. Before long, Zhongli accepted the reality. Whether through traversal or remaining in Teyvat, he would likely have begun to lose his sanity. As formidable as he is, the means to prevent his descent into madness are few and far between. The location of their traversal was precisely at the center of Tiando City and the Sunset Forest. Just as he was preparing to explore Tiando City, Zhongli encountered an elderly man with dark green hair. Noticing the man's affliction, he kindly offered some advice. I wonder how the traveler is faring. How can I possibly sleep? Paimon said with a worried expression, her brow furrowed with concern. Having inexplicably traversed to this world with this old man, She still had no idea what was going on. Without her, the traveler would lose a valuable guide, and without her, the traveler would save a significant amount of mora. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. What nonsense! Does she really eat so much? Only 30,000 mora a month. In a moment, seeing Paimon fast asleep, a vein throbbed on Zhongli's forehead. Who was it that claimed they couldn't sleep? It hadn't even been 5 minutes. Shaking his head, he covered Paimon with a small blanket and lay back down, gazing out the window at the moon. If he recalled correctly, at this juncture, the main protagonist should be nearing Tiando City. For Zhongli, going a year and a half without sleep would have little impact. For him at this moment, adhering to a regular sleep schedule was merely a habit from his past life. The morning sun bathed the earth, casting a gentle glow that caressed all living things, awakening them. Street vagabond, wake up! Zhongli twitched at the corner of his eye. Paimon's moniker for him was always so quirky. Reluctantly opening his eyes, he fixed his amber gaze upon Paimon. Paimon, I recall the traveler once mentioned that you are emergency rations. Absolutely not. Paimon is just Paimon. The traveler was joking. Paimon retorted, her feet stomping in midair, hands on her hips. All right, I understand. Zhongli nodded, choosing not to continue teasing her. She might be able to deceive that blonde-haired lady, but how could she possibly fool Morix? Without her guidance, the child of man might stray from the path, which is what she likely fears. Of course, there's also the possibility that Paimon is simply Paimon, the one who wields the power of time. Street vagabond, what shall we have for breakfast? Paimon's temperament shifted rapidly, her mood as fleeting as the breeze. At this moment, she rubbed her hands together, her face alight with anticipation as she looked at Zhongli. Just a moment ago, she labeled Zhongli as a social parasite, and now she expects this social parasite to treat her to a meal. It is fortunate that Zhongli has a good temper. Otherwise, this little one would surely learn why flowers bloom so red. The breakfast offerings in Tiando City are varied and plentiful. Having been here for over half a month, I have yet to sample them all. Today, let us try the tofu pudding from that establishment in the west of the city. No sooner had he spoken than Paimon's expression changed, her face lighting up with joy. Wonderful! I want sweet tofu pudding. Sweet tofu pudding? Perhaps savory tofu pudding would be more refined. I refuse. I want sweet. Chapter 2. The Mouth of the Gods, the Traveler's Delight. On the bustling streets of Tiando City, greetings echoed in the morning air. Good morning, Uncle Alciber. Good morning. Paimon. Good morning, Miss Lena. Good morning, Paimon. With an uncanny ability to recall the names of all she encountered, Paimon truly embodies the essence of a remarkable guide. Her presence, a whimsical floating entity, has become a familiar sight, eliciting little more than mild curiosity from townsfolk. After all, this is Douluo Continent, where even the most extraordinary of souls may manifest as an enigmatic flying object. Upon learning they were in Douluo, Zhongli's gaze shifted to the bewildered Paimon beside him. With a blend of coaxing and persuasion, they forged a pact. Paimon would exist in this realm as the manifestation of Zhongli's martial spirit. Of course, this was merely a ruse to mislead outsiders. The notion of truly transforming Paimon into a martial spirit was far from reality. Whether it was luck or misfortune, Zhongli's awakening of such an unusual being, with merely a fraction of a wild boar's combat prowess, felt more akin to nurturing a daughter than awakening a martial spirit. Upon realizing Zhongli's unique situation, the onlookers couldn't help but express their admiration for the charming little Paimon, whose lack of power did little to diminish her appeal. Unlike martial artists whose strength is intrinsically tied to their martial spirits, Zhongli's condition seemed rather unfortunate. Yet, unlike those devoid of soul power, his martial spirit was a companion, one that could converse and share in his existence. Observing Paimon's enthusiastic greetings, Zhongli's stoic demeanor betrayed a hint of emotion. Street punk, he mused, as she addressed others with endearing titles like uncle, aunt, miss, and brother. With a slow exhale, he turned his gaze away from the mouth of the gods, finally grasping the joy that came with having Paimon by his side, allowing him to remain largely silent. Good morning, Your Highness. Good morning. Snow Qinghe instinctively called out, but by the time she realized it, Zhongli and Paimon had already moved several meters away. Wait, those two. She thought, her fists clenched. Their casual greeting to the prince felt almost dismissive, as if they were addressing a commoner. Shouldn't there have been more pleasantries exchanged? Snow Qinghe was still haunted by the dream she had the previous night, prompting her desire to see Zhongli and Paimon once more, to discern if he truly was the Rock King Emperor. Casting a glance at Zhongli's gait, reminiscent of an elderly man, Qian Renxue shook her head, thinking, what has come over me? How could the street punk be the Rock King Emperor? His martial spirit was merely a peculiar flying object, devoid of any combat capabilities. Having previously encountered Paimon, she recognized her and even recalled her profession. This tale begins with Zhongli and Paimon's initial arrival in Tiando City, where such a bizarre martial spirit naturally piqued her interest, leading to their serendipitous meeting. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhuqing hastened to join Zhongli and Paimon. "Oh, Your Highness, is there something you need?" Paimon inquired, puzzled, as they were on their way to enjoy some tofu pudding and could not afford to be delayed. Zhongli remained silent, observing Paimon and Zhuqing with an air of indifference. "Little Paimon, what are you two planning to do?" Zhuqing inquired, her demeanor warm and inviting, as if she were a friend of the duo. "Zhongli and I are heading to eat tofu pudding. Would you care to join us, Your Highness?" "Certainly. I haven't had breakfast yet." Paimon's mind swirled with confusion. Was it truly possible that the prince agreed? Well, she stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It seems we may not have enough money." She cast a forlorn glance at Zhongli. More lax without Mora. Even in another world, he still hoped to dine for free. Little did Paimon realize, Zhongli possessed profound knowledge of this world, perhaps even more than many of its inhabitants, including deities. He was indeed a traveler. Zhuqing raised an eyebrow, but quickly regained her composure. "Ah, so you lack funds. What a pity for such a handsome face. Little Paimon, since fate has brought us together, allow me to treat you both." Zhuqing generously offered, leaving Paimon momentarily speechless. Could it be that such a naive benefactor existed? The old man named Douluo was one, and now this prince could be added to that list. "Thank you, Your Highness," Paimon replied, a shy smile gracing her face. During her adventures with the traveler, they had initially struggled financially, but upon reaching Liyue, they rarely faced monetary woes. Admittedly, it was the traveler who earned the money, but without her encouragement, could he have amassed such wealth? "Zhongli, you should step up and earn well, so we can treat the prince to a grand feast." Zhongli remained silent. Zhuqing, on the other hand, was astonished. Such a peculiar martial spirit was unlike anything she had ever encountered before. Inviting Qian Renxue for a feast? If that were to happen, it would likely require Zhongli's own efforts. On Douluo Continent, where grand feasts were commonplace, Qian Renxue had undoubtedly tasted it all. Even without her royal title, she remained a saintess of the spirit hall, uninterested in meals purchasable with gold soul coins. "Apologies, Your Highness, but Zhongli is not much of a talker. Let us go, we're off to eat tofu pudding, Paimon's favorite sweet tofu pudding." Unlike a certain someone who believes savory tofu pudding is superior. At this, Paimon shot Zhongli a fierce glare, her meaning unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Zhuqing felt a chill run down her spine. Who else in the world could dare to call their host a street punk? Terrifying. It was fascinating that Paimon, as Zhongli's martial spirit, rendered him incapable of growing stronger, while she, in turn, was unable to absorb soul rings and gain power due to him. Their predicament was indeed peculiar. By the way, Zhongli preferred savory tofu pudding? Such heresy. Chapter 3. Mr. Zhongli, a scholar beyond compare. In a quaint breakfast shop on the west side of the city, the trio settled at a table. The proprietor was taken aback. Never had he expected the prince to dine at his humble establishment. As for the enigmatic flying object, he had heard of it and found it less surprising. 2 servings of sweet tofu pudding and 1 of savory tofu pudding. "You heretic!" Both Zhuqing and Paimon thought in unison as they glanced at Zhongli. After a brief exchange, Zhuqing swiftly dismissed the most plausible explanation from her mind. Zhongli cannot possibly be the emperor. It was said that Zhongli was quite knowledgeable and favored by Douluo, who had gifted him a lavish residence. Otherwise, as a newcomer, he might have found himself wandering the streets with the charming little one. "Brother Zhongli, I have heard tales of your vast knowledge. Might we engage in a discussion?" To Zhongli, a mere commoner, Zhuqing maintained a facade of respect, a mask she was reluctant to remove. "Your Highness, Zhongli possesses knowledge beyond 5 centuries. Just as Paimon began to speak, a realization struck her, and she paused, shifting her tone. Zhongli knows nothing. Aside from eating and drinking, he has no skills whatsoever. Zhongli, a delicate matter arises, one that teeters on the edge of propriety. Zhuqing paused, casting a discreet glance at Zhongli. His martial soul had spoken, revealing his ignorance of certain matters. No matter, what does His Highness wish to discuss? Let us consider this breakfast as the cost of our discourse. Zhongli's voice was steady, instilling a profound sense of trust and security. This demeanor seemed incongruous with his formidable prowess. Zhuqing was slightly taken aback. Paimon had already stated that he would refrain from speaking, offering everyone an escape. Yet, He stepped forward once more. In that case, I shall not hold back. Brother Zhongli, what are your thoughts on the current state of the Spirit Hall? Xue Qinghe posed a rather perilous question, identifying herself as the Crown Prince of Tiando, while also remembering her identity as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. To outsiders, this inquiry appeared as the Crown Prince's wariness towards the Spirit Hall, seeking to glean further insights, an entirely reasonable question. The Spirit Hall? Zhongli murmured, stroking his chin as if in deep contemplation. Zhongli, let us not mislead His Highness. Tread carefully lest he deny us our tofu pudding. Zhongli, Xue Qinghe. Oh dear, must you be so candid? I speak frankly. The Spirit Hall's layout is admirable. It grapples with both internal strife and external threats. Zhongli paid no heed to the incessant chatter of Paimon, who seemed impervious to the act of eating in silence. At this proclamation, Xue Qinghe was momentarily stunned. An admirable layout? Internal strife and external threats? What did he mean by that? Could it be, as Paimon suggested, that Zhongli was merely attempting to deceive her? If he could indeed manage to bamboozle her, that would be a testament to his skill. Brother Zhongli, what do you mean by an admirable layout and internal strife? Let's first address the layout. In the Douluo Continent, the profession of the Soul Master is esteemed above all, as they represent the mightiest faction. The Spirit Hall has established its presence in both great empires, erecting edifices in towns and even small villages. Each year, it uniformly aids commoners in awakening their martial souls, swiftly recruiting those with talent. The more Xue Qinghe listened, the more tumultuous her heart became. Did not the adorable one claim that Zhongli knew nothing and intended to deceive her? This was not ignorance at all. He was far too knowledgeable. The Spirit Hall supplants the two great empires in providing subsidies to commoner soul masters, identifying and recruiting those with potential. This meticulous arrangement aims to attract talented soul masters, thereby strengthening the Spirit Hall. Indeed, even soul masters of mediocre talent are targets for recruitment, for even the weakest among them are still soul masters. Xue Qinghe was thoroughly impressed. Her gaze towards Zhongli had transformed. No wonder even the reclusive Dugu Bo held him in such high regard. He even gifted him a luxurious residence. This was no mere fool. He was, in truth, a strategist of unparalleled caliber, merely an ordinary individual. Yet he could perceive deeper truths beyond the surface. What a formidable talent. Mr. Zhongli, you are indeed a scholarly genius. The shift in address from his name to Mr. was as swift as the turning of page. I humbly seek your guidance. Xue Qinghe rose, offering a respectful gesture toward Zhongli, embodying the etiquette of a student before master. After all, she was soliciting his expertise. There is no need for excessive formality. This is merely my personal perspective and conjecture. If your highness— No, Mr. Zhongli. Xue Qinghe hastily waved her hand, dismissing the notion of formality with ease. You may simply refer to me as Qinghe. The title of Crown Prince feels rather distant. We have scarcely met twice. What harm is there in a touch of familiarity? Of course, with Zhongli's emotional intelligence, he would never voice such thoughts aloud. Very well. Qinghe, please take a seat. We may discuss any inquiries you have. Certainly. Xue Qinghe once more performed a respectful gesture, then seated herself. Her demeanor was such that even the most austere individual could find no fault. It was important to remember that she was the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, the future sovereign. The ability to conduct herself with such grace and decorum was truly admirable. May I inquire, Mr. Zhongli, what do you mean by internal strife and external threats within the Spirit Hall? Under the influence of that woman, the Spirit Hall flourishes. Why would Zhongli express such concerns? The Spirit Hall recruits individuals regardless of their character, as long as they possess some talent. This Xue Qinghe was aware of, instinctively nodding in agreement. Yet, with her grandfather present, the Spirit Hall would not descend into chaos. The higher echelons of the Spirit Hall are rife with intrigue, and the Elder Hall and the Pontifical Hall are at odds. Hiss! Xue Qinghe inhaled sharply, taken aback. How could an ordinary person be privy to such information? Thankfully, Zhongli did not mention the worship hall. Otherwise, Qian Renxue might have been even more astonished. Mr. Zhongli, how do you know of the discord between the Elder Hall and the Pontifical Hall? Even the Empire has not gleaned a shred of information. Xue Qinghe spoke with composure, feigning disinterest in the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Qinghe, what was the martial soul of the Spirit Hall's past emperors? As a descendant of the God of Angels, how could she be unaware of this? She instinctively responded, Six-winged angel. Precisely, and what is Bibi Dong's martial soul? Before Xue Qinghe could respond, Zhongli interjected. She is but a puppet supported by others. Boom! This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Xue Qinghe aghast. He even knows this. I would like to invite you to my eastern palace, for should I ascend to the throne, you shall undoubtedly be my prime minister. Chapter 04. Paimon, Little Flathead. Ultimately, Zhongli declinat sua ginshas invitación. However, he became a guest scholar at the Crown Prince's residence. Zhongli, you truly are impressive. Previously, you sent your bills to Xiao Hutao, and now you are directing them to the Crown Prince's residence. Paimon could no longer contain herself, patting Zhongli on the shoulder in jest. This man intends to take full advantage of the situation. By the way, Zhongli, how do you know of these matters? We only just traversed here not long ago. Paimon was puzzled. How could Zhongli possess knowledge of this world? It was quite strange, considering it was his first time here. How could he know? Zhongli smiled mysteriously, evading Paimon's question. If you refuse to answer, then so be it. Paimon crossed her arms, indignantly turning her head while stamping her foot. I shall bestow upon you another unsavory nickname. Zhongli, let us call you the Riddle Master. Zhongli flinched, shaking his head in resignation. Paimon's talent for naming is truly beyond comprehension. Xue Qinghe departed, burdened with numerous matters to attend to. Before leaving, she left behind a token bearing only the character for snow. Zhongli suspected that this token might hold greater significance within the Spirit Hall than in the Tiando Empire. Why would Xue Qinghe seek to recruit someone like Zhongli, perceived as a societal misfit? Individuals of his intellect are better kept close than given to other factions. It would be preferable for him to remain unutilized than for others to exploit him. Fortunately, Zhongli possesses little soul power, rendering him not a formidable opponent. Talents such as his are likely to go unnoticed. Furthermore, Zhongli now serves as a guest scholar at the Crown Prince's residence. What does it matter if others discover his talents? Cursed be this wretched Tiando Royal Academy and that detestable Dugu Bo. Do they not merely rely on their strength as a titled Douluo? If only I... What is that? Zhongli and Paimon halted instinctively upon hearing a commotion, glancing toward the city gate. A group of individuals, both young and old, approached. Among them were 7 youths, boys and girls alike. Suddenly, one girl, who had been chattering away, seemed to spot something, her eyes lighting up as she dashed toward Zhongli and Paimon. This, can she actually fly? Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, her companions displayed expressions mirroring her own, while several older individuals appeared utterly bewildered. Notably, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut glanced first at Zhongli and then at Paimon, exclaiming in astonishment, "A spirit beast martial soul. Unbelievably, there exists a second individual in this world with the same spirit beast martial soul. Despite sharing this unique martial soul, he could not fathom why this person's manifestation was so charming and capable of flight, while his own resembled a creature that was neither pig nor dog. How unjust the heavens are." He hastily approached Paimon, scrutinizing her closely. "Of course I can fly," Paimon retorted, hands on her hips, exuding an air of pride. "And I can speak." The buzzcut man was even more taken aback. Having extensively studied martial souls and possessing a wealth of theoretical knowledge, he prided himself on being among the most knowledgeable about martial souls in the entire Douluo Continent. Yet, he had never even heard of a martial soul that could talk. "Why can't you speak, you strange uncle?" Paimon inquired, prompting a look of astonishment from the man, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a fascinating and unique martial soul. Paimon, sensing the intense scrutiny, felt as if she were being observed by some fearsome entity, causing her to tremble and swiftly retreat behind Zhongli. "Zhongli, this guy is terrifying. We must leave." Zhongli remained silent, prompting Paimon to suddenly recall something. After all, Zhongli was the Geo King, a formidable figure who had ended the Demon God War. With him present, what danger could there be? With this thought, Paimon's fear dissipated. She huffed, hands on her hips, addressing the buzzcut man. "You dare to frighten Paimon? I shall bestow upon you a most unpleasant nickname in revenge. I shall call you Little Buzzcut," the middle-aged man with a buzzcut. The crowd. The corner of the buzzcut man's eye twitched. His previously calm demeanor was now tumultuous. "Little Buzzcut? In my youth, I was quite handsome. Though I cannot compare to this young man named Zhongli, among my peers, I was undoubtedly one of the finest. Time, however, is a relentless adversary. Little Buzzcut, That's a clever nickname." Another middle-aged man could no longer contain his laughter. "Flander, if you laugh again, I will sever ties with you." "Gah!" Upon witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's anger, Flander quickly covered his mouth. "Children speak without restraint. Children speak without restraint," Yu Xiaojiang murmured, casting a glance at Flander. He was not angry at all. "Little girl, your name is Paimon, correct? You've misunderstood me. I was merely overly excited to encounter a martial soul of your form. You are truly one of a kind. You are a miracle. Yu Xiaojiang unabashedly expressed his admiration. Such a martial soul is nothing short of miraculous, is it not? Not only is it a spirit beast martial soul, but it also takes a humanoid form, is capable of speech, and thinks just like a human. This is, in itself, a miracle. One of a kind. The crowd was stunned. In their minds, Yu Xiaojiang rarely smiled, even in the presence of Tang San. He had never offered such praise before, nor displayed such joy. Yet, upon encountering this creature, named Paimon, he was utterly transformed. It must be noted that Yu Xiaojiang was notoriously strict, particularly during training. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, momentarily speechless. Master, the chubby boy appeared perplexed. Is Paimon really that extraordinary? Hey, you have a rather pleasant way of speaking. Paimon beamed, for who does not enjoy flattering words? Being as innocent as Paimon, she had been deceived at least 7 times in a single night. Yu Xiaojiang. After a brief silence, Yu Xiaojiang turned to Zhongli. A mere glance at him, with that subtle aura of authority, left Yu Xiaojiang momentarily entranced. Those amber eyes, those phoenix-like brows. His demeanor seemed to set him apart from the rest. Standing amidst the crowd, he was undeniably the most striking figure. Young man, may I inquire about your innate soul power level? I realize this question may be somewhat presumptuous, but as a scholar, I am eager to deepen my understanding of martial soul knowledge, especially concerning a being like Paimon. Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor was cordial, yet Flander and the others shook their heads. This was no mere impertinence. Yu Xiaojiang was courting danger. Is it appropriate to inquire about innate soul power? Every soul master harbors their own secrets regarding soul power and skills, and not just anyone can ask such questions. Innate soul power? Zhongli fell into contemplation. He was not a local, nor was he even human at this moment. How could he possess innate soul power? Observing this group, their dialogue and characteristics suggested they were the Shrek group recently expelled from the Tiando Royal Academy by Dugu Bo. Innate soul power? Zhongli echoed. What is that? Paimon flew to Zhongli's side, her expression one of confusion. The crowd? No wonder he fell into contemplation upon hearing the term innate soul power. He does not possess innate soul power at all. How unfortunate. While Master Yu Xiaojiang may be somewhat lacking, he possesses half a level of innate soul power and can cultivate. This individual, lacking even innate soul power, is as mundane as they come. Such a remarkable martial soul. Wasted. No innate soul power? Yu Xiaojiang murmured, glancing at Paimon with a hint of regret as he shook his head. What a pity, a waste without innate soul power. This martial soul thus loses its research value. Without soul power, how can one study soul skills? Should his descendants inherit his martial soul and undergo mutation, perhaps they could possess soul power. Only then might this martial soul stand a chance. A humanoid martial soul. Observing Paimon, it was evident she was underdeveloped. If she could absorb soul rings and acquire soul power, she could potentially become a formidable entity. Alas, why must the fates of spirit beast martial souls be so tragic? Yu Xiaojiang lamented, a flicker of secret delight flashing through his mind. After all, he still possessed half a level of soul power, did he not? What is innate soul power, and how does one acquire it? I am not entirely sure, Zhongli replied, disregarding Yu Xiaojiang and the others, turning to explain to Paimon. In the Douluo Continent, individuals awaken their martial souls at the age of 6 through the awakening stone and guidance from soul masters. Along with the awakening of the martial soul, innate soul power accompanies it. If one lacks innate soul power, they cannot meditate or become a soul master. Conversely, if one possesses innate soul power, even if it is merely level 1 or half a level, they can work hard to become a soul master. The presence or absence of soul power during awakening likely relates to the quality of the martial soul. Of course, this is not a certainty. It also depends on the individual child. The same martial soul may yield different innate soul powers in different individuals. He claims he does not understand. He asserts he is unclear. This is, by all means, clearer than Yu Xiaojiang's explanation. Is this what he calls not understanding? The crowd's gaze toward Zhongli shifted, as they seemed to contemplate something, glancing once more at Yu Xiaojiang. Could it be that this individual, the owner of a spirit beast martial soul, due to his lack of soul power, inadvertently embarked on a path of studying martial souls? The two individuals in the Douluo Continent, both with spirit beast martial souls, walking the same path, what are the odds? Wow, so martial souls are truly this marvelous? If only Paimon could possess a martial soul as well. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes twitched, mouths agape, caught between speaking and silence. You, A martial soul, are wishing to possess your own martial soul? Is that not a contradiction of cosmic proportions? Suddenly, amidst the crowd, the black-haired girl, who had been silent all along and whose toes were hidden from view, cast a gaze filled with confusion towards Zhongli. This voice, this demeanor, this very movement, why do they feel so eerily familiar? On the path of growth, one encounters thorns and mud. There is no need to rush, for the flowers and grasses by the roadside are worthy of pause. Embracing all, steadfast as a rock, impregnable as a fortress. Could it be him? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes narrowed as she gazed, becoming somewhat entranced. Countless dreams had visited her in slumber, yet upon waking, she would forget many, many things. The Shrek's 7 monsters, the Jiaoling Pass, the War of the Gods, the weight of stone offered a sense of reassurance. When that earthy yellow light enveloped her, no matter the assault she faced, she stood unyielding, unharmed. When those soothing words resonated, regardless of the predicament, they bestowed upon her an unparalleled sense of security, as if with him present, defeat was impossible. The Geo Archon? No, that cannot be. How could the Archon possibly be an ordinary person? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, unable to believe that such a powerful Geo Archon could be a mere mortal devoid of soul power. Ultimately, he was just an ordinary man resembling the Archon. Zhuqing, what troubles you? Inquired Dai Mubai, who stood nearby, perplexed. Dai Mubai, we are not that familiar. Call me by my full name. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality, responding instinctively. You. Dai Mubai was exasperated, pointing at Zhu Zhuqing, yet feeling utterly powerless. Fight? He dare not. Zhu Zhuqing could genuinely fight back. He could not comprehend why. After changing so much for her, she had never once regarded him with anything but disdain. How infuriating. Suddenly, following Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, Dai Mubai detected a blind spot. Could it be that she harbored feelings for this handsome waste of space? What merits does this waste possess? Dai Mubai scoffed, still harboring resentment for being ousted from the Tiando Royal Academy. Perfectly, this pretty boy had delivered himself right into his hands. Bullying the weak while fearing the strong was Dai Mubai's forte. Striding to the forefront of the crowd, a cruel smile graced his lips. Dai Mubai, what are you planning? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed sharply, her expression shifting. What I plan is none of your concern. Dai Mubai snorted once more, striding directly to Zhongli and Paimon. Little yellow hair. Paimon's remark instantly transformed Dai Mubai, the 3rd prince of the Xing Luo Empire, into a mere boy riding a ghostly motorcycle by the roadside. Old Deng, can the ghostly motorcycle stop at your place? Zhongli was indeed over 6,000 years old. Little one, you can eat recklessly, but you must not speak recklessly. Dai Mubai growled darkly, his fists clenched as he threatened Paimon. Fran and Zhao Wujin, witnessing this, showed no intention of intervening. Rather, they crossed their arms, appearing to relish the spectacle. Little yellow hair, what do you intend to do? Paimon stuttered, trembling in fear. She instinctively flew behind Zhongli, peeking out with just her head, casting a wary glance at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, I warn you, do not lay a hand on ordinary people. This is Tiando City. You should consider the consequences of your actions. Chapter 06. I know all his weaknesses, yet he should not lose. Aside from Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, Xiao Wu Oscar, and others, everyone else was merely spectating. They did not grasp the situation with Dai Mubai, but as the elder brother, he must have his reasons for acting thus. Bullying someone could still be entertaining. Zhuqing, to avoid trouble is the mark of a mediocre person. Ma Hongjun said cheerfully to Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, this is what the dean taught us. Look, even the dean and the teachers are watching the show. Oscar pointed at Fran and the others, chuckling. Zhongli is merely an ordinary person. What is wrong with bullying him? With such a martial spirit, yet lacking soul power, he deserves to be bullied. We are not ordinary people. Paimon interjected. Zhongli is here. Paimon seemed to recall something, pausing before continuing. We are guests of the Prince's estate. Even His Highness, Prince Xueqinghe, treats us with respect. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Zhongli was actually a guest of the Prince's estate, lacking soul power. Yet the Prince's estate treated him with deference? Surely this little one was not speaking nonsense? What kind of guest could he be? I am the 3rd prince of the Xing Luo Empire. Dai Mubai's nird inwardly scoffing. Were it not for Zhongli having dulled his temper too much, their group would not still be standing at this moment. How arrogant was Morix during the Demon God War? Even when facing the heavenly principle, he sat with his legs crossed, exuding confidence. Other demon gods became the 7 rulers of the mortal realm by heavenly principle's appointment. Morix, however, had forged a contract with the heavenly principle. Without the heart of God, some deities lost their source of power. Zhongli, however, without the heart of God, remained Morix. The impact on his combat prowess was less than 0. 1. If facing the peak Morix, could the Geo Archon defeat him? I know all his strengths and weaknesses. Yet at that time, he was brimming with ambition and should not have lost. In simpler terms, the Morix of that era could not afford to lose. Should he be defeated once, he would rise again, fueled by those behind him to continue the fight. Upon hearing Paimon's words, the crowd hesitated slightly, unsure whether to intervene with Dai Mubai. Having just arrived in Tiando City, they had already offended the fourth prince of Tiando and even beaten him up. Now, would they also offend the crown prince? If that were the case, they might find their stay in Tiando City exceedingly difficult. Little girl, do we know each other? Zhongli inquired, not even glancing at Dai Mubai, but instead looking curiously at Zhu Zhuqing. In her eyes, he perceived a flicker of something unusual, a glimmer reserved for familiar faces. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. How audacious was Zhongli! Ignoring Dai Mubai's provocation, he directly engaged Dai Mubai's fiancée in conversation. Do we know each other? Well, lowly pickup line. Even an inexperienced girl would not be deceived by such words, would she? No, we do not. Listening to a voice akin to the Archon's, along with the similar sense of security, Zhu Zhuqing felt her cheeks flush, lowering her gaze towards her toes. No. Why are you blushing like a teacup? Dai Mubai felt as though his hair had turned white from shock. The Shrek group was equally bewildered. They had never seen Zhu Zhuqing in such a manner. All along, Zhu Zhuqing had worn a stern expression, rarely smiling or speaking, regardless of whom she faced. Her demeanor remained unchanged, leading others to believe she possessed an icy temperament. Unexpectedly, upon encountering this powerless man, Zhu Zhuqing actually blushed. This shy demeanor, this expression, it resembled a young girl in love. Gasp! Dai Mubai wouldn't be grinned, would he? He nodded sharply, speaking instinctively. He felt a chill run down his spine. It was always Dai Mubai who overshadowed others, yet now it seemed he was being overshadowed. Truly, the wheel of fate turns. Heaven spares no one. Wait, considering this, Ma Hongjun's fate would likely not be much better. Ma Hongjun had not moderated his voice. Who in the vicinity did not hear? At this moment, Dai Mubai's fists were clenched tightly, his soul power surging, poised to explode at any moment. He glanced at the emotionless Zhongli, then at the still blushing Zhu Zhuqing, and in that instant, rage ignited within him. He was inherently quick-tempered, easily resorting to bullying the weak at the slightest provocation. How could Dai Mubai possibly restrain himself? Unfamiliar faces, indeed. It was only to be expected. Zhongli nodded nonchalantly. After all, he had only recently traversed into this world and was meeting Zhu Zhuqing for the first time. It was quite natural that they did not know each other. However, Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor caused him to furrow his brow. Her declaration of unfamiliarity felt rather peculiar, leaving him to ponder the underlying reason. And then there was the young lady, Qian Renxue, whose fleeting expression of fear upon their first encounter could not be feigned. Just as Dai Mubai prepared to take action, a voice rang out. Guest Qing, I nearly forgot something. A figure of elegant demeanor appeared before the crowd, bearing an expression of genuine apology. This was none other than Xue Qinghe, who had returned. Your Highness, come quickly. This fellow intends to deal with Zhongli and Paimon. Upon seeing Xue Qinghe, Paimon darted to his side, eager to report the situation. What? Xue Qinghe's expression shifted dramatically. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, this group was actually preparing to attack Mr. Zhongli. That big sister. Yes, only she can speak on our behalf, Paimon remarked, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing and tailoring her words to fit her character. Xue Qinghe paused momentarily, subtly averting his gaze. Goodness, this girl appeared so young, yet her bosom was quite extravagant. Oh, it truly is the crown prince. Ningrongrong murmured. She had encountered Xue Qinghe before. After all, he was her senior brother. As her father, Ning Fengji was also Xue Qinghe's mentor. They had met on several occasions. Junior sister Rongrong? Xue Qinghe surveyed the Shrek group, his eyes landing on Ning Rongrong. He was utterly astonished that Ning Fengji would allow his daughter to study alongside such a rowdy crowd. How peculiar. Greetings, Your Highness. Now that her identity had been revealed, Ning Rongrong stepped forward from the crowd, no longer concealing it. The members of Shrek were taken aback. This Zhongli was genuinely a guest to the Crown Prince's residence? What could have drawn the Crown Prince's attention to Zhongli, a guest without any soul power? As if struck by a sudden realization, Xue Qinghe's expression darkened. You all, do you not know that Mr. Zhongli is a guest of this palace? He is a prodigy of unparalleled intellect, a talent not seen in a millennium. The The term this palace typically refers to the residence of the crown prince or the queen. The crown prince, positioned in the eastern palace, could rightfully refer to himself in such a manner. Xue Qinghe's face clouded with anger. She had just appointed Zhongli as a guest of the crown prince's residence, and now someone was here to slap her in the face. This was not merely an affront to Zhongli. It was a direct insult to Xue Qinghe herself. Should anything happen to Zhongli, her advisory council would be obliterated before it even began. As she had said, Zhongli was indeed a once-in-a-millennium talent. Heaven had granted him wisdom and a mutated martial soul, yet deprived him of innate soul power. Was this not the jealousy of the heavens toward the gifted? Who are you? Who sent you to harm Mr. Zhongli? Xue Qinghe's expression hardened, her eyes flashing with a fleeting glint of murderous intent. The members of Shrek were utterly bewildered. Could it be that this so-called waste was actually so significant? The crown prince cared for him to such a degree, especially Ning Rongrong, who was left in a state of utter confusion. She had witnessed Xue Qinghe's demeanor before. He was gentle and refined, treating everyone with kindness, a remarkably wise crown prince. Never had she heard of him displaying anger. Yet here he was furious over a talentless individual. Flander and others felt a twitch at the corners of their eyes. They had just arrived in Heavendo City, and now they had offended both the fourth prince and the crown prince. The fourth prince was merely a notorious wastrel without real power, relying solely on the influence of his uncle, Xue Qing. However, the crown prince was different. He was the future emperor of Heavendo, wielding significant authority even now. Dai Mubai has truly run into trouble this time, Zhao Wujuan muttered, his expression grim. The tradition of Shrek Academy was to bully the weak and protect their own. It was rather commonplace. After all, in a fantastical world, one could never tell how perilous the situation could become. Zhao Wujuan and others did not believe Dai Mubai had done anything wrong. They merely felt he had provoked someone he should not have. Hey, that crown prince. Just then, a petite girl, approximately 7 meters tall, with legs accounting for 2/3 of her height, stepped forward. She was strikingly beautiful, yet exuded an air of arrogance, a consequence of indulgence. Whether it was the Tianqing Yo Python, the Titan Giant Ape, or Tang San, they had all spoiled Xiao Wu, allowing her to develop such a haughty disposition without proper guidance. Is Zhongli, this talentless waste, truly worth your defense? He pales in comparison to my third brother, who is unparalleled in wisdom and purity. Alas, my third brother would never deign to accept your so-called guest position. Tang San's mouth opened slightly, hesitating to speak. Xiao Wu's blunt honesty rang true. Although he was wise beyond measure, he had no desire to entangle himself with royalty. Sigh. Tang San rubbed his nose, wishing Xiao Wu could be a tad more discreet. Oomph. What nonsense are you spouting, you rabbit? Paimon exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring angrily at Xiao Wu. Zhongli is not a waste. Besides his penchant for free food, he possesses so many other virtues that one could talk for 3 days without exhausting the list. Paimon's words, however, fell on deaf ears for Xiao Wu, who fixated only on the initial part. You rabbit, impossible, absolutely impossible. A mere coincidence, surely. How could this talentless little fellow perceive her true form? It must be a mistake. Yes, it must be her rabbit ear adornments that led this little one to misinterpret her as a rabbit. Though she had guessed correctly, as long as she did not admit it, she could simply pretend she hadn't heard. Oh, you little one could defend your master as well. Not at all. You wicked people. Paimon stamped her feet, feeling helpless, only able to sulk in frustration. Zhongli observed this interaction, a flash of earthy yellow light flickering in his eyes. With over 6,000 years of existence, he had long since learned to remain unperturbed, even in the face of provocations from mere ants. However, he shared one significant flaw with the Shrek group. He was protective. While he could dismiss the ants' provocations, Paimon, who had accompanied him to the Douluo Continent and was his contract partner, was another matter entirely. Zhongli, they are bullying us. Paimon angrily returned to Zhongli's side, seeking his support. Upon hearing this, Zhongli remained silent. Just as Xue Qinghe was about to speak, Zhongli stepped forward, and the earthy yellow light erupted. Xue Qinghe and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback, their minds echoing. What a familiar sensation. As amber-colored pupils sparkled with golden light, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Zhongli. Wait, something is amiss. He is not a waste. He is the Rock King Emperor. This power, this aura, was far too familiar. It was the figure he had dreamt of countless nights. Xue Qinghe stood dumbfounded, her heart racing with a mix of fear, excitement, and an indescribable feeling. As if struck by a revelation, Zhongli paused momentarily. With another step forward, a remarkable transformation began to unfold. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 9 conventional soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, and a pair of earthy yellow dragon horns manifested atop his head. Boom! The crowd's eyes widened in shock as they instinctively took several steps back. Title Douluo. No, he is still a title Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring. Flender and the others trembled, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, their backs equally soaked. Paimon. Paimon looked at Zhongli with confusion. Her small eyes filled with immense bewilderment. When did Zhongli acquire these rings? Although Paimon loves to talk, she selectively forgets certain things that should not be mentioned. For instance, Zhongli's true identity. When introducing him, she refers to him simply as Zhongli, the ordinary and inconspicuous Zhongli, rather than the Morix who ended an era or the Rock King Emperor who protects Liyue. Qian Renxue and Zhu Zhuqing also shared the same confusion. They did not recall the Rock King Emperor possessing spirit rings. What was the situation? Nonetheless, the current Zhongli warranted attention. After all, he was an exceedingly formidable title Douluo. Observing his appearance while possessing his martial soul, it was evident that his martial soul must be a dragon. Moreover, he possessed a title Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring. The group quivered, especially Dai Mubai, whose face turned ashen and whose eyes appeared vacant. Having just provoked Douluo, now they faced a Zhongli who was incomparably stronger. Chapter 08. Signing the contract. The onlookers were equally astonished, each one as though they had consumed something shocking. Zhongli. He was indeed a title Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring. His martial soul, was it not that polite little darling? Are you foolish? Have you never heard of dual martial souls? Why shout Zhongli? Are you courting death? You should address him as Your Excellency Zhongli. The murmurs among the crowd caused Tang San and the others to change their expressions. Dual martial souls, indeed. This strong individual was likely the terrifying existence of dual martial souls. Furthermore, he had cultivated his primary martial soul to the level of title Douluo. He could bestow spirit rings upon the second martial soul, which was Paimon. At that point, he would become an unparalleled powerhouse with at least 9 spirit rings exceeding 50,000 years. Confronted with this realization, the Shrek group was left dumbfounded. Wait, he can simultaneously unleash 2 martial souls. Hiss. It was startling to discover this. The crowd collectively gasped. Indeed, Zhongli's second martial soul was a spirit beast martial soul. So it was not surprising he could unleash 2 martial souls at once. Just then, a voice echoed in Zhongli's ear. My friend, could you do me the favor of sparing Tang, Hao, and letting these little ones go this once? I promise a generous reward in the future. Offending an individual with dual martial souls, especially one who had cultivated his primary martial soul to the level of title Douluo and could bestow spirit rings upon his second martial soul at will, was indeed a daunting prospect. Even Tang Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. This person also possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring. While he too had a 100,000-year spirit ring, he was entirely aware of how he obtained it. However, this individual was different, judging by his aura. He must have actively hunted it down at the pinnacle of his strength. To hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast was the mark of a truly formidable individual. I demand an explanation. Zhongli's lips moved as he transmitted his voice, cold and unyielding. Even Tang Hao could not help but shudder. Upon hearing this, several dark lines appeared on Tang Hao's forehead as he clenched his fists tightly. If possible, he truly wished to confront Zhongli. Unfortunately, he could not. His internal injuries prevented him from sustaining a prolonged battle. Even if he could defeat Zhongli, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Tang San's future must not be compromised. The reason Tang Hao stepped forward was primarily due to his fear of Zhongli's potential involvement with Xiao Wu and Tang San. As for the others, their fates were of little concern to him. A being like Zhongli, with dual martial souls, had cultivated into such a terrifying existence. Wait, dual martial souls? Xiao Wu, goodness. This rabbit had presented itself willingly. How could the other party let Xiao Wu off? 100,000-year spirit ring, spirit bones. 100,000-year spirit ring holds no allure for a title Douluo. Why? It cannot be absorbed. However, a 100,000-year spirit bone is different. Even an ordinary spirit bone can be absorbed by any spirit master. Sure enough, Xiao Wu's complexion turned pale, almost dripping with fear. I am doomed. I am doomed. Had she known the other party was a title Douluo, she would have never made herself a target. Hiding behind the crowd would have ensured her safety. This individual was not only a title Douluo, but also a dual martial soul. Could she possibly escape? After pondering for a moment, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, yet he ultimately chose to compromise. My friend, as long as you do not pursue this rabbit, Tang Hao. I'm willing to offer you an item of equal value to this rabbit. Zhongli was taken aback, momentarily befuddled. He had never expressed a desire to kill Xiao Wu. What was Tang Hao imagining? After a brief contemplation, he recalled Xiao Wu had previously insulted him. Seeking some form of compensation for emotional distress was not unreasonable. He nodded slightly. However, I can only sign a contract with you. If she does not provoke me or Paimon, I, Zhongli, will not pursue her. A contract? An agreement? Tang Hao nodded at Zhongli's words. Judging from his previous demeanor, he appeared to be a remarkably low-key individual. Had it not been for Dai Mubai and the others' provocations, he might not have revealed himself at all. He seemed to relish a tranquil life. All right, a man's promise. Just wait. Once Tang San breaks through to Tidal Doa, he will reclaim this item one day. The crowd looked at Zhongli with puzzled expressions. Why had he ceased to move after releasing his martial soul? If he did not move, no one dared to act. At that moment, an ancient-looking box flew in from nowhere and landed gracefully before Zhongli. Paimon, keep this safe. It is the compensation. Huh? Oh. Paimon, in her dazed state, touched the box with her hands, and it vanished before everyone's eyes, as if it were a storage soul guide. This scene left the onlookers in awe. Compensation? Even the dullest among them understood the implications. Someone had struck a deal with Zhongli, and the content of that deal undoubtedly concerned them. Dai Mubai, upon hearing Zhongli's voice, trembled all over. Even his father would not wish to offend such a peerless powerhouse. Yet here he was, foolishly colliding with a steel plate. This Zhongli exuded an air of extravagance, especially with that elusive aura. How could he have charged in like a fool? Such behavior was sheer folly driven by anger. Thud. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai knelt on the ground. The fact that this esteemed individual accepted the compensation, yet still called his name, indicated what? The compensation had nothing to do with him. Dai Mubai. Slap. Dai Mubai slapped himself hard, unable to bear looking into Zhongli's eyes. Your Excellency, spare me this once. I acknowledge my error. Slap. Another resounding slap. One must know when to hold on and when to let go. Life was at stake, leaving no room for hesitation. Should the other party kill him, perhaps Xing Luo would seek vengeance, but he would be dead regardless. What significance did revenge hold then? Flinder and the others wished to say something, their mouths agape. Caught between words. The fact that this esteemed individual was not causing trouble for them as teachers was already a great mercy. This group of weaklings, even if tied together, would not be a match for him. Yu Xiaojiang, however, did not contemplate such matters. His gaze was fixed intently on Zhongli and Paimon. The achievements of this individual could very well rival Tang San's highest potential. Once he acquires spirit rings for his second martial soul, then why? They both possessed a spirit beast martial soul. Why had this individual attained dual martial souls and cultivated to Tidal Doa, complete with a 100,000-year spirit ring? The ones who had just conversed with Zhongli, Yu Xiaojiang, Zhao Wujin, and Flinder, had begun to suspect who was behind the scenes. Aside from that person, they could think of no one else who would observe them in secret. Even the Haotian Douluo had temporarily subdued his spirit, succumbing to the overwhelming presence of Zhongli. It appears that the esteemed individual cannot be trifled with. Ah, how delightful it is to see that the little golden-haired one has received his just deserts. Zhongli, you are not as incapable as a mere societal leech. Paimon proudly patted Zhongli's shoulder and declared. The onlookers swallowed hard, their gazes towards Paimon shifting dramatically. Chapter 09. Am I truly the villain? Hiss. The crowd gasped collectively, their expressions toward Paimon transformed. A societal leech? Is such a being truly deemed a societal leech? Only this little creature would dare utter such words. Had I not heeded this little one's words, how could I ever have believed that His Excellency was a societal leech? His Highness the Prince remarked that His Excellency is a paragon of wisdom, and indeed, one cannot question the discerning eye of the Prince. So young, so handsome, and possessing a soul ring of 100,000 years to attract such esteemed guests, the Prince's discernment is truly remarkable. Merely from appearances, His Excellency is of unparalleled nobility. Every gesture imbued with profound meaning. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Zhongli's eyes twitched slightly. Such flattery. He cast a bemused glance at the spectators, yet chose to remain silent. His gaze fell upon Dai Mubai, who was still slapping himself, and Zhongli's mouth opened slightly, caught between speaking and holding his tongue. He intended to reason with Dai Mubai, but to his surprise, the latter knelt instead, embodying the very essence of submitting to strength. Just punishment? In Paimon's eyes, Dai Mubai recognized his error and had received his due punishment. Thus, the matter was to be laid to rest. The thought of slaying Dai Mubai was beyond her imagination. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhongli dissipated his martial spirit form, and the soul rings returned to his essence. For him, simulating a soul master battle was extraordinarily simple. Having arrived in the realm of soul masters, donning a guise was unequivocally necessary. This was precisely why. Upon realizing he was in Douluo Continent, Zhongli had forged a pact with Paimon to disguise her as his martial spirit. In Teyvat, to navigate the world in a manner deemed normal, he had similarly crafted a genuine glass bead for himself. With such a disguise, numerous troubles could be mitigated or avoided. Upon arriving in Douluo Continent, masquerading as a tidal Doa served to diminish or avert potential complications. This is the wisdom inherent to him as Morix. Even if he were not the Rock King Emperor, he undoubtedly bore a significant connection to him. Zhongli's appearance just now differed somewhat from the Rock King Emperor in his memories, yet that familiar essence was unmistakable. The Rock King Emperor might very well be the future visage of Zhongli. In this world where myriad demons and deities arise, though I have no desire to hunt the deer, I am acutely aware of the suffering of the common folk. From this, it is evident that the Rock King Emperor initially did not wish to wield his power. However, the uprising of demons and deities, coupled with the plight of the people, compelled this benevolent emperor to act for the sake of all. Wait, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes narrowed, realizing that this fellow had a share in the upheaval as well. Am I truly destined to be the antagonist? Qian Renxue had never envisioned that one day she would become the villain in a drama or novel. It is known that the God of Angels clears away darkness, restoring Douluo Continent to its radiant glory. His descendants adhere to the will of the God of Angels, cleansing and combating the fallen among the populace. How could I possibly be the villain? Surely, this is a mistake. Qian Renxue glanced at Zhongli and Paimon, lost in contemplation. In her dreams, she had no intersection with Zhongli. It was only during the eruption at Jialing Pass, amidst the gods, that she encountered that silhouette. Sea God, Asura God, Angel God, Rakshasa God, Tang San. Tang San? Qian Renxue turned slightly, directing her gaze towards the Shrek group. That rather unremarkable youth, is he not named Tang San? Before the Blue-Silver Emperor's second awakening, Tang San's appearance was exceedingly ordinary. Tossed into a crowd, he would seamlessly blend in without any distinctive features. And then there are the Shrek 7. The Shrek 7 shone brilliantly at Jialing Pass, vanquishing numerous elite members of the Spirit Hall. If possible, Qian Renxue would have sought to recruit the Shrek 7 to her side, or, alternatively, eliminate them beforehand. Since Zhongli revealed his strength, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze towards him had shifted. Yet she remained oblivious to Shui Qinghe's expression. That familiar feeling cannot be mistaken. He is Morix. If that was a past life, will we still be friends in this life? Zhu Zhuqing mused internally. Her dream diverged significantly from Qian Renxue's. They were two extremes, or perhaps two separate dreams. It was Zhongli who taught her resilience. Slap! Slap! Dai Mubai continued to strike himself, and Zhongli did not command him to stop. He dared not cease. Zhongli retracted his martial spirit, which brought Dai Mubai some relief, at least ensuring he would not perish. His Excellency was evidently satisfied with his performance. The strong killing the weak requires no justification. Just as nobles or soul masters may slay powerless commoners without reason, they may fabricate an offense to justify their actions. Previously, Dai Mubai had merely sought to beat Zhongli for amusement, to alleviate some resentment harbored from the Tiando Royal Academy. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's peculiar gaze towards Zhongli incited Dai Mubai's wrath further, providing him with even more reason to act. Yet, he had unwittingly become the source of amusement. After the duration of a joss stick, Dai Mubai had become unrecognizable, prompting concern among his companions. Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai had their differences. Yet following their journey in the Stardow Forest, their conflicts were resolved. Dai Mubai had even willingly faced the 100,000-year Titan giant ape to protect everyone's escape. Any lingering animosity dissipated amidst the life and death struggle. Dai Mubai, in times of crisis, proved himself to be a true man. Brother, Dai Mubai has faced punishment as well. Please, do assist him by persuading His Excellency to grant him clemency. Ning Rongrong whispered as she approached Shui Qinghe. At this moment, addressing His Highness felt too formal. By calling him brother, appealing for assistance, and feigning vulnerability, perhaps she might succeed. Who among those present could not hear Ning Rongrong's words? Even Dai Mubai, kneeling on the ground, caught every syllable. He never anticipated that the one speaking up for him would be Ning Rongrong, whom he had previously intimidated. To claim he was not moved would be a falsehood. In youth, one is most prone to impulsive emotions, and it is the most passionate of times. Ning Rongrong's plea nearly compelled Dai Mubai to lay bare his heart. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe regained his composure, casting a surprised glance at Ning Rongrong, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, not solely due to her request for assistance. Ning Rongrong was also one of the Shrek 7. Rongrong, your friend has erred and must face the consequences. Mr. Zhongli's talents are unparalleled throughout the ages. Had Mr. Zhongli lacked strength today, and I had not arrived, such a talent might have vanished into the ether. However, Chapter 10, a beauty untainted by knowledge. Securing a favor from one of the Shrek 7 would indeed be advantageous for Xue Qinghe. It would significantly aid her efforts to recruit the Shrek group, although she was more inclined to preemptively eradicate them. Qian Renxue, proud as she was, had foreseen her enmity with these individuals, yet her pride forbade her from acting outright. This approach is commonly referred to as diminishing intelligence. In her original timeline, she had repeatedly spared Tang San. Today, she could let Tang San off the hook, and tomorrow, she might do so again, almost becoming a benefactor of sorts. Hey, I'm not a benefactor. Brother, please help. Xue Qinghe's words fell on deaf ears for Ning Rongrong, who tugged at Xue Qinghe's sleeve, resorting to a charming display of vulnerability. Her strategy proved unfailingly effective against Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong. In the past, when mistakes were made, a mere display of cuteness or a playful pout would suffice to smooth things over. However, Xue Qinghe felt a few dark lines forming on his forehead. There was no need to trouble Prince Ning Rongrong further. As Dai Mubai had already received his due punishment, this matter should be put to rest. Before Xue Qinghe could voice his thoughts, Zhongli waved his hand and spoke. Upon hearing this, the members of Shrek exhibited expressions of delight, astonished that Ning Rongrong's ploy had truly borne fruit. This esteemed guest, a guest official of the prince's estate, indeed lent significant weight to the prince's position. With such a guest presence, was Xue Qinghe's claim to the throne not secure? Dai Mubai paused, astonished at the notion of letting this matter slide. Overjoyed, he promptly bowed twice in gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. Suddenly, Paimon appeared to have an epiphany, her eyes sparkling with realization. Her memory was akin to that of a fish. Once something passed, it was gone, but one particular thought lingered. Your Highness, did you have some business with Zhongli earlier? Little Paimon rubbed her hands together, instinctively thinking that Xue Qinghe must have sought Zhongli for some favorable purpose. As noon approached, could it possibly be an invitation for a grand feast? Paimon's words reminded Xue Qinghe of his original intent. Initially, he had presumed that Zhongli possessed no soul power and had prepared a simple debit card for her to use at her leisure. However, it turned out that Zhongli not only wielded soul power, but was an immensely formidable being. Perhaps he was the illustrious Geo Archon. After a moment's contemplation, Xue Qinghe removed a bracelet-like storage soul tool from his wrist. As a guest official, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. It contains a gift from me to you and little Paimon. Oh, do I get a share too? Paimon exclaimed with delight, eagerly accepting the storage bracelet. Thank you, Your Highness. Little Paimon felt she should be addressed simply as Qinghe. Referring to her as Your Highness felt too distant. Paimon was unconcerned with the niceties of etiquette, her joy evident as she nodded vigorously. Thank you, Qinghe. It has been ages since I received a gift. The last one was water. Before Paimon could finish, Zhongli swiftly covered his mouth with his hand. Ahem, ahem. Hearing the cough, Paimon turned to Zhongli in concern. Oh, Zhongli, what's wrong? Her sincere worry was unmistakable. In this foreign realm, Zhongli was her only pillar of support. Nothing could go awry. Just a slight chill, Zhongli replied, his expression unchanged and heartbeat steady. With such strength, how could he possibly be affected by a mere chill? The others exchanged glances, a sudden clarity dawning upon them. This was a moment when Paimon had nearly divulged a secret, prompting Zhongli's interruption. Among them, only the little one remained blissfully unaware, gazing at Zhongli with an expression of confusion. If you have a cold, you should seek treatment. I wonder if there are any doctors akin to Baizhu in Tiando City. I could take you to find one? Paimon, with her innocent demeanor, seemed to possess a beauty untouched by worldly knowledge. It's nothing to worry about. My constitution will recover in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Paimon nodded earnestly. Of course, Zhongli is a divine being. Such a minor ailment will be resolved in no time. Qinghe, do you have time? I would like to invite you for a meal. Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback by this suggestion, but without a second thought, he nodded eagerly. Even if he lacked time, he must make time. It was Zhongli inviting him for a meal. As a guest official, I was just about to dine. There is ample time. Splendid. Let us go. Paimon only had a bowl of sweet tofu pudding for breakfast, and is already famished. Zhongli, Paimon, and Xue Qinghe proceeded, seemingly oblivious to the complex expressions of the Shrek group. So powerful, truly so powerful. Ma Hongjuan's face bore an expression of exuberance, his gaze fervent. This esteemed one is league beyond that Douluo. Both are titled Douluos, yet why is the disparity so vast? Ma Hongjuan's voice rose in a conspiratorial tone, eliciting instinctive nods from the others. Though both were titled Douluos, the pressure exerted by Douluo paled in comparison to that of Zhongli. Douluo's aura was chilling, while Zhongli's presence radiated an air of nobility, akin to that of an emperor, an enigma indeed. They were unaware that this was Zhongli exhibiting remarkable restraint. You speak the truth, my young friend. The gulf between myself and Mr. Zhongli is akin to that of a firefly in the bright moon. But wait, to deal with you all is as effortless as lifting a finger. What the devil? Isn't that the old coot Douluo? Just as Zhongli departed, Douluo reappeared. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. This was indeed an unsettling turn. Initially, they had assumed Douluo would confront them, yet after uttering a couple of sentences, he disregarded Shrek entirely and walked away. Flinder and the others felt an icy chill run down their spines, cold sweat breaking out. A sense of survival washed over them. Fatty, be cautious with your words in the future. At that moment, Douluo was engulfed in confusion, pondering how Zhongli had become a guest official of the prince's estate. To stand against Zhongli was simply untenable. He vividly recalled their first encounter. Old man, you've been poisoned. He had intended to resolve the issue through force. Yet Zhongli had not even unleashed his martial soul, effortlessly pinning him to the ground with a single hand. At that moment, he realized he had indeed been poisoned. To his astonishment, Zhongli was not merely making idle remarks. He genuinely understood the nature of the poison afflicting him and possessed the means to remedy it. Douluo had knelt right there. After Zhongli had resolved the poison afflicting him and Douluo had witnessed firsthand the unfathomable might. Truly terrifying. For a titled law to acknowledge such overwhelming strength was no small feat now that the 3 tasks concerning Xue Xing had been completed. It would be wise to maintain a distance from Xue Xing and Yin Yin for the foreseeable future. Chapter 11. Does Zhongli not eat seafood? At the entrance of a restaurant in Tiando City, Zhongli, Xue Qinghe, and Paimon exchanged glances, their expressions filled with bewilderment. A restaurant? Paimon murmured instinctively, her little face alight with astonishment. The corner of Zhongli's eye twitched. The name of this establishment was, how shall we put it, a distortion of beauty, easily discernible that the namer was either a great talent or organ. He paused momentarily, choosing not to elaborate further. Xue Qinghe had been in Tiando City for over a decade, yet had never encountered this restaurant before. Normally, she refrained from dining out, so it was entirely reasonable that she was unaware of its existence. Zhongli, Qinghe, what if we consider another restaurant? Paimon turned to Zhongli and Xue Qinghe, tentatively suggesting, as she felt that there was something amiss about this establishment, without any discernible reason. All right, Zhongli and Xue Qinghe readily agreed, turning to leave without a moment's hesitation. Paimon was taken aback. It seemed their thoughts aligned with her own. Realizing this, she hurriedly followed suit. Tiando City had many small eateries, but Xue Qinghe was more knowledgeable about the renowned hotels. As the crown prince of Tiando, social engagements were essential. As a guest official, Little Paimon, this hotel is owned by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, renowned for its service quality and cuisine, considered the finest in Tiando City. At the entrance of the Seven Treasure Hotel, Xue Qinghe introduced it to Zhongli and Paimon. Shall we dine here? As the wealthiest sect in the world, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had its hands in various industries, all of which it executed at the highest standard. If they could not achieve excellence, it would tarnish the school's reputation. Wonderful, wonderful. Paimon's eyes sparkled with excitement as Xue Qinghe's introduction only heightened her interest in the Seven Treasure Hotel. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongli nodded in agreement. Upon entering the Seven Treasures Hotel, one is immediately struck by its resplendent opulence. With Zhongli's discerning eye, it is evident that these golden embellishments are not mere facades or gilded imitations. They're crafted from solid gold. Truly, this is the wealthiest sect in the world, and one cannot possibly furnish such a hotel without millions of gold soul coins. As soon as they stepped through the doorway, a somewhat rotund, middle-aged man approached with a welcoming smile. Appearing to be in his 40s, with slicked back hair and dressed in a tailored suit, he exuded the aura of a successful businessman. His prosperous physique gave off a polished demeanor, and at first glance, he was not unlikable. Welcome, esteemed guests, he exclaimed, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing slightly, performing a quintessential noble gesture. I have the honor of meeting Prince Xueqinghe, as well as you, guest Zhongli. He hesitated momentarily. Just recently, he had learned that the young man beside Prince Xueqinghe was a guest of the palace. A formidable, dual-level powerhouse not to be trifled with. Yet what was this peculiar little being that could fly? Engaged as he was with the nobility, he hardly had time to keep abreast of the curious happenings in Heavendoe City. It was understandable that he was unaware of Paimon. The attendant who had delivered the message had merely indicated Zhongli's identity, leaving Paimon largely unmentioned. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and instinctively blurted out, "Unidentified flying object? What an absurd notion. It is Paimon. Paimon!" she exclaimed, stomping her foot in indignation and roaring at the middle-aged man, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The man quickly replied, "I apologize, dear Paimon. May I offer you a delightful dessert as an apology?" "Yes, yes. You're out of nice," Paimon exclaimed, her demeanor brightening. To think that a mere dessert could placate her. Observing her beaming expression, the middle-aged man felt a touch perplexed. Paimon is indeed easy to please. A little kindness can win her over for ages, yet she seems to forget her enemies with ease. One could say her nature is excessively benevolent. Under the attentive hospitality of the middle-aged man, the trio was soon ushered into a lavish private room. "Boss, remember, no seafood. Zhongli does not enjoy seafood," Paimon suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she addressed the middle-aged man during the ordering process. Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe's interest was piqued. "No seafood? I shall remember this," she thought. Zhongli cast a surprised glance at Paimon. He recalled that during their time on Teyvat, he had only dined with the traveler and Paimon a handful of times. He had mentioned his aversion to seafood only once. To his astonishment, this little creature had taken note of it. Truly, there was a reason for her endearing nature. Though Heavendoe City is quite distant from the coast, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has its methods of procuring seafood. Rarity begets value, and dining on seafood at this establishment is anything but ordinary in expense. Upon hearing that seafood was off the menu, the middle-aged man exhibited no sign of displeasure. It is not uncommon for strong individuals to harbor peculiar preferences. Let us select a few signature dishes. While I may not favor deep-sea delicacies, should Paimon and Qinghe desire them, I shall not object. As he mentioned seafood, memories of his past battles with the sea demon thousands of years ago surfaced, reminding him of the tumultuous experience. Though he emerged victorious, the journey had left a lingering psychological aversion to seafood. Not that I hold any intense dislike. It's merely a preference. No need, no need. Paimon does not like seafood either, she hastily interjected, waving her hands earnestly. Her dietary preferences were rather indifferent. During her early days with the traveler, she had consumed plenty of fish. How could she possibly dislike seafood? However, in consideration of Zhongli, she opted to express her distaste. Xueqinghe paused, equally indifferent to the culinary choice. With both Zhongli and Paimon declining seafood, could she really be the villain of the story? Clearly, that would not do. Possessing high emotional intelligence, Xueqinghe would not engage in such lowly behavior. Let us heed guest Zhongli's preferences and arrange a few signature dishes, she declared, waving her hand. Very well, esteemed guests, please wait a moment. After the proprietor departed, Paimon engaged in light conversation with Xueqinghe, discussing mundane topics. While the latter was forthcoming with her thoughts, gaining Paimon's favor was essential, as she was Zhongli's spirit. Before long, 4 dishes and a soup were presented, radiating a unique glow beneath the ambient lighting. For instance, the beef glimmered with a green hue. This beef is exceptionally fresh and well-preserved. It must contain some essence of energy, likely the so-called soul power. Surely, it originated from a soul beast. It would be impossible to slaughter a soul beast within a hotel, which explained Zhongli's remark about its preservation method. Soul beasts can indeed be consumed, but they are unsuitable for ordinary individuals, as without soul power, one cannot refine the meat's essence. Indulging in such a meal carries the risk of bodily harm. Furthermore, soul beast meat is quite expensive. This feast, composed almost entirely of soul beast ingredients, was certainly not cheap. To think that a guest like you has knowledge of soul beast meat, the middle-aged man remarked. To be frank, when Qinghe first tasted this beef, she assumed the Seven Treasures Hotel was trying to deceive her with spoiled meat. However, this is the establishment of her sect, and she could not make a fuss. Xueqinghe's self-deprecating admission served to bridge the gap between her, Zhongli, and Paimon. She wished to create an impression of camaraderie, indicating her willingness to share such anecdotes, thus revealing her genuine intentions towards Zhongli and Paimon. Of course, she genuinely desired a closer relationship with Zhongli, aspiring to progress from mere guests to friends or brothers. Guests can come and go as they please, their contributions entirely voluntary. If she could forge a deeper bond with Zhongli, that would be her ultimate goal. Wow, Prince, no. Qinghe, were you planning to smash this place? Paimon remarked between mouthfuls. Her cheeks puffed out adorably. I had no such intentions. At most, I would have sought a word with the proprietor, Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. Zhongli cast a sidelong glance, disbelieving her words. Unfamiliar with how fresh beef appears when cooked? Come now, you are the esteemed young lady of the Spear Hall. How could you possibly commit such a novice blunder? This story seemed to be a deliberate fabrication, crafted for the sake of conversation. As time elapsed and their appetites were sated, the trio reclined in their chairs to rest. Suddenly, Zhongli's question nearly caused Xue Qinghe to lose her composure. Qinghe, do you have any money? His expression remained unchanged, and the lack of emotion in his face led Xue Qinghe to question her reality. Weren't you the one treating me to dinner? Why are you suddenly inquiring about my cash? Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Your Highness, it seems Zhongli has a rather unfortunate habit. Paimon interjected, instinctively looking at her companion. Zhongli never carries money when he goes out. Morix does not possess Mora. The god of wealth is devoid of riches. Paimon rolled her eyes at Zhongli. What kind of person goes out without any money? Wait a moment. Could it be that Zhongli is actually broke? Putting on a cute face while clearly embarrassed about the situation, it ultimately fell upon me, Qian Renxue, to pay. Zhongli was not without money. In fact, Dugu Bo had gifted him several large boxes of gold soul coins, in addition to his luxurious residence, as a token of gratitude. However, Zhongli and Paimon seldom made use of those few boxes. Xue Qinghe slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, her countenance slightly faltering. The storage soul guide she openly possessed had previously been given to Paimon. Thus, she presently found herself devoid of funds. Yet, with Zhongli having uttered such words, could she possibly neglect to settle the bill? Clearly, that was out of the question. In her haste to depart, she had not brought any money. Zhongli and Paimon, 0-0. Were they to wash dishes in lieu of payment? However, it could be charged to the prince's residence and settled at the end of the month. Given her status, keeping a ledger was hardly excessive, was it? Besides, she openly remained a disciple of Ning Fengji, considering the respect owed to her master. Managing accounts was merely a trivial matter. Splendid. Just as Paimon sprang up, she caught sight of Xue Qinghe's somewhat darkened expression, prompting her to swiftly amend her words. No, Your Highness, we had originally intended to treat you, yet it appears you have ended up bearing the expense. My apologies. When we next bring our funds, we shall treat you to another meal. Another meal, and the bill would still be charged to the prince's residence? Previously, Xue Qinghe had stated that Zhongli and Paimon's expenditures would be covered by the prince's residence. This was one of the reasons she had returned. Having taken her card and storage soul guide, they were still to accrue debts to the prince's residence. Xue Qinghe felt as though she were a victim of misfortune. Had these two not even bothered to open the storage soul guide after acquiring it, charge it to the prince's residence? The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Such entities were not to be offended. Even if they did not pay, it was of little consequence. If it meant securing the allegiance of such a formidable individual for the sect, covering all expenses was entirely acceptable. Moreover, it was merely a matter of credit, and it was personally authorized by the prince. Rest assured, 100-fold reassurance. No problem, Your Highness. To be frank, in all the years since the Seven Treasures Hotel's establishment, this was the first instance of extending credit. Those who frequented here were all nobles, and not the lesser sort. Here, lesser nobles might spend, but would do so with great reluctance. Only the grand nobles could afford to indulge freely from time to time. As nobles, how could some be so proud as to lower themselves to request credit? Even if such a thing were permissible, one must not forget who stood behind this establishment. That was none other than the second most powerful sect in the realm, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Outside the Heavendo City, the Seven Treasures Mountain Range. Because the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was established here, this area was collectively referred to as the Seven Treasures Mountain Range. At the highest peak of the Seven Treasures Mountain Range, the main base of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was erected. Jian Xin, Gu Zong, and Ning Fengji sat in the conference hall, and for a long while, none spoke. It was unclear how much time had passed before Ning Fengji finally broke the silence, stating, due to the recklessness of that boy from the Star Luo Dai family, Rong nearly offended a tidal Doa possessing 100,000-year spirit ring and dual spirit souls. When this matter was reported back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, Chun Exan, and Gu Rong were all rendered speechless. Fortunately, the other party was a guest elder of the prince's residence. and Xue Qinghe had been present at the time, which is why there had been no repercussions for Rong Rong. The girl had indeed acted rashly this time. Even Chen Xian and Gu Rong, who typically indulged Ning Rong Rong, did not contradict Ning Fengji at this moment. It must be noted that even without dual spirit souls, the other party was a terrifying figure with a 100,000-year spirit ring. How could their combat prowess possibly be lacking? Should we have Rong Rong return for a while? Gu Rong suggested tentatively, his concern for Ning Rong Rong evident. After all, having offended such a powerful individual, what if the other party took covert action? Without any prior dealings, who could ascertain their character? It's too late. Let us maintain the current situation. This titled Douluo is presently in Heavendo City. Tomorrow, I shall pay him a visit. Zhongli was merely a guest elder of the prince's residence and could leave at any time. If such a powerful individual were willing to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With this thought, Ning Fengji's eyes gleamed with golden light. Chapter 13. The journey will someday reach its destination. There is no need to rush. This was Xue Qinghe's first experience with extending credit, and it left her somewhat embarrassed. After exiting the Seven Treasures Hotel with Zhongli and Paimon, she hastily took her leave. There would be ample time to cultivate friendships in the future. This moment was inconsequential. At present, all she desired was a quiet place to reflect. Zhongli, did Qinghe leave in such a hurry because of something urgent? Paimon inquired, her gaze shifting from Xue Qinghe's retreating figure back to Zhongli. Shouldn't you lend her hand? Rubbing her stomach, Paimon continued. Observing Xue Qinghe's hurried steps. As if fleeing, Zhongli understood that matters were not so simple. After all, she was a girl. Feeling embarrassed was quite normal. Unlike him, a venerable being over 6,000 years old, who felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Wait, Zhongli glanced at Paimon in surprise. This little one truly is a task dispatcher. Has Xue Qinghe left in such haste, due to some matter? If we continue this conversation, wouldn't it trigger a task? Moreover, lend a hand? No wonder the blonde-haired lady was inundated with tasks. It turned out this little one was perpetually on the lookout for them. Being over 6,000 years old, it was impossible for him to undertake tasks. She has nothing pressing. Let us go. Huh? Paimon was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. This approach seemed somewhat different. In the past, the traveler would have stealthily followed along. Zhongli. Paimon stamped her foot, glancing at Zhongli's distant figure, and hurried to catch up. In this other world, without Zhongli by her side, she felt utterly devoid of security. You aren't still the same as when we were in Liyue, are you? Strolling through the streets, parading around, listening to tales? This is not Liyue. I believe we ought to explore Douluo Continent thoroughly. Heavendo Empire, Star Luo Empire, Spirit City, Star Forest. This is the essence of travel. Paimon chattered on, while Zhongli cast a sidelong glance, neither annoyed nor displeased, simply gazing at her with a gentle smile. This little one, it seemed, was easily swayed by a mere 2 meals. No wonder the traveler had been so impoverished in the early stages, having resolved such significant troubles from Mondstadt without receiving a single mora in return. Wait, Zhongli stroked his chin, recalling that he himself had not compensated the traveler either. Compensation was insignificant. What mattered was the bond of friendship. Indeed, little one, the journey will one day reach its conclusion. There is no need to rush. As soon as Zhongli's words fell, Paimon instinctively retorted, You simply wish to be lazy, don't you? Upon hearing this, Zhongli looked up at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, an air of solitude emanating from him. Paimon. Her little head was filled with great big question marks. Paimon, you possess a heart of innocence. High emotional intelligence. You possess a heart of innocence. Low emotional intelligence. I see you are quite foolish. Our journey has only just begun. The road ahead is long, and we must be well prepared. You wouldn't want to find yourself without food along the way, would you? That would be dreadful. Zhongli, I believe we need to make some preparations. Let's head to a tea house for a moment. All right. Indeed, this little one could be deceived 7 times in a day, at the very least. Meanwhile, the Shrek group was still loitering at the city gates. Heavendo City was perilously dangerous. They had only just arrived and had already offended the prince, the 4th prince, and 2 titled Douluos. Flander, should we return to Shrek Academy? Zhao Wujia crossed his arms, a hint of desolation on his resolute face. Having dominated in Soto City for so many years, they had never encountered such a situation. How long had it been? Less than a day, and they had nearly lost their lives twice. Even with the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, such stress was unbearable. Upon hearing this, Flander fell into deep contemplation. Due to Dai Mubai's reckless actions against Avalanche, they were unable to smoothly enroll in the Tiando Royal Academy. His impulsive behavior, akin to courting death, led him to antagonize a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring. Such an entity represents the most terrifying force in the entire Douluo Continent. Fortunately, they possess some connections. Suddenly, Flinders seemed to have an epiphany, as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. Compensation? While he was unsure who would provide such compensation, he could vaguely speculate. It could either be the Haotian Tang Hao or someone affiliated with the Xingluo Empire. Regardless of the source, this compensation would undoubtedly be anything but simple. Yes, teacher, shall we return to Soto City, back to our village, or perhaps to Shrek Academy? The atmosphere here in Tiando City is far too unfriendly, remarked Ma Hongjun, Flinder's direct disciple, who was also exasperated, his heart still trembling from the ordeal. Dean, let us not hesitate any longer. We have been driven out of the Tiando Royal Academy. It is time to return to Shrek Academy, to strengthen it and create new glories that will bring Tiando Royal Academy to its knees. Having witnessed Ma Hongjun's cautionary tale, Oscar dared not mention the name of any formidable beings, choosing instead to refer to the matters concerning the Tiando Royal Academy. After a moment's contemplation, Flinder shook his head, reminding himself of the primary reason for their journey to Tiando City, Lu Erlong. Had it not been for Lu Erlong residing within Tiando City, he would never have ventured there after leaving the Tiando Royal Academy. Suddenly, Flinder's gaze was drawn to an advertisement posted on the city wall. Blue Tyrant Academy is recruiting teachers? Blue Tyrant Academy? ISNT that the institution founded by Lu Erlong? Flinder maintained a facade of indifference, as though he were entirely unaware of the information regarding Blue Tyrant Academy. After some deliberation, the group ultimately heeded Flinder's advice and decided to visit Blue Tyrant Academy. As the sun set and the moon rose, the night became alive with bustling figures. Several major powers had finally received intelligence from Zhongli. What? Twin martial souls. 100,000-year spirit ring, a title Douluo. To possess twin martial souls is one thing, but to be a title Douluo of such caliber, coupled with a 100,000-year spirit ring, what a terrifying powerhouse. Qinghe, you say this formidable being is a guest of your household? Such a fearsome presence has become a guest of the Crown Prince's residence. Reporting to Father, Mr. Zhongli is not only immensely powerful, but also a prodigy who has emerged once in a millennium. It is a privilege for me to have encountered Mr. Zhongli today and invite him as a guest in my household. Shui, I twitched. He could not fathom how Shui Qinghe had managed to recruit Zhongli. Could such an existence be swayed by wealth or status? If that were the case, then the Tiando Empire would not be limited to having the weakest title de law, Douluo, as such a guest. Douluo, should I take my leave then? If it were a force from another faction? No, that is impossible. How could any other faction send such a terrifying being to infiltrate? Chapter 14. Shopping and listening to music. Is this what a righteous person ought to do? Strangely enough, the Spirit Hall has even dispatched their own holy maiden, the kind with innate spirit power at level 20. And here she stands right before Shui. Qinghe, what do you think of Mr. Zhongli's personality? Many powerful beings possess rather peculiar temperaments. Douluo is reclusive, disliking noise, and prefers solitude. Other than that, there is nothing much to say. Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghe fell into deep thought, her eyes twitching involuntarily. Inviting someone to a meal and forgetting to bring money? Regarding Mr. Zhongli's character, in my humble opinion, he is quite talkative, well-versed in astronomy and geography, whether it pertains to soul masters, soul beasts, civilian life, or military affairs. Mr. Zhongli always offers unique insights. This was the very reason I sought to recruit him initially. At that time, I had no inkling that Mr. Zhongli was actually a title de law. This matter, Shui could have clarified with a bit of investigation. Shui Qinghe had no intentions of concealing anything. The absence of concealment was preferable. Had she tried to hide it, this old fellow might have overthought, which would be detrimental to her future endeavors. Moreover, she had not yet revealed her identity. Speaking honestly would instead earn her trust from Shui. Shui nodded, the shadow in his eyes dissipating. In truth, prior to Shui Qinghe's arrival, he had already discerned the entire sequence of events. He was even aware that Douluo had gifted Zhongli a lavish mansion. Douluo and Shui Qing, along with Avalanche, were closely associated. He would never introduce such talent to Shui Qinghe. Furthermore, such a prodigy, proclaim my royal edict. Bestow upon the Crown Prince's residence 1 million gold soul coins, 10 chests of jewels, and, by the way, Qinghe, does this lord have a preference for the fair sex? Shui Qinghe was taken aback, her mouth twitching. How was she to know whether Zhongli favored women? After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head, replying, reporting to Father, I am unaware. She genuinely did not know. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes brightened. During their meals, she had not hesitated to extract information from the naive little Paimon, and she possessed some understanding of Zhongli's preferences. Just as Shui was about to chide Xue Qinghe for her lack of diligence in conversing with male powerhouses, she spoke up once more. Father, I learned from Mr. Zhongli regarding his martial soul that he enjoys collecting antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, as well as shopping, listening to music, and drinking tea. To be honest, upon discovering Zhongli's interests, Xue Qinghe began to think that Paimon had not been mistaken. Zhongli truly resembled a street wanderer. Which powerhouse does not labor diligently to cultivate in pursuit of breaking through to higher realms? The offerings in the worship hall are formidable, right? At the very least, one must attain level 96 to enter the worship hall. Yet, what do these individuals do? Do they not spend their days in seclusion, striving to cultivate, shopping, and listening to music? Is this what a righteous person ought to do? Shui fell silent, his mind buzzing. From the intelligence gathered, it appeared that since Zhongli and his martial soul arrived in Tiando City, their daily activities indeed revolved around these leisurely pursuits. It seems that the intelligence was accurate. Antiques. The Tiando Empire has a history spanning thousands of years. There's so many antiques that they could fill a warehouse. Among them, the most valuable artifact has caught the eye of even the lord of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who has repeatedly sought exchanges. Shui was not a fool. The relationship between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando Empire had reached a stalemate, with no room for further advancement. Regardless of whether an exchange occurred, the relationship remained unchanged. This would be a waste in terms of resource utilization. If these resources could be exchanged for more formidable assets, that would be a rational utilization. The art of governance is precisely this. Qinghe, I trust you will excel in the art of treating the talented with respect. However, to secure such a powerhouse for the Empire's cause, you must strive harder. Present the national treasure, the vast sea and sky cover, to Mr. Zhongli. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe trembled all over. Was Shui mad? That was something Ning Fengji had requested multiple times, yet Shui had never relented. A being with twin martial souls and a 100,000-year spirit ring is indeed worth it. Qinghe, there remains a long journey ahead of you. Father, I understand. Shui was imparting wisdom to her. Although she did not require Shui's guidance, his words were not without merit. The path she must traverse was indeed lengthy. Fortunately, she was the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, not the genuine Xue Qinghe. Should Zhongli be swayed by Shui using such heartfelt means, the Spirit Hall and the Spirit Empire would be in peril. Perhaps it would mirror the scenario from her dreams. No, absolutely not. If that were not merely a dream, but a second chance, she would never allow such a thing to transpire. Never. On a snowy night, you calculated every possible outcome, yet failed to anticipate that I am not Xue Qinghe. A subtle smile graced Xue Qinghe's lips, her gaze unwaveringly resolute. Whatever means necessary. She was determined to bind Zhongli to her side, nay, to her cause. In the city of Tiando, within the Hall of Spirits, the expression of the Platinum Bishop Salus, the head of the hall, was darkened by clouds of concern. He had been aware of the events unfolding at the city gates for several hours. Silence had enveloped him for just as long. A formidable adversary. Should this individual bestow a soul ring upon the second spirit, it would herald an unprecedented threat. For the sake of the hall, Salus was deeply troubled. Though his personal conduct was less than exemplary, his loyalty to the Hall of Spirits was unwavering. Indeed, his life had been devoted to its service. Such a powerful being could not be easily vanquished. A title Douluo intent on escape, with a mere couple of title Douluo at his side, could hardly hope to subdue the opponent. Moreover, this formidable figure might not even choose to flee. What if they found themselves unable to match their strength against him? Let's not forget Tang Hao. This individual too possessed a soul ring of 100,000 years. Wait a moment, the lady. An epiphany struck Salus, illuminating his previously grim visage with a sudden joy. As a high-ranking member of the Hall of Spirits, and someone privy to the identity of Qian Renxue, he realized that he had been too frightened by Zhongli's terrifying prowess to remember this detail. Zhongli was a guest of the prince's residence, which made him akin to a guest of the lady herself. After fretting for so long, could it be that he was one of their own? Should I not approach His Highness? If I do not, will Shui suspect that His Highness is affiliated with the Hall of Spirits? If I do approach such significant matters, if I feign ignorance, would I not be deaf to the alarm and invite further suspicion? I must not only go, but do so with the utmost transparency. I shall extend an invitation to His Highness. The Hall of Spirits has no need to explain its actions to others. Haha. Chapter 15. A time of peace no longer needing Morix. In Tiando City, at the residence of Zhongli, after enjoying a performance, Zhongli and Paimon returned to their abode. Although Zhongli served as a guest of the prince's residence, he declined Shui Qinghe's suggestion of cohabitation. Paimon floated ahead, frequently glancing back to ensure Zhongli was keeping pace. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes gleamed as she addressed Zhongli. Zhongli, how much of your former strength do you still possess? You must know that Morix is preparing to venture beyond the dark seas due to the wear and tear he has endured. Such wear could significantly diminish the power of a deity. I am quite worried that your strength may also suffer a considerable decline. Zhongli replied, the wear is Morix's concern. What does it have to do with me, Zhongli? Upon hearing this, Zhongli paused, lost in reflection. The heavens and earth in motion, mountains and seas transforming. Desolate lands giving birth to stars, brilliant as the sun. What had become of Ruochuo? If he were not in Teyvat, would the last remnants of his benevolence be eroded away? At this moment, concern was futile. Zhongli shook his head, casting aside such thoughts, and calmly stated, in a time of peace, there is no longer a need for Morix. When the world is free of strife, and the populace lives in harmony, Morix's presence is unnecessary. He need not display his boundless capacity for destruction. After a brief pause, he continued, as long as Liyue, or indeed, all beings, require me, I shall remain the same. The Geo Archon, whether he could ever return to Liyue, was uncertain. With a silent sigh, Zhongli quickly regained his composure. At over 6,000 years of age, his emotions rarely fluctuated, unless it involved those he held dear. You mean to say that you have always been at your peak? Paimon exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, her speech slightly stammering. This revelation truly shocked her. Hearing this, Zhongli merely shook his head with a smile, offering no direct answer. You should rest early. Tomorrow, many guests are expected. The small display of strength I revealed today is but a mere fraction, a scant portion of my true power. Yet for the people of Douluo Continent, it would be considered immense. Under such circumstances, it is inconceivable that no one would come to pay their respects. Oh, Paimon gasped. Having been by Zhongli's side without leaving his side, she was oblivious to the impending visitors. Zhongli, when did you invite someone over? Perhaps it is the prince, Shui Qinghe? Not certain, but she will likely be among them. Zhongli entered the residence, and Paimon, momentarily taken aback, wondered if there was something that had gone unspoken. Curse this enigmatic man. Paimon recalled her earlier question about whether Zhongli had always been in his prime. Zhongli, wait for me. As the sun rose and set, ushering in a new day and a new cycle, Paimon exclaimed, Zhongli, are we not having breakfast today? Spotting Zhongli preparing tea, her little head was filled with large questions. With a silent sigh, Zhongli waved his hand, and an exquisitely crafted platter appeared, adorned with several mouth-watering soup dumplings. At that moment, the dumplings appeared cool to the eye, devoid of steam, yet they were freshly made, a feat only a true master could achieve. They were the renowned soup dumplings from Widow Li's home in the southern part of the city, their flavor commendable. Such a compliment from you, Zhongli, surely denotes exquisite cuisine. Paimon exclaimed, gratefully rubbing her hands together, eager to dig in. Just as she was about to reach for the dumplings, Zhongli offered her a pair of chopsticks and a spoon. Chopsticks, Paimon understood, but a spoon for dumplings? Bewildered, she accepted them nonetheless. Allow me to demonstrate the proper way to enjoy them, Zhongli said, as he deftly picked up a dumpling with the chopsticks and placed it on the spoon. He then bit into the dumpling's skin, his movements exuding elegance that left Paimon in awe. So this is how it is done? Remarkable. Wait a moment. Was Zhongli merely demonstrating this because he wished to enjoy another for himself? Since he had purchased the dumplings, it would be perfectly acceptable for him to have another, wouldn't it? As Paimon savored her breakfast, still pondering why the dumplings contained soup, the door of Zhongli's residence suddenly rang out. This abode housed only Zhongli and Paimon, devoid of servants. Its previous owner had been reclusive and similarly had no attendants. Oh, someone truly has arrived? Paimon gasped, her eyes wide as she turned toward Zhongli, who remained composed, as if he had discovered a new continent. The Geo God, with the ability to foresee and calculate? That should not be, for if he possessed such a skill, he would have a few night spirits. Paimon refrained from voicing this thought, even with her lack of social grace. She understood that it was a pain Zhongli had carried throughout his life. Allow me to greet them, she offered. You, however, given her stature, she was hardly fit for such a task. You stay here and rest. I shall return shortly. No, Paimon shook her head vigorously. As a professional mouthpiece of the gods, how could she rest here? I will accompany you. Very well, Zhongli agreed without further thought. The visitors were two individuals, one of whom possessed a remarkably fierce aura. ranking among the strongest Zhongli had encountered since arriving in the Douluo Continent. Ultimately, they were merely human. Their strength was commendable within this realm. As for the other individual, although his presence was indeed more formidable than that of many, his frail appearance rendered any assessment rather challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongli surmised the identity of the visitor. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged man adorned with a gentle smile, exuding an air of cultured elegance, reminiscent of an erudite scholar. Behind him stood an elder with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, his long white hair cascading over his shoulders, emanating a faint aura of martial intent. "Mr. Zhongli, I am Ning Fengji, the Sectmaster of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I hope you do not mind my uninvited visit." Ning Fengji spoke with utmost courtesy. Given his status, even without the strength of a title de law, he was capable of establishing camaraderie with those of that rank. After all, as the leader of one of the top 3 sects, even a typical title de law would hesitate to overstep, invariably addressing him as Sect Master Ning. Standing behind Ning Fengji was Chun Xin, who nodded politely at both Zhongli and Paimon, a mere gesture of courtesy. This exchange was nothing more than a nodding acquaintance. Soon after, Chun Xin uttered 2 words, his name. Chun Xin, a wielder of the 7-killing sword martial soul, was a rank 96 Super Daw and one of the esteemed elders of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The position of Supreme Elder was established to distinguish the most significant guardians of the sect from ordinary elders. Without the title of Supreme Elder, figures like Chun Xin and Gu Rong would be relegated to the same rank as some Soul Do or even certain direct line Soul Saints. Such a notion would be an affront to titled Douluos. The Supreme Elder status was equivalent to that of the Sect Master. However, the ultimate decision-making power remained with the Sect Master. This represented the final bastion of authority within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Alas, they lacked combat prowess and were relegated to supporting others, relying on others to survive in the harsh realm of Douluo Continent. Once the introductions were complete, the roles of offense and defense shifted. Paimon, without hesitation, flew to Zhongli's side and politely addressed, "Greetings, Sect Master Ning." "Hello, dashing Elder Chun Xin. I am Paimon from the Paimon family." Such a manner of greeting was second nature to her. What an intriguing little creature, Ning Fengji and Chun Xin mused inwardly. Paimon's extraordinary martial soul was a first for them. It was not recorded in any ancient texts within their sect. This implied that prior to encountering Paimon, they had neither seen nor even heard of such a martial soul. Should this little one acquire 9 soul rings of over 50,000 years, her power could potentially be earth-shattering. Zhongli had yet to bestow upon her a soul ring, which could be attributed to 2 reasons. Either he had not yet determined the path Paimon should take, or he had not found a suitable soul ring. The possession of a 100,000-year soul ring could render one dismissive of those below that age. Once he identified an appropriate 100,000-year soul beast, he would act. The distinction between a 100,000-year soul ring and those beneath it represented 2 entirely different concepts. Suddenly, Paimon seemed to recollect something and spoke up. "Zhongli mentioned last night that today would bring esteemed guests. Could it be you?" Paimon had not forgotten this, as Zhongli had reiterated it during breakfast. However, she realized she had not encountered these 2 distinguished visitors before. Could it be that Zhongli had secretly left while she was asleep to meet them? This could explain why Zhongli appeared to possess so much more knowledge than her, as if he had returned home after a journey. Chun Xin, Ning Fengji, and Zhongli exchanged glances. The astonishment coursed through them. This individual had anticipated their arrival. If this were true, it was indeed quite alarming. Was it possible that the guests Zhongli referred to were not limited to just these 2? What a secretive little fellow, Zhongli thought to himself, maintaining a facade of calm. His anticipation of Ning Fengji's visit had included them, though he was uncertain of their timing. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was situated near Heaven-Do City. It would be challenging for them to remain oblivious to events occurring at the city gates. Faced with the sudden appearance of a title de law, and considering their position as the second strongest sect in the world, how could they not investigate? After all, there was a possibility of recruitment. Or perhaps Ning Fengji and his companions perceived him as a potential threat. "If there are no other visitors, then it must be us," Ning Fengji stated with a smile, exuding confidence. "Esteemed guests, as the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and with Chun Xin as a rank 96 Super Daw, they were indeed worthy of that title. If they were not deserving of such distinction, who in the world could claim it?" Ning Fengji's smile was reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze, evidently a practice display. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he could hardly be considered a soft-hearted individual. It was no wonder Zhongli had prepared an extra couple of cups of tea. Paimon murmured before continuing, "Please, esteemed guests." Gumin, Ning Fengji, and Qinshin hesitated slightly, noticing that Zhongli had remained silent throughout, allowing his martial soul to convey his words. Under normal circumstances, one's martial soul, representing oneself, would pose no issue. However, Zhongli's situation was rather peculiar. Should they heed Paimon or the silent Zhongli? Seemingly sensing Ning Fengji and Qinshin's thoughts, Zhongli clasped his hands politely and said, "Sect Master Ning, Sword Douluo, please enter." "Thank you." Ning Fengji and Qinshin quickly replied after exchanging a glance. "Moments latte." They were seated. Upon noticing the teacups before Zhongli, Ning Fengji and Qinshin finally believed Paimon's words. He had indeed been well prepared. "Please," Zhongli said, pushing 2 teacups toward Ning Fengji and Qinshin. The tea culture on the Douluo Continent was still in a developmental phase, and even Ning Fengji and Qinshin were unfamiliar with many intricacies. As Zhongli deftly performed the art of tea making, they were captivated, only to realize he had already completed the preparation. "Thank you." Although they expressed their gratitude, they did not drink immediately. It was obvious they were concerned about the possibility of poison in the tea. Observing their hesitation, Zhongli said nothing further, instead beginning to savor the tea himself. "Sect Master Ning, Elder Qinshin, why aren't you drinking tea?" Paimon inquired, her curiosity piqued. The tea Zhongli brewed was not something just anyone could experience. Although she was not fond of tea, Zhongli's preparation offered a unique flavor that made it a delightful occasional choice. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and Qinshin felt somewhat awkward. Directly addressing such matters was rather inappropriate. Yet, Paimon's adorable demeanor made it impossible to feel any resentment. Observing her astute gaze and puzzled expression, Ning Fengji deliberated for a moment before being the first to lift his teacup, mimicking Zhongli's actions to savor the tea. While he possessed his own methods of tea appreciation, they paled in comparison to Zhongli's refined technique. After just a sip, Ning Fengji's eyes brightened. This tea, though it appeared ordinary at first glance, transformed into something rather exceptional through Zhongli's artisanal touch, enhancing its inherent fragrance. "Not only is your strength formidable, but your mastery of the tea art is nearly divine," Ning Fengji exclaimed, reluctantly setting down his cup, genuinely praising the craft. As the sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, he understood the importance of preserving the sect's dignity. Even if he adored the tea, when the moment to set it down arrived, one must do so. Chapter 17. The methods of making friends in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. After a brief moment, Ning Fengji felt no discomfort, and he exchanged a glance with Qinshin, nodding slightly. The tea was merely ordinary, devoid of any additives. If Zhongli harbored ill intentions, he would unlikely tamper with the tea. Yet, as the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, one must remain vigilant. Why not allow Qinshin to test it? If Ning Fengji were to probe and encounter trouble, with Qinshin present, they could still escape together. Conversely, should Qinshin face issues during the trial, their safe departure would be uncertain. This reasoning elucidated why Ning Fengji undertook the testing himself. Their subtle movements could hardly escape the notice of the venerable elder present, who had lived for over 6 millennia. His heart was as tranquil as still water, devoid of any dissatisfaction or discomfort. After all, it was their first meeting. A measure of caution was indeed warranted. Among those present, aside from the naive Paimon, everyone else was as perceptive as a polished mirror. Following a round of cautious exploration, they preliminarily dismissed the possibility of hostility. Since they were not foes, perhaps they could become friends. Regarding the art of friendship, both the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and Ning Fengji possessed their own methods. No, it was sincerity, a humble offering, a small token of regard. After uttering these words, Ning Fengji retrieved 2 ancient boxes, a large one and a small one, from his storage soul guide. Placing them upon the table, he pushed them towards Zhongli and Paimon respectively. "Please accept these gifts, Your Excellency Zhongli and dear Paimon," he said, a confident smile gracing his face. Over the course of the night, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had thoroughly investigated Zhongli and Paimon's activities in Heavendo City over the past fortnight. After reviewing the materials, Ning Fengji, Qinshin, and Gu Rong exchanged bewildered glances. This could not possibly be the dossier of a peerless powerhouse, could it? Had they mistakenly acquired the profile of a dissolute playboy or a retired nobleman? After verifying the documents thrice, the trio felt utterly perplexed. This titled Douluo, with a twin martial soul, truly possessed a distinctive personality. As a powerhouse of the Douluo rank, what was wrong with having a bit of character? The 3 of them expressed their understanding. Upon first encountering Zhongli, Even a seasoned individual like Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback. His appearance and the air of authority he exuded left him in awe. The regal aura of the snowy Night Emperor was formidable, indeed. Yet it paled in comparison to the presence emitted by Zhongli. A conservative estimation would place it at a mere tenth. Ning Fengji was exceedingly confident in the gifts he had presented. For a being of Zhongli's caliber, these items might lack practical utility. However, their intrinsic value was immeasurable, and acquiring such pieces was no simple feat, whether as collectibles or as gifts to be passed down through generations. They were undoubtedly remarkable treasures. Wow, another gift. Thank you. Thank you, Master Ning, Paimon exclaimed with delight, blissfully unaware of the significance of this gesture. She was simply elated by the joy of receiving. Having received compensation the previous day, along with a storage soul guide from the Crown Prince, today's gift further elevated her spirits. As for the items received yesterday, Zhongli did not bring them up, and Paimon had stowed them away without knowing their contents. Observing her excitement, Zhongli shook his head, recognizing the childlike innocence in her. With such a disposition, she would undoubtedly thrive in any fantastical realm. Sensing the box before her, Paimon noted it bore a resemblance to the compensation from Tang Hao, possessing a soul power isolation effect. The contents likely dated back a few years, perhaps even older than her. Naturally, given how easily Ning Fengji had yielded them, they were unlikely to be of much greater age. They seemed to fall into the category of items that were tasteless yet regrettable to discard. In the realm of gifting, what Ning Fengji presented was indeed quite precious. Both the 7 treasures glazed tile school, as the givers, and Zhongli, as the recipient, held their dignity intact. Despite the items lacking practicality, Zhongli had a penchant for collecting antiquities, and since Ning Fengji had offered them sincerely, he graciously accepted. Master Ning, your thoughtfulness is appreciated, Zhongli said, not elaborating further, instead pushing the boxes towards Paimon. Having experienced a few instances, Paimon understood Zhongli's intention and quickly claimed both boxes. With Zhongli accepting such a substantial gift, Ning Fengji exchanged another glance with Qian, his joy unmasked. Accepting such a significant token represented a deepening of their friendship, a fortuitous development for the somewhat transitional 7 treasures glazed tile school. It's wonderful that Your Excellency Zhongli is pleased. This can also be seen as an apology for my daughter's earlier remarks, Ning Fengji added. Hearing this, Zhongli tilted his head slightly, appraising Ning Fengji. Are we getting straight to the point this quickly? That is quite beneficial, as it saves us considerable time. That girl named Rong shares a similar aura with you, Master Ning, he continued. Indeed, she is my daughter. Alas, I must lament my failure to guide her properly over the years. The fault lies with me. Ning Fengji, too, wished to mentor Ning Rong, yet he found himself powerless. Qian and Gu Rong treated her like a treasured gem. Voicing any concerns had proven futile. In that moment, Ning Fengji cast a mournful glance at Qian. Filled with unspoken grievances, Qian felt guilty, looking away to avoid Ning Fengji's gaze. The transformation of Ning Rong into a little imp was a shared responsibility for both him and Gu Rong. Yet, did Ning Fengji bear no responsibility at all? Had he not indulged her as well? Fortunately, Ning Rong merely exhibited a bit of a spoiled temperament, distinguishing her from genuine wastrels, which allowed Ning Fengji to breathe a sigh of relief. The young girl was innocent and vibrant, possessing a strong sense of loyalty and righteousness. Zhongli praised her without reservation. And after a span of 5 minutes, he finally ceased, leaving Paimon, Ning Fengji, and Qian in a state of bewilderment. He had recounted his observations without repetition, demonstrating the breadth of Zhongli's knowledge, prompting Ning Fengji and Qian to question whether Ning Rong truly was as remarkable as he had described. Zhongli declared that praising another's daughter while having accepted gifts was hardly an extraordinary feat. The truth behind his words remained uncertain. As far as Zhongli knew, when her sword shattered, Ning Rong, the young lady, had not shed a single tear, despite it being the 2 grandfathers who cherished her most. Yet, when Tang San fell, she wept inconsolably. One could say there was a sense of misplaced grief involved. As the deity of Liyue, Zhongli maintained a sound perspective. His silence did not equate to approval. Chapter 18. Zhongli has recently been coughing. He must be ill. After a pause, Ning Fengji regained his composure and hastily waved his hand, saying, Your Excellency, Zhongli jests. Rong is still but a child at heart. I'm deeply grateful that you do not hold her transgressions against her. Rising, he bowed deeply to Zhongli. His gratitude was genuine, yet the act itself stemmed not solely from appreciation. Such a display of humility would undoubtedly move any ordinary individual. Zhongli raised his teacup, savoring a sip before setting it down. With a subtle motion of his right hand, he assisted Ning Fengji back to his feet. This gesture caused Qinxin's complexion to pale. To the untrained eye, it might seem merely a spectacle, but to one versed in the nuances of soul power, it was evident that the energy fluctuations accompanying Zhongli's action were far more substantial than they appeared. Such ease suggested that Zhongli's soul power level likely surpassed his own. Whether he was at rank 97 or 98 remained uncertain. Wait, as if struck by a sudden realization, Qinxin cast a glance at Paimon, then turned his gaze to Zhongli. His pupils constricted, and he stood frozen in place. Enlightenment dawned upon him. No wonder Zhongli had yet to bestow any soul rings upon his second martial soul. His intentions were far from merely achieving the status of an invincible title Douluo. Typically, a soul master with twin martial souls would add soul rings to their second martial soul after reaching level 90. Powerful soul rings could aid the soul master in swiftly breaking through to realms unattainable even by many title Douluo. From level 91 onwards, absorbing 9 soul rings of 50,000 years or more could elevate one soul power to levels surpassing 95 and potentially reaching 97 or even 98. As of now, no one had succeeded. He was unaware, yet such a theory was feasible. However, Zhongli's situation was distinct. His soul power level likely hovered around 97. With such a high level of soul power and no soul rings attached to his second martial soul, what was he preparing for? 99? No. His true aim was likely to shatter the ancient curse that had plagued Douluo Continent for millennia, preventing anyone from ascending to godhood. Once he reached level 99 and found himself unable to advance further, his second martial soul would become his final beacon of hope. If 9 soul rings of 50,000 years were insufficient, what about 9 soul rings of 100,000 years? Could they potentially break the limits and propel him from 99 to 100? At this thought, Qinxin's pupils constricted further, his expression growing grave. A god. His ambition was to attain divinity. Ning Fengji had not reached the enlightenment that Qinxin possessed, despite his extensive experiences. He was not as open-minded regarding cultivation matters and had never considered this possibility. Lord Ning, he said, maintaining a respectful distance. Simply refer to me as Zhongli, Zhongli replied, his amber eyes briefly meeting Qinxin's. That fleeting glance sent a chill down Qinxin's spine, as if he were being scrutinized by some terrifying entity. Zhongli naturally sensed Qinxin's probing gaze. This fleeting glance served as a warning. Since his title Douluo status had been revealed, it was prudent to utilize this power wisely. Failing to do so would only lead others to perceive him as weak and inviting trouble. A warning to Qinxin could save him much hassle. Ah, Mr. Zhongli is quite correct. Please refrain from addressing me as Lord Ning. Ning Fengji replied. I am unaware of your age and dare not presume too much. If you so wish, you may call me Ning Laodi or Fengji. Building rapport was indeed Ning Fengji's forte. Laodi. Before Zhongli could respond, Paimon looked at Ning Fengji with surprise, then glanced at the elder Zhongli. Zhongli had already surpassed 6,000 years of age, older than the combined lineage of Ning Fengji's ancestors. Thankfully, he did not overreach by suggesting that Zhongli simply call him older brother. Such an address was not to be taken lightly. Paimon's exclamation left both Ning Fengji and Qinxin momentarily stunned. What was inappropriate about calling someone Laodi? As the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, was he not an older brother wherever he went? To win Zhongli over, he had lowered his status to encourage Zhongli to call him Laodi. What could be wrong with that? Ning Fengji was a man of great wit, and Paimon's half-formed thoughts sparked his curiosity. Laodi? Is this the reason for Paimon's outburst? Does she believe herself unworthy of being Zhongli's Laodi? She had glanced at Zhongli earlier. Perhaps this was indeed her thought. Title Douluos possessed the ability to rejuvenate. Although Zhongli appeared youthful, his age likely far exceeded that of Ning Fengji. Calling him Laodi would indeed be an overreach on Ning Fengji's part. Such rejuvenation abilities were typically employed by female powerhouses. They utilized soul power to maintain their beauty, a necessity for sustaining their most exquisite years. Male powerhouses, on the other hand, seldom resorted to such abilities. Why squander soul power when idle? Lord Ning, how old are you this year? 55, Ning Fengji replied without hesitation. His age was no secret. If the little one wished to know, he would simply tell her. Only 55? Paimon exclaimed instinctively, causing both Ning Fengji and Qinxin to blink in surprise. They were not foolish. They quickly grasped the implications of Paimon's words. In her view, travelers were at least 500 or 600 years old. She had been sealed away for 500 years. Zhongli, as the longest living among the 7 gods of Teyvat, was over 6,000 years old. The establishment of Liyue occurred over 3,700 years ago. As for Paimon, how old was she again? Cough, cough. Zhongli's cough drew Paimon's attention, interrupting her train of thought and causing her previous musings to vanish. Zhongli, are you all right? Lord Ning, do you know if there are any doctors in Tiando City? Paimon inquired. Zhongli has been coughing often recently. He must be ill and needs a doctor to examine him. Ning Fengji and Qinxin fell silent. Perhaps only this little one was unaware of the reason behind Zhongli's cough. Coughing often? It seems this little one frequently speaks out of turn. There are doctors available. Even a royal physician from the palace could be summoned for Mr. Zhongli, Ning Fengji replied. No need. With my constitution, I shall recover in a few days. I appreciate your kindness, Ning Laudi. The four exchanged glances and nodded. What are you all communicating silently about? Nothing, merely remembering our guest from afar. Far. Chapter 19. The bill hangs over the 7-treasure glazed tile school if memory serves. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is not far from Tiando City. 4 low-ranking soul masters, it would take merely an hour's journey. If Qinxin were to fly on his sword, he could arrive in mere minutes. Far. That hardly seems applicable. Zhongli, you don't mean to treat me like a child, do you? Paimon exclaimed, hands on her hips, her face flushed with indignation. Her delicate voice, however, lacked the tone of genuine anger. Instead, it resembled a playful pout. After a brief appraisal of Paimon, Zhongli mused that her age was unclear. Is she not a child? Curse him, that vexing riddle master. Paimon stamped her foot, a signature move of hers. I'm angry now. She crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at Zhongli. Sigh. With a silent exhalation, Zhongli waved his hand and produced some snacks from seemingly nowhere, placing them on the table. Do not think that by presenting me with treats, I shall forgive you. I am not like that individual from Inazuma. Finish up and head to the 7-treasure hotel, Zhongli stated calmly, his demeanor unruffled. All right, Zhongli, you are the best. Ning Fengji and Qinxin exchanged glances, both surprised by how easily she was appeased. Please excuse my companions. Paimon speaks her mind without reservation. No. Ning Fengji quickly waved his hand, saying, Paimon possesses a heart of gold. Truly, you are remarkable. Indeed, you also see Paimon as adorably naive. Inazuma? 7-treasure hotel? I may not know where Inazuma is, but the 7-treasure hotel is my own establishment. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck Ning Fengji. He discreetly retrieved a token from his storage soul guide. The token bore the characters for 7-treasure on one side, with an emblem of the 7-treasure glazed tile school on the reverse. Mr. Zhongli. The 7-treasure glazed tile school's enterprises span the entirety of Douluo Continent, encompassing all walks of life. With this token, one may charge expenses at any store affiliated with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Certainly, sir, there is no need for you to concern yourself with the subsequent procedures. I shall assign a dedicated individual to manage them. Ning Fengji did not mention anything about waiving the charges. Rather, he spoke of credit. He needs to ensure that Zhongli understands the value of those items. While a direct waiver may not be his intention, credit serves a different purpose. Before arriving, they had ascertained that Zhongli was merely a guest elder of the Crown Prince's residence, capable of severing ties and establishing his own path or aligning with other forces at any moment. Similarly, Dugu Bo finds himself in a comparable situation. Although he serves as a guest elder of the Tiando royal family, he could depart without consequence, and even the Snow Knight Emperor would hesitate to challenge him. This guest elder status was secured by Xuexing for the Tiando royal family. Given Zhongli's intention to forge a friendship with the 7-treasures glazed tile school, it is only prudent to capitalize on this momentum to solidify their bond. Zhongli, accept this token. It is shared only between me and that fellow Gu. At this moment, Qinxin interjected. Apart from Ning Fengji, the issuer of the token, only 2 supreme elders possess it. What does this signify? It is self-evident. This scene feels eerily familiar. With Hu Shui, Hu Tao, Qian Renxue preceding and De Fengji, Dvalin, Ning Fengji following. How curious it is that wherever Zhongli goes, someone is always there to cover his expenses. When I am with the traveler, I toil endlessly yet earn but a meager samamora. But wait, isn't that the essence of travel? How could I entertain such defeatist thoughts? Paimon found herself lost in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, Zhongli accepted the token. The 3 exchanged pleasantries before Ning Fengji and Qinxin left Zhongli's estate with smiles gracing their faces. Stability achieved. Their friendship is now firmly established. In the current climate, having a powerful ally opens new avenues, especially with someone of Zhongli's caliber. it is certainly a worthwhile endeavor. Though it may appear as if he has dispensed a great deal, akin to a prodigal, his true aim is to cultivate this fragile friendship. Upon returning to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Qianxin's expression turned grave. "Sir Uncle, what is the matter?" "Ning feng ti inquiret, somedhat perplecet." "Shouldn't today be a day of a celebration?" "Indeed, swordman, what is the situation? Is it possible that negotiations fell through?" Gu Rong also chimed in at this juncture. "No, they were successful," Qianxin replied, shaking his head. "However, Zhongli's objectives and strength impart an unprecedented pressure upon me." "Objectives? Strength?" "I can vaguely discern that Zhongli's soul power level likely surpasses my own, hovering around level 97, if my perception is accurate," Qianxin stated solemnly, considering Paymon's reaction. "Zhongli must not be particularly young. It seems quite reasonable. With such prowess, he certainly cannot be youthful." "What? Level 97? Gu Rong's countenance shifted dramatically, becoming decidedly serious. Only upon reaching level 95 does one truly comprehend the disparities among super Douluos. The distinction between levels 95 and 96 represents nearly a 40 difference in soul power, while the gap between levels 96 and 97 escalates to an astonishing 50. In essence, a fearsome existence at level 97 possesses nearly double the total soul power of a tidal Douluo at level 95. Without Ning Fengji's assistance, Zhongli alone could easily handle both of them as if it were child's play. This illustrates the chasm that emerges after level 95. Ning Fengji's expression mirrored Gu Rong's. He had anticipated Zhongli's strength to range between levels 93 and 95, never suspecting that his soul power would exceed even Qianxin's. Amidst his amazement, Ning Fengji felt a twinge of relief that he had not chosen to oppose Zhongli. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Observing that Ning Fengji and Gu Rong were merely astonished by Zhongli's strength and had failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, Qianxin's eyelid twitched. He had yet to add a soul ring to his second martial soul, planning to do so only after reaching level 99. Do you think he might become the first individual in millennia to break through to that realm? Upon uttering this, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong jolted in shock. That realm? The realm beyond level 99? With a second martial soul and 9 soul rings, it may indeed be possible. They gulped, lost in thought as they weighed the pros and cons. Zhongli is no mere youth to be trifled with, given his current strength in a one-on-one scenario. Neither Qianxin nor Gu Rong would likely stand a chance. Such a formidable powerhouse is someone the Seven Treasures glazed tile school cannot afford to offend. Ultimately, the three arrived at a consensus. It is best to foster goodwill rather than enmity. This conclusion is entirely rational. Even if they were to confront him together, defeating Zhongli would prove exceedingly difficult. Attempting to eliminate him would be nearly impossible, as pursuing a fleeing tidal Douluo who is determined to escape is an arduous task. Moreover, facing a tidal Douluo even stronger than themselves is akin to courting disaster. Chapter 20. This journey may incur risks. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The Zhongli estate saw 2 batches of visitors come and go in just one morning. After Ning Fengji departed, it was not long before Salas arrived. Buoyant at first, but leaving with a darkened expression. No one could fathom that from the moment he entered Zhongli's estate, he treated Zhongli with utmost respect. And the two engaged in pleasant conversation. Salas even presented some rare treasures. Yet, upon leaving, his glum demeanor was indicative of his true purpose for visiting Zhongli. At that moment, countless pairs of eyes were fixated on the entrance of Zhongli's estate. Salas's lips curved into a slight smile, secretly thinking, steady. The majority of their conversation had revolved around mundane matters. He refrained from probing into matters that were better left unasked. Once Salas departed, Xueqinghe arrived as scheduled. Upon stepping into Zhongli's estate, she quickly grasped the prior circumstances. She had not anticipated that Ning Fengji would be the first to falter and visit. Clearly, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school is in dire need of combat prowess, caught between the old and the new. Otherwise, they would have likely opted to observe for a while longer. As for Salas, Xueqinghe mentally applauded him. This old fox's acting is truly seamless. He artfully expressed his frustration and dissatisfaction upon leaving Zhongli's estate. Truly, he is a pillar of our spirit hall. Xueqinghe was quite aware of Zhongli's disposition. Under normal circumstances, he would not engage in hostility. Likewise, she understood Salas well, recognizing him as a deeply cunning individual. There was no way he would offend a powerhouse like Zhongli during their first encounter. Zhongli had no reason to slight an ordinary Salas upon their initial meeting. Hence, Salas was merely acting. What she understood did not necessarily mean others would. Qinghe, upon Xueqinghe's arrival, Paimon swiftly flew to her side, greeting her with a smile. She is the very first person from another world to present her with a gift. Hello, have you had lunch yet? Paimon, hello. Xue Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement, breaking free from her reverie. Not yet. I suppose you haven't eaten either? No, Zhongli and I plan to go to the Seven Treasures Hotel from yesterday. Would you like to join us, Qinghe? At the mention of the Seven Treasures Hotel, Xue Qinghe's eyelid twitched, triggering memories of some unpleasant experiences. This situation felt as if it had transpired just yesterday. Very well, let us go. A black line appeared on Xue Qinghe's forehead as she scrutinized Zhongli and Paimon. Did these two have any money today? Would they not again ask, Qinghe, do you have money? Such irritation, inviting her to a meal only to expect her to pay. Even if she had to foot the bill, they could at least give her a heads up. She certainly did not wish to endure another embarrassing situation like yesterday's. Almost there. We were about to end up washing dishes. Rest assured, Qinghe, we have brought money today. Zhongli patted Xue Qinghe's shoulder, speaking with an earnest expression. The sudden intimacy of the gesture sent a jolt through Xue Qinghe, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. How could he be so bold? Yet, strangely, she felt no discomfort. After a brief moment of surprise, she regained her composure, her face reddening even more. Qinghe, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? Paimon flitted in front of Xue Qinghe, aligning herself with her, placing a small hand upon her forehead. You feel a bit warm. You aren't coming down with a fever, are you? There was a hint of fever, though it was of a different kind. Fine. Let us just eat first, Xue Qinghe replied, shaking her head and speaking in fragmented sentences. Zhongli cast a puzzled glance at her. Was it merely the pat on her shoulder that caused this reaction? It seemed he would have to refrain from such impulsive gestures in the future. He had instinctively seen Xue Qinghe as a junior, and such a gesture was meant to be comforting. Surely, there was nothing inappropriate about it. In no time, Xue Qinghe returned to her usual self, the flush on her cheeks dissipating. She looked at Zhongli, who maintained a respectful distance, feeling somewhat bewildered. Just yesterday, they had been merely a meter apart. Why had that distance now increased to 1.5 meters? Due to this incident, Paimon continued to chatter incessantly, but Xue Qinghe hardly absorbed any of it. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, and she moved a little closer to Zhongli. Mr. Zhongli, in a few days, I might not be in Tiano City. Should you encounter any issues, you can visit my residence and consult Butler Shi. He will assist you. The so-called butler, she was none other than the elder of the spirit hall, Shi Long. Qinghe, do you have something on your mind? Paimon, lacking subtlety, expressed thoughts without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Qinghe replied, I have reached level 40. In a couple of days, I plan to venture into the Sunset Forest to seek a suitable spirit ring. If nothing is found there, I will have to explore the Stardow Forest instead. Level 40? Zhongli turned slightly, glancing at Xue Qinghe. It was likely she had been at level 40 for quite some time, perhaps even a decade or more. The truth was, Xue Qinghe's spirit power was far beyond level 40. She was now at level 60, preparing to acquire her 6th spirit ring. The spirit beast forest was fraught with peril. Was Qinghe truly going alone? Zhongli halted, not looking at Xue Qinghe, and spoke calmly. From her words, the situation was clear. Shi Long would remain at the prince's residence, and those accompanying her were likely from the Blood Moon group. With a title Douluo to protect her, she would likely encounter no significant danger. Coupled with the favor of fate bestowed upon the protagonist, she should remain unharmed until the main character's growth. But what if Qian Renxue were to perish? Who would safeguard the continent? Would it fall upon me? Is retirement so uncomfortable that I must return to work? Xue Qinghe paused, realizing that acquiring a spirit ring would mean she could not have those from the Xue family accompany her. After all, she was not an aspiring soul master. Her martial spirit was not a swan. This hunt for a spirit ring would involve the Blood Moon group providing covert protection. It was not a matter of life and death, merely a trial for her. Mr. Zhongli, I will not be going alone. There will be spirit masters from my residence accompanying me. Xue Qinghe smiled, reassured. She had not anticipated that Zhongli, having just become a guest elder of the prince's residence, would concern himself with her safety. She wondered how he would react upon discovering her true identity. It seemed she ought to find an opportunity to reveal the truth before that day arrived. Zhongli regarded Xue Qinghe with a measured gaze, nodding in acknowledgement. But he said nothing further. Paimon. Chapter 21. Heart of the Sea God in a private room at the Seven Treasure Hotel. The wine flowed freely, and the dishes had been enjoyed. The server cleared the table, bringing forth a pot of tea before quietly exiting the room. Mr. Zhongli, my father learned of your appointment as a guest elder in our residence, and has bestowed upon you 1 million gold soul coins along with 10 chests of jewels. As she spoke, Xue Qinghe retrieved a golden card from her new storage soul guide and placed it on the table. This is a savings card, valid throughout the Douluo Continent. It was indeed peculiar. The Douluo Continent had savings cards and card readers, yet other technologies remained underdeveloped. Most of the soul guides in use today were relics from ancient times, such as the lighting and amplification devices found within the battle arenas. One by one, Xue Qinghe presented the 10 chests of jewels, placing them beside Paimon. What puzzled her is Paimon, though she possessed no storage soul guide, she could somehow handle tangible objects as if she had one. Could it be that this little creature's abilities were related to spatial attributes? If that were the case, Paimon could become quite formidable. Before Zhongli could speak, Paimon rubbed her hands together, eagerly gathering the jewel-filled chests. We're rich, we're rich. Zhongli. From now on we won tea suddenly. Paimon seemed to recall something, her smile freezing. Zhongli's extravagant spending habits implied that this sum of gold soul coins wouldn't last long. The memory of their previous shopping excursions together, where he had been so carefree with his money, left her feeling overwhelmed. Please thank your father for me. Zhongli inclined his head, speaking calmly. Shui, after bestowing such a generous gift, he doesn't even wish to address me as Emperor Shui. Zhongli quietly slipped the storage card into his pocket. At times, one still needed to spend money for breakfast and such. Yet, he wondered if he would forget to bring it. Zhongli truly had no concept of money. Initially, Zhongli believed that Shui's gifts had reached their conclusion, but he was taken aback when Xue Qinghe produced another item. Upon seeing it, he froze in astonishment. Wow, what is this? Paimon darted to Xue Qinghe's side, her large eyes fixated on the object. It radiated a cerulean hue, taking on a diamond shape, seemingly unrefined, as if it had been born of nature itself. As Zhongli stared at it, it appeared to gaze back at him. The two exchanged a silent understanding. Paimon, this is a national treasure of the Tiando Empire, the Hanhai Qian Zhao. It is an ancient soul guide artifact. The Hanhai Qian Zhao could launch attacks and provide defense. The Tiando royal family was aware of its capabilities. However, they were oblivious to its status as a relic of the sea god's legacy. The direct descendants of the Tiando royal family did not possess particularly strong spirit power nor formidable combat skills, which is why this treasure had been left untouched for so long. My father has gifted it to you, Mr. Zhongli. As for the unspoken words that followed, Xue Qinghe refrained from voicing them. In times of peril for the Tiando Empire, may you rescue it. Such words could never escape her lips. Zhongli fell silent. The Hanhai Qian Zhao was crucial to Tang San's journey. Without it, even with a twin martial spirit, he could not attain the Sea God 9 trials. In Poseidon's eyes, the inheritor must earn the recognition of the heart of the Sea God and master it to pass the Sea God 9 trials. Without the heart of the Sea Goddess aid, attempting these trials would be tantamount to courting death. He would never allow his inheritor to meet such a fate. Without the heart of the Sea God, no matter how exceptional one's talent, even if one possessed the potential for divinity, they would only receive the Sea God 8 trials. Zhongli had already secured the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The relevance of acquiring the heart of the Sea God seemed negligible. The Asura would likely guide Tang San to seek other divine positions. After resolving the poisoning issues for Dugubo and Duguyin, the ice and fire yin-yang eye was presented to Zhongli as a reward. As for the art of inner vision, Ah Ping was adept, and how could Zhongli, as the progenitor of the immortals, not know it? Under the astonished gaze of Dugubo, the eye of ice and fire was directly seized by Zhongli and taken away. Qinghe, do you know what this truly is? Instead of immediately storing away the heart of the sea god, Zhongli inquired of Xue Qinghe. It was indeed peculiar, by all accounts. Xue Qinghe was not yet the heir of the god of angels, as she had yet to undergo the divine examination and could only be considered a descendant of the god of angels. Her innate talent was among the best in the entire Doll world. Yet, why did the heart of the sea god not willingly acknowledge her as its master? Was she unworthy? Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, her mind clouded with confusion. This was an item she brought with her, and she was well aware of its significance, having just explained it to Paimon. Zhongli's sudden remark left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Please elucidate, sir, Xue Qinghe said, clasping her hands. This is the legacy of Poseidon, the heart of the sea god. Boom! The moment those words were uttered, Xue Qinghe felt as if struck by lightning. Who was Poseidon? At present, she had little knowledge. However, the title of sea god was monumental. Gaining its recognition would grant her passage to Sea God Island, where she could inherit the legacy of the sea god and become the new deity of the sea. Gasping, Xue Qinghe's expression transformed dramatically as she glanced at the heart of the sea god in her hand. How could the Tiando royal family possess such a treasure? And Zhongli, he actually recognized it. Wait a moment. If Zhongli knew this was the heart of the sea god, why did he not simply take it for himself? Instead of speaking to her, was he not afraid of reclaiming it? This was a chance to ascend to godhood. Suddenly, an odd thought crossed her mind, and her expression became quite peculiar. In her dreams, it was Tang San who became the sea god. Could it be that this should have been Tang San's opportunity? As she pondered the dream, Xue Qinghe subtly glanced at Zhongli. This man, with a mere gesture, had subdued multiple deities, god of angels, god of Asura, and even the sea god, leaving them utterly powerless. It was understandable that he looked down upon the legacy of the sea god and openly stated so. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Qinghe arrived at a decision. It would be better to return the heart of the sea god to Zhongli rather than risk it falling into Tang San's hands for some inexplicable reason in the future, especially since it would serve no purpose in Zhongli's possession. Surely, he would not seek to inherit a legacy weaker than his own. Taking a deep breath, Xue Qinghe finally spoke. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Your current strength has reached the title Douluo realm. With the assistance of the heart of the sea god, you may very well break through to the 100th level and become a deity. Upon hearing this, Zhongli remained silent, while Paimon furrowed her brow and glanced at him. Instinctively responding, Zhongli, doesn't he even want to become a god? It made sense. Zhongli had just feigned death to step down from the divine throne. How could he possibly wish to ascend back so soon? Even in this alternate world, the principle remained unchanged. There are no citizens of Liyue here, no individuals under his protection, nor anything he cherished. To say that Zhongli was merely here for a leisurely sojourn among mortals was not far from the truth. He understood everything yet cared for nothing. Many factions sought to curry favor with Zhongli through sheer force, and while he accepted their overtures, when the moment arose for him to act, he might not necessarily do so. Paimon's understanding of Zhongli was primarily derived from their adventures with the traveler. She knew a few tidbits, albeit only the core secrets, such as his fondness for perfumes, and that he had once played the role of a big sister. Paimon's voice was not loud, yet in the quiet room, it was impossible for Xue Qinghe not to hear. Not wanting to become a god? If it had been anyone else saying that, Xue Qinghe would have mocked them on the spot. Just you bunch of misfits not wanting to become deities because you can't. But this was just anyone. It was the Geo Archon, Zhongli, this being who could suppress several deities with a single hand. Was he truly disinterested in godhood? Xue Qinghe was left in a daze, somewhat at a loss, her mouth slightly agape, torn between words. Shouldn't becoming a god be the goal of every powerful individual? Her grandfather and that woman had both aspired to this. Why? Why would someone not want to ascend? Could this be the reason Zhongli revealed the true nature of the Hanhai Qian Kuinjia, to let her know what it was, thus prompting her to reclaim it? If Zhongli did not desire to become a god, then how did he ultimately ascend? In this world where myriad demons and deities arose. Though I'm not inclined to pursue the hunt, I know of the suffering of the masses. This phrase echoed suddenly in Xue Qinghe's mind, as if she had grasped a critical insight. Zhongli indeed lacked the ambition to ascend to godhood. However, due to the conflicts between nations and the battles of various deities, the people suffered immensely. Their fervent wish for someone to quell this turmoil coalesced into a powerful force of belief, enabling Zhongli, the one most likely to become a god, to ascend on the spot. The path to godhood through faith had once been traversed by the former god of angels. It was a viable route. Those who did not wish to become gods ended up as powerful deities, while those who yearned for it found themselves in turmoil. Yet, Xue Qinghe had to refocus. Some matters could be contemplated later, and she must not neglect this esteemed guest. Regardless of whether Sir Zhongli wishes to become a god, since the heart of the sea god has been offered, it is only fitting that it be accepted. She declared, Qinghe, oh Qinghe, have you sought my approval for such a statement? If this were the genuine Xue Qinghe, she would have long since returned to the palace with the heart of the sea god, fearing that every passing second might result in its theft. Yet, this was not the true Xue Qinghe. She was indifferent to the legacy of the sea god, for she possessed her own inheritance. If that dream were a glimpse of a past life, then in this life she must surpass her former self. At the very least, she would not be instantaneously defeated by Zhongli's divine techniques. Zhongli scrutinized Xue Qinghe, sensing an inexplicable strangeness about her that he could not quite articulate. The flicker of fear in her eyes was unmistakable, reminiscent of their first encounter before he revealed his true power. Moreover, despite his clear indication that the heart of the sea god was a legacy, Xue Qinghe resolutely offered it to him. What could be the reasoning behind that? By the timeline's logic, Xue Qinghe should have been unaware of the legacy of the God of Angels. Even if she knew of her ancestors' legacy, wouldn't it be better to bring the heart of the sea god back to the spirit hall, thus adding another deity to their ranks? Unable to fathom Xue Qinghe's motivations, Zhongli ultimately accepted the heart of the sea god. After some additional conversation, Xue Qinghe excused herself to attend to other matters, leaving them behind. Being a prince is not easy, is it? So many responsibilities to manage, Paimon murmured, watching Xue Qinghe's retreating figure. Such is the nature of duty. When one occupies that position, one must contemplate the issues pertinent to it. Having chosen to ascend, one must bear the weight of such choices, Zhongli remarked. Paimon, with all you said, my head is spinning. Could you not be more succinct? She complained, cradling her head. Zhongli cast a sidelong glance at the little creature, a resigned smile gracing his lips as he replied, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Ah, I see. Zhongli, is this the reason you descended from your divine throne? You wish to avoid bearing that burden. That is not the reason, he interjected, interrupting Paimon before she could finish. Under my protection and that of the other immortals, Liyue has weathered many years. Children must eventually grow up. Even the hardest stone can feel weary. Liyue shall belong to its people, and I, having stepped down from my divine throne. After all that has been said, ultimately it is weariness that compels you to relinquish your divine status, is it not? Zhongli, indeed. What more could he possibly say, were it not for this weariness? He would not have ventured beyond the realm into the unknown seas, nor would he have serendipitously traversed with Paimon. Gulmit, Paimon, in a couple of days, I shall take you to explore the starry forest, but you must agree to one condition. Upon hearing this, Paimon's interest was instantly piqued, her eyes widening with excitement. Are we to embark on a journey? Splendid. What is the condition? As long as it does not involve abstaining from food, Paimon shall agree. Speak less. Why must I? As your guide, if I do not speak, how will you comprehend anything? Paimon instinctively retorted. Is this not Teyvat? Oh, right, this is Douluo Continent. And it seems you possess more knowledge than I do. But why must I speak less? Zhongli fell silent for a moment before finally responding. You will understand in due course. Very well. Paimon felt a twinge of disappointment. Previously, the traveler never uttered such words, urging her to speak less. It was generally she who did the talking, with some even dubbing her a mere extension, the voice of the divine. Bah, the voice of the divine indeed. Paimon is simply Paimon. Mr. Zhongli, regarding this bill just then, the shopkeeper approached, his expression awkward. Yesterday, these three incurred a debt, with the bill linked to the crown prince's residence, setting a precedent. Today, surely you are not planning to do the same? To be fair, one might say so. Zhongli produced Ning Fengji's token and handed it to the shopkeeper, stating, send the bill to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The shopkeeper glanced at the token, then at Zhongli, his eyelid twitching in disbelief. Chapter 23. After countless ages, you will understand. In the presence of the respectful demeanor of the 7-treasure hotel's proprietor, Zhongli and Paimon discreetly departed from the establishment. The Elder S token. He actually utilized the Elder S token to incur a debt. The shopkeeper watched Zhongli and Paimon retreating, an amalgamation of emotions swirling within him. The Elder S token indeed possesses such a function. Yet he had never heard of any elder under his authority incurring a debt before. Sending the bill to the 7-treasure glazed tile school? This was even more implausible. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is home to 2 elders, Chen Xin and Gulong. Whenever Ning Fengji leaves the sect, one elder must accompany him, while the other remains to guard the sect. They rarely have the opportunity to act independently. How could they possibly incur a debt to accompany Ning Fengji on a journey? Must they also pay the bill? Clearly, that is impossible. The Elder S token from the 7-treasure glazed tile school cannot be counterfeit. Any direct descendant of the school would be able to discern its authenticity. Moreover, who would dare forge the token of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? If discovered, it would result in dire consequences. Should I send this bill or not? The shopkeeper fell into deep contemplation. With the sect's elder consuming resources, would he dare seek funds from the sect? Regardless of whether Zhongli is an elder or a member of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, possessing the Elder S token means he is an elder of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, at present and in the future, thanks to the efforts of the sect leader in the school. In the past, Sword Douluo Continent was deeply moved by Ning Fengji's sincerity, leading him to resolutely join the 7-treasure glazed tile school and become its protector. Zhongli is a titled Douluo with a soul ring spanning 100,000 years. The shopkeeper is well aware of this. Yesterday, before Zhongli and Xue Qinghe entered the 7-treasure hotel, he had already known. Ning Fengxi. You truly are the sect leader. I cannot compare to your means. The sect will progress further under your guidance. Here, in Tianxue City, the Seven Treasure Hotel stands as the most luxurious establishment. Without exception, those who preside here cannot possibly be anything but direct descendants of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In terms of connections, this shopkeeper is indeed Ning Fengji's cousin. Once a level 72 support type soul sage, he once harbored the potential to become the sect leader himself. However, the previous sect leader chose Ning Fengji instead of him. This has always left him feeling somewhat disgruntled, until Ning Fengji brought in the titan, Chen. He has since come to accept it. Meanwhile, Zhongli and Paimon continue their conversation. Paimon turned her head, speaking earnestly. Zhongli, I have a feeling that this shopkeeper possesses a wealth of stories. Shall we not return to investigate? Upon hearing this, Zhongli's eyelid twitched, his mouth slightly agape. Hesitating to respond, Paimon seems to have fallen prey to her own profession. Return to investigate? Only to discover he is a soul sage. And then listen to his tales about how fortunes can change and how to not underestimate the young and impoverished, etc. Then, he will grant us hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins and experience. Wait, why is there something strange mixed in? Truly, you are a master of tasks. The traveler's incessant busyness is 99% due to you. I assent it. Only the traveler seems oblivious to the concept of refusal. Upon contemplating this, Zhongli looked up at the sky and said, Paimon, every human harbors their own secrets. We must respect their privacy and mysteries, rather than seeking to unearth them. Paimon paused, realizing that Zhongli's words bore a semblance of truth, yet something felt amiss, though she could not pinpoint it. But wait, Zhongli, you are not trying to deceive me. Are you? Do I appear to be a fool? Paimon crossed her arms defiantly, questioning him. Zhongli lowered his head, slightly turning his gaze away, remaining silent. Why are you hesitating? Zhongli is actually hesitating. Paimon stomped her foot in frustration, her face flushed with anger. Had she not been incapable of overpowering even a single finger of Zhongli's, she would have jumped up to strike his knee. How can we assist them if we do not understand their secrets? Paimon attempted to reason with Zhongli. Why assist them? Because. Paimon stumbled, momentarily at a loss for words. Is it for Mora, or for some other reason? Yes, why assist them? In that moment, Paimon fell into contemplation. Is it due to the bonds of friendship? Or is it that, like the deities, one must first learn to grow independently? I'm not innately powerful. If I do not learn to be resilient, I am destined for demise. Unless faced with an inescapable dilemma, I shall not intervene. After stating this, Zhongli ambled towards the tea house. Paimon stood there, momentarily stunned. Zhongli's profound reasoning left her feeling somewhat bewildered. He could easily lend a hand with a mere flick of his finger, yet he insists on waiting until others are in dire straits before offering assistance. Is that not peculiar? Hey, Zhongli, wait for me. What you said is a bit difficult for me to comprehend. After countless ages, you will understand. This statement went unvoiced by Zhongli. In a place devoid of people, he might have engaged in further conversation with Paimon, but this was not the case here. Liyue has learned resilience in the absence of the Geo Archon, mastering the art of facing crises. Zhongli felt a sense of relief. He could finally shed the burdens he had carried. The lives of the people in Douluo Continent have stabilized, aside from the oppression from the nobility. This matter shall find resolution. They do not require a Geo Archon from another world. Should circumstances deteriorate to an intolerable state, disrupting his life, as with the evil soul masters ravaging the continent millennia hence, then he shall intervene. Is the kindness of the deities perhaps a curse, a form of weariness? Deities are inherently kind, especially towards their subjects and humanity. However, in employing inappropriate means, they fail to consider whether their subjects can endure it. For instance, does the solitary king of the tower not cherish his subjects? The manner in which he conducts himself is simply beyond their endurance. Were it not for his voluntary demise, how could a mere wind elemental spirit hope to vanquish him and thereby seize his authority? He is, after all, the solitary king of the tower, a being whose combat prowess ranks among the top 10 of the demon gods. As time flows, 2 days swiftly pass. On that morning, Xue Qinghe arrived at the Zhongli residence, where she shared a breakfast with Zhongli and Paimon before taking her leave, as she was to venture into the soul beast forest to hunt for souls. This expedition would likely keep her away for no less than 10 days to half a month. Thus, she felt it necessary to inform Zhongli, lest he think she had neglected him. Qinghe, do take care. Of course, Paimon. After Xue Qinghe's departure, Paimon's eyes sparkled with realization. She remembered Zhongli had mentioned 2 days prior that he would take her to the Stardow Forest to play. Zhongli, when shall we set off? We will depart once she has walked a considerable distance. Chapter 24. My word, Qinghe is actually a girl. A multitude of questions swirled in Paimon's mind, leaving her utterly perplexed. Zhongli, are you suggesting we wait until Qinghe is far away before we proceed? Indeed. But why? Paimon found this approach rather difficult to comprehend. Qinghe's soul hunting and their visit to the Stardow Forest were not mutually exclusive. Why wait until she was far off before following her? Wait, follow her? Before long. Paimon's suspicions were indeed confirmed. Zhongli, why must we stealthily pursue Qinghe? 2 days ago, I stipulated that during this outing, you should refrain from speaking too much. How vexing. Paimon stamped her foot, crossed her arms, and huffed in frustration, falling silent thereafter. Their conjectures aligned closely, though Qinghe's strategy was far more intricate. She had devised a decoy to mislead, sending several allies to the Sunset Forest to hunt souls while she herself blended into the crowd. Shortly after entering the Sunset Forest, she reverted to her true form. My word, Qinghe is actually a girl, and rather lovely at that. Zhongli's forehead was lined with annoyance, but fortunately, he had discreetly employed his powers to conjure an invisible barrier around them, preventing Paimon's voice from escaping. Miss, would you like your subordinate to provide transportation? At that moment, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, emerged from the shadows. His physique was robust, though his features were somewhat unattractive, nearly alarming Paimon. The Stardow Forest is quite a distance from Heaven Do City. Even a common title Douluo, at full speed, would require considerable time to traverse it. Not to mention that Qian Renxue was merely a quasi-soul emperor. Although she possessed the ability to fly, she dared not openly utilize her martial soul. For the Spirit Hall had publicly declared that the former Pope's son had passed away prematurely. Thank you, Uncle Xixue, but it's unnecessary. I haven't left Heaven Do City in quite some time. Allow me to savor the joy of freedom. Qian Renxue waved her hand, declining Xixue's offer. As you wish, miss. With that, Xixue retreated back into the shadows, remaining hidden unless Qian Renxue encountered life-threatening danger. This was a trial meant for her alone. Zhongli, did you already know that Qinghe is a girl? Paimon asked, casting a sidelong glance, her eyes narrowing with a smirk of disdain. Yes, I discerned her true identity at first sight. How infuriating. You know everything, yet you kept it from Paimon. You never inquired. Paimon fell silent, her mouth opening slightly as if to speak, but no words came. The decoy of Shui Qinghe would remain in the Sunset Forest for 10 days or so. Should Qian Renxue not return by then, they would proceed to the Stardow Forest. The Sunset Forest was the first stop for Zhongli and Paimon upon arriving in the Douluo Continent, and they were somewhat familiar with it. The two followed stealthily behind Qian Renxue and Xixue, who, despite being a title Douluo, remained oblivious to their presence. Before long, 5 days had passed, and the group finally arrived at the entrance of the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest is the largest soul beast forest on the Douluo Continent. Its vast expanse spanning 2 great empires. Naturally, there are countless entrances. However, those with military garrisons are considerably safer. Yet, Qian Renxue chose not to enter through such an entrance. Once inside the Stardow Forest, Paimon couldn't help but glance around, marveling at the towering, dense trees, which were more imposing than those of the Sunset Forest. Qian Renxue did not linger at the periphery, but instead retrieved a map from her storage soul guide. The map bore several marked circles, indicating the locations of soul beasts suitable for her 6th soul ring. Most soul beasts possess territorial instincts, rarely changing their domains. This is especially true for soul beasts exceeding 10,000 years. With the aid of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue need not search blindly for soul rings. Many had already scouted the locations of the soul beasts for her as she approached the cusp of breaking through to level 60. Without wasting time, Qian Renxue sprinted directly towards the nearest marked location. This was merely the periphery of the Stardow Forest, where it was nearly impossible for any soul beast to pose a threat to her, thus allowing her to run with abandon. Once she reached the inner area, her speed would naturally slow considerably. As for the core zone, utmost caution and prudence were paramount. The core zone was predominantly inhabited by soul beasts of 10,000 years or more, and encountering those over 50,000 years old was quite possible. The formidable among them would send even a soul Douluo fleeing in terror. Zhongli and Paimon trail behind at a leisurely pace, occasionally encountering some feeble 10-year or 100-year soul beasts. Zhongli, how do we differentiate the ages of these soul beasts? Paimon inquired, observing a colorful cat beside her. Upon hearing her question, Zhongli paused, contemplated for a moment, and replied, the simplest method is to observe the color of their soul power. White signifies 10 years. Yellow indicates 100 years. Purple represents 1,000 years. Black denotes 10,000 years, and red corresponds to soul beasts of 100,000 years. This aligns with the soul ring ages as well. Of course, this only provides a rough estimate. Pinpointing the exact age can be quite challenging. For instance, two black soul rings may appear identical, yet one could be 10,000 years old while the other approaches 80 or 90,000 years. Generally, an ordinary person relies on color. A strong individual, however, can directly sense the energy fluctuations. Soul rings of the same color carry different energy, leading to slight variations in hue. The more energy a soul ring bears, the deeper its color. At critical points, it may even display hints of the next stage's color. For example, a black ring tinged with red is nearing the threshold of 100,000 years, while one that is yellow with purple approaches 900 years. This cat's soul power is white. It must be a 10-year soul beast, correct? Yes, to be precise, it is on the verge of breaking through to 100 years. You see, there's a hint of yellow in its soul power, indicating its impending advancement. Oh dear, this is quite perplexing. Let us continue to follow Qinghe. She appears quite urgent. Who would have thought that following someone could be so entertaining? Perhaps next time, we shall choose a different target. Zhongli, if I encourage you to study, you would rather tend to swine. Shaking his head, Zhongli recognized that Paimon's interest in the knowledge of soul beasts and rings was merely fleeting, lacking any intent for deeper learning. He felt no disappointment. Had he lived those years with the same joy as Paimon, the weariness of his time in Teyvat might have been considerably delayed. Let us proceed. She has already reached the inner area. Chapter 25. The core zone. At this moment, Qian Renxue had arrived at the inner region of the Stardow Forest, where the soul beasts were gradually growing more formidable. On the periphery of the Stardow Forest, one predominantly encounters soul beasts of approximately 10 years of age. Occasionally, one may come across 100-year soul beasts, yet the primary presence remains that of the 10-year variety. Upon venturing into the inner region, however, one is met predominantly with 100-year soul beasts, specifically those over 500 or 600 years old. It is not uncommon for 1,000-year soul beasts to make an appearance. The combat prowess of soul beasts is intrinsically linked to their age, species, and bloodline. Some elite soul beasts, despite their relatively short lifespan, possess formidable strength, such as the Titan giant ape and the dark golden terraclaw bear. As Qian Renxue entered the inner sanctum of the Stardow Forest, her pace considerably slowed. She no longer charged recklessly as before, but instead remained vigilant against potential ambushes from lurking soul beasts. Of course, her caution was not entirely unwarranted. Ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts posed no challenge to her. Only those nearing 10,000 years might cause her a modicum of inconvenience, merely a slight disturbance. The inner region is significantly darker than the periphery. Despite it being midday, a chill pervades the air, indicative of the low light levels. The towering trees here cast a dense canopy, allowing only the rarest beams of sunlight to penetrate. Perhaps due to a stroke of fortune, Qian Renxue traversed the core area without encountering a single ambush from soul beasts, experiencing a smooth passage. Soon, she mused, the nearly 30,000-year-old bright Tiger King would be a perfect candidate for her 6th spirit ring. Zhongli, it's so dark here. Shall we return? Paimon whispered, her hand resting nervously on Zhongli's shoulder, visibly trembling. She genuinely found the soul beast forest rather unamusing. The occasional roars of beasts echoed around them, sending shivers down her spine. Paimon, remain within a 5-meter radius of me, and no soul beast will detect you. If you truly wish to retreat, we may do so and conclude this expedition. Upon hearing this, Paimon paused, instinctively inquiring, we won't be discovered? Of course not. Why not? Paimon pressed. With his strength, avoiding detection by these soul beasts should be a trivial matter. Why did you not mention this sooner? You nearly frightened Paimon to death, she exclaimed. Detection is not an issue. Though it is indeed dark, it is not overly concerning as long as we exercise caution. You didn't ask, Zhongli replied matter-of-factly. Should one need to ask about such matters? Paimon retorted. The two continued their journey, following Qian Renxue's lead at a leisurely pace. Since learning that Zhongli's presence ensured their safety within 5 meters, Paimon grew bolder, peering curiously around. They observed a snake coiled around a massive tree and a bear resting on a hillside. In this realm, the distinction between day and night was blurred. Only the cooler temperatures of night served as a marker. Thus, predators could frequently be encountered even during daylight. As they walked, Zhongli and Paimon witnessed several hunting grounds along their path. As time passed, approximately an hour later, Zhongli and Paimon, trailing behind Qian Renxue, suddenly beheld a radiant beam of light. Is that truly the air of the spirit hall? Zhongli pondered, bewildered. The core area resembled a pitch-black night, and such illumination posed a lethal temptation for soul beasts, potentially attracting formidable ones. After a moment's contemplation, Zhongli shook his head. Qian Renxue's martial soul was that of a six-winged angel, embodying attributes of light, fire, and purification. It was only natural that upon unleashing her martial soul, such a spectacle would ensue. I hope my concerns are unfounded, he thought, continuing his steady approach towards the battlefield. With a thunderous roar, the bright Tiger King unleashed its fury upon Qian Renxue, sensing her possessing an exceptionally pure light attribute. The prospect of devouring her brought forth an exhilarating opportunity. How audacious for a mere five-ring human to challenge it. The intelligence of a 10,000-year soul beast was no less than that of a human, capable of independent thought. The bright Tiger King's wrath at Qian Renxue's intrusion was palpable. Zhongli, Qian Renxue has transformed. No, her martial soul is manifesting. She has wings. How beautiful. Zhongli cast a sidelong glance, his eyelid twitching. It appeared the agreement with Paimon was of little consequence. Zhongli, can Qian Renxue defeat this large tiger? Paimon asked anxiously, her expression fraught with concern. The bright Tiger King measured 5 or 6 meters in length, its pristine white form radiating a menacing aura with each roar. Qian Renxue, delicate and seemingly fragile, appeared ill-equipped to contend with such a formidable beast. Logically speaking, the Tiger King was not her match. Zhongli stroked his chin, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. Generally, a typical spirit emperor would not stand a chance against the bright Tiger King. However, Qian Renxue is no ordinary spirit emperor. With a modicum of caution, she can easily handle the bright Tiger King. Really? Paimon exclaimed, astonished, pointing between Qian Renxue and the bright Tiger King. They are so mismatched in size. Can she truly prevail against the great tiger? Paimon watched in silence. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Zhongli furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced deeper into the Star-Dough forest. Zhongli, what is it? A somewhat powerful soul beast is approaching rapidly. What? Paimon gasped. Powerful? Zhongli, we should flee quickly and take Qian Renxue with us. Though she had yet to feel the full extent of the approaching soul beast strength, Paimon did not doubt Zhongli's words. If dealing with the bright Tiger King proved challenging, adding another formidable opponent could spell disaster for Qian Renxue. This simply cannot happen. Qian Renxue had promised her delicious treats. She was a good person. Fear not. It is merely one beast. Chapter 26, 100,000 Years, Titan Giant Ape to Zhongli. This soul beast posed little threat. It was likely even weaker than a Hilichurl king. Facing such an adversary required no preparation. Zhongli, what should we do? A crisis is approaching. Will we be unable to return? Paimon fretted, tugging at Zhongli's sleeve, her expression a whirlwind of emotions. Hearing this, Zhongli cast a bemused glance at the little creature. What is there to worry about? With me here, is there any need to ponder such questions? It is merely a monkey, he replied dismissively. If he was not mistaken, this soul beast was Erming, the 100,000-year Titan giant ape. Despite its fearsome appearance, it was a herbivore. Rest assured, it is a vegetarian and will harbor no ill intentions towards Paimon. Zhongli mused that dealing with Hu Tao was beyond him. Yet Paimon was manageable. Wait, a vegetarian? Paimon exclaimed, her expression shifting rapidly. She swiftly released Zhongli's sleeve, placing her hands on her hips. How wonderful. Then we should be safe, right? Should T attack us? Paimon tentatively inquired, though she had yet to lay eyes on the other party. She placed her unreserved trust in Zhongli's words. What else could she do but trust? She possessed no martial prowess, and without Zhongli, she feared she might succumb to starvation. Upon hearing this, Zhongli stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before responding. Although it is herbivorous, it is nonetheless inclined to attack humans. As a genuine sentinel of the core circle, the Titan Great Ape's duty is to expel or eliminate humans. Due to Bibidong's slaying of Xiao Wu's mother, the Titan Great Ape harbors little affection for humanity. One could hardly say the Titan Great Ape was fortunate or unfortunate. From a very young age, it had been ensnared by certain individuals. Its circumstances bear a striking resemblance to those of the Azure Bull Python. It is essential to recognize that both the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python belong to the echelon of super soul beasts. Even a millennium of existence allows them to effortlessly contend with ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. Yet, it was Xiao Wu's mother who managed to save them. The soft-bone rabbit, among rabbit-type soul beasts, stands as a paragon of excellence, but it remains merely a soft-bone rabbit. The issues that the Titan Great Ape and Azure Bull Python could not resolve, it managed to rectify. unless Xiao Wu's mother shattered the threshold of 100,000-year soul beasts, employing her 100,000-year cultivation to rescue the Titan Great Ape and Azure Bull Python. Gently patting Paimon's head, Zhongli remarked, "Little one, have you forgotten what I said earlier?" "What was that?" Paimon replied. Zhongli, "Ah, a case of selective amnesia, is it?" Holding the soul technique turned holy sword, Qian Renxue's gaze fixated intently on the radiant Tiger King. At this moment, she and Xixue remained oblivious to the impending crisis. Xixue scanned the surroundings, wary of potential threats, but due to his relatively weaker strength, he failed to perceive the approaching danger. The radiant Tiger King possessed formidable power, necessitating Qian Renxue's full concentration to triumph over it. If Xixue, titled Douluo, was unable to detect the source of the threat, it was no wonder that she, a quasi-soul emperor, was equally unaware. As time flowed, approximately half a stick of incense later, Qian Renxue seized an opportunity, deftly maneuvering behind the radiant Tiger King, the sacred radiance locking onto the back of its neck. The radiant Tiger King sensed something amiss, but it was too late. Truly, as expected of the young lady, even a radiant Tiger King of over 27,000 years could be vanquished by her alone. Her prowess was now comparable to that of a quasi-soul sage. The term quasi-soul sage refers to those who, lacking a seventh spirit ring, have nevertheless attained the formidable rank of level 70. The manifestation of one's martial soul serves as a watershed moment, conferring immense augmentation that typically renders it impossible to challenge those of a higher tier. Though Xixue's voice was neither loud nor soft, Qian Renxue's lips curled into a slight smile, confident in her superiority. A quasi-soul emperor could indeed rival a quasi-soul sage. Once she ascended to the soul sage level, she would be comparable to an ordinary titled Douluo. It would be then that her martial soul would truly reign supreme. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and Xixue's expression shifted. Such a distance could affect this place. The intruder was no ordinary creature. "Miss, refrain from absorbing the spirit ring. A formidable entity approaches," Xixue declared urgently, his expression grave as he turned towards the source of the tremor. "Zhongli, did you not claim it was not fearsome?" Paimon remarked instinctively upon witnessing Xixue's demeanor. "Zhongli, one must consider that human physiques differ. At times, the disparities between individuals can be more pronounced than those between humans and dogs." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue descended to the ground. The tremors elicited a change in her countenance. Whatever could prompt Xixue to deem it a formidable entity must be at least an 80,000-year soul beast. In a one-on-one confrontation, Xixue might not stand a chance against such a creature. Soul beasts that have reached this age can easily rival ordinary titled Douluos. Even an 80,000-year soul beast, born of a powerful lineage, would surpass the capabilities of most titled Douluos. Should they encounter beings like the dark gold fearsome bear or the Titan Great Ape, fleeing would be the wisest course. With a resounding thud, the footsteps drew nearer, creating a sensation akin to the earth trembling. The figure soon materialized before them, towering at approximately 8 meters, resembling a moving hillside. "The Titan Great Ape," Xixue exclaimed in bewilderment. The Martial Soul Hall had records of this creature. Its imposing presence indicated it was surely not a mere 10,000-year soul beast. The situation demanded seriousness. Umans. Just as Xixue contemplated the gravity of the situation, the Titan Great Ape spoke. He was taken aback, staring at the Titan Great Ape in confusion. This being could speak. It is known that for a soul beast to articulate human speech, it must possess a foundational requirement: 1,000 years of cultivation. In other words, only a 100,000-year soul beast can utter human words. Not to mention that the Titan Great Ape is a 100,000-year soul beast. Even a creature of merely several thousand years could pose a challenge. Swallowing hard, Xixue cupped his hands and addressed the Titan Great Ape. "Beast King, we mean no intrusion upon your territory. We shall take our leave." Human, D. Without engaging in further discourse, the Titan Great Ape hurled a fist directly toward Xixue. "Miss! Flee!" Xixue bellowed, swiftly activating his martial soul. He never anticipated that merely hunting soul beasts at the periphery of the core circle would attract a 100,000-year soul beast. The Titan Great Ape, the king of the forest, wielded such formidable strength that Xixue could not afford to be careless. An altercation was inevitable. Why would this ape disregard Xixue's explanations? Chapter 27. Zhongli takes the stage. Different stances and races make it challenging to find common ground. The act of hunting souls by humans equates to slaying the subjects of a 100,000-year beast king. Thus, it would be entirely reasonable for it to act. By eliminating a human powerhouse, the Stardow Forest would become a fraction safer. The Azure Bull Python, being more astute, might engage in discourse, offering to let humans retreat unscathed. The Titan Great Ape, however, being inherently combative, would relish the opportunity to spar with a tidal Douluo. How could it resist such a chance? This was the very reason for its immediate aggression. With a mighty roar, the Titan Great Ape unleashed its wrath, the pressure in the air intensifying. This was its innate talent, gravity. Yet, it did not fully deploy its abilities. There was no need to utilize its domain against a creature as insignificant as this puffed-up being. Qian Renxue stood frozen, questioning the magnitude of the disturbance she had caused to attract a 100,000-year soul beast. As a paragon of excellence, she could discern that Zhuqing was no match for the Titan Great Ape, utterly defenseless. At this juncture, fleeing might be the optimal choice. If she departed, Zhuqing would likely find an opportunity to escape as well. Although he was no match for the Titan Great Ape, if he was resolutely intent on fleeing, the Titan Great Ape would be powerless to stop him. Suddenly, Zhongli furrowed his brow, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. For the Titan Great Ape and Azure Bull Python to simultaneously act against a tidal Douluo seemed improbable. Could it be they had uncovered Qian Renxue's true identity? This would explain their arrival, poised to slay the Martial Soul Hall personnel. It was not surprising they were aware of her true identity. Having existed for 100,000 years, even if they had not lived the entirety of that span, their tenure would still be considerable. A millennium of existence was certainly plausible. The pontiff of the Martial Soul Hall, aside from BB Dong, had each been a six-winged angel. They had survived in the Stardow Forest for such an extended period that it would be inconceivable for them to remain unaware. With these thoughts, Zhongli nodded, confident in the accuracy of his conjecture. As Qian Renxue prepared to flee, an overwhelming pressure locked onto her, rendering her immobile. A chill ran down her spine, and beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead like pearls. Once again, an exceedingly terrifying entity emerges, while evading the Titan Great Ape's assault. The Bloodthorn suddenly sensed an unusual presence. This aura was even more formidable than that of the Titan Great Ape, its power beyond imagination. Wow, a big bull. No, wait, it's a giant serpent. What kind of bull snake is this? Paimon exclaimed, witnessing such a wondrous creature for the first time. With the head of a bull and the body of a snake, could it be that a snake and a bull have been embarrassed together? The Celestial Blue Bull Python, a super soul beast. Celestial Blue Bull Python? What a peculiar name, Paimon murmured, continuing, Zhongli, it seems they haven't noticed us. Should we, make a run for it? Paimon, has no one ever told you that your memory resembles that of a fish, exceedingly fleeting? Zhongli remarked, arms crossed, with a hint of exasperation. This little one excels at remembering names, places, and delicacies, yet trivial matters seem to elude her grasp. He had previously mentioned that as long as one remained within 5 meters of him, they would not be detected. Yet how little time has passed, and she has already forgotten? Furthermore, does Paimon truly perceive him as the early-stage traveler, the one whose powers are sealed? But he is not. As the harbinger of the god of war, it is not an exaggeration to say that no soul beast on Douluo Continent could match him in combat. Paimon scratched her head sheepishly. With so much information from Zhongli, how could she possibly remember everything? Zhongli turned slightly to glance at Paimon, his expression akin to that of an old friend, one who has strayed from the path of duty, even as his followers implore him to attend to business. Could little Paimon have been possessed by that drunken old man? That grandfather who turned into a pufferfish? Keep it up. In an effort to change the subject, Paimon hurriedly called out to Bloodthorn. Unfortunately, Bloodthorn could not hear her words. Miss, why are you still here? We can barely hold on. Bloodthorn shouted, seeing Qian Renxue frozen in place, seemingly frightened by something. He could not allow any harm to come to her, even if it meant his own demise. If he fled alone, the grand offering would surely, humans, you shall not escape. The colossal, bull-headed creature spoke, sending a jolt through Bloodthorn. Another one? And of the vengeful kind. Beast King, this must be a misunderstanding. My lady was merely a child a decade ago, and I had yet to become a tidal Douluo. How could we harbor ill will against the two of you? Bloodthorn protested. For neither he nor Qian Renxue had slain the Titan Great Ape or the Celestial Blue Bull Python. Such animosity seemed utterly absurd. Brother, why waste words on a dying man? Kill them. Avenge Aunt Yun, the Titan Great Ape declared. With these words, Qian Renxue and Bloodthorn finally understood. The beasts were transferring their vendetta against the Spirit Hall onto them. One was the heir of the Spirit Hall, and the other an elder. It was only natural for the grudge to shift onto their shoulders. Very well, kill. The immense bull-headed creature nodded, agreeing with the Titan Great Ape's reasoning. A little interest should be collected first. Faced with the onslaught of 200,000-year soul beasts, Qian Renxue and Bloodthorn turned pale as death. They had heard of these two soul beasts, known for their terrifying prowess. They never anticipated that they would join forces, and as brothers, no less. What should we do? I can perish, but my lady must not. Bloodthorn felt numb, utterly blindsided by this unforeseen turn of events. Qian Renxue, equally dazed, pondered the implications of her falling here. There would be no future to behold if she did. Was it her pursuit of Zhongli that altered the course of fate? She was certain she had never encountered the Titan Great Ape or the celestial blue bull python in her dreams. Yet here they were, indicating that the world of dreams had indeed shifted. How am I to survive? This became her pressing concern. Survival was the only thing that held meaning. Zhongli, please save Qinghe. She has treated us to so much and gifted us many golden soul coins. She is a truly wonderful person. With your strength, you might not be able to defeat this great ape and serpent, but surely you could help Qinghe escape? Zhongli, what delusion leads Paimon to believe she cannot contend with the Titan Great Ape and the celestial blue bull python? Ignoring Paimon, Zhongli recognized that it was time for him to take action. Failure to do so would seal the fates of Qian Renxue and Bloodthorn. Noble beast kings, may we sit and discuss? Sit and discuss? Is that not a challenge to the celestial blue bull python? As for the Titan Great Ape, its physique was not unlike that of humans. Zhongli's voice, though not loud, resonated with gravity and authority, compelling the Titan Great Ape and celestial blue bull python to instinctively halt their advance. Bloodthorn and Qian Renxue were momentarily taken aback by the familiar yet strange voice, as if they had heard it somewhere before. Turning towards the source of the sound, they were astonished and bewildered upon recognizing the newcomer. How could it be him? Zhongli, the guest elder. How did he end up here? Qian Renxue had believed today would mark her end, perhaps leaving no bones behind in the Stardew Forest. Yet, in her moment of despair, her elder guest had appeared. Never having entertained such thoughts, Qian Renxue now felt an unfamiliar sense of security wash over her, an overwhelming sensation that captivated her. Does Zhongli already know my secret? How could this be mere coincidence? Is it that esteemed one? Bloodthorn gasped, even without having battled Zhongli. He had the wisdom to know he could never match the elder's prowess. They estimated Zhongli's soul power level to be at least 97. At that level, subduing these two beast kings would be a trivial task. Moreover, as a soul master with twin martial spirits, he had yet to settle the second spirit's soul ring. Encountering 200,000-year soul beasts was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. 200,000-year soul rings. Bloodthorn had no thoughts of absorbing them, for he could no longer do so. Yet, the soul bones dropped by such ancient beasts were a different matter entirely. If Zhongli were already saturated with soul bones, or, heaven forbid, if Zhongli were pleased enough to share one with him, how delightful that would be. With this thought, Bloodthorn felt a surge of excitement, not pondering why Zhongli was there. Surely, he had come to aid them, and why dwell on such matters? Even if Zhongli did not grant him a soul bone, Bloodthorn would harbor no grievances. Without the elder's intervention, he and the young master would likely meet their doom today. Qinghe, hello. I didn't expect you to be a girl. And you, old man who resembles a pufferfish, greetings to you too. Paimon drifted over with Zhongli, greeting Qian Renxue and Bloodthorn. Qian Renshue's eye twitched. Indeed, Zhongli and this little one had been tailing her. Otherwise, how would she have been called by her name? Qinghe? As for Bloodthorn, his expression darkened as he shot Paimon an exasperated glance. Was this little one so rude as to call him old man? And how could she refer to him as a pufferfish? Human stronghold? The celestial blue bull python and Titan Great Ape flanked them, effectively encircling the group. Human, are you also one of the detestable Spirit Hall's minions? The celestial blue bull python glared with its large eyes, its speech resembling a growl due to its size. Before me stands a human whose essence I find somewhat elusive. I have sensed that subtle aura of superiority before. However, this individual does not belong to the ranks of the formidable among humanity. Instead, he is the true sovereign of the Stardew Forest, Dtion. Though he and Erming both share the legacy of being 10,000-year soul beasts, their might pales in comparison to the ancient beings that inhabit the core regions. Those who possess lifespans exceeding 10 millennia. They are the true essence of the Stardew Forest. Upon hearing these words, Zhongli maintained his composure, dismissively waving his hand as he replied, I am not a member of the Spirit Hall. Not a member of the Spirit Hall? The Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape exchanged bewildered glances. If it were not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, What business did he have meddling in their affairs? Let the human warrior retreat, and we brothers shall forget you ever came here. Do not hinder our quest for vengeance. The aura emanating from Zhong Li instilled a sense of caution in the Azure Bull Python. Had it not been for this, it would not have engaged in dialogue with Zhong Li at all. What possibility exists for discourse between humans and soul beasts? If the opportunity arose, they would simply annihilate their adversary. Though I'm not of the Spirit Hall, I am a guest of its esteemed residents. Thus, this matter cannot be ignored. Human, are you truly intent on opposing us? The Azure Bull Python discerned that the individual before it was determined to intervene. Were it not for the respect it held for Zhong Li, it would have already attacked. I have no desire to confront the two of you beast kings. I implore you to return to your territory. Upon hearing this, the Titan giant ape and the Azure Bull Python unleashed a simultaneous roar of fury. How arrogant! Today, we shall test the strength of this human. Let us see what prowess allows you to be so presumptuous. For them to retreat to their domain would leave this matter unresolved. The two from the Spirit Hall must be eliminated. This human seeks to meddle in affairs that do not concern him. How can we allow such arrogance to go unchecked? In an entire Stardow forest, only a few monsters from the core region pose a challenge to them. Aside from those, any soul beast that encounter them will be compelled to show the utmost respect. Before the impending clash, the blood spear was filled with exhilaration. At last, the battle was about to commence. With his assistance, Zhong Li was sure to achieve remarkable results. Miss, when the fight begins, you must leave this place. The aftermath of a battle between a tidal Douluo and 10,000-year soul beasts is beyond what Qian Renxue can withstand. For the safety of Qian Renxue, Blood Spear urged her to depart. Once she had left, he would have no worries when a conflict erupted. Slow field, gravitational field. As the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape made their move, each summoned their respective domains. The slow field could diminish an opponent's speed by a factor of 10, while the gravitational field amplified gravity tenfold. The seamless combination of the two beast domains was nothing short of spectacular. One slowed, while the other intensified pressure. This was no mere addition of effects. Blood Spear's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that these two soul beasts possessed extraordinary talents and domain skills. Had they unleashed their domains earlier, he might have already met his demise. I do not wish to contend with the two beast kings. Are you truly unwilling to retreat? A flicker of light shone in Zhong Li's amber eyes. Spare me the pleasantries. Today, it is either your demise or mine. The Azure Bull Python, leaning more towards a mage, did not rush towards Zhong Li. The Titan Giant Ape, embodying the role of a warrior and shield, charged at Zhong Li without hesitation. Meanwhile, the Azure Bull Python gathered the power of thunder behind it, forming arcs of azure lightning in its maw. What shall we do, Zhong Li? They appear to be akin to two Choo-Choo Kings. Paimon exclaimed instinctively, recalling the profound impression left by the Choo-Choo Kings from their recent encounter in the snowy mountains. Though the Choo-Choo Kings in the game seemed diminutive, their real-world counterparts towered several stories high, far surpassing the Titan Giant Ape in strength. Furthermore, Choo-Choo Kings typically possessed elemental attributes, with varying strengths depending on their type. Do not panic. Embrace all. In an instant, Zhong Li transformed, manifesting the appearance of a martial soul. 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. 9 illusory soul rings gradually appeared beneath him. As the first soul ring shimmered, Zhong Li clasped his hands, producing an amber glow. This radiance enveloped Qian Renxue, Blood Spear, Paimon, and Zhong Li himself, resembling chains that secured the protective shield without hindering their movements. A profound sense of unparalleled safety welled up within Qian Renxue and Blood Spear as they beheld the earthy yellow shield. This feeling was ineffable. An instinctive belief arose that as long as the shield remained intact, they would be unharmed. Such a formidable soul skill was Zhong Li's first. How terrifying indeed. The Titan Giant Ape's fist struck first, colliding with Zhong Li's form. The tremendous force sent tremors through the earth. The Titan Giant Ape retracted its fist, its face displaying a human-like confusion. This punch was nearly its peak strike. Yet, it had failed to even breach the shield surrounding its opponent. This left the Titan Giant Ape bewildered and perplexed. Impossible. My fist cannot be so feeble. The Titan Giant Ape roared in anger and struck again. But the outcome was identical to before, plunging it into deep contemplation. Glancing at the onlookers, Qian Renxue and Blood Spear, the Titan Giant Ape, disregarding all decorum. Launch a punch. Miss, be careful. Blood Spear rushed forward to shield her, bracing for a heavy blow. Yet, when he reopened his eyes, he found himself and the apes staring at each other in confusion. What is happening? Body of the beast, a shield, or perhaps a group shield? This is utterly terrifying. Uncle Bloodspear, it seems we need not flee. Zhongli's protective skill was so formidable that even 10,000-year-old beasts could not breach its defenses. Indeed, the power of Zhongli, the guest elder, is truly fearsome. Absorbing a punch from the Titan giant ape without so much as a ripple in the shield was an incredible source of reassurance. The Azure Bull Python's expression shifted. It understood the Titan giant ape's strength, yet after several strikes, the adversary's shield remained unbroken. If such force were to strike it, it would require time to recover, while the opponent remained unscathed. But now, with an arrow drawn, it could not refrain. The speed at which it gathered azure lightning quickened. In the next moment, a sphere of azure lightning hurtled towards Zhongli. "Be careful," Qian Renxue cried out, calling to Zhongli. Though she recognized his strength, this reaction was instinctive concern. The azure lightning sphere struck the shield with no discernible effect, leaving both the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape in a state of disbelief. How could this be? This was merely Zhongli's first soul skill, the weakest among them, yet it had withstood their full-force assault. Wait, could he be a terrifying entity of level 99? If that were the case, it would be entirely reasonable that we could not prevail against him. "Zhongli, are you unharmed?" Paimon flew beside him, her voice tinged with anxiety. If anything were to happen to Zhongli, she would find herself at a loss in this foreign world. Bereft of strength and knowledge, she would be utterly helpless. "Iam mefine," Zhongli replied, shaking his head with an unflinching countenance. Yet, a slight twitch at the corner of his eye went unnoticed by others. He had inadvertently expended a bit more elemental power than intended. After enduring several waves of assaults, the shield began to ripple, as if it were on the verge of shattering. The two Beast Kings decided to retreat, allowing me to treat the incident as though it had never occurred. Zhongli did not resort to direct confrontation. Instead, he opted for a discourse grounded in reason. Regardless, the principles of logic and physics must be addressed today. "Human, your soul skill is remarkably potent, but it undoubtedly comes with limitations. You cannot deceive us. Who would engage in rational discourse with a soul beast? Even if it did not require a soul ring, what about the 100,000-year soul bones?" The human before them was undoubtedly scheming to trick them into leaving. Humans are inherently cunning, and this one is no exception. Zhongli remarked, "It seems that on the Douluo Continent, neither humans nor soul beasts are particularly fond of reason. Only when one possesses greater strength can one engage in such discussions. Will you truly not retreat?" Zhongli's expression shifted, adopting a more authoritative demeanor. "Human, do not think you could deceive us." The sight of the 100,000-year soul rings on Zhongli's body incited their anger even further. "In that case, you shall remain here." Zhongli expressed his exasperation at their refusal to heed reason. Despite several attacks failing to breach his shield, they believed they had reached their limit. With a roar, heavenly law, "Advance!" Zhongli waved his right hand, and it seemed as though multiple suns appeared in the sky, illuminating the otherwise dim core circle. Enormous rock spears materialized from thin air, aimed at the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. Approximately 10 rock spears, amber in hue, radiated light akin to that of the sun. The sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape exclaimed, "Wait, what is this?" Qian Renxue and Zixue stood agape, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Is this the strength of the guest elder, Zhongli? Terrifying indeed, as the rock spears descended. Astonishment etched itself onto the faces of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. What on earth were these colossal rock spears, even larger than themselves? Bang! Bang! A series of resounding impacts accompanied by the anguished cries of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. By the time the third rock spear struck, their voices fell silent. This was merely a weakened version of the rock spears, each several dozen meters long. Had he unleashed his full might, a single strike from a kilometer-long spear could have felled them multiple times over. When reason fails, one must resort to the laws of physics. Qian Renxue and Zixue trembled, gazing at Zhongli as if he were a monster. Zixue had intended to assist, but Zhongli waved his hand, leaving the fates of the 200,000-year soul beasts uncertain. Is this the strength of the Rock King Emperor before his ascension to godhood? Qian Renxue murmured, blinking in disbelief. Chapter 30. Qian Renshue's Revelation. Wait. What do you mean by uncertain fates? The appearance of the two red soul rings had already confirmed that they had no chance of survival. With the emergence of the two crimson rings before the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, it became evident that they had been slain by Zhongli in an instant. Qian Renxue and Zixue's pupils dilated, their mouths agape, at a loss for words. This is simply terrifying. 100,000-year soul beast, killed in an instant? Zhongli paid no heed to Qian Renxue and Sishue's expressions, calmly stating, "Qinghe, absorb the soul ring and achieve your breakthrough. We shall guard you." The demise of the two beasts had been anticipated by Zhongli. By the time the two rock spears struck, they were already at the end of their strength. Not to mention the remaining 10-odd rock spears. Since they refused to listen to reason, they would be left here. After all, their fate was to be sacrificed for the sake of humanity. Sending them to reincarnation early could be considered a benevolent act. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape protested. "Shouldn't you listen to whether your words make sense? Mr. Zhongli this." Qian Renxue glanced hesitantly between Zhongli and Sishue, then at the 200,000-year soul rings. Uncertain of what to say, should I absorb the soul rings first? Seemingly perceiving her thoughts, Sishue quickly interjected, Lord Zhongli, why don't you absorb the soul rings first? The soul rings can only exist for an hour. If we wait for Mist to absorb the bright Tiger King's soul ring, you may not have enough time to absorb these 200,000-year soul rings. Sishue spoke earnestly, noting that Qian Renxue had many soul beasts to choose from for her soul ring, but these 200,000-year rings could not be squandered. They were, after all, 100,000-year soul rings, the pinnacle of the soul master dream list, more coveted than 100,000-year soul bones. Not just one, but two. Upon hearing this, Zhongli paused for a moment, suddenly realizing that as his martial soul, Paimon had yet to possess a soul ring. Were there not 200,000-year soul rings available? However, Paimon was not a genuine martial soul. How could she absorb a soul ring? No need to worry. Paimon has better options, Zhongli stated nonchalantly, spinning a web of lies as easily as one consumes food and drink. Better options? Sishue felt her head spinning. These were 100,000-year soul rings. This lord was actually being choosy. Surely, it must be a matter of incompatible attributes. Yet, even if the attributes were mismatched, the quality of the 100,000-year soul rings would more than compensate. Witnessing the waste of 200,000-year soul rings was akin to being cut by a knife for Sishue. Though he was a title Douluo, his own soul ring configuration was far from optimal. His fifth soul ring was merely a 1,000-year ring. Paimon looked at Zhongli with confusion, pondering silently, sensing something inexplicable about the gazes from Qinghe and Sishue. Zhongli waved his hand, causing the 200,000-year soul rings to dissolve into the wind, transforming into pure energy that returned to the Douluo Continent. Absorb soul rings? What a joke. Zhongli's decisive dismissal of the soul rings left Sishue and Qian Renxue in stunned silence. Shouldn't he consider this further? These were 100,000-year soul rings, two of them. Well, it was too late to say anything now. Suddenly, Zhongli seemed to remember something, waving his hand once more, summoning two gems enveloped in earthy yellow light that floated to his hand. One gem appeared earth-colored, resembling a human right arm, while the other was azure, resembling a human left arm. These were the soul bones dropped by the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, 200,000-year grade soul bones. Regrettably, for Zhongli, they could only be regarded as two commendable collectibles. Sishue and Qian Renshue's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Qian Renxue, the young lady of the Spear Hall, had never before encountered 100,000-year soul bones. The soul bones she possessed were inherited from the angel god, each boasting an age of 999 years. Should she merge the 6 pieces into a divine armor, they too could unleash the might of 100,000 years. Certainly not a wasted trip. Zhongli mused softly as he stowed the 2 soul bones away, recognizing their significant commemorative value. Miss, given the circumstances, you should absorb the soul ring and achieve your breakthrough. Sishue thought it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. 200,000-year soul bones. Alas, they had nothing to do with him. The pressing matter was for Qian Renxue to absorb the soul ring and make her breakthrough, then depart this ominous place. The core circle's edge, where soul beasts were hunted, had attracted 2 beast kings, which was decidedly peculiar. Had Zhongli not been present, he and Qian Renxue would likely have met with disaster today. Mr. Zhongli, Paimon, Uncle Sishue, thank you for your assistance. I shall now absorb the soul ring and break through. With that, Qian Renxue unleashed her martial soul, sitting cross-legged as she began to channel the bright Tiger King's soul ring. This particular soul ring was exceptionally compatible with her martial soul, enhancing her offensive prowess and light attributes. As time flows by, in the blink of an hour and a half has passed. A formidable, characteristic of a soul emperor, erupted from Qian Renxue, signifying her successful breakthrough. Opening her eyes, her beautiful gaze was filled with elation. It was not merely the joy of her advancement. It was her first experience of wholeheartedly absorbing a soul ring. Qinghe, Have you achieved a breakthrough? Paimon fluttered beside Qian Renxue, her voice tinged with irritation. Yes, I have broken through. Little Paimon, it would be best if you refrain from calling me Qing He in this form. My true name is Qian Renxue, the daughter of the former Pope of the Spirit Hall, currently operating undercover in the Heaven Do Empire. Qian Renxue candidly stated, in human interactions, suspicion is the most dreadful thing. Zhongli's willingness to slay 2 beast kings to rescue her from peril was a debt of gratitude she felt would never be repaid in a lifetime. Paimon exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The Crown Prince of Heaven Do is actually a disguise? Zhongli, and I thought you simply enjoyed dressing as a man. Paimon scratched her head, bewildered. Qian Renxue, what a surprise. Knowing that the Crown Prince is a facade, and this is your reaction? Could you not display a hint of emotional fluctuation? Shouldn't you be astonished? So, should I call you Qing He or Qian Renxue from now on? When in disguise, refer to me as Shui Qinghe. In my current state, call me Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue warned Paimon earnestly, please do not mistake my name. Otherwise, I fear for my life. She realized that the other party was indifferent to her identity. It was her kindness that garnered such loyalty. You may call me Little Shui, Mr. Zhongli. Qian Renxue sweetly smiled, resembling a girl in the bloom of first love. Chapter 31. Ultimately, time wears away his temper. The scenery along the way often lacks a pair of eyes capable of discovering beauty. There is no need for haste on the return journey. After departing from the Stardo Forest, Zhongli and Qian Renxue parted ways with Xixue. The journey home was a destination, yet the circumstances of the two differed. Zhongli was in no hurry to return, while Qian Renxue had to return early, parting ways amicably. Zhongli, I never expected Miss Qian Renxue to have hidden her identity as the Crown Prince in Heaven Do City for so many years, Paimon remarked, somewhat contemplatively. Zhongli, struck by Qian Renxue's candor, felt a bit bewildered. Normally, such a significant matter would warrant a thorough explanation and a plea for secrecy. To his astonishment, she laid everything bare, even detailing her schemes against Shui Qinghe and other princes. Do you not find Qian Renxue's methods overly cruel? Zhongli inquired, his expression tinged with amusement. Cruel? Listening to Qian Renxue recount those tales felt akin to listening to a story. I did not perceive them as cruel at all. Paimon countered. Rather, it was Zhongli who, before her, crushed 200,000-year-old beasts. Surely that is the true cruelty. Perhaps it is somewhat cruel. After all, Shui Qinghe kindly sheltered Qian Renxue, only to be betrayed and assassinated by her, while she continued to disguise herself as him to eliminate others. Paimon pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. In human terms, those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Yet, this method is undeniably despicable. Zhongli shook his head, murmuring, Liyue's establishment in the best geographical environment of Teyvat is not due to any unscrupulous means, but rather through sheer strength. Absolute strength. Whether they be immortals, Yixas, or the Qianyan army, they all possess formidable might. The 3,000 Qianyan soldiers can battle against demon gods. Of course, the primary combat power remains with Morix and the Lord of the Deep. Ancient Liyue, due to its optimal geographical conditions, was also the place with the most demon gods. Morix's survival here to the present day was not owing to underhanded tactics. His creed was to fight if one dared to oppose. Ultimately, time has worn down his temper. Yet, Paimon harbors no dislike for Qian Renxue at all. How could this be? Paimon instinctively remarked, blinking at Zhongli. At this, Zhongli's eyelid twitched. A few delectable meals, accompanied by some gold and jewels, can easily win your favor. Of course, you do not dislike Qian Renxue, Zhongli thought silently, though he refrained from voicing it. In their hurried arrival, they had not savored the local customs. Now, on the return journey, they could take their time to truly appreciate the experience. Paimon, let us go. Zhongli, wait for me. Meanwhile, on Qian Renxue's side, Miss, your forthrightness in confessing to Lord Zhongli. What if the plan is exposed? Xixue's expression was quite peculiar. He struggled to comprehend why Qian Renxue would act in such a manner. Hearing this, Qian Renxue turned her head and glanced at Xixue, speaking nonchalantly. Uncle Xixue, do you truly believe that Mr. Zhongli is unaware of my identity? Little Paimon may not know, but how could Mr. Zhongli be oblivious to my martial soul? Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. The six-winged angel is unique to the Douluo Continent. Surely that is evident? Moreover, if Zhongli truly wished to impede me, it would make little difference whether I was forthright or not. Xixue paused, contemplating. Indeed seemed that way. Zhongli had witnessed her transformation and martial soul manifestation. Anyone with even a modicum of perception could deduce her identity, right? It is puzzling. Why would Lord Zhongli accompany the young lady all the way to the Stardo Forest? It makes no sense. This was the enigma Xixue could not fathom. Even though Zhongli had saved their lives, he still found it perplexing. At times of confusion, one must remain perplexed. Xixue's words reminded Qian Renxue of something from 2 days prior. There may be risks on this journey. At that moment, Qian Renxue had not taken those words to heart. With a title Douluo accompanying her, what risks could there be in hunting a soul beast over 20,000 years old? Was it not a matter of mere ease? Perhaps he anticipated I would encounter danger. Qian Renxue mused inwardly, though she did not voice this to Shilong suddenly. As if struck by inspiration, Qian Renxue turned to Xixue and said, "Uncle Xixue, please keep Mr. Zhongli's matters confidential. I do not wish for my grandfather or that woman to find out." Xixue was taken aback, witnessing Qian Renxue's unwavering determination for the first time. Preventing the great offering and the Pope from learning of Lord Zhongli's affairs? Was this not placing Xixue in a precarious position? If the great offering and the Pope were to discover this matter, and he had concealed it, would he still have a life to live? Miss, Lord Zhongli is a person of great significance, destined for greatness, Xixue began, but upon seeing the resolute gaze of Qian Renxue, he realized that should he refuse today, his future may be fraught with peril. Gritting his teeth, Xixue nodded, "Rest assured, Mississippi. I will not reveal a single word regarding Lord Zhongli and Paimon. Thank you, Uncle Xixue." Upon receiving her gratitude, Xixue could only smile wryly. Being a subordinate is indeed challenging. Recently, a significant event transpired within Heavendo City. The prestigious Blue Tyrant Academy had suddenly been renamed Shrek Academy. Blue Tyrant Academy was quite renowned in Heavendo City, a place where land is as valuable as gold. Without ironclad connections, one could hardly establish a school there. Even the Royal Academy of Heavendo was located in the outskirts. Yet, Blue Tyrant Academy was situated within the city. The renaming to a school of an unfamiliar name was indeed perplexing. Xiaogong, Flomner. Are you suggesting that upon your arrival in Heavendo City, you have renamed a school for a certain duke? They had initially not intended to expose their identities. But due to that foolish Dai Mubai, their group nearly faced dire consequences. Lu Erlong, who rarely ventured out, was oblivious to the happenings in Heavendo City, which was utterly normal. As the group engaged in casual conversation, Yu Xiaojing recounted the events at the city gates. He truly envied Zhongli. In essence, the tale revolves around the manifestation of soul weapons, particularly the unique dual-born soul weapon of Zhongli, who has ascended to the rank of title Douluo. The mere mention of this fact does not stem from any desire for vengeance. He lacks the audacity for such an endeavor. Should this esteemed individual choose to exert his power, he would become an almost invincible entity, instilling fear in those who dare challenge him. Even his father, Yu Yuanjin, would likely tremble at the sight of such a being. The noble figure, a guest elder of the prince's residence, initially concealed his true strength even from the prince himself. He was invited based on his extensive knowledge. Had it not been for Xiao Bai's reckless actions, this dignitary would not have revealed his power. Chapter 32 illustrates how he has offended the most powerful and influential figures. Boss Fu, your student is indeed a master at stirring up trouble. I, Lu Erlong, must concede, exclaimed Lu Erlong, smiting her forehead in exasperation. Known for her forthright demeanor and unwavering loyalty to friends, she could not help but sigh at this moment. Upon arriving in Tiando City, she had already crossed paths with the fourth prince, Shui Bing, and had given him a thorough beating. One could dismiss the fourth prince as inconsequential. But this encounter had also drawn the ire of the venomous Dugabo. After entering the city, she inadvertently offended the guest elder of the prince's residence, thus indirectly antagonizing the prince himself, who, unlike the fourth prince, wielded genuine power and was destined to become the emperor of Tiando in the future. This was compounded by the fact that this guest elder possessed a fearsome soul beast with a soul ring that had existed for over 100,000 years. And to top it off, he had a dual-born soul weapon. It was truly remarkable. The most powerful and influential figures had all been offended. Were it not for someone silently offering reparations behind the scenes, the Shrek group would likely never have gained entrance to her academy. Upon hearing this, Flinder and Yu Xiaojing could not help but flush with embarrassment. Lu Erlong's words were a testament to her frustration. They regretted not intervening at the time, assuming their strength would suffice to navigate the complexities of Tiando City unscathed. Shrek Academy boasted formidable members, including several soul saints and soul emperors. Such a configuration typically allowed them to stride confidently. To their astonishment, they had unwittingly offended two individuals whose wrath they could not afford to incur. Erlong, this is partly our fault. We were too engrossed in the spectacle, Flinder admitted candidly. Their long-standing camaraderie should not be compromised over such matters. Lu Erlong's remarks were more playful than accusatory. Even though she recognized Flinder and Yu Xiaojing had erred, she would not align herself with the right side of the argument. This was her nature, to support friends without regard for reason. The second soul weapon of that noble figure, like her own, was a detached beast soul. She yearned to witness the extent of her power once she acquired 9 soul rings, each over 50,000 years old. Yu Xiaojing's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed the first time he had encountered someone in a similar predicament. However, the inherent advantages of his counterpart far surpassed his own. One thought Yu Xiaojing dared not voice was his fear of shaking the resolve of his companions. As Zhongli prepared to unleash his soul weapon upon them, Yu Xiaojing observed that Paimon had not vanished. At that moment, he was astounded, having encountered 2 dual-born soul weapon wielders before, namely, the current Pope Bibi Dong and his own disciple Tang San. He could assert that both Bibi Dong's dual B-souls and Tang San's dual tool souls shared a commonality. They could not coexist simultaneously in combat. This meant that while they could switch between weapons during battle, they could not wield both at once for an attack. Tang San's dual tool soul was capable of revealing both weapons outside of combat, but Bibi Dong was unable to do so, as her soul was of the beast variety. Yet, Zhongli defied this norm, showcasing both a detached and an attached soul weapon simultaneously. Once that soul weapon named Paimon acquired a soul ring, in the event of a confrontation, it would not merely be a one-on-one battle, but rather a 2-against-1 scenario, with an innate connection between the two. Even if Tang San succeeded in his plans and enhanced the Haotian hammer with 9 soul rings over 50,000 years, he would still find himself at a disadvantage against Zhongli. This was a truth Yu Xiaojing hesitated to articulate, fearing it might dampen the spirits of Tang Hao and Tang San. He knew that the reparations delivered at the city gate had been orchestrated by Tang Hao. The time and effort invested in reaching such a level of cultivation were immense. Tang San would have to endure patiently until the noble figure's time drew to a close before he could make his mark. Of fate and destiny, Yu Xiaojing sighed inwardly, choosing to set aside these thoughts. Father, if my mutated soul weapon could possess innate fullness, even at merely level 5, I would undoubtedly gain renown throughout the world. Were I to also wield a dual-born soul weapon, none would rival my prowess. From Zhongli's example, it became clear that the limitation was not with detached B-souls, but rather the unmet prerequisites. Yu Xiaojing simply did not fulfill these innate conditions. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's sentiments, Lu Erlong and Flinder exchanged a glance, silently lamenting. Yu Xiaojing remained steadfast in his aspirations, now that he had glimpsed the divine. His fervor had intensified. Had Yu Xiaojing's abilities been greater, their combined triad fusion technique would have been immensely powerful, but alas, the 2-against-1 dynamic was somewhat burdensome. Xiaojing, do not dwell too much on this. Once that noble figure acquires a soul ring for her second weapon, we shall pay her a visit, Lu Erlong reassured him, patting Yu Xiaojing on the shoulder. Flinder's eye twitched. It was quintessentially Lu Erlong to speak so boldly. Inquire? Are the secrets of soul masters something one can simply ask about? Of course, as Lu Erlong's devoted admirer, Flinder could not contradict his goddess's words. He quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiaojing, if we approach with sincerity, we may just win over that noble figure. In the Shrek Academy dormitory, Tang San was seated in meditation when suddenly an intensely cold aura locked onto him. He abruptly opened his eyes, drenched in sweat. Which esteemed elder is jesting with me? I kindly request your presence. Tang San, though respectful in tone, placed his right hand on the concealed weapon at his waist, ever ready for action. The ability to appear unnoticed in a student's dormitory and target him indicated that this individual possessed formidable strength, certainly beyond the likes of Zhao Wujia and others. This was the source of Tang San's anxiety. Just then, a somewhat familiar figure appeared before him, causing his heart to race. Sweat soaked through his garments. It was Douluo. Tang San's eyes widened in surprise. He could not fathom why this titled Douluo sought him out. Although he had encountered Douluo on a couple of occasions, he did not recall having offended him. Even during their expulsion from the Tiando Royal Academy, he had not displayed animosity. Thus, the elder had no reason to seek him out. Greetings, Your Excellency Bibi Dong. Tang San respectfully saluted Douluo, who seemed indifferent, scanning the surroundings before choosing a seat for himself. The simplicity of Tang San's dormitory perhaps reflected his modest upbringing, even as a soul master of considerable rank. He had not altered his ways. Do you concede that your poison is unmatched in the world? Douluo inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Tang San as he settled in. Upon hearing this, Tang San's mind raced. His thoughts rapidly sifted through Douluo's words for key elements. Wine. Yin, poison. Moments later, enlightenment struck him like a bolt of lightning. During their confrontation with the royal fighting team in Soto City, Shrek's team encountered the vice-captain of the royal team, Douluo, the girl with the martial soul of the phosphorescent snake. She is none other than the granddaughter of Douluo, is she not? Upon realizing this, Tang San glanced at Douluo, feeling a slight surprise within. Douluo's martial soul is the phosphorescent snake, and she appeared deeply poisoned, with her emerald green hair and pupils serving as undeniable evidence. These traits were clearly not characteristic of a normal person, and the faint scent of snake venom emanating from her was, in Tang San's perception, overwhelmingly foul. This further confirmed his suspicion that Douluo was indeed poisoned. Moreover, the poison stemmed from her own martial soul. Curiosity, Douluo. Her own grandfather and the sole master of the phosphorescent snake seemingly showed no signs of being poisoned himself. This left Tang San utterly perplexed. Could it be that Douluo was adopted? Given her condition, it was evident that it was more likely hereditary, making the possibility of her being adopted rather slim. Noticing Tang San lost in thought, Douluo was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? He had stated it so plainly. Yet this individual named Tang San seemed unable to connect the dots. Young people ought to practice a measure of self-discipline. Douluo shook his head, casting a glance of pity towards Tang San. Fortunately, Tang San promptly regained his focus and, oblivious to Douluo's gaze, remarked, "Your Majesty, during our time in Soto City, I indeed utilized a mixture of wine and realgar to dispel Miss Douluo's martial soul poison. Given her relatively low cultivation, it was not difficult to counteract her poison with the appropriate antidote." Tang San spoke with neither humility nor arrogance, possessing a sense of pride, particularly in matters concerning poison. After all, what was the Tang sect? It was a renowned authority in the art of poison, often regarded as the very progenitor of such practices in this world. Mere snake venom posed no challenge that required elaborate measures. Such audacity! Douluo slammed his hand on the table, seething with rage. Were it not for his restraint, the table might well have been shattered. His anger did not stem from Tang San's success in neutralizing Douluo's poison. Rather, it was due to Tang San's possession of a method that could even allow an ordinary person to counteract the soul masters of their lineage when their soul power was low. If this were to become public knowledge, what would become of the lower-ranked soul masters of the phosphorescent lineage? Even if there was none currently, what about in the future? Their lineage had always been renowned for its snake venom, and it was precisely this venom that deterred outsiders from provoking them. Wine and realgar? How marvelous! If this were to spread, it would lead to the annihilation of their lineage. In the face of Douluo's furious demeanor, Tang San remained undeterred. Since this esteemed figure had refrained from taking action at the outset, it was highly unlikely he would do so now. Tang San, you are quite impressive. For a brief moment, Douluo felt a flicker of murderous intent. With a swift strike, this secret might remain undisclosed. At worst, he could eliminate anyone who knew or even had the potential to know. Those who reached the title Douluo level were not to be trifled with, especially a lone wolf such as Douluo. He had encountered far more setbacks than individuals from larger factions. There was no recourse but to kill. Such was the brutality of the fantastical world. Noticing Douluo's murderous intent, a slight smirk crept onto Tang San's lips, filled with disdain. He wagered that Douluo would not dare to kill him. Your Majesty, do you not acknowledge that your poison is unparalleled in the world? I, the old man, am renowned for my poison. Naturally, it is unmatched. Douluo replied instinctively, without a moment's hesitation. Ha ha! Tang San laughed, a scornful laughter at that. Compared to Douluo's crude poison, the Tang sect's expertise was in an entirely different league, rendering Douluo's claims of being unmatched utterly laughable. Bah! Shameless! You insolent brat! What are you laughing at? In an instant, Douluo was before Tang San, his right hand gripping Tang San's neck, demanding answers. Though his breathing was constricted, Tang San continued to laugh unabated. Cough, cough. While I do not know why you remain unpoisoned, your granddaughter Douluo is already critically ill, at most. She has 10 years left, and even divine intervention may not save her. If you cannot even cure your own granddaughter's poison, how can you claim to be unmatched in the world? These words caused Douluo's hand to freeze, and he gazed at Tang San with a measure of astonishment. The last person to claim he was poisoned was that esteemed individual. He was well aware of his own affliction. Yet how could he ever admit to being poisoned by his own martial soul in front of outsiders, let alone a stranger? Initially, Douluo had been reluctant to believe Zhongli's words, but with Zhongli's hand around his neck, he was compelled to accept the truth. Fortunately, Zhongli was not deceiving him. He truly could remedy both his and Dugu Yan's poison, and furthermore, they could benefit from it, leading to the evolution of their martial souls. As long as their descendants did not regress to the phosphorescent snake, they would not face the issue of martial soul backlash. This was precisely why Dugu Bo willingly bestowed the ice and fire yin-yang to Zhongli. As for properties in Heavendo City, such trifles were hardly worth mentioning. Should Zhongli wish to assume the title of Heavendo Guestqing, even the main city would be offered without hesitation. And he believed Shui would agree as well. After a moment's contemplation, Dugu Bo released his grip, turning away from Tang San and approaching the window, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out at the night sky. You are correct, young man. I am hardly deserving of the title of the world's foremost. I never anticipated your insights into the realm of poison to be so profound. Alas, you and that esteemed individual arrived a decade too late. Dugu Bo let out a sigh. Had Zhongli and Tang San appeared 10 years earlier to assist his family in resolving the issue of martial soul poison, he would have willingly relinquished everything, even his title Douluo status. Witnessing the death of his son and daughter-in-law had left a profound mark on him. Dugu Bo did not question Tang San's ability to detoxify. The last individual to claim such was indeed capable. That was sufficient. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Dugu Bo. That esteemed individual? Tang San was no fool. Based on Dugu Bo's demeanor, it was evident he had previously been poisoned. However, someone had intervened to dispel his affliction. Who could that be? Someone even more formidable than himself? In such circumstances, only the legendary celestial herbs could possibly offer a cure. Contemplating the notion of celestial herbs, Tang San shook his head, dismissing it as mere fantasy. Surely, such miraculous entities could not exist in reality. Zhongli, ah yes. Happy 520. Chapter 34. Young friend, do you have any dreams? Zhongli and Paimon strolled leisurely towards Heavendo City, passing through numerous villages and towns, experiencing the rich local customs and culture. Their descent brought them to Heavendo City, arguably the most picturesque landing spot within the entire Heavendo Empire. In Heavendo City, both commoners and nobles enjoyed a relatively affluent lifestyle, with at least 3 stable meals a day. There was even some leisure money for entertainment, such as watching soul fights or enjoying music. In stark contrast, the villages and towns they had passed through were worlds apart from Heavendo City. The disparity in prosperity was immense, and even the quality of food left much to be desired. Gastronomy was something to be pursued and explored only when one could fill their stomach. Most commoners could afford only 1 meal a day, making the pursuit of culinary delights nearly impossible. One day, while passing through an unnamed village, which was modest in size, comprising roughly 80 households, Paimon, holding a bowl of porridge, expressed her gratitude to an elderly man, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although referred to as porridge, it was scarcely distinguishable from plain water. The villagers were so impoverished yet still offered her this meager meal, leaving Paimon feeling a twinge of guilt. She had initially intended to depart, but Zhongli showed no inclination to leave. Instead, he savored the bowl of porridge, commenting on its texture and flavor as he tasted it. This left Paimon utterly perplexed. Surely not. You are the Geo Archon, and yet you dare to partake in the porridge of one so impoverished? Paimon stared wide-eyed at Zhongli, her disbelief akin to that of meeting him for the very first time. Please, there is no need for thanks. My home offers little in the way of hospitality, and I sincerely apologize, the elderly man said, appearing quite sincere in his demeanor. It was not the grandeur of Zhongli's attire or his eloquent speech that prompted their welcome. And then there was Paimon, this delightful little creature, who had lived for decades, yet was witnessing such an extraordinary martial spirit for the very first time. The little one was quite charming, but alas, there was hardly anything to eat at home. Otherwise, he certainly would have offered them something. Beside the elder stood a boy of perhaps 12, clad in tattered clothing and appearing emaciated. At that moment, he was gazing longingly at the porridge Zhongli was consuming, swallowing hard as desire filled his eyes. Yet he bit his lip to suppress it. How could Zhongli, with his formidable strength, be unaware of their plight? Still, he continued to eat the porridge with unhurried composure. Undistracted. Good sir, how old is your grandson this year? At some point, Zhongli set his empty bowl aside and calmly inquired of the elder. This porridge was perhaps the simplest he had ever tasted, and under normal circumstances, his character would not allow him to indulge in it. However, this bowl of porridge represented more than mere sustenance, prompting him to partake without distraction. The elder was momentarily taken aback by the question, and the boy too seemed momentarily stunned. How many years has it been since the awakening of the martial spirit? Perhaps 4, 5, or even 6 years. In a poor household, birthdays were of little significance. Sir, my grandson is, 12 years old. Zhongli sighed softly, glancing at the empty bowl before turning his gaze to the frail child. A 12-year-old boy, lacking the robust physique of an 8-year-old from Liyue, was a sight both pitiful and lamentable. This child exhibited no signs of the soul power that a true soul master should possess, indicating he lacked innate soul power and thus could not become a soul master. For commoners, the best path to rise from their station was for a soul master to emerge from their midst. The mere presence of a soul master would elevate their status. My young friend, what is your name? Upon hearing Zhongli's deep, reassuring voice, the boy felt warmth envelop him. He blinked and replied, Sir, I am called Wang Guden. Zhongli almost, just a tad. He nearly faltered at such a name. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions. Wang, Just as he was about to call out Wang Guden, he swallowed the words back down. Sir, please pardon my lack of education. I named him Wang Matzi. His father, Wang Taizhu, passed away early, so I gave him this name. Sir, you appear to be a learned noble. Perhaps you could bestow a name upon Guden? Wang Matzi asked tentatively. The villagers merely called out names for convenience, and there were far stranger names than this. They had grown accustomed to it. But having a more refined name would certainly be welcome. Upon hearing this, and observing the hopeful expressions on the elder S and boy S faces, Zhongli ultimately nodded. Naming was neither a trivial matter nor an insignificant one. Zhongli, your wealth of knowledge finally comes to fruition. I heard that Xiao's name was also given by you, right? Paimon chimed in, fluttering to Zhongli's side with a smile. Zhongli turned his gaze toward Paimon. In truth, many names among his old friends were indeed bestowed by him. Whenever one of them fell, it felt as though something within him was obstructed. He nodded, but chose not to elaborate further. Though the world may not wear away, the heart can still ache. After a moment, Zhongli finally spoke. My young friend, your surname is Wang. How about I give you the single character Chen for your name? Wang Chun, representing the celestial bodies. Most could not bear such a name. Yet this child might just be able to. Wang Chun. Upon hearing this name, the boy's eyes lit up, and he quickly exclaimed, Thank you, sir. I shall be called Wang Chun from now on. Chun, embodying the essence of dragons, soaring to great heights. Born in the darkest corners beneath the starry sky, you shall surely carve your path through thorns. Young Wang Chun, do you hold any dreams? A dream? I have none. I lack soul power, and my martial spirit is but a useless one. Wang Chun lowered his head, seemingly resigned to his fate. In the Douluo Continent, possessing innate soul power, even at the first level, could ignite dreams. As long as one became a soul master, most dreams could be realized. Zhongli nodded thoughtfully, refraining from pressing further. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he said, By the way, good sir and Wang Chun, Paimon and I never partake of food that is not earned. Paimon. Now, being without possessions, I shall offer this piece of amber as payment for the meal. With that, Zhongli produced a piece of amber-colored glass from seemingly nowhere and placed it upon the somewhat dilapidated table. No, you two have urgent matters. We must take our leave. Before Wang Matzi and Wang Chun could react, Zhongli exchanged a glance with Paimon, and the pair departed swiftly. Once Wang Matzi and Wang Chun regained their senses, they glanced at the gem on the table. Even if they had never seen such a thing before, its quality was unmistakable. It was certainly no ordinary object. Chapter 35. The otherworldly version of the Eye of the Earth element. What are you staring at? We did not host this esteemed guest because he appeared wealthy. Rather, we welcomed him for he treated us as equals, in both speech and demeanor. Wang Matzi shouted at Wang Chun. Such a precious item could surely not be exchanged for a mere bowl of porridge. Besides, they also owed him a name. How could a simple bowl of porridge compare? No noble would ever regard commoners as equals, not even the protagonists of the original story. Wang Chun was taken aback. Upon witnessing Wang Matzi's expression, he snatched up the glass bead from the table and rushed toward the door. Grandfather, I shall return this to them at once. In their exchange, they failed to notice that the glass bead in Wang Chun's hand had begun to glow. Zhongli and Paimon had not strayed far. However, due to the strength of Wang Matzi and Wang Chun, Zhongli chose to remain unseen. Zhongli, that you left behind is not merely a piece of amber, is it? We are now quite wealthy, yet you claim to have none. That must be the Eye of the Earth element, correct? Paimon whispered, a hint of recognition in her voice. Surely, she could identify the Eye of Earth element. Indeed, that is an Eye of the Earth element. However, it is not one distributed by the Sky Islands. Instead, it is a product I created using the power of the Earth element. Its effects are indistinguishable from a genuine eye of the earth element. Zhongli nodded, speaking candidly. Why would you go to such lengths? Paimon blinked in confusion, inquiring further. One meal, one eye of the divine? If a bank president learned of this, they might well be in his debt for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Zhongli turned to Paimon, offering a wry smile. Paimon, in time, you will understand and come to know. Paimon was momentarily stunned, but once she grasped the implication, her expression turned dark. She stamped her feet in midair, exclaiming in frustration. You enigmatic riddle maker, could you not offer an explanation? Just like that insufferable fiend who only knows how to chuckle. How annoying. Sure. Let us observe Wang Chen's first battle. The scene shifted back to Wang Chun. After swiftly exiting the door, Wang Chun found himself momentarily bewildered, as he could not see Zhongli or Paimon anywhere. In the village, despite having over 80 households, there was no obstruction within a 500-meter radius surrounding his home. What was happening? Where was everyone? As Zhongli and Paimon stepped out, he had followed closely behind, only to find himself losing track of them. Even with his lack of experience, Wang Chun understood that he had encountered someone extraordinary. Gritting his teeth, he clutched the glass bead and sprinted in a specific direction, utterly oblivious to one crucial fact. Although he was ravenous, a consequence of never having enough to eat, he had no strength. Yet today, he felt remarkably different. He dashed over 100 meters without any discomfort, and his speed only seemed to increase. Gradually, the glass bead in his palm appeared to melt away, transforming into dots of golden light that fused into his body. This was Zhongli's safeguard for the otherworldly version of the God Eye. The God Eye, in essence, was an external magical organ that allowed its possessor to manipulate corresponding elemental forces. Being an external item, it could naturally be taken away or seized. The otherworldly God Eye had improved upon this flaw, integrating directly into the body and becoming akin to a martial soul. Of course, the storage function possessed by the God Eye was absent in Zhongli's version. It resembled a martial soul, but was not one, unable to absorb soul rings. Upon acquiring the otherworldly God Eye, enhancing one's strength was straightforward. It involved continually developing the abilities bestowed by the God Eye. The magnitude of power and strength was entirely dependent on the user's own effort and level of development. Of course, the God Eye's power had its limits. After all, the rock elemental force that Zhongli had condensed was finite, naturally imposing a ceiling. Unless the user could transcend this limit, they would no longer be merely human. As Wang Chun continued to run, he gradually realized that the trees around him appeared to be retreating at an accelerated pace, and he sensed something was amiss. What was happening? At that moment, Wang Chun found himself at a loss. Was this truly the extent of his speed? It wasn't he that he held a low opinion of himself. Rather, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities, and he knew he could never attain such a level. Something was wrong. He opened his right hand and gazed at the glass bead. At that moment, the last glimmer of golden light entered his body, which he managed to perceive. This, Wang Chun stood stunned. Had the glass bead transformed into light and been absorbed by him? His mouth fell slightly agape, as if he had a lump in his throat. After a moment, a surge of information flooded his mind, bringing him back to reality. He extended his right hand once more, and with a flash of golden light, the vanished glass bead reappeared in his grasp. Rock Elemental, God Eye. What merit or capability did I, Wang Chun, possess? Lord Zhongli, should I achieve any accomplishments in the future, traversing heaven and earth, I shall certainly come to repay your kindness. After uttering these words, Wang Chun knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times in all directions. He was unaware of Zhongli's location. Surely one of the directions was right. Just as Wang Chun rose, several voices sent shivers down his spine. A roar echoed, a clear indication of a beast's growl. Under normal circumstances, he would have wished for 2 additional legs to run faster. But today was different. Although fear gripped him, he now possessed a modicum of self-defense. Moments later, several creatures that resembled wolves, yet walked upright, emerged before him. Wolf thieves. Wang Chen's pupils constricted. He had never expected the beastly roar to belong to the legendary wolf thieves. He had heard tales from the village elders about these terrifying and cruel creatures. Most alarmingly, these beasts were said to abduct human women. Hadn't he, the spirit hall, eradicated the wolf thieves? Why were they here? Wang Chun trembled all over just half an hour ago. He had been an utterly ordinary peasant boy. How could he not be terrified upon encountering wolf thieves? I cannot run. The village is right behind me. If I flee, what will happen to my grandfather? What will become of everyone? Wang Chen's body shook with fear, yet there was also a flicker of excitement, a latent warrior instinct buried deep within him. As Wang Chun noticed the wolf thieves, they in turn had noticed him. and several of them charged towards him without delay. Chapter 36. No madnis, no survival his. Upon seeing the wolf thieves, Paimon inhaled sharply, patting her chest vigorously. She turned to Zhongli and asked, Zhongli, is this a werewolf? No, these are wolf thieves, a pack of beasts, Zhongli replied, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the wolf thieves. Before arriving in this village, he had already detected their presence lurking nearby. Currently, there were only a few of these wolf thieves, and their strength was rather lacking, perhaps equivalent to a great soul master among humans. Yet to this village, they posed a cataclysmic threat, even if their power was minimal. Their purpose for entering the village was not driven by hunger. He could go without food or water for years without issue. Initially intending to deal with these creatures directly, Zhongli reconsidered and opted to wait and observe. If matters escalated to an irreversible state, he would intervene. Ah, so you left the rock elemental god for this reason. You intended for Wang Chun. No, you intended for the villagers to handle this themselves? For some reason, Paimon felt that this tactic seemed somewhat familiar, though she couldn't quite recall why. Indeed. However, more importantly, the kindness exhibited by this elder and youth has touched me. Zhongli nodded, not denying, but rather explaining his reasoning to Paimon. What if little Wang Chun cannot handle this? He can manage it. Huh, we shall see. Damn riddlemaker. How infuriating. Paimon nearly exploded with frustration. Everything about Zhongli was commendable, except for his penchant for cryptic speech, leaving her to guess. Did she appear to be the kind of person who could decipher riddles? Wait, something seems off. Zhongli slightly turned his gaze towards Paimon, who had calmed down in less than 7 seconds after her outburst, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. Paimon was truly not one to hold grudges. She was the complete opposite of that knight who meticulously noted down grievances in a little book. Roar, you wretched wolf thieves. All you can do is roar. Wang Chun bellowed, and then his body began to swell, his disheveled hair standing on end like a cluster of spikes. This was his martial soul, a pig. Indeed, a pig. However, unlike ordinary domesticated pigs, his martial soul was that of a wild boar, lacking innate soul power and sufficient nourishment. He appeared frail despite possessing a beastly martial soul. Now, however, things had changed. Endowed with elemental power, the fusion of his martial soul with elemental energy, along with his emotions of anger and fear, had caused his martial soul to blossom anew. Do not underestimate the wild boar martial soul. Only Wang Chun's lack of innate soul power and inadequate nourishment made him appear so weak. It is well known that among beasts, the wild boar is a force to be reckoned with, a veritable war beast that charges forward without hesitation. A beastly roar erupted from Wang Chun's lips. His once black pupils transformed into a fiery red, resembling a demon. Beneath his feet, an amber glow flickered as the rock elemental energy enveloped him, forming a protective armor. This armor bore a striking resemblance to rock, appearing heavy yet not hindering Wang Chun's movements. A noble aspiration to be protected by armor. The elemental battle techniques and elemental explosion of the otherworldly rock elemental god were tangentially related to Zhongli, but not significantly so. Users are required to develop and apply their own skills. The elemental abilities and bursts will be intertwined with the user's desires. For instance, Wang Chun previously envisioned protection, guarding his grandfather and the villagers. Hence, his elemental skill manifested as armor, which is quite reasonable. Beyond elemental skills and bursts, users can also develop other abilities, but this necessitates innate talent. Fully armed, Wang Chun charged at the wolf bandits, his frenzied demeanor appearing even more deranged than that of the bandits themselves. The wolf bandits were taken aback, pondering whether to voice their thoughts. Alas, young Wang Chun seems utterly insane. He has succumbed to a frenzy, perhaps still too young. I hope he can learn to wield this power wisely, otherwise Zhongli murmured, leaving his thoughts unspoken. Although he refrained from voicing his concerns about Paimon's naivety, she understood the underlying meaning. Zhongli could bestow formidable power upon Wang Chun, granting him the opportunity to pursue his desires. Should Wang Chun stray from his original intentions and commit malevolent deeds, Zhongli would undoubtedly reclaim that power. Time is fleeting. As Wang Chun collided with the bandits, their claws mercilessly struck him, yet merely caused a slight pause in his momentum. The impact of claws against his rocky armor produced sparks, dulling the bandits' claws, leaving only faint white marks on the armor. In his berserk state, Wang Chun was oblivious to everything else. He yearned solely to annihilate these bandits or be vanquished by them. As he barreled toward one of the bandits, he grasped its arm and crashed into it. A resounding thud echoed, followed by the sound of bones snapping, clearly not his own. The wolf bandit howled in pain, becoming even more frenzied, and retaliated with another claw strike aimed at Wang Chun. Va-tweet. At the center of the encirclement, Wang Chun stomped the ground, unleashing a powerful eruption of rock elemental energy. Boom, boom, boom. Like swords, the rock elemental constructs surged from the earth in 3 successive waves, leaving the wolf bandits in torment. Wait, why does this elemental burst seem so familiar? Paimon scratched her head, bewildered. She felt a sense of déjà vu regarding Wang Chun's elemental burst, as if she had seen it before. If his elemental skill were not armor, but rather a celestial star alas. Although Wang Chen's inaugural battle was somewhat savage, his timing in deploying skills was commendable. Eliminating a few negligible wolf bandits posed no challenge. After dispatching the bandits, Wang Chun stood frozen, bewilderment filling his eyes. Gradually, he regained some lucidity, incredulously surveying the scene. Had he truly done all this? He examined his hands and looked at the lifeless bandits. Dear Wang Chun, may you wield this power wisely and remain true to your original intent. Should you ever forget your aspirations and stray from virtue, I shall personally bring your end. Zhongli's voice echoed in his mind, startling Wang Chun. He hadn't realized Zhongli had remained, watching him from the shadows. Lord Zhongli Chapter 37. The heart of stone, yet unyielding. Zhu Zhuqing does not. Zhongli and Paimon departed the small village silently, embarking on their journey home once more. As for the youth named Wang Chun, the wheels of destiny began to turn. In Heaven Do City, within the male dormitory of Shrek Academy, Tang San sat on a stool by the window, gazing outside, lost in thought. After a while, he murmured, could it be him? The only person capable of being called master by Douluo Bo, aside from the one he encountered upon entering the city, was someone he could not fathom. If it truly were him, how had he managed to rescue Douluo Bo? Rescuing someone like Douluo Bo was akin to wresting a soul from the clutches of the king of hell. Unless one possessed the legendary immortal herb, there was but a slim chance, 7 or 8 out of 10, of saving Douluo Bo. This was the very conundrum that perplexed Tang San. Immortal herb? Don't be ridiculous. How could such divine items exist in this world? Even if there were an immortal herb, using it to save another would be sheer waste. Douluo Bo did not trouble Tang San. After a brief silence, he departed quietly. Upon his exit, Tang San did not engage in training, but remained lost in contemplation by the window. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if he had lost something, yet could not articulate what it was. Additionally, he was bewildered by the fact that there were still individuals capable of curing Douluo Bo's poison. If someone could alleviate Douluo Bo's affliction, then surely they could do so for Douluo Yin as well. Little San, what is the matter with you? Just then, a voice broke through his reverie, drawing Tang San back to reality. He turned to see Dai Mubai standing by the window and replied, Boss Dai, I'm fine. I'm just pondering some issues. The visitor was indeed Dai Mubai, and the title was fitting. After all, he was known as Boss Dai in the early stages, Mubai in the mid stages, and Dai Mubai in the later stages. I didn't expect you to have troubles as well. Dai Mubai sighed, leaping effortlessly into the room from the window. For him, a spirit master, such a feat was trivial. Tang San forced a smile. Despite his prodigious talent, he too bore numerous burdens. Boss Dai, why the long face? Didn't you go with Fatty to the Soul Arena? Alas, upon hearing this, Dai Mubai sighed again and found a place to sit, stating, Little San, you don't understand my woes. You have a little dance partner who follows you devotedly. Boss Dai, Xiao Wu is merely my sister. Tang San quickly retorted, though his tone faltered slightly. Ah, yes, sister. It's all right to have feelings for your sister. What is there to hide? We're all grown men here. Seeing Tang San's hesitance, Dai Mubai continued, Little San, if you say Xiao Wu is just your sister, then surely one day she will marry, right? Just think, if Xiao Wu were in another man's arms, I'd kill him. Tang San instinctively slammed the table, standing up in anger. His fierce demeanor genuinely startled Dai Mubai, who, after regaining his composure, looked at Tang San and smiled silently. When Tang San came back to his senses, he met Dai Mubai's gaze, and for a moment, they were at a loss for words. Wasn't this akin to a confession? After a long pause, Tang San finally spoke softly, Boss Dai, perhaps we should discuss your issues. In that moment, Tang San also understood his own heart. His feelings for Xiao Wu had transcended mere sibling affection. Yet, he wondered if Xiao Wu had always viewed him as merely her brother. Upon hearing this, the smile on Dai Mubai's face froze and gradually faded. Just moments ago, he had been filled with mirth, and now his expression was steeped in sorrow. Little San, you should know a bit about my relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, right? It would be strange if you didn't know given how long it had been. Back in Soto City, Dai Mubai had quarreled with Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong had stood up for Zhu Zhuqing during that time. Although that incident was long ago, Tang San still recalled it vividly. Later, due to Dai Mubai's valiant sacrifice in the Stardow Forest, Ning Rongrong's impression of him improved significantly, allowing their fractured relationship to mend somewhat. My heart aches. Brother, she's clearly my fiancée, yet she treats me as if I do not exist. Logically, we should be able to use our martial soul fusion technique, but that requires a mutual understanding. She neither comprehends nor accepts me, completely shutting her heart, rendering us unable to unleash our martial soul fusion technique. Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Martial soul fusion technique? Goodness, is there such a thing? Suddenly, Tang San seemed to have an epiphany, as if everything had fallen into place. No wonder the teacher's gaze towards you and Zhu Zhuqing was so peculiar. As you Xiaojiang, how could he possibly be unaware of the circumstances between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing? This was precisely why he found it strange. The spectral white tiger, renowned across the continent. How could one not have heard of it? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, his eyelids twitching. Little San, is your focus misplaced? I was addressing the fact that Zhu Qing is ignoring me. Tang San replied, I have indeed acted foolishly in the past, but I have changed. Since she has arrived, I have severed all ties with those other women. Despite my efforts, she still refuses to acknowledge me. Even a stone would be moved by my performance in the Stardow Forest, would it not? At this juncture, Dai Mubai instinctively nodded. This young master, though somewhat frivolous, was genuinely earnest in his pursuits. This was also the reason why, upon arriving in Heaven Do City, he had offended 2 titled Douluos yet was not cast aside. Dai Mubai was indeed a commendable friend and brother. In his former life, Tang San was an assassin, and in this life, as he was just beginning to untangle his own emotions, how could he possibly comprehend the struggles of the fair sex? Since Dai Mubai was someone he respected, he naturally found himself instinctively siding with him. Even a rock has a heart, yet Zhu Zhuqing does not. Dai Mubai lamented, his despair palpable. Dai Lauda, since Zhu Zhuqing does not fancy you, why must you hang your hopes upon her? Love cannot be forced, can it? Do you think I desire this? The moment I see her icy demeanor, my interest wanes. I have my reasons for being with her. Furthermore, my parents' wishes and the arrangements of matchmakers leave me no room for refusal. Even if she is unwilling now, she shall come around in time. And what of your current predicament? Time waits for no one. For some reason, I have an inkling that her motive for seeking me out is to perish together. Chapter 38. You are a good person. Listening to your words is as enlightening as a profound lecture. Regarding Dai Mubai's emotional dilemma, Tang San shrugged, indicating his inability to assist, and suggested that Dai Mubai seek wiser counsel. After all, he had only just begun to clarify his own feelings. How could he possibly grasp the intricacies of Dai Mubai's situation? It was common knowledge that Dai Mubai was a playboy, yet it seemed no one took this matter seriously, particularly the males within Shrek Academy. Sigh. Dai Mubai exhaled deeply, and after a brief moment, he slammed his palm onto the table with a resounding crash. The already fragile table suffered further damage, splintering apart. Tang San's eyes twitched. That was his table. Witnessing Dai Mubai's enraged expression, Tang San's mouth opened slightly, but he swallowed the words that were on the verge of escaping. Since Zhu Zhuqing is so ungrateful, I shall act as if she is no longer my fiancée. Oof. There are plenty of women in this world who would scream and shout for me. Dai Mubai, what man fears a life without a wife? After voicing this declaration, Dai Mubai felt a surge of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, the gloom dissipating somewhat. It was indeed Zhu Zhuqing's attitude that had deeply wounded him, igniting such fury within. Little San, if the dean inquires about my whereabouts, you may tell him in Zhu Zhuqing's presence that I have gone out for a carefree escapade with Fatty. Isn't that inappropriate? What's wrong with that? I'm leaving. Having said this, Dai Mubai leaped out of the window and dashed away. Tang San glanced at Dai Mubai's retreating figure and murmured, fortunately, Xiao Wu is not like Zhu Zhuqing. The scene shifted to the entrance of Heaven Do City. A tall figure accompanied by a smaller one appeared, leaving the guards at the city gate somewhat dazed. Wonderful, Zhongli, we are finally back, Paimon exclaimed, her arms wide open as if to embrace the entirety of Heaven Do City. She had grown increasingly nostalgic for the culinary delights of the city during their travels. I wonder if Xue Qinghe, yes, Qinghe, has missed us. And what of Aunt Wong from the Seven Treasures Hotel? Zhongli, arms crossed, cast a sidelong glance at the incessantly chattering Paimon. I hope her memory hasn't been solely devoted to food and people. Other matters seemed to slip her mind quickly, save for those she had encountered and the food she adored. Zhongli, now that we have returned, let us feast at the Seven Treasures Hotel, Paimon suggested eagerly, rubbing her hands together, her face alight with anticipation. If you wish, then let us go. Fantastic. Onward to the Seven Treasures Hotel. With Zhongli's affirmation, Paimon was as exuberant as a child, hastening toward the direction of the hotel. Seeing this, Zhongli shook his head and silently followed in her wake. The little one truly had not indulged in any fine cuisine during their time away. It was rather pitiable. Zhongli, hurry up. Don't waddle like an 80-year-old. At this moment, Paimon paused, as if recalling something, and promptly swallowed her remaining words. 80-year-old? Is that meant to compliment Zhongli's youthfulness? He is at least over 6,000 years old. As for Zhongli's true age, aside from himself, no one could ascertain it. It was known that he had possibly witnessed the battle between the first and second sovereigns. Zhongli, Paimon, greetings. Suddenly, a somewhat cool voice broke the air, bringing Paimon back to her senses. Instinctively, she turned toward the source of the voice to find a tall girl with long black hair. This girl, despite her youthful features, was undeniably tall and statuesque. Oh, you are the one and only Zhu Zhuqing? Yes, indeed, I am Zhu Zhuqing, she affirmed, nodding at Paimon before shifting her gaze to Zhongli. You were the only one who spoke up for me during the last incident. You are a good person. The moment Zhu Zhuqing's gaze returned to Paimon, the latter's words followed, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to look back at her. Their actions were misguided, but alas, my strength was insufficient. Otherwise, I would have taught them a lesson. After saying this, Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze back to Zhongli. Ah, I see. Zhu Zhuqing. Zhongli and I were just about to head to the Seven Treasures Hotel for a meal. Do you have any matters to discuss? Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Paimon. This little one was far too meddlesome. No, I have nothing pressing. If that is the case, would you care to join us for a meal? Paimon instinctively extended the invitation out of courtesy, akin to her earlier invitation to Qian Renxue. Of course, if the other party chose to join, Paimon wouldn't say anything further. Dining together would certainly be livelier. After all, it wouldn't be her and Zhongli footing the bill. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's previous melancholy lifted. How had she not noticed how endearing Paimon was before? I have no objections, though I wonder if it would impose upon you. Not all, right, Zhongli? With the task of establishing rapport accomplished, the scene shifted back to Zhongli. If the lady does not mind and has the time, it would be no trouble at all. How can I mind? I have plenty of time. Paimon. Unbeknownst to her, Paimon felt as though matters were far more intricate than they appeared. This Zhu Zhuqing, the way she looked at Zhongli was almost mesmerizing, which was truly perplexing. Zhu Zhuqing had stepped out from the Blue Tyrant Academy to clear her mind amidst her training. The atmosphere there was not conducive to her. It was rife with hypocrisy and pretense. Since her last encounter with Zhongli, the dreams that had once plagued Zhu Zhuqing had inexplicably vanished, leaving her in a state of perplexity. She yearned to meet Zhongli once more, hoping to perhaps rekindle those dreams and, in the process, forge a friendship akin to that which she had experienced within the dream realm. Indeed, she desired nothing more than a pure camaraderie, for the Zhongli in her dreams had shown her nothing but sincerity. It was curious. Both Qian Renxue and Zhu Zhuqing exhibited such behavior. What could be the underlying reason for this? With his discerning perspective, Zhongli undoubtedly recognized the peculiarities surrounding Qian Renxue and Zhu Zhuqing, particularly during their first encounters with him. Now, as he met Zhu Zhuqing for the second time, her gaze toward him resembled that of an old friend. How could this not evoke a sense of confusion in Zhongli? Despite his inner bewilderment, he refrained from voicing his inquiries. Chapter 39, A Chaotic Circle. Zhongli, Paimon, and Zhu Zhuqing made their way toward the Seven Treasures Hotel. Not far off, two figures stood, one of whom clutched the other tightly. Calm down, Dai. You must remain composed. They might simply be having a meal. The moment these words escaped his lips, Dai Mubai's countenance turned an ashen green. With Zhu Zhuqing's striking appearance, any normal man would be unable to resist, and they were merely dining. Curse it. Rest assured, I'm remarkably calm right now. Dai Mubai was far from foolish. He understood that Zhongli was a titled Daw, yet he charged ahead recklessly. He had witnessed the entire scene. It was Zhu Zhuqing who had willingly approached. How infuriating it was to see her maintain an icy demeanor before him. Yet her eyes sparkled with affection when she beheld Zhongli, as if she longed to embrace him. Particularly those fleeting glances she cast back at him while Paimon spoke to her. Stay calm, he muttered. Dai, do not place the blame on Lord Zhongli. It is Zhu Zhuqing you should be wary of. At this juncture, Ma Hongjun chose to remain silent, for he noticed the murderous glint in Dai Mubai's eyes. If you can't keep your mouth shut, then do so. After delivering a sharp retort to the rotund figure, Dai Mubai seethed, that wretched Zhu Zhuqing. Very well. Just splendid. He was genuinely infuriated. Just moments ago, he had left Tang San's side, intending to share some drinks with Ma Hongjun. They say that alcohol alleviates a multitude of woes, and he had planned to indulge a little. As for the notion of revelry, that was merely a passing sentiment. Fatty, let's go eat something. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. Hadn't the blonde previously stated he wouldn't go? Was he now reacting to some provocation? Fine, I don't mind, after all. No one cares how I spend my time. And who dares to interfere with me? Dai Mubai barked, I could take on 10. This was not a matter of Ma Hongjun underestimating Dai Mubai. They had known each other for quite some time. He was well aware of Dai Mubai's state whenever he returned from his escapades. Their time as roommates in Suatawa City had left no secrets between them. Dai Mubai declared, Zhu Zhuqing, you think you can party? I can do it even better. With a dismissive snort, he instructed Ma Hongjun to lead the way to the vibrant nightlife. Due to his martial soul, Ma Hongjun, upon arriving in Tiando City, had sought out such establishments immediately, so he was well acquainted with the route. The two of them ambled away, arms draped over one another's shoulders. In the shadows, Flinder shook his head, unable to suppress a sigh. What chaos! The noble circle is truly tumultuous. Bai and Zhu Zhuqing are no exceptions. As the dean, I cannot chastise them. Yet, I must admit, Zhu Zhuqing possesses a discerning eye. Ha ha ha! Alas, such matters are beyond my modest capacity as a soul saint to regulate. It is best to pretend I have not witnessed anything. A group of students had seemingly conspired to leave the academy together, and knowing they were troublemakers, how could Flinder not follow discreetly? He never anticipated encountering such a bizarre scene. If only these students could display the same devotion as he did. Curiously, although these old fellows were not virtuous, they were not frivolous either. They merely guided the students in causing mischief, gambling, and the like. Yet, these youngsters surpassed their mentors. They not only stirred trouble, but also understood how to manage their finances, something these old-timers could hardly fathom. After lingering for a moment, Flinder turned to leave, reassured that Zhu Zhuqing would be safe. Being with that man was as secure as one could possibly be. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were merely headed to such places. As long as they paid, there would be no issues. There was no cause for concern. He resolved to return and focus on his training, striving to reach level 80 as soon as possible. Despite Flinder's considerable talent, his progress had been hindered by the complications surrounding Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojing. It is worth noting that, in his previous life, he had ascended to level 93 through sheer determination, despite having nothing to begin with. This attests to his innate ability. Now that Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojing had reconciled, he felt a sense of relief. Those of Flinder's caliber were exceedingly rare, not just across Douluo Continent, but the entire world. As long as the goddess was happy, he had no further desires. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Zhongli and his companions. Upon entering the Seven Treasures Hotel, the proprietor paused, surprised, yet he refrained from asking anything and maintained his usual demeanor. As a soul saint and a direct descendant of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, he was adept at reading the room. The trio settled into a private room, with Zhu Zhuqing casting her gaze downward, avoiding eye contact, though her eyes would occasionally dart toward Zhongli. Miss Zhu Zhuqing, your eyes suggest a familiarity between us. Might you share the reason? Zhongli inquired, placing his teacup down. It was all rather peculiar. Is it that obvious? Zhu Zhuqing gasped, snapping back to reality. She thought to herself, I. As she attempted to articulate her thoughts, words caught in her throat. How could she tell Zhongli that she had encountered him in her dreams? That they had shared a friendship there? Regardless of whether Zhongli believed her, she herself found it hard to accept. Dreams, after all, were ephemeral, and one day she would awaken from this slumber. She could not entirely equate her dreams with her current reality. Zhu Zhuqing faltered, unsure of how to proceed. This is our second meeting. However, before she could finish, Paimon flitted to Zhu Zhuqing's side, interjecting, Zhongli, Ms. Zhu Zhuqing appears to be troubled. Perhaps you should refrain from questioning her. Miss Zhu Zhuqing, if there is anything weighing on your mind, feel free to confide in Paimon. I assure you it shall remain a secret. Zhu Zhuqing felt her hard-won courage dissipate under Paimon's interruption. Miss Zhu Zhuqing, if you wish to remain silent, that is perfectly acceptable. I'm not one to pry into other secrets. Oh, Zhongli, I was so close to uncovering Miss Zhu Zhuqing's secret. Do not interrupt. Paimon's words caused both Zhongli and Zhu Zhuqing to flinch. Had it not been for Paimon's disruption, Zhu Zhuqing might have divulged her secret. Now, with her courage shattered, the prospect of revealing it seemed nearly impossible. Zhongli did not press the matter, recognizing it was of little consequence. Moments later, Chapter 40. He is Morix. Miss Zhu Zhuqing. Farewell. Outside the Seven Treasures Hotel, Paimon waved goodbye to Zhu Zhuqing. Farewell, Paimon. Zhu Zhuqing raised her right hand and waved at Paimon. After uttering these words, she turned to Zhongli and said goodbye. Yes, goodbye. Zhongli nodded in response, though he always felt there was something peculiar about this girl with her long black hair, though he could not quite articulate it. During their meal, her gaze was entirely fixed upon him rather than the dishes laid out before them. Was there something enchanting about him? Zhongli pondered in bewilderment. Within the Seven Treasures Hotel, the proprietor pressed a hand against his chest, feeling a twinge of pain. As he leaned against the bar, his eyes clouded with confusion. No, I cannot bear this burden alone. These bills ought to be sent to the sect, he murmured, staring at the lengthy invoice. Yet, the bills were of secondary concern. He was preoccupied with another question. Who was the girl with the long black hair dining with Zhongli? Or rather, why had Zhongli invited her to dine? If he could unravel this mystery, the issue of the bills would pale in comparison, becoming trivial and inconsequential. Zhu Zhuqing. It was time to investigate further. He needed to understand the circumstances. If Zhongli simply harbored a fondness for this particular type, though it might be difficult to find, the Seven Treasures Liuli sect would undoubtedly assist him in procuring her. It is not the desires of the strong that one fears, but rather their lack of desire. Alas, he was mistaken, gravely so. The truth was that Zhu Zhuqing had no ulterior motives for dining with Zhongli and Paimon. It was merely a chance encounter. For both parties, the other was a familiar stranger. Zhu Zhuqing recognized the Geo Archon from her dreams, while Zhongli, having read about Zhu Zhuqing's life in his previous existence, was similarly aware of her. They understood each other, yet had never interacted, thus remaining as familiar strangers. Indeed, Zhongli was an otherworldly traveler, and the memories from his past life had also resurfaced. Logically, he ought to exhibit many traits typical of such travelers. Phrases like heaven is the oldest, and I am a third should be uttered. Upon arriving in Douluo Continent, he should rightfully claim everything, beauties, wealth, and leverage his precognitive abilities as a traveler to serve as a mere dog for the spirit hall. For he was Morix. Compared to the thousands of years of memories and habits associated with Morix, the mere decades of his previous life were inconsequential. The revival of his past memories merely expanded Morix's understanding. It was nothing more than that. Can habits formed over millennia be altered so easily? If so, it would not be a revival of memory, but rather the possession by an otherworldly demon. Zhongli, shall we listen to some music next? Or perhaps indulge in a bit of shopping? Paimon's words momentarily stunned Zhongli, who gazed at her in surprise. This little creature's thoughts were somewhat alarming. At such a young age, was she already embracing a lackadaisical attitude? Had she not previously insisted on traveling? It seemed that their journey through the Stardoe forest had caused her to abandon that notion. Let's go shopping then. It is no longer as pressing as when we first arrived. We can enjoy it properly now, Zhongli replied calmly. Yay, let's go, Paimon exclaimed. Last time, I saw so many desserts, but had no money to buy them. Well, it wasn't tea that she lacked the funds. She simply hadn't brought any. After their shopping excursion, they could later visit the Colosseum, a unique feature of the Douluo Continent. It would feel incomplete if they did not witness it. Paimon continued to chatter excitedly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. To be honest, in all their time on the Douluo Continent, they had yet to visit the Colosseum, primarily due to a lack of time. Zhongli was either at the tea house or immersed in music. The music venues, often referred to as pleasure houses, were different from the typical establishments, as they offered artistry without offering anything more scandalous. The Douluo Continent was a wondrous place, a fusion of Eastern and Western cultures. Though it appeared seamless, it harbored its unique nuances, much like the forced amalgamation of Mondstadt and Liyue, whether in architecture or cultural practices. Meanwhile, in the prince's mansion, Qian Renxue and Xixue exited the Stardoe forest without any delays and swiftly returned to the Heavendoe city. They arrived at the city a good 10 days ahead of Zhongli and Paimon. Zhongli has returned? Upon hearing Xixue's report, Qian Renxue's face lit up with a radiant smile as she prepared to rise and seek out Zhongli. Had it not been for Zhongli's protection, she and Xixue would likely have faced dire consequences, with a return probability of less than 10%. This was considering Xixue's sacrifice. One could only imagine the peril they had faced. Seeing Qian Renxue's demeanor, Xixue understood that trouble was brewing. Qian Renxue had likely developed feelings for this guest. I hope the grand offering does not decide to end my life, Xixue thought, sympathizing with her feelings. Like a celestial being descending from the heavens, he had rescued them from peril. With formidable strength, he had slain two 10,000-year-old beasts on the spot. What girl could remain indifferent to such greatness? It was worth noting that he too had saved Xixue. If only he were not male. Xixue hastily shook his head, dismissing such troublesome thoughts. Miss, do not fret. Lord Zhongli is currently dining with Paimon at the Seven Treasures Hotel. At this point, Xixue seemed to recall something, adding, by the way, Miss. Accompanying Lord Zhongli is Zhu Zhuqing from the Blue Tyrant Academy. Zhu Zhuqing? Qian Renxue's expression shifted, her brows knitting together as she inquired with an edge of displeasure. From the name alone, it was evident that she was a woman, and not one of good repute. Zhu Zhuqing was known for her martial soul, the Nether Cat. And if Xixue's memory served him right, she was the daughter of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire. With a name so evocative and a martial soul to match, it was clear, only the Zhu family's inherited martial soul could be the Nether Cat. In his investigation, Xixue had not only stumbled upon Zhu Zhuqing, but also discovered Dai Mubai. Simultaneously, at the Blue Tyrant Academy, there was the third prince, Dai Mubai, who had fled from the Star Luo city. I suspect this may very well be a plot by the Star Luo royal family and the Zhu family against Lord Zhongli. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's understanding deepened. She had faintly recalled the name Zhu Zhuqing from somewhere, but had been somewhat lost. It turned out to be the group from Shrek. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing. The Nether White Tiger had slain numerous soldiers of the Spirit Hall. Uncle Xixue. Even if the Star Luo Empire learns of Lord Zhongli's return, they will not respond so swiftly. Upon further consideration, Qian Renxue's assertion seemed valid. Heavendo City was quite distant from Star Luo City. A round trip would take nearly 2 months, making swift communication nearly impossible unless a soul sage or higher-level flying soul master were to convey the message. Chapter 41. A smile from the young master. Life and death uncertain. Even if the Star Luo Empire were to learn of it, what of it? Qian Renxue's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes brimming with unparalleled confidence. Whatever Zhongli needed, she was certain she could provide better than the Star Luo Empire. Beauty, wealth, power, glory, whatever Zhongli required, she could assist him in obtaining. Traveling to the Star Luo Empire would require navigating the Emperor's whims. Here, she was unencumbered. Qian Renxue was willing to share everything she possessed with Zhongli, and even if she lacked something, she would find a way to acquire it. Besides, Zhongli was currently her guest, and had secretly accompanied her to the Stardo Forest for her safety. With that, she did not believe the Star Luo Empire had the capability to undermine her. Xixue, on the other hand, felt increasingly anxious. For reasons unknown, he sensed that a smile from the young master could lead to unpredictable outcomes. It was truly challenging to be a subordinate, especially when so many influential figures loomed overhead. The grand offering, the Pope, the young lady. He could not afford to offend any of them. In such circumstances, silence was truly golden. After a brief pause, Qian Renxue returned to her seat and murmured, I shall visit Zhongli Kashing in a couple of days. For now, I must attend to the accumulated tasks. As the crown princess of the Tiando Empire, her responsibilities were numerous. She needed to hunt a soul, which would undoubtedly yield a mountain of official documents awaiting her attention. Days had passed, yet she had scarcely made any progress in addressing these papers, and this burden weighed heavily on her mind. Caught up in such trivialities, she found herself with little time for cultivation. A person of great pride, she insisted on handling matters personally. Moreover, to err on the side of caution, she felt compelled to review each document that came her way. The news of Zhongli's return to Tiando City was not limited to Qian Renxue alone. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had also received word. However, Ning Fengji merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The first to visit the Seven Treasure Hotel, it seemed the culinary offerings there were particularly suited to Mr. Zhongli's palate. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she was a classmate of Ning Rongrong, and Ning Fengji was certainly aware of her. He even knew about the quarrel between Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong. Let's not intrude upon Mr. Zhongli uninvited. When he requires our assistance, we shall extend our sincerity. A gesture of kindness is far more valuable than mere ornamentation in times of need. Qinghe, do not blame the master. For the sake of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the master must contend for this esteemed guest. In Ning Fengji's estimations, Zhongli's ambition was to attain divinity. Regardless of whether Zhongli could achieve such a status, his ascent to the pinnacle of humanity seemed almost inevitable. Whichever faction gained the support of such a formidable individual could potentially establish a new Upper Three sect, or even the Spirit Hall, making it entirely plausible. Should Zhongli choose to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji would be willing to mobilize the entirety of the sect's resources to aid Zhongli in achieving divinity. A gamble transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. In the Spirit Hall of Wuhuan City, the Papal Palace was perceived by outsiders as the epicenter of authority within the Spirit Hall. The Pope was not only a symbol of power, but also a representation of strength. Each Pope was invariably a formidable title de law. The Papal Palace, perched atop the holy mountain of Wuhuan, was the epitome of luxury, grandeur, and imposing architecture. Within the Papal Palace, at the top of the staircase, sat a throne, the seat of all past popes. At this moment, a stunning woman occupied the papal throne, her delicate brows arched and her crimson lips slightly parted. Is the information relayed by Salas accurate? Your Majesty, this matter is indeed certain. Bishop Salas would not dare to fabricate such a tale. The speaker was a flamboyantly dressed man, his hands adorned with painted nails, his fluttering eyelashes making it difficult to believe he was a title de law. Regarding this individual, he continued, casting a glance at the expressions of those present, and upon noting no signs of discontent, he proceeded. Salas mentioned in his correspondence that this person has been invited to serve as a guest elder at the young lady's estate. Given that he is a title de law, Salas did not dare to inquire further for fear of offending him. Hence he sought counsel from Wuhuan City on how to approach this esteemed individual. Salas had indeed visited Zhongli's residence and had engaged in pleasant conversation with him. However, his visit had been met with disappointment, as the latter had merely performed for the sake of other factions. There was little discussion regarding joining the Spirit Hall. It was simply a matter of exchanging gifts and sharing mundane pleasantries over tea. Salas maintained a cautious distance from Zhongli, choosing not to provoke or engage him unnecessarily. After all, he was associated with the young lady of the Spirit Hall, and as a humble platinum bishop, how could he dare to question him? Moreover, even if he were not affiliated with the young lady, he was still a terrifying entity boasting a soul ring of 10,000 years and possessing dual martial souls. The woman on the high platform fell into contemplation upon hearing the description of Zhongli. Dual martial souls? 10,000 years of soul rings? At least a level 95 in strength. Yet he had not yet affixed a soul ring to his second martial soul. What would he be planning? Bibi Dong and Yueguan were no fools. They understood the implications immediately. Possessing such strength without having added a soul ring to his second martial soul suggested that this gentleman was truly a person with aspirations. Bibi Dong felt a pang of regret. After her own breakthrough to title de law, she had hastily added soul rings to her second martial soul to swiftly enhance her power. Yet here was someone even more audacious, having cultivated beyond level 95 without adding any rings to his second martial soul. If he were not aligned with the Spirit Hall, he could become a significant threat to them. Moments later, Bibi Dong and the others reached a consensus. Your Majesty, he is a guest elder at the young lady's residence. Qian Renxue may not be able to manage such an existence. Yueguan, you shall personally journey to Tiando City to ascertain the true nature of this individual, and if possible, bring Nana and the others along to broaden their horizons. Should the opportunity arise, extend an invitation for him to join the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong stated nonchalantly. While her heart was tumultuous, the existence of Zhongli, having risen without leaving a trace within the Spirit Hall, was truly peculiar, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Your Majesty, what if he is unwilling to join the Spirit Hall? Yueguan inquired cautiously. Not all title Douluos were inclined to join the Spirit Hall and serve as its minions. For instance, Dugu Bo preferred to be hunted by the Spirit Hall rather than join its ranks. Indeed, Bibi Dong mused, if Zhongli truly does not wish to join the Spirit Hall, then Yueguan alone may not be a match for him. Thus, Chapter 42. Unbeknownst to them, they thought they had recruited a husband. Not every title de law relishes being constrained. Having achieved the rank of title de law, one seeks freedom, and how could they easily affiliate with any faction? Upon hearing Yueguan's words, Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she remarked, if he is unwilling to join the Spirit Hall, it shall depend on whether Qian Renxue can manage him. Such an unstable factor should have been dealt with before he reached this level of growth. However, he made his entrance at such a formidable stage, rendering him an already considerable threat. If not absolutely necessary, we must not offend him lightly. Bibi Dong was fierce, yet she was not foolish. Zhongli was a guest elder in Qian Renshue's residence, and if she acted recklessly against him, the majority of the elders and offerings would likely not support her decision. Would it not be better to maintain the current situation? If he were provoked to the point of fleeing upon his return, he would be the first to retaliate against the Spirit Hall. Such a powerful entity could not be countered by a single individual, and if he chose to be shameless, he could render the Spirit Hall paralyzed within Wuhuan City. Should we test this individual as strength? Bibi Dong cast a surprised glance at Yueguan, who nodded in agreement, saying, if the opportunity arises, Elder Zhu may make the decision. Title Douluos were not easily slain. Even if Yueguan were determined to flee, it was uncertain whether she could best him. Testing Zhongli's strength would indeed be prudent. Prepare yourself and depart, she instructed. Yes, I take my leave. Once Yueguan had exited, Bibi Dong exhaled deeply, reclining in the papal throne. Shui, are you truly unwilling to divulge even a whisper of such significant matters to me? Had it not been for Salis, I would remain ignorant of Qian Renshue's recruitment of a guest elder. According to Salis, this elder is well-versed in various disciplines, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, strikingly handsome, and exudes an air of nobility and elegance in every gesture. He is devoid of any vices. One of the most exemplary individuals Salis has ever encountered. The extraordinary praise bestowed by Salis serves as a testament to Zhongli's remarkable excellence. For those in the know, it is evident that Qian Renxue has welcomed a guest elder. For the uninformed, one might mistakenly believe she has taken a husband. Were it not for Qian Sunji, I might have been a devoted mother. Bibi Dong found herself lost in memories of Qian Renxue's childhood, realizing that it had been many years since she had last seen that headstrong little girl. To claim that Bibi Dong harbors no affection for Qian Renxue would be an outright falsehood. Yet, she has always believed that Qian Renxue should never have been born, considering her martial soul to be the root of all evil. Had Qian Renxue possessed even a fraction of her own qualities, she might not have contemplated ending her life on numerous occasions. Nevertheless, in the end, she refrained from acting on those thoughts, did she not? Zhongli, if your intentions in approaching her are insidious, I, Bibi Dong, would not hesitate to slay you, regardless of the cost. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes before fading into silence. In her perspective, the cost of eliminating Zhongli was simply too steep, if not imperative. It would be best to regard him as non-existent. This arrangement would benefit all parties involved. However, should Zhongli harbor ulterior motives, she would undoubtedly resort to decisive measures. Meanwhile, upon departing from the papal palace, Yueguan hastened to locate Hulaina and her companions. At that moment, they were preparing to embark on a perilous training expedition, gearing up for the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent, set to occur in 2 years. Nana, your itinerary requires alteration. Upon hearing this, a young girl and 2 young men were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances with Yueguan. Hadn't their plans already been established? How could they possibly be changed so abruptly? The trio, with the girl leading, not only because she was a disciple of the Pope, but also due to her intelligence and the affection the 2 young men held for her, stood in a state of confusion. The girl appeared to be in her 20s, adorned in the official attire of the Spirit Hall, which accentuated her flawless figure. Her beauty was not striking in an extraordinary sense. Rather, she possessed an unassuming charm that was quite pleasing to the eye. Among the 2 young men, one towered slightly above 2 meters, with a sideswept fringe obscuring one eye, exuding an unapproachable demeanor. The other young man, though somewhat shorter, was robust, with fiery red hair that radiated a vibrant enthusiasm. Elder Zhu, Hulaina began, but Yueguan waved his hand, stating, "This matter has been decided by His Holiness the Pope. Let's discuss it as we walk, so as not to delay our journey." Instantly, the trio's expressions brightened. If it was arranged by the Pope, then they had no grounds for dissent. "Wonderful! We can finally contribute to the Spirit Hall," Yin exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Being young and brimming with confidence, he felt no fear. "Yin, you must temper your impetuous nature," Yueguan cautioned, though not unkindly. "The entity we are about to meet is exceedingly formidable. According to the records, this individual places great importance on personal etiquette. Should you continue in your reckless manner, you may inadvertently offend them." Yueguan's expression turned grave. A title Douluo possesses a certain character, which is perfectly normal. What of it? Who dares to speak ill? Upon hearing this, Hulaina and her companions were visibly shaken, their eyes widening in astonishment. To think that Yueguan, a title Douluo of the 95th rank, deemed the individual they were to meet as exceedingly terrifying. How powerful could this person truly be? Yin found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Had it not been for Yueguan's warning, he could have easily offended this individual, and while being defeated would be a minor concern, jeopardizing the Pope's grand ambitions would warrant 100 deaths for him. The Spirit Hall had been immensely benevolent to Yin. Without it, he would not be who he was today, and he understood the value of gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhu. I shall heed your words," he said earnestly, bowing his hands toward Yueguan. Having watched Yin grow up, Yueguan understood his character all too well. "All right, let us proceed. Should any questions arise, We shall address them along the way. Yes. The four did not take a carriage, but instead chose to travel on foot. The speed of a carriage paled in comparison to that of a soul master, especially considering their own considerable prowess. Completing the Pope's task as swiftly as possible was of the utmost importance. A scene shifted to the bustling streets of Tiando City. At that moment, Zhongli and Paimon stood before a stall, intently examining something, blissfully unaware that several unexpected guests were soon to arrive. Zhongli, do these stones possess any unique qualities? Paimon tilted her head, curiously inquiring. She had been staring at the stones for several minutes, neither buying nor saying much. Quite peculiar indeed. Chapter 43. Zhongli does not bargain. He takes them all. Paimon's voice, though soft, snapped Zhongli back to attention. Did these stones hold any special significance? To be honest, they were merely ordinary jade stones. For Zhongli, these stones lacked any collectible value, and thus he did not wish to purchase such trifles. However, one particular stone did possess a backstory, which was precisely why it had captured Zhongli's interest. Rocks have memories, and fortuitously, Zhongli was able to comprehend their recollections. This stone was far more complex than it appeared. To mingle among ordinary jade stones was a form of indignity. Without responding to Paimon, Zhongli pointed at the stone with a tale to tell and asked, "Good sir, I would like to purchase this stone. What is the price?" In the realm of commerce, every product has a price. Should Zhongli find the price agreeable, he would not hesitate to acquire it. Generally, he was indifferent to monetary values, and if he genuinely favored something, he would buy it regardless of a premium. Conversely, if the price fell below what Zhongli deemed its worth, as per Liyue's saying, it would be a fortunate find, and he would similarly not hesitate to buy it. Acquiring it would be a profit. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man in his 40s, was well aware of Zhongli's illustrious reputation. Even if they had never met, he could easily recognize the extraordinary presence that was Zhongli. The fact that Zhongli chose to visit his humble establishment left him both astonished and honored. "Your Excellency, Zhongli, if you desire this stone, a mere 100 gold soul coins will suffice," the shopkeeper replied respectfully, assessing the jade stone Zhongli indicated and offering a base price. Most individuals purchasing jade stones were gamblers, wagering that the value of the jade within the ore would exceed the cost of the raw stone itself, a practice commonly known as stone gambling. While some profited, the majority left with losses. Otherwise, his shop would not remain open. These jade ores had been scrutinized by masters, deemed to hold little value, which is why they were available for sale. Even masters can err. Acquiring it is still a gain. Upon hearing this, Paimon's eyes widened in disbelief. She had anticipated the shopkeeper would refuse to charge anything after such a lengthy explanation. Yet here he was asking for 100 gold soul coins. To be candid, 100 gold soul coins for a single stone did not yield any profit for the shopkeeper. It was merely a cost price. These stones were not mere iron but jade, and thus their value was incomparable to that of iron. Additionally, iron products held little worth in the Douluo Continent, with blacksmiths often regarded as lowly tradesmen. 100 gold soul coins is rather steep. At this moment, Paimon was no longer the naive newcomer she had once been on the Douluo Continent. The purchasing power of gold soul coins was far removed from that of Mora. A single gold soul coin could sustain an average family of 3 for several months in comfort. Upon hearing her words, the shopkeeper sighed and spread his hands, saying, "Little Paimon, you must understand, this is already the lowest price I can offer." Originally, the price of each piece of raw jade was set at 110 gold soul coins. Although these raw jade stones have lost their value to the shop, a considerable investment was made when purchasing them. Selling even one piece allows for some recovery of that cost. After listening to the shopkeeper's explanation, Paimon nodded thoughtfully. 10 gold soul coins seems like quite a generous discount. Indeed, the offer price was significantly lower. Regardless of initial impressions, the discount presented by the shopkeeper was substantial. In Zhongli's estimation, this stone, which bore a tale of its own, should possess a value ranging from 100,000 to 500,000 gold soul coins. For those who needed it, the sum of 500,000 gold soul coins, or even 1 million or 5 million, would not even elicit a frown. Without further hesitation, Zhongli casually waved his hand, placing 100 gold soul coins on the shopkeeper's table. Upon seeing the coins, the shopkeeper's face lit up with joy as he quickly counted them. Confirming the amount was accurate, and addressed Zhongli. "Your Excellency Zhongli, do you wish to open the stone here or take it home?" The nature of gambling stones implies that one must eventually open them, which is why the shopkeeper posed this question. "I shall take it with me." The stone was not particularly large, being round with a diameter of approximately 30 centimeters. With the transaction complete, this stone now belonged to Zhongli. He promptly secured the stone and departed the jade shop accompanied by Paimon. Once outside, Paimon, her curiosity piqued, remarked, "Zhongli, this stone must be extraordinary, right?" She was aware of Zhongli's discerning eye, especially when it came to stones, and was confident he would not make a mistake. Zhongli does not haggle. He simply acquires what he desires, yet his judgment remains impeccable. Even without negotiating, the value of his purchases rarely leads to loss. Indeed, this stone is indeed remarkable. It differs from ordinary stones. It once was a living creature that transformed into stone upon its demise. Paimon's mind was filled with questions. Had it been anyone else making such claims, she would have dismissed it as nonsense. Stone? Life? Zhongli stroked his chin and elaborated. Yes. To borrow terminology from the Douluo Continent, it is an exceedingly rare gemstone-type soul beast. Such soul beasts are not only rare, but also exceedingly difficult to hunt. Their natural camouflage is astonishingly realistic. Oh dear, Paimon scratched her head. The Douluo Continent is indeed quite extraordinary. Stones can give rise to life, comparable to Tevat. Wait a moment, Zhongli, even if it was a soul beast in its former life, it is ultimately just a stone now. How can it be worth 100 gold soul coins? Paimon suddenly had an epiphany. A spirit stone, after all, is still merely a stone. Devoid of value once its soul beast attributes are stripped away. From a biological perspective, it is priceless. The remnants left after its death hold little worth for humanity. However, due to the rules of Douluo, it left behind a soul bone upon its demise. Paimon exclaimed, "Goodness, what a gem! I initially thought Zhongli was mistaken in purchasing this. Was it merely for sentimental reasons? After all, he is the Lord of the Rock." Little did she expect that Zhongli was actually after the soul bone. Its soul bone had evaded discovery by others precisely because its body structure was too closed off, fully enveloping the essence of the soul bone. Had it not been so, I would not have had the fortune to stumble upon it. Although it may be of no practical use, it serves as a fine collectible. Zhongli was not a soul master. To him, the significance of a soul bone was akin to that of an antique, merely a matter of collection. Aged antiques are imbued with stories, and so too are ancient soul bones. "I knew you wouldn't overlook anything," Paimon declared, hands on her hips, with an air of pride. While Zhongli might occasionally misjudge other items, when it comes to stones, he is the Lord of the Rock King. In this regard, Paimon held unwavering trust in Zhongli. How many gold soul coins could we fetch if we sold this soul bone? The money-minded Paimon's eyes sparkled with golden light as she rubbed her hands together, brimming with anticipation. Hearing this, Zhongli raised an eyebrow and shot a bemused glance at the little sprite. Why sell it? Even without gold soul coins, I would not easily part with antiques. If this stone remains unopened, it may eventually give rise to a new life after countless years. Life is priceless. To forsake it for a useless soul bone is not worth the sacrifice. Are we not perhaps destined to witness the process of a stone coming to life? Does that not hold greater significance than selling it? Gently ruffling Paimon's hair, Zhongli spoke with warmth. Upon hearing this, Paimon felt a bit dazed and confused. She sensed the wisdom in Zhongli's words, yet something felt amiss. Could it be that their purpose in acquiring this stone was merely to allow it to give rise to life? And then what? They would gain nothing. Nevertheless, Paimon found herself unable to counter Zhongli's reasoning. As he mentioned, perhaps centuries from now, this stone might indeed birth new life. The emergence of life transcends all material pleasures. Pondering this, Paimon nodded, conceding that they were not in immediate need of money, so they might as well set it aside for now. As for the stone, Zhongli regarded Paimon thoughtfully, contemplating his collection. Even without considering this stone, he already possessed several soul bones among his treasures. 3 of them were 10,000-year soul bones: the left arm soul bone of the 10,000-year Azure Bull Python, the right arm soul bone of the 10,000-year Titan Giant Ape, and the right leg soul bone of the 10,000-year Blue Silver Emperor. The latter was compensation offered by Tang Hao. The only items equivalent to a 10,000-year transformed soul beast were 10,000-year soul bones, which elucidated why he was willing to offer this particular soul bone. In addition to the 3 10,000-year soul bones, there was also a 10,000-year soul bone gifted by Ning Fengji. Any one of these soul bones could stir up considerable upheaval in the Douluo Continent. Yet for Zhongli, they were merely fitting collectibles. Let us store it away for now. If it does not give rise to life, we can sell it later. Zhongli mused. Little Paimon is quite astute, possessing a sharp business acumen. It is worth mentioning that Zhongli also carries the title of God of Commerce. As time flowed, the dawn of the next day arrived. 2 figures limped onto the streets of Heavendo City. In the dim light, one could discern their pale faces adorned with smiles of reminiscence. "Fatty, I never expected you to be this strong. Boss Dai, you're not so bad yourself." These 2 were none other than Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. who had exited the academy the previous day. Supporting each other, they staggered along, their smiles betraying the joy of their recent exploits. Though Dai Mubai had escaped the Star Luo Empire, he was not in want of money. With a monthly stipend of 100 gold soul coins from the Spear Hall, he was financially secure. Last night, he and Ma Hongjun rented out an entire venue for the night, continuing their revelries until dawn. For Ma Hongjun, this level of exertion was hardly taxing. Owing to his martial spirit, he possessed energy several times that of an average person. If he did not unleash his evil fire, he might have been at risk of bursting from strain. Today's escapade would sustain him for at least a month. Truly, Heavendo City is commendable. While the costs are somewhat elevated, the service far surpasses that of Soto City. I recall, I once brawled with that unlikable fellow over a woman. Though Soto City is also a principal city and holds considerable significance, when compared to Heavendo City, it pales in insignificance, akin to a minor sorcerer standing beside a grand wizard, with a willingness to part with gold soul coins. Does it not present a far more joyous alternative than confronting that frigid woman? A flicker of anguish passed through Dai Mubai's eyes, yet he swiftly masked it, feigning an air of genuine delight. You are not truly happy. Your laughter merely conceals your true feelings, remarked Ma Hongjun. If I may be so bold, it would be wise for you to relinquish your affections for Zhu Zhuqing. She is fundamentally incompatible with you. She perpetually exudes coldness, and neither of you finds joy in this. What Xiao Hong, Xiao Lu, or Xiao Lan? Are they not appealing? Or Wang Gang? Regardless, I, the chubby one, believe that your union with Zhu Zhuqing will not yield true happiness. Since she arrived at Shrek Academy, you have transformed into a mere shadow of yourself, akin to a dog. Ma Hongjun paid no heed to Dai Mubai's expression, speaking as a brother would. In his heart, he felt compelled to voice such thoughts, even if they were unfiltered and rather harsh. Am I truly akin to a dog? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ma Hongjun. Indeed, you spend all your time orbiting around Zhu Zhuqing, yet she refuses to even toss you a bone. This statement plunged Dai Mubai into contemplation. Upon reflection, it indeed rang true. Since Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, he had been consumed by guilt over past misdeeds and had severed ties with all other women. The magnitude of this transformation, met with Zhu Zhuqing's indifference, incited his ire. As a man, what is wrong with indulging in fleeting pleasures when away from home? Has Dai Mubai committed an error? Even if he had, he has sought to amend his ways. Yet Zhu Zhuqing clings to this transgression. Moreover, she even accompanied that man to a hotel. Merely contemplating this sent a shiver down Dai Mubai's spine, leaving him in a state of disarray. Zhu Zhuqing. Fatty, you speak the truth. I must return to my former self. What of Zhu Zhuqing? May she go to hell. Dai Mubai suddenly declared, appearing as if he had found clarity. What else could he do? Challenge Zhongli to a duel? Exactly, Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, his face radiating satisfaction. Just act as though she does not exist, and you shall surely reclaim your former joy. They exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Would Mubai be led astray by Hongjun? A middle-aged man, wearing glasses, murmured from a nearby corner, surely not, right? Chapter 45, What Divine Lips? She is Paimon. In the western part of Heavendo City, at a breakfast shop, Zhongli leisurely savored his tea, yet Paimon was nowhere to be seen. This scenario traces back to 10 minutes prior, after the two had finished their breakfast. Paimon, do you have any money? Zhongli inquired. You aren't without money again, are you? They exchanged awkward glances, brimming with embarrassment. At present, they were not financially strained. However, the previous night, while inventorying antiques, they had emptied their pockets, leaving them without funds for the moment. It seemed that carrying their belongings in a spatial storage device would prove far more convenient. Zhongli had stored their valuable antiques within a space akin to the dust song pot. Notably, the Eye of Ice and Fire was also contained within. Since yesterday, at the Seven Treasures Hotel, where the proprietor had waived the bill without even asking for a token, Zhongli no longer carried the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Clan's token. All that remained in their possession were merely gold soul coins and some common jewels, which, even if coveted by thieves, would not lead to significant loss. Paimon's circumstances differed. She had simply emptied her pockets without retrieving her belongings afterward. For Paimon, such an oversight was commonplace. Thus, upon finishing their breakfast, they found themselves unable to settle the bill. In such a small establishment, credit was out of the question, and sending the bill to the Crown Prince's residence or the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Clan was impractical. The shopkeeper would hardly dare to pursue it. Paimon would have to make the arduous journey home to fetch money. After a while, Paimon returned, accompanied by Prince Shue Qinghe of Heavendo. Her expression was peculiar, her gaze shifting between Zhongli and Paimon. Goodness, I've even gifted you a spatial storage soul guide, and yet you too forgot to bring money. What purpose does a spatial storage soul guide serve, if not to store such trifles? They had not even brought the storage device with them. Zhongli, esteemed guest. Xue Qinghe addressed him. The two exchanged glances. Although Zhongli's demeanor remained unperturbed, he could perceive the twitching lashes of Xue Qinghe. Paimon slapped her forehead in exasperation, producing a gold soul coin to settle the bill with the shopkeeper. On her way back with the money, she fortuitously encountered Xue Qinghe, prompting their joint return. Xue Qinghe was astonished upon seeing her. It was her first time witnessing Paimon act independently, leading her to inquire about Paimon's purpose. Little did she expect that Zhongli was unable to pay for their meal, prompting Paimon to retrieve money from home. You truly are something, dear guest. Originally, Xue Qinghe had intended to visit Zhongli after addressing state affairs, but she could not resist the urge to arrive early. While en route to Zhongli's residence, she happened upon Paimon. After Paimon settled the bill, she cast a disheartened glance at Zhongli. Zhongli, what kind of tea did you drink that cost 10 gold soul coins? The shopkeeper waived the breakfast charge, yet this pot of tea is valued at 10 gold soul coins. The shopkeeper indeed had a knack for business. Had she known he would waive the meal, she might have avoided ordering the tea altogether. What type of tea is it? I cannot quite say. It's something the proprietor procured from the shop across the street. It has a faint aroma and a pleasant aftertaste. Who cares about the tea quality? Paimon retorted, somewhat drained of energy. Fortunately, she had sufficient gold soul coins. Otherwise, she would have had to make yet another trip. Moments later, the three departed the breakfast establishment amidst the shopkeeper's enthusiastic farewells. Zhongli, from that shopkeeper's smile, I discerned at least 5 gold soul coins. Zhongli glanced at Paimon in surprise. When had this little one become so astute? To be sure, the shopkeeper had made some profit, though not quite 5 coins, perhaps around 189 coins, given the waived breakfast charge. He purchased tea from the tea house across the street at the cost of 8 gold soul coins and sold it for 10, netting a profit of 2 coins. Fortunately, he had the foresight to waive the breakfast fee. The tea was indeed of high quality, warranting a price of 10 gold soul coins. Zhongli stroked his chin, a serious expression adorning his face. By the way, Qinghe, do you have any matters to discuss? Without lingering on the previous subject, Zhongli swiftly shifted the conversation. As the crown prince, Xue Qinghe was exceedingly busy. She hardly had the luxury of time to converse with him all day. Her visit likely pertained to urgent business. Sigh. Paimon was momentarily taken aback by Zhongli's subtle change of topic. It caught her off guard. Wait a moment, something feels off. She is the divine mouth. What divine mouth? She's Paimon, the finest guide. Even after traversing to another world, she remained the best guide. She must excel in her guiding duties to avoid appearing too foolish. Indeed, Qinghe, I recall you mentioned seeking Zhongli for a specific purpose? Paimon swiftly seized the opportunity to continue Zhongli's line of questioning, determined to maintain her position. To preserve her role and livelihood, she would give it her all. There is nothing pressing. I have come specifically to express my gratitude, for without your assistance, I fear my journey would have been fraught with peril. Xue Qinghe spoke sincerely, expressing not only her gratitude toward Zhongli, but also a deeper intention, her desire to meet him. Upon encountering Zhongli, the anxiety that had been suspended in her heart seemed to settle, enveloping her in an indescribable sense of security. It was as if, in Zhongli's presence, even the heavens could collapse, and he would steadfastly uphold them. Upon hearing this, Paimon's expression shifted dramatically. Her previous frown transformed into a radiant smile. Rubbing her hands together, she addressed Xue Qinghe with a hint of flattery, stating, Qinghe, gratitude is all well and good, but surely it cannot be without recompense, right? During our travels in Teyvat, we often assist others and are rewarded with Mora and those precious gemstones. While I understand Mora, the utility of gemstones eludes me. Nevertheless, at the very least, it counts as a form of compensation. Xue Qinghe glanced at Paimon with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. Her demeanor and expression felt somewhat unfamiliar. After pondering for a moment, realization dawned upon her. This little creature was seeking a reward. Yet, how could she adequately repay the life debt she owed? After all, her life was of immeasurable worth. No, it was priceless. How could it be quantified with mere currency? Contemplating this, Xue Qinghe fell into deep thought, momentarily at a loss for words or actions. After a pause, she tentatively remarked, a life debt cannot be repaid, no matter the item. It will never sufficiently express my gratitude to Zhongli, esteemed guest. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Xue Qinghe's mind, illuminating her expression as she declared, today, The Grand Auction House of Tiando City will be open. Esteemed guest, Paimon, do you both have the time to join me for a visit? The Grand Auction House did not open every day. It only welcomed patrons when enough rare items have been gathered, typically once every week or two. One must not underestimate the Grand Auction House of Tiando City. It was known not only for trade, but also for auctioning extraordinary treasures, including soul bones of millennial caliber. This attests to the formidable strength of the auction house, which benefited from the backing of the Tiando royal family, a fact that cannot be overstated. Auction house. Paimon blinked, perplexed, as it was her first encounter with such a term. Qinghe, what exactly does an auction house do? After a moment's contemplation, Shuet Qinghe explained. An auction house serves as a mediating platform. Guests can entrust their valuable but unwanted items to the auction house for sale, thus obtaining gold soul coins. Conversely, one can also participate in the auctions, where the highest bidder wins. She elaborated briefly on the nature of the auction house, adding, within its walls, anything could potentially become an auction item. One may choose those that appeal to them or possess collectible value. Should Paimon wish to attend, I would be delighted to present her with an auction item. Shuet Qinghe spoke to Paimon as one would to a child, for she was truly not in need of gold soul coins. Even without the support of the Spear Hall, she possessed numerous ventures within the Tiando Empire. Individuals of her stature preferred self-sufficiency as a necessity. Furthermore, given her current status as the Tiando Crown Prince, she had access to a portion of the Empire's wealth. Money was certainly not an issue. Besides, even if Shui Yi were to inquire about her expenditures, how could she be reproached for spending on Zhongli? Having gifted a national treasure, how could mere gold soul coins even compare? Upon hearing this, Paimon smiled shyly, exclaiming, "Really? Then we do have time." Zhongli, observing the situation, thought to himself that a single auction item had successfully won over this little creature. In truth, even a simple drumstick might suffice to charm this innocent little being. She was remarkably naive, devoid of any trace of intellectual corruption. Could I deceive Paimon? Since both esteemed guest and Paimon are available, let us proceed. The Grand Auction House of Tiando City is not far from here, Shuet Qinghe said, her face alight with joy, her gaze towards Zhongli imbued with a hint of admiration. Work could be attended to tomorrow. In that instant, she cast aside all responsibilities, desiring only to spend more time with Zhongli. Given that Paimon and Shuet Qinghe had reached an agreement, Zhongli found no reason to decline. Where they wandered mattered little. He had heard of the Grand Auction House of Tiando City. Within the original narrative, it was portrayed as a den of avarice and depravity, where even the forbidden trade of slaves could be conducted openly. It truly possessed a certain audacity, perhaps due to Du Gu Bo's failure to take Tang San away. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu were also meandering through the streets, resembling a genuine young couple. Under the guidance of Dai Mubai, Tang San had begun to grasp his own feelings. Honestly, the mere thought of Xiao Wu marrying another man in the future sent shivers crawling across his skin. Third brother, why aren't you cultivating today? Are you free to accompany me shopping? Xiao Wu inquired, her hands clasped behind her back, twirling her fingers curiously as she gazed at Tang San. Wasn't he usually as stoic as a block of wood? Why did he seem suddenly enlightened? Upon arriving in Tiando City, the pressure from two title Douluos had propelled Tang San to strive even harder in his training. During this period, Xiao Wu had felt both anxious and somewhat bored. She remained uncertain whether Du Gu Bo had discovered her true identity, but she was certain that Zhongli, the title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring, had recognized her. After all, he had cast a lingering glance in her direction. What puzzled her was that after Zhongli acknowledged her identity and received his compensation, he appeared to have transformed into a different person, displaying no malice toward her. Initially, Xiao Wu had expected him to act against her, but after waiting for over 10 days without incident, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's nothing. I merely wish to spend more time with you," Tang San replied, shaking his head, his expression unchanged. He could proclaim, "Revive, my beloved," but that was a distant dream. At present, Tang San was merely beginning to awaken, still unaware of how to win a girl's heart. This was only natural, despite having lived 2 lives. In his previous existence, he had been entirely absorbed in the Xiantian treasure record and hidden weapons, with no time for romance. In this life, his interactions with girls had been few, with his closest connection being Meng Yiran's gratitude. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu felt both joy and a hint of confusion. Tang San's ability to articulate such feelings exceeded her expectations. What were we? Faced with Tang San's intense gaze, Xiao Wu felt her cheeks flush, instinctively shifting the topic. After her prompting, Tang San too noticed the peculiarities around them. The buildings were quite lavish, resembling shops, yet they exuded an air of desolation. Occasionally, A portly middle-aged man would enter, disappearing for quite some time. These two little ones are quite amusing, engaging in sweet nothings at the auction house entrance. What enlightening experience, remarked a passing middle-aged man, unconcerned with what Tang San and Xiao Wu might discuss, as he strode directly toward the entrance. An auction house? Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback. This term was rather unfamiliar to them. Brother San, why don't we go in and take a look? That's hilarious. Do you think someone of your status could enter the auction house? After this remark, another passerby scrutinized Xiao Wu with unabashed fervor and continued, however, there's a way to gain entry, albeit it requires affiliation with a prestigious Soul Master Academy. Chapter 47. Donning the mask is equivalent to shedding one's true self. Tang San furrowed his brow. The way that man gazed at Xiao Wu made him quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, Tang San was oblivious to the man's true intentions. Otherwise, a phrase like a path to self-destruction would surely have echoed at the entrance of the auction house. It must be said that although Xiao Wu presently appeared rather flat-chested, her figure was undeniably alluring. The man took a couple of glances, sighed, and then proceeded toward the entrance. What does that old fellow mean? Xiao Wu, not one to be easily fooled, remarked instinctively while observing the man's retreating figure. I have a feeling this auction house is not a good place. Tang San lifted his gaze to the sign of the auction house and then averted his eyes back to the grand entrance. Xiao Wu, shall we leave this place? He tentatively suggested, his distaste for the auction house growing with the memory of the noble's words and his lingering gaze upon Xiao Wu. He had no desire to linger any longer. Yet, Xiao Wu's curiosity was as insatiable as a cat with 9 lives. If she didn't get to see what was inside today, her heart would remain unfulfilled. Brother San, let's go in and take a look. I want to understand why they look down on us. With a pleading gaze, she implored Tang San. She knew that this tactic was particularly effective on him. Her cute antics could easily persuade him to take her inside. Tang San hesitated, glancing at Xiao Wu before ultimately nodding. All right, let's have a look inside. Moments later, the two entered through the grand doors of the auction house. Just after crossing the threshold, they turned a corner and were rendered speechless. Goodness, how dazzling! The resplendence was overwhelming. Esteemed guests, please present your invitation or savings card. A voice rang out, drawing Tang San and Xiao Wu's attention to the doorman, who could also be referred to as a concierge. She wore a half-mask, and her attire was audacious. Decidedly avant-garde within the realm of Douluo Continent. They must be from impoverished backgrounds. Their fabric barely covers their thighs, she remarked. Upon hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily stunned, appearing bewildered. While they understood the concept of an invitation, they possessed none. As for savings card, what was that? Having never dealt with large sums of gold soul coins, they were completely ignorant of the term. Seemingly sensing their predicament, the concierge spoke with a stoic demeanor. Lacking an invitation is not an issue, as long as you can present a savings card with a value of at least 100,000 gold soul coins. You may enter the auction house. Of course, if you are here to auction items, you may also gain entry after passing the verification process. Noticing that Tang San and Xiao Wu were unfamiliar with what a storage card was, the concierge's attitude became somewhat dismissive. Why bother being cordial when they clearly lacked even 100,000 gold soul coins? It was common knowledge that she herself was worth at least that much. In fact, every staff member here was valued at a minimum of 100,000 gold soul coins. This explained why the entry requirement was set at that amount, excluding sellers and invited guests. In that instant, Tang San grasped the underlying message. It was simple. Either prove oneself with wealth or present items for auction. Without either, entry was denied. Miss, we are here to auction items. Where might we have them appraised? After a moment's contemplation, Tang San spoke up, showing that he was not foolish and quickly grasped the intricacies of the situation. At this, the concierge looked at Tang San with mild surprise, her expression softening slightly. Please follow me. Before we proceed, do you require masks? It is customary here. Tang San and Xiao Wu followed the concierge for the appraisal, while Zhong Li Paimon and Shui Qinghe entered the auction house shortly thereafter. There are not just 1 or 2 concierges inside, but dozens. This is more extravagant than our residence. Upon entering the auction house, Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. It was worth noting that the former Duga mansion, now the Zhongli mansion, had been quite opulent, ranking among the most luxurious estates in Tiando City. Yet compared to the auction house, the Zhongli mansion appeared rather modest. Upon hearing Paimon's voice, all the concierges turned their attention toward the entrance. Who is this girl, so audacious as to compare her home with the grandeur of the auction house? As they beheld the newcomers, their pupils widened, and they instinctively took a step back. What? His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness the Crown Prince has come to the auction house. And wait, there is that title Douluo, Your Excellency. Though they had never seen Zhongli, they had certainly heard of Paimon. The peculiar flying object was unmistakable. Having encountered His Highness the Crown Prince and His Excellency Zhongli, the women quickly bowed, striving to showcase their finest attributes before Xue Qinghe and Zhongli. Even masked, one could see their lips slightly curling upwards. To catch the attention of these two would be worth any sacrifice. How handsome, especially Zhongli, who appeared remarkably youthful and exuded an aura of safety. His charm was nearly rivaled only by the legendary reader. Xue Qinghe's expression darkened. These women were utterly shameless. She began to regret bringing Zhongli here. Stealing a glance at Zhongli, she noticed he displayed no change in expression, not even a flicker in his pupils. It made sense. She, Qian Renxue, was one of the top beauties of Douluo Continent. Yet, Zhongli's gaze held no sign of interest, which somewhat disheartened her. Wait a moment. Could it be that he is getting on in years? A chill ran down Zhongli's spine, sensing that something was amiss. He furrowed his brow, but quickly returned to normal. Rise. I, along with my guest, have come merely to witness the auction house. Lead the way. Upon regaining her composure, Xue Qinghe addressed the crowd. Yes, Your Highness, Your Excellency. Your Highness, Your Excellency Zhongli and Paimon. Do you require masks? It is standard procedure at the auction house to inquire, even if it is the Snow Knight Emperor himself. Was it like the ones you were wearing? Paimon pointed to the masks worn by the concierges. Indeed, little Paimon. Quite entertaining. We shall wear masks. The concierges assessed the three. For them, donning masks made little difference. Especially Paimon, who would fail to recognize that peculiar flying object. Even if she wore a mask, the primary function of the auction house's masks was to allow nobility to shed their public facades. Chapter 48. For the Rock King Emperor. Throughout the venue, one could often observe masked nobles making advances toward their female companions. These companions were typically staff within the auction house. They appeared to resist, yet were adorned with smiles. Their eyes filled with confusion and lifelessness. This condition described a body still alive, but a spirit already dead. Even if redeemed by these nobles, they would become mere playthings. There will inevitably come a day when beauty fades, and a time when the allure of novelty wanes. When that moment arrives, their fates may be far more tragic than those in the auction house. Paimon gazed around, her confusion evident as she observed the scene before her. Feeling somewhat out of place, the individuals around her appeared to be quite content, yet there lingered an unsettling air about it all. Zhongli paused intermittently, letting out a sigh. Seemingly disinterested, these women were predominantly daughters of impoverished families, sold into the auction house for various reasons, whether familial circumstances or otherwise. Although the auction house treated them as commodities, it had, in a twisted sense, provided them sustenance, allowing them to survive. As the god of contracts, Zhongli found himself momentarily tempted to rend the contracts binding them here, only to ultimately relinquish that thought. Ideals, once set, may save a moment but cannot redeem a lifetime. These women were beyond salvation. Their sole skill lay in serving men, the powerful, with no other talents to speak of. To rescue them, without guidance, would only lead them back to this fate within a few days. Upon witnessing Zhongli's sigh, Xue Qinghe was suddenly reminded of the scenes at Jialing Pass. Though I have no intention of hunting deer, I am aware of the suffering of the common folk. Could it be that Zhongli's transformation into the Rock King Emperor stemmed from such reasons? Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, pondering this notion. It was not unreasonable for her to think so. Setting aside the two great empires, even the Spirit Hall showed little regard for commoners lacking potential as soul masters. Without the potential to become soul masters, the Spirit Hall's treatment of commoners was only marginally better than that of the two empires. At least they offered some semblance of hope. Qian Renxue questioned herself. Had she ever regarded commoners without soul power as human? Her focus had always been on talent and genius. Without those attributes, they barely registered in her eyes. Though kind-hearted, she too had little regard for those devoid of soul energy. For the sake of the Rock King Emperor, should I enact some changes? Qian Renxue surveyed the auction house. Her visits here had been few and far between. Witnessing such scenes stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. The auction house was a lucrative venture for the Tiando royal family, as one of its staff could command a starting salary of 100,000 gold soul coins. What sort of enterprise could yield such profits? The annual military expenses, officials, and royal expenditures of the Tiando Empire all required funding, and the auction house supported a significant portion of these costs. Should these projects be abolished, the empire's revenue would undoubtedly suffer. Qian Renxue felt a headache coming on. These historical issues could only be addressed once she ascended to power. For now, no matter how much she protested, Shui would not make any changes. The Rock King Emperor could appear, but not in the way he did in her dreams. He would destroy everything. Soon, she must have a thorough discussion with the guest elder regarding the issues of livelihood. With this thought, Qian Renxue cast a sidelong glance at Zhongli's profile. Even masked, he remained undeniably charming. Under the guidance of the hostess, Paimon, Zhongli, and Xueqinghe found their way to a private room. Upon arrival, Xueqinghe waved her hand, signaling the hostess to leave. Though reluctant, the hostess understood that as the crown prince commanded, she must comply. Qinghe, is there any significance to the black area? Paimon inquired, tilting her head towards Xueqinghe. She had noted the division of the place upon her arrival. It seemed to be separated into 4 distinct zones. The red area contained but a single private room, the purpose of which remained unknown. The black area had slightly more rooms, approximately 5 or 6 in total. They had entered the first room of the black area. The purple area also had private rooms, but their number far exceeded that of the black area. As for the yellow and white areas, they were distinguished by seating arrangements, lacking dedicated private rooms. Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe explained to Paimon that different zones represented varying identities and levels of wealth. Of course, mere wealth without power or title would limit one to the purple room at best. Even if they were assigned a black room, they would not dare to enter. Such was the nature of class. As the crown prince, her room was naturally in the black area. Should Shui perish, she would then have the opportunity to occupy the soul red room. In the world of soul masters, status was typically denoted by the color of one's soul rings, reflecting power and rank. Even the divine trials employed this method of differentiation. The hierarchy stood as follows: white being the lowest, gold the highest. White, yellow, purple, black, red, and gold. I see. Paimon nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to the fruit platter on the table, and any thoughts of further conversation vanished in an instant. Qinghe, can I eat all this? Of course, came the reply. Even packing some takeaway would be permissible. Upon hearing this, Paimon's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Zhongli's gaze twitched to the corner. There was no doubt that these platters would find their way to the Zhongli residence that evening. He would stake his reputation on it. Certain it would indeed happen. Paimon, though petite, had quite the appetite. According to the law of energy conservation, this was rather peculiar. Only Zhongli possessed the keen eyesight to notice that Paimon had grown a bit. When he first met her, she barely stood a foot tall. Yet now she had grown significantly. Clearly, she had not been consuming more from the traveler in vain. Without Paimon, he would surely be quite bored. Wouldn't he? Alas, what a pity. Who could have anticipated that Paimon would traverse dimensions alongside him? Guest Elder, what are your thoughts on this auction house? As Paimon continued to munch, Xueqinghe found the moment to probe. She was eager to discern Zhongli's perspective. Everything else was secondary. The Tiando Empire publicly prohibited certain matters, yet they manifested here. Of course, while the auction house's act of caring for orphans came with twisted motives, it could still be considered a modicum of goodwill. Chapter 49, Identity Exposed. A powerful empire should not tolerate the existence of orphans or the trade of slaves. Liyue, as the mightiest of the 7 nations, occasionally faced the issue of orphans and abandonment, yet these cases were adeptly managed by the Celestials or the 7 Stars. This was also the reason why the Hearthstone House housed orphans from other 6 nations, but none from Liyue. Without claiming to achieve absolute equality or to elevate everyone to greatness, they should at least be assured of sufficient food, clothing, and shelter. At this juncture, Zhongli paused, glancing at Xueqinghe, who was diligently jotting down notes. His mind was filled with questions. What was the situation with Qian Renxue? Oh, Xueqinghe blinked, meeting Zhongli's gaze, and instinctively replied, Guest Elder, please continue. Once I ascend to the throne, I will devise ways to implement these matters. She declared. However, I am currently contemplating another issue. How can we develop the empire's economy? Achieving this was not particularly difficult, only hindered by a lack of funds. Xueqinghe spoke earnestly. On the current Douluo Continent, be it industry or manufacturing, everything remained underdeveloped, even shockingly backward. The methods to acquire gold soul coins, aside from oppression, often involved dubious paths. Hearing this, Zhongli could not help but scrutinize Xueqinghe with renewed interest. Did she truly trust him that much? In her eyes, he saw only sincerity. Based on his extensive experience in reading people, he knew this gaze was genuine. Qian Renxue truly trusted him, almost to the point of unconditional faith. Qian Renxue mused. Sincerity is indeed a formidable weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongli finally spoke, stating that in order for the empire to prosper, it must first ensure the well-being of its commoners. This entails selectively developing the industrial, manufacturing, agricultural, and commercial sectors. In regions suitable for cultivation, agriculture should be implemented, while areas unsuitable for farming could focus on manufacturing and industry. As for commerce, Qian Renxue listened attentively, jotting down notes and occasionally posing questions, all of which Zhongli answered with remarkable precision. This left her at a loss for words, overwhelmed by his brilliance. Such exceptional knowledge. It was as if he possessed a profound understanding of both celestial and terrestrial matters, demonstrating an omniscient capability. He articulated the transition from agriculture to industry, and from industry to commerce, with such clarity that it seemed entirely feasible. It felt as though Zhongli was not merely theorizing, but had genuinely managed an empire before. How peculiar! On the Douluo Continent, were there not only the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire? Zhongli's seemingly practical approach to development left Qian Renxue entranced. Her eyes filled with admiration. Was this truly how solutions were devised? Suddenly, Xue Qinghe seemed to recall something and instinctively remarked, but the land is almost entirely in the hands of the nobility. This posed an exceedingly grave dilemma. The land was controlled by the royal family, the nobility, and various factions. The commoners had no land of their own. The fields they tended were the properties of the nobles, not their own. This was one of the reasons why they toiled daily, yielding decent harvests yet could barely afford a single meal. How could they hope to awaken their soul power and wield a formidable martial spirit? This was akin to winning the lottery. Upon hearing this, Zhongli stroked his chin, remaining silent as he turned his gaze towards Xue Qinghe. Did she truly consider herself the rightful heir? What significance did the interests of the Heaven Do Empire's nobility hold for her? Certainly, such actions would incite the nobility's resistance, and a great conflict was inevitable. Ultimately, it would require force to resolve this issue. Train diligently. When you grow sufficiently strong and have ample support, you shall discover that nothing is insurmountable, Zhongli advised earnestly. Liyue could not flourish solely through his efforts. Xue Qinghe paused, as if struck by a thought, casting a contemplative glance at Zhongli before finally nodding in agreement. Indeed, she must cultivate diligently. She was destined to become the goddess of angels. Once she ascended to divinity, the nobility's rebellion would pose no challenge. Moreover, with the assistance and guidance of the Geo Archon, a prosperous era would surely be within reach. Oh, why is it that every word you say, Paimon understands? Yet the meaning eludes me? Paimon mumbled, nibbling on an unfamiliar fruit. These two were chattering endlessly, yet she truly could not grasp their meaning. It seemed to revolve around Zhongli's past endeavors in establishing Liyue, intertwined with new elements. Dear Paimon, all the delicacies on the table are for you. Eat well, and if you require more, simply request it from the auction house. Huh, understood. Xue Qinghe had come to understand Paimon's character. As long as she had something to eat, she could remain quiet for a while. At that moment, in the sparsely populated white area, Tang San and Xiao Wu were engaged in a conversation. What is this? These people look down on us. Just because we lack gold soul coins, they treat us with indifference. We're guests too, you know. Xiao Wu expressed her dissatisfaction with the reception, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Before Tang San could respond, a gentle voice interjected. Young lady, you cannot blame them. To them, you hold no value. Naturally, they will not regard you highly, nor will they greet you with smiles. Upon hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a middle-aged man clad in luxurious garments, leaning on a staff, his true visage concealed by a mask. Behind him stood a stately elder, his white hair billowing. Suddenly, the elder trembled with excitement, his heart racing and hands shaking. Fortune had arrived, and it was unstoppable. It should be noted that Tang San had not been taken by Douluo. Hence, he had never encountered the ice and fire yin-yang eye. No, the ice and fire yin-yang eye had been relocated by Zhongli. Even if Tang San had been taken by Douluo, he would not have had access to it. Without access to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he naturally could not obtain the heartbroken red. In the presence of Super Douluo at level 96, Xiao Wu was utterly exposed. As if sensing Qian Renxue's gaze, Xiao Wu suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over her. She had an inkling that something dreadful was about to occur. The old man's gaze was too fervent. Oh, where should I begin? We are also guests. Those individuals are guests as well. So why the disparity in treatment? Tang San, intrigued by the man's eloquent demeanor, engaged him in conversation. It is quite simple. They are, like you, mere commodities. However, you lack the means to procure these commodities. In the black room number 1, Zhongli savored his tea, casting a sidelong glance toward the white area. He keenly observed the changes in Qian Renxue, finding the situation intriguing. How interesting, Zhongli murmured, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Without the heartbroken red to obscure her aura, Xiao Wu's essence, belonging to a 100,000-year-soul beast, was utterly undeniable. In the eyes of a tidal Douluo, she could not evade detection. You stand upon the bridge, gazing at the scenery, while the one admiring the view from the building above looks at you. Zhongli watched the commotion in the white area, yet Zhu Zhuqing's gaze remained steadfastly upon him. Paimon. What about me? What about me? A guest? Zhu Zhuqing cast a puzzled glance at Zhongli, following his line of sight towards the white area. A single glance was all it took for her to recognize the masked Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue. Ning Fengji, Tenting. Zhu Zhuqing murmured, somewhat taken aback. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Ning Fengji was indeed a frequent visitor to the auction house. His seven-treasure glazed tile school lacked nothing but wealth. Naturally, with his affluence, he would seek to acquire valuable items. Soul bones are rare. What if there happens to be one? What if an ancient soul guide apparatus were to surface? The auction house regarded the seven-treasure glazed tile school as a regular patron. It was not surprising that Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue had visited Zhongli's guest. With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing ceased to ponder further. She had not anticipated encountering her teacher in the sword Douluo here. What a coincidence. Perhaps having become accustomed to her role as Zhu Zhuqing, she had always referred to Ning Fengji as teacher. Of course, necessary respect must be maintained, for she was now Zhu Zhuqing. Should there be ears on the other side of the wall, unnecessary misunderstandings could arise. Strangely enough, just next to the Black Room number 1 was Black Room number 2, where Prince Zhu Zhuqing was currently seated. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the Black Room was commendable, and Zhu Zhuqing had not overheard Zhongli and Zhu Zhuqing's conversation. For his personal safety, Zhu Zhuqing had adopted a persona of a dandy, ensuring that both Shui Yi and Zhu Zhuqing felt at ease. It should be noted that Shui Yi was not the true leader either. He had employed various methods to ascend to his position. If Zhu Zhuqing were not a dandy, perhaps there would be no Prince Zhu Zhuqing today. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, a glimmer of golden light flashing in her eyes. Tang San, Xiao Wu? Approximately a month prior, she had encountered Tang San and Xiao Wu at the entrance of Heaven Do City. Particularly with Tang San, even if he wore a mask, she would recognize him anywhere. According to the original narrative, it was quite normal for Tang San to have a close relationship with Ning Fengji. Had it not been for Tang San's hidden weapons, the assault on the seven-treasure glazed tile school would not have resulted in such staggering losses. Such formidable hidden weapons are capable of piercing the heart of a deity. Zhu Zhuqing stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. At this moment, Ning Fengji, Tang San, and the others remained unaware that despite their low profile, they were still being watched. Tang San and Xiao Wu, clad in the uniform of the Blue Tyrant Academy, were one of the reasons Ning Fengji took the initiative to engage them in conversation. Unbeknownst to Ning Fengji, he was oblivious to Xiao Wu's true identity, as he discussed various matters concerning the auction with Tang San and Xiao Wu, seemingly enjoying their conversation. Qian Renxue, with his arms crossed, cast a sidelong glance, his peripheral vision always resting upon Xiao Wu. After all, she was a transformation spirit beast of 100,000 years. She represented the soul rings and soul bones of that age, readily accessible at that. A typical 100,000-year soul beast could pose a challenge, even for Qian Renxue, but a transformation spirit beast differed, possessing the characteristics of dropping 100,000-year soul rings and bones without the strength of a 100,000-year soul beast. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Renxue decided that the auction house was not the right place for him to make a move. The ramifications of this matter were simply too significant. He needed to tread carefully. It would be prudent to act once they were outside the auction house. As time passed, approximately an incense stick's worth of time later, individuals finally appeared on the auction stage. This signified the formal commencement of the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand auction house of Tiando City. With the auctioneer's words, the peculiar sounds in the auction hall gradually dissipated. The auction officially began, and the noble's enthusiasm for revelry naturally diminished significantly. Now, let me introduce the first auction item. Upon concluding this statement, the auctioneer gestured to a staff member, who approached him with a tray, moving with an air of mystery. The tray was covered with a red cloth, obscuring its contents. Simultaneously, a steel plate was lifted onto the auction stage by several strongmen. Those with keen eyesight would easily discern a few holes in the steel plate. It was the same plate used during previous tests, serving as proof of the combat effectiveness of the auction item. The first auction item was named Sands of Shadow. After unveiling the red covering, the auctioneer displayed the Sands of Shadow. This item could unleash the full power of a great soul master. The steel plate behind me is one of the plates used during prior testing. Utilizing the Sands of Shadow requires no soul power. Even an ordinary person can wield equivalent might. As a seasoned auctioneer, this was the first time he encountered such a miraculous item. The ability to deliver such a level of attack without requiring soul power is astonishing. While great soul masters may not be particularly noteworthy to the nobles, the primary appeal of this item lies in its independence from soul power and its instantaneous activation, making it an excellent piece of survival equipment. Hearing the auctioneer's introduction, Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled. No need for soul power? Even if soul power were required, it wouldn't be an issue. Did they lack soul power at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? What they truly needed were means of offense and defense. This refers specifically to the direct lineage of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, namely, the Soul Masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. If the Sands of Shadow could be mass-produced, that would be what Ning Fengji anticipated. The starting bid was 1,000 gold soul coins. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 100 gold soul coins. Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback. They had not expected that the first auction item would be the Sands of Shadow, which Tang San had just appraised. As for the starting bid of 1,000 gold soul coins, Tang San was thoroughly satisfied. The raw materials required to create the Sands of Shadow amounted to no more than a few gold soul coins. Now it could be auctioned for 1,000 gold soul coins. What a staggering profit! White Area 65, 5,000 gold soul coins. Good heavens! White Area 65 actually offered a high price of 5,000 gold soul coins. It seemed the other party was determined to acquire it. This was just the beginning, and the bid had skyrocketed from the initial 1,000 gold soul coins to 5,000. The nobles who had initially intended to bid for fun promptly abandoned the idea. Although money was not a concern for them, spending 5,000 gold soul coins on such an item would inevitably be a loss. Third brother, I never imagined our Sands of Shadow would fetch such a high price of 5,000 gold soul coins. Xiao remained unaware that Ning Fengji, beside her, was indeed the one from White Area 65. 5,000 gold soul coins. She had never seen such a sum before. Unlike Xiao Wu, Tang San noticed. Sir, your bid of 5,000 gold soul coins for the Sands of Shadow is quite excessive, Tang San remarked sincerely. This gentleman seemed to have no ill intentions. He had even enlightened them about many things they were unaware of. Feeling somewhat embarrassed about taking advantage of him, he continued, I never expected such a young lad could create such a remarkable item. It truly humbles me. Ning Fengji was equally surprised to discover that this auctioned Sands of Shadow was indeed crafted by this young man. His words carried an intent to gauge Tang San's abilities. If Tang San did not refute him, it would indicate that he genuinely possessed the skill to create such weapons. 5,000 gold soul coins was not too steep. Establishing a good rapport with this young fellow would be a positive outcome. With a smile, Ning Fengji added, It's a good thing to form a benevolent connection with a young brother. Meanwhile, Chen Xian's eye twitched. It appeared that this benevolent connection might not materialize. 5,000 gold soul coins, first time. 5,000 gold soul coins, second time. 5,000 gold soul coins, third time. Sold. With the auctioneer's final words, the Sands of Shadow's fate was sealed in Ning Fengji's hands. Observing this, Tang San no longer hesitated. He removed an object from his wrist and presented it to Ning Fengji, saying, Sir, I cannot let you suffer a loss. This is a silent sleeve arrow, a hidden weapon akin to the Sands of Shadow, albeit with slightly lesser attack power. Ning Fengji graciously accepted the silent sleeve arrow, now understanding that this young man genuinely possessed the ability to craft such hidden weapons as the Sands of Shadow and the silent sleeve arrow. Thank you, he nodded, deep in thought. If he could recruit this youth into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School or obtain the schematics. Time passed, and soon the auction was halfway through. Little Paimon, do you not have a preferred auction item? Shuqinghe inquired softly, recalling her promise to gift Little Paimon an auction item. Yet thus far, Little Paimon had only shown interest in food. Paimon shook her head, expressing her lack of understanding regarding the auction items. None piqued her interest. Seeing Paimon shake her head, Shuqinghe no longer pressed the matter, nodding in acknowledgement. Although Paimon did not find an auction item to her liking, she could not go back on her word. Perhaps something suitable would arise later. Shuqinghe knew that Zhongli had a penchant for collecting antiques, which often appeared in past auction items. However, today's offerings seemed to lack such items. Had the style changed? Ultimately, as the auction approached its climax, the Black Room No. 1 had yet to place a bid. In contrast, Black Room No. Two, in white Area 65, had successfully acquired several items. These two were indeed the pillars of the auction house. Next, we present the piece de resistance of this auction. At this juncture, the auctioneer displayed a knowing expression that only men could comprehend. A large iron cage was being hoisted onto the auction stage by several strongmen. Due to the iron cage being draped with a crimson cloth, the audience remained oblivious to its contents. However, judging by the smiles of the nobles, it was evident that they had already surmised what lay within. I am aware that many patrons are eagerly anticipating this particular auction item, so without further ado, let us proceed. The auctioneer swiftly pulled down the crimson cloth from the iron cage and stepped aside. At that moment, it seemed as if the temperature in the auction hall had risen several degrees. Inside the cage was a girl who appeared to be in her teenage years, adorned with feline ears reminiscent of a cat. Key areas of her body were modestly concealed with shells for decoration. Behind her, a fluffy tail swayed gently. This is indeed a cat girl. Paimon, having encountered cat girls before, noted that the continent of Teyvat boasted several of them. In Mondstadt, there exists a remarkably skilled bartender who is also a cat girl. Such cases, though uncommon, do occur. They result from mutations during the awakening of their martial souls, which manifest certain characteristics. Shuqingha explained to Paimon. While rare, there are indeed numerous individuals with such mutations on the Douluo Continent. This cat girl appears to be in a pitiable state. Her eyes, filled with resentment, suggest that she did not end up in this predicament willingly. Did she? Upon hearing this, Paimon's words elicited a nod from Shuqingha, who had nothing to conceal. This was not merely a scandal involving the Tiando royal family. The nobles themselves were equally capable of such deeds. Should an individual like the cat girl be born into a powerful family, she might be able to grow up normally. However, if born among commoners, her fate would likely lead to capture. Given the wild and untamed appearance of the cat girl, it seemed she had only recently been captured, either sold to the auction house or turned over for consignment, or perhaps she had been apprehended by the auction house itself. It is likely that she was caught by a bounty hunter and sold to the auction house. The Douluo Continent is rife with bounty hunters. Some ethical bounty hunters merely assist others in acquiring soul rings for a commission. Yet, others, lacking scruples, have taken a different path. Capturing a girl like the cat girl allows them to earn substantial commissions. Surely this is far more comfortable than toiling away at mundane jobs. Qingha, let us help her. Third brother, we must assist her. It was not just Paimon who expressed this sentiment. Xiao Wu echoed the same, abandoning her identity as a soul beast to advocate for the cat girl. However, the starting bid was set at 100,000 gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 10,000 gold soul coins. Well, there was no need for Tang San to voice his objections. He simply did not possess that amount of gold soul coins. 111,000. I never expected you to be such a person. Ning Feng ti et claimet. She still possesses a soul, unlike those other women. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged skeptical glances with Ning Fengji. Just then, as the black number 2 private room was about to place a bid, the seemingly unoccupied number 1 private room unexpectedly chimed in. Chapter 52, Old Deng. I imagine you are sweating profusely. 120,000 gold soul coins. As the voice emanated from the black number 1 private room, a hush fell over the entire auction hall. After all, this was the black number 1 private room, and the only individual who could occupy such a space could be none other than the Crown Prince himself. In that moment, the nobles in the yellow and purple private rooms who had intended to bid effectively withdrew, recognizing that offending the current Crown Prince for a cat girl was decidedly unwise. Upon hearing that voice, even Prince Shuqing involuntarily shuddered. That brat is right next door? Good heavens! The hand that had intended to raise a bid halted mid-motion as Shuqing, grinding his teeth, pressed the bid button after a moment's contemplation. As a dandy, it would be evident if he simply withdrew. That was not in Shuqing's character. So what if it was the Crown Prince? He is still Prince Shuqing. He must respond in kind. Ning Fengji, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the black number 1 private room in surprise. Shuqingha was also present at the auction house. This place was one he could only visit once a year at most. How could such a coincidence occur? Wait, he actually raised the bid? While others may not recognize him, Shuqingha would certainly recognize him. If there were not some underlying issue, Ning Fengji would find it hard to believe otherwise. Stroking his chin, Ning Fengji narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. 130,000 gold soul coins. The black number 2 private room offered 130,000 gold soul coins. The auctioneer, nearly in despair, had not anticipated that the usually self-restrained Crown Prince would decide to bid at this moment. It was not that the Crown Prince was forbidden from participating in the auction. However, once he did, Who would dare to compete with him? After all, he was to be the future emperor of the Tiando Empire. Should he choose to settle scores later? Not to mention that even if he wore a mask, he could easily recognize himself. Fortunately, the audacious Prince Xuexing was indeed bold enough to bid at such a critical juncture. As the auctioneer, if he dared to sell the cat girl for 12,000 gold soul coins, he might very well find himself out of job tomorrow. A savior indeed. That Prince Xuexing, 140,000 gold soul coins. The black number 1 private room raised the bid without any hesitation, pushing the price to 140,000 gold soul coins. This price seemed to set a baseline, allowing the auctioneer to breathe a sigh of relief. 150,000 gold soul coins. Xuexing appeared to be in direct competition with Xuexinghe, promptly raising the bid. This was the persona he had to maintain. Uncle, did you not say this cat girl could be saved? Why are you not bidding? Xiao Wu blinked, directing her query at Ning Fengji. At this, Ning Fengji snapped back to attention. Smiling, he replied, to save her, whether or not I participate is inconsequential. Under normal circumstances, once I place a bid, the occupant of the black number 1 private room would refrain from bidding. I do not mean to boast, but based on my understanding of him, he would never compete with me. So what is the situation with the person in the black number 1 private room today? Xiao Wu's eyes brimmed with confusion. This seemingly distinguished uncle should not be deceiving her, right? He is likely acting on someone else's behalf. Ning Fengji's lips curled upwards slightly. The strongest of his assumptions was filled with certainty that within the number 1 private room, there was indeed someone willing to risk offending his esteemed self after weighing the pros and cons. There was no need to ponder further. Becoming the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was not solely due to Ning Fengji's exceptional talent, but rather because of his sharp intellect. He never anticipated that individual would also be present at the auction house. Murmuring to himself, Ning Fengji crossed his arms, his gaze fixed intently on the number 1 private room, a faint smile gracing his lips. 160,000 gold soul coins. As the number 1 private room raised the bid, from the number 2 private room came not a bid but a furious roar. How dare anyone compete with me for the cat girl? Xuexing seemed oblivious to Xuexinghe's voice, responding angrily, filling the room with the essence of a dandy. If Xuexinghe were to reveal his identity, then Xuexing would undoubtedly withdraw from the bidding, as if being suppressed by Xuexinghe. He aimed to make it known to the world that he, Xuexing, feared Xuexinghe. This was indeed Xuexing's intention. My heavens, he is indeed a prince. Qinghe, is that person next door your uncle? Paimon exclaimed, seemingly startled. It is important to note that this is a prince. In the Tiando Empire, he occupies a position just below the emperor. Indeed, Paimon, Prince Xuexing is indeed my uncle. Though Xuexing's voice was soft, it could still be heard next door. As the soundproofing array of each private room had temporarily lost its effectiveness since the auction commenced, Xuexing paused. Paimon? That name sounds somewhat familiar. As if I have heard it somewhere before. Wait a moment. As if struck by a sudden realization, a chill ran down Xuexing's spine, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, trickling down his cheek. Xuexing swallowed hard, feeling as if the ground beneath him was crumbling. Paimon. She is the esteemed titled Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring, the 2nd martial soul. If she were a formidable force from a spirit hall, offending her would be a mere consequence to bear. However, this individual is a solitary wanderer without any backing and possesses unmatched strength. He is also a dual martial soul, Snowstar, which indeed induces a cold sweat. Xuexinghe, why on earth didn't you mention earlier that His Excellency Zhongli was next door? What sort of persona should I maintain now? Snowstar lamented, nearly in tears. If Xuexinghe were to discover this, he would not only be furious, but would also likely suffer dire consequences. After all, Xuexinghe has been diligently courting this individual. Qinghe, shall we still rescue the cat girl? What if your uncle holds it against us? Paimon's innocent voice struck Snowstar's heart, sending shivers through him. This could not continue. At this rate, Qinghe might just pin the blame on him. So it turns out it is His Highness the Crown Prince and His Excellency Zhongli. The prince declared, I intended to bid on this cat girl primarily to send her to His Excellency Zhongli's estate as a maid. I never anticipated such a coincidence. Without the slightest hesitation, Snowstar acted on impulse. Since His Excellency Zhongli has an affection for this cat girl, I shall immediately acquire her as a gift to him. As an act of contrition, 200,000 gold soul coins. Snowstar's sudden decision rendered the entire venue silent, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. As the noble spectators regained their composure, they refrained from mocking Snowstar. Though he is a prince of high status with considerable power, this is hardly a justification for offending a titled Douluo. It must be noted, this is a titled Douluo, not even of an antagonistic nature. To offend such a figure without cause would surely disturb one's peace of mind. Ning Fengji wore a knowing smile, realizing that the situation was far from simple. After all, he understood the complexities of human nature all too well. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, particularly Xiao Wu, whose face had turned as pale as a sheet. That title Douluo is actually present in the auction house. Tang San furrowed his brows. He had previously encountered both Prince Snowstar and Zhongli. Prince Snowstar, accompanied by Douluo, had expelled their group from the Tiando Royal Academy. Chapter 53. Acting on Impulse. Tang San wished to comment on Zhongli's reputation, but found himself at a loss for words. Had it not been for Dai Mubai's provocation, this individual known as Zhongli might have never revealed his power. It is worth noting that as a guest of the Crown Prince's residence, even the Crown Prince himself is unaware of Zhongli's capabilities. One could easily surmise that Zhongli prefers to keep his cultivation concealed, merely desiring to live as an ordinary person. Having spent a considerable amount of time in Tiando City, he occasionally hears whispers about Zhongli, whether listening to music in a brothel or sipping tea in a tea house. He seems to be enjoying his life. Despite his youth, it is hardly surprising that he has attained the rank of title de law. Tang San conducted his own investigations and discovered that among the common folk of Tiando City, Zhongli is regarded as an exceptionally virtuous individual. Before revealing his cultivation, he never used his strength to oppress ordinary citizens. Even after his identity was disclosed, he continued to behave as he always had. Such a person, even if they were once adversarial, Tang San found it impossible to harbor animosity towards. He simply could not conjure hatred for Zhongli. The true instigator, Dai Mubai, is one of his own, and although he may have erred, how could Tang San blame one of his own? It is a rather delicate situation. Tang San is unsure how to address Zhongli, especially since that incident is now in the past, and Zhongli has committed no wrongdoing. Had it not been for Zhongli's magnanimity, their group might have met a far worse fate. To his astonishment, the seemingly arrogant Prince Snowstar also appears to harbor fear. Ultimately, it is strength that lends one the confidence to speak. Tang San clenched his fists, yearning for power more than ever. He certainly has not forgotten the incident of being expelled from the Tiando Royal Academy. Like me, he too possesses dual martial souls. Will I ever grow to his level? With such thoughts, Tang San gazed toward the direction of the black VIP room. Though the circumstances within remained obscured, yet his stance was clear. Lost in his reverie, Tang San failed to notice Xiao Wu trembling and instinctively hiding behind him. Little did she know, Qian Renxue, standing beside Ning Fengji, kept his gaze fixed upon her without wavering. Inside the black VIP room, Zhongli's eyes twitched, his mouth slightly agape, caught between words. To outsiders, Prince Snowstar is the most notorious rake of the Tiando Empire, yet at this moment, he is evidently intimidated by this esteemed figure. However, Zhongli is well aware of Snowstar's true nature. His restraint is far more formidable than an avalanche. He has long suspected that Xue Qinghe was up to something. Yet without concrete evidence, he has remained silent, teaching Xue Bong that only by acting like a rake can one survive. In the original timeline, he succeeded. After Xue Ye's demise, Xue Qinghe's true colors were revealed. Had it not been for Snowstar's support, Xue Bong would not have ascended to his position so smoothly. As a guest, Xue Qinghe blinked at Zhongli, seemingly inquiring whether he would accept Snowstar's goodwill. It was evident to any discerning observer that this was Snowstar providing himself an avenue for retreat, as well as a means to ease tensions. The ball was now in Zhongli's court. He nodded. The identity of the one paying to rescue the cat girl was inconsequential, as long as the objective was achieved. Then I extend my gratitude to the prince. Upon hearing this, the weight on Snowstar's heart finally lifted. He suspected that Xue Qinghe harbored ulterior motives. Yet he held no doubts regarding Zhongli's intentions. Why is that? Quite simply, if Zhongli were a spy sent by the Spirit Hall or the Star Luo Empire, how could he possibly be a spy? A typical title de law might have a slight chance of being so. Yet, Zhongli not only possesses a 100,000-year soul ring, but is also a dual martial soul. His emergence as the most fearsome singular entity in the Douluo Continent is merely a matter of time. Sending such an individual as a spy, that would be utterly foolish. Moreover, if Zhongli were a spy, he would be the most incompetent one imaginable. With so many benefits offered by Emperor Shui, he should be climbing the ranks, either becoming a royal patron or a guest of the royal family. What does he mean by staying in the Crown Prince's residence? Furthermore, a crucial point, Zhongli was brought to Tiando City by Douluo, who even provided him with a residence. Who is Douluo? Zhongli belongs to no faction that could possibly be aligned with the Spear Hall. Regret fills Snowstar as he sighs. He initially thought Douluo admired Zhongli's intellect, which is why he gifted him a mansion and he did not give it much thought. He never anticipated that Zhongli would turn out to be an even more formidable title Douluo than Douluo himself. When Xue Qinghe first befriended Zhongli, he had no inkling of his status as a title Douluo. He merely appreciated Zhongli's knowledge, hence sought to recruit him as a guest. Upon learning of this, Snowstar nearly destroyed the prince's palace. 200,000 gold soul coins. The first time, 200,000 gold soul coins. The second time, with such a commotion, who would dare to raise the bid any further? To do so would mean offending the crown prince, the prince, and a title de law, who wishes to court death. 200,000 gold soul coins. The third time, sold. The auctioneer was exceedingly pleased with this price. The sum offered by Prince Snowstar had far exceeded market value. He was also quite astonished, never expecting that the one interested in the cat girl would be such a distinguished individual. Had he known Zhongli had a penchant for cat girls, she would not have been put on the auction block at all. Congratulations to the guests in the black VIP room for successfully acquiring the grand finale of this auction. The event concluded flawlessly. While he may know the identity of the individuals in the black VIP room, he could not utter their names aloud, even though they had already revealed themselves. As the auction concluded, the crowd began to disperse from the venue. Those who have successfully bid for items proceed to the backstage to settle their payments and retrieve their auction treasures. Snowstar did not linger in the auction hall. After completing his transaction, he departed with remarkable decisiveness. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, accompanied by Zhongli and Paimon, made their way backstage to collect the auctioned item. Your Highness, Sir Zhongli. Prince Snowstar has already settled his account, and this cat girl now belongs to Sir Zhongli, a staff member remarked with a cheerful expression. You may leave now. Yes. Once the staff member had departed, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhongli, and Paimon began to assess the cage in front of them. The cat girl remained confined within, cowering in a corner. Her gaze fixated on the trio with palpable wariness, akin to a feline ready to unleash its ferocity at any moment. Zhongli, let us release her. She appears so pitiable, Paimon implored, her heart softened by the sight. Earlier, the staff had handed the key to Zhongli, facilitating the unlocking of the cage. Very well, he replied. In a brief moment, the cage was opened, yet the cat girl showed no inclination to emerge, still eyeing them with suspicion. She was aware that she was an auction item and had heard the proceedings. She understood that these three individuals were not of ordinary standing, especially the one named Zhongli. Let us give her a name, suggested Zhu Zhuqing. Do you have any spare clothing? After sizing up the cat girl, Zhongli turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Alas, she sighed, a flicker of discomfort crossing her features. She was aware of Zhongli's implication, yet she was currently attired as a male. To produce women's clothing would surely lead to scandalous rumors about her character. The cat girl was not particularly tall, standing at approximately 155 centimeters, suggesting a degree of malnourishment by the standards of Douluo Continent. Please wait a moment. I will have the staff bring some attire, Zhu Zhuqing said after a moment's contemplation. Thank you. There is no need for such formality between us, Zhongli replied with a dismissive wave. Shortly thereafter, the staff returned with a white dress that bore a striking resemblance to the color of the cat girl's ears and tail, which were a fluffy, pure white. With the assistance of the staff, the cat girl donned a dress, concealing her snowy tail. Now, standing a short distance from Zhongli and Zhu Zhuqing, she appeared quite enchanting, though her expression remained one of vigilance, seemingly fearful of any ill intentions from them. Young lady, do you remember the way home? Zhongli inquired, his expression stoic and his eyes devoid of emotion. Yet, his voice imparted an inexplicable sense of safety to the cat girl, diminishing her wariness. I have no home, she stammered, her body trembling, her heart racing, her voice a soft whisper. When she uttered this statement, there was little change in her demeanor, but Zhongli detected a hint of bitterness. It appeared that the concept of home was not a fond memory for her. Did you purchase me with intentions of using me in such a manner? She queried, fully aware of her status as an auction item. While reluctant, she grasped the grim reality that being acquired by those corpulent nobles or elderly gentlemen would likely lead to a dismal fate. This man, referred to as Sir, held an air of high status, though she was oblivious to the exact implications. The thought of being owned by such an individual sent her casting furtive glances at Zhongli, her suspicion gradually waning. If she had no choice, he did appear rather appealing. Upon hearing this, Zhongli shook his head, his heart unperturbed. He was not fazed by others' misconceptions. Yet, should circumstances permit, he would provide substantial evidence to clarify the situation. As the foremost critic of Morix, Zhongli held a rather astute self-assessment. Noticing Zhongli's head shake, the cat girl looked puzzled. If it were not for that, what purpose would there be in purchasing me? Even if he did not pay the soul coins himself, that was still a sum of 200,000 soul coins, a figure unimaginable to the common folk. The cat girl stared wide-eyed at Zhongli, curiosity etched across her face, eager to discern his response. Hey, little cat girl, it wasn't Zhongli who intended to bid for you. Paimon interjected, hands on her hips, exuding a proud demeanor. It was Paimon who, seeing you in such a pitiful state, persuaded Qinghe to acquire you. Paimon is your savior. The cat girl. She had never encountered such a remarkable creature as Paimon before. So small, capable of flight, and able to speak. How adorable. After Paimon's explanation, the cat girl lowered her head, lost in thought. Little cat girl, do you have a name? What are your plans for the future? Paimon flitted beside her, circling around as she questioned. At this, the cat girl came back to herself, scrutinizing Paimon closely before glancing at Zhongli and Snow Qinghe. These three were not quite what she had envisioned. They exuded none of the malevolence found in the auction house's patrons. I have no name, only a code name. Cat girl. Plans? I have no home and am uncertain of what lies ahead, she murmured, a hint of despondency in her tone. Even if these individuals were to release her, it would not be long before bounty hunters or nobility would capture her again. Her future appeared bleak, devoid of hope. Alas, no name and no plans? How pitiable, Paimon remarked bluntly. Upon hearing this, the cat girl's head drooped even lower. Suddenly, Paimon's eyes brightened as she addressed the cat girl. Little cat girl, Zhongli is exceptionally gifted with words, knowledgeable in both celestial and terrestrial matters. Coming up with a name would be an effortless task for him. Why not allow him to assist you in choosing one? Paimon suggested tentatively, uncertain of whether the cat girl would appreciate the idea. After all, did she not already have a codename? Can we? The cat girl exclaimed, her expression lighting up with surprise and anticipation. She feared this might be a dream. Names were abundant, even among other auction items. Most had names, while she was left with a cold codename. After her martial soul awakened, people treated her as a monster, an anomaly. Those who refrained from striking her were already exhibiting mercy. This had fostered her wariness towards everyone. Yet, after a brief interaction with Zhongli and Paimon, her perception of them began to shift. Of course, Paimon proclaimed, patting her chest, radiating blind confidence. Zhongli, when others believe you can achieve something, it is prudent to ensure you truly can. Fortunately, he possessed sufficient knowledge. Otherwise, he might find himself in a precarious predicament at that moment. Little Paimon is so adorable. She is certainly forgiven, he mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. After a short pause, he finally spoke. Young lady, due to the mutation of your martial soul, you possess certain distinctions from the average person. With both your ears and tail being white, may I surmise that your martial soul resembles a completely white cat? Zhongli pondered whether her martial soul might not be pure. Perhaps her ears and tail were white while the rest was black or yellow. Upon hearing this, the cat girl instinctively nodded, though she was puzzled about the connection between naming and martial soul color. Regardless of whether they are black cats, white cats, or calico cats, a cat that can catch mice is a good cat. Seeing the cat girl timidly nod, Zhongli became more convinced of his hypothesis. Since she lacked a name, he would draw from her martial soul as a starting point. For humans on the Douluo Continent, martial souls were of utmost importance. Naming her after her martial soul would also carry a certain significance. Shiyu Xiophelian. Chapter 55, I want both. The names, Shiyu and Xiophelian, momentarily left Shui Qinghe, the cat girl, and Paimon in a state of astonishment before a glimmer of excitement illuminated their expressions. Although their meanings eluded her, she found them rather melodious. Did she not? The white cat, resplendent in its snowy coat, resembled a piece of exquisite jade, measuring approximately 1 foot in length, hence the name Shiyu. As for Xiophelian, that was a different story altogether. My dear girl, should you find them appealing, feel free to choose one of these two names, Zhongli remarked with an air of serenity. He had initially considered naming this headstrong girl Qixing, but abandoned the notion upon glancing at Paimon. Qixing, being one of the Liyue Qixing, was similarly a determined young lady, deeply committed to the development of Liyue, always taking matters into her own hands. As for Shiyu and Xiophelian, these were terms from his other homeland for the white cat. At this, the cat girl's eyes sparkled. Both names were enchanting, akin to that of a celestial being. May I have both? She implored, gazing expectantly at Zhongli. She was genuinely fond of these names, for it was the first time someone had bestowed a name upon her. This benefactor was none other than her savior. She trusted Paimon's words and understood that it was Paimon's compassionate heart that had prompted her to rescue her from dire straits. Yet, she was not foolish and could easily discern the true leader among the three. If Zhongli had not wished to save her, Would Paimon's words have held any significance? Moreover, who decreed that one could possess only a single name? Observing the intricate emotions reflected in the cat girl's gaze, gratitude, anticipation, and a yearning for the future and all things beautiful, Zhongli was momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. His divine name was Morix. Zhongli was but one of many aliases he adopted while traversing the mortal realm. Having two names was not an impossibility. Then let your surname be Xiao, your given name Feilian, and your courtesy name Shiyu. How's that sound? Zhongli stated, his expression unperturbed. He held a certain admiration for this tenacious cat girl, appreciating her indomitable spirit. Even amidst the auction house, she retained her soul, unaltered by the influences of those around her. Such a person, once free from suffering, might very well achieve greatness in the future. Thank you, my lord. The cat girl's face brightened, and she promptly declared, from now on, I shall be known as Xiao Feilian, courtesy name Shiyu. Although she did not fully comprehend the meaning of Shiyu, she trusted that Zhongli had his reasons. At this moment, all her wariness towards Zhongli dissipated. A person who could grant her a name could not possibly be malicious. It is worth noting that many commoners lack surnames. For example, Old Jack does not bear the surname Jack. Jack is merely his given name. Those commoners who possess surnames likely have noble ancestry or are descendants of soul masters. My lord. Suddenly, Shiyu knelt down, bowing 3 times. Zhongli did not shy away. He was worthy of this gesture. The gratitude owed to him and Paimon for saving her was beyond her means to repay. She vowed to serve as a maid for life, without a hint of complaint. Upon hearing this, Paimon was momentarily at a loss. This was her first encounter with such a situation. What did it mean to owe a debt of gratitude? To serve as a slave or maid? Saving her was meant to prevent her from becoming a slave. If she accepted her as a servant, how would that differ from the nobles? Paimon, with her innocent mind, did not ponder any further implications. Spending hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins merely to acquire a servant? Clearly, the situation was far more complex. Zhongli stroked his chin, contemplating briefly before helping Shiyu to her feet. Considering your lack of a home, you may temporarily serve as a maid in my estate. Should you acquire a skill in the future or wish to leave, you are free to do so. If she were neglected, it would not be long before she returned to the auction house or fell into the clutches of some noble. To save a life is to save it completely. Temporarily providing her shelter posed no considerable burden, merely an additional pair of chopsticks at the table. Upon hearing these words, tears streamed down Shiyu's cheeks. She lifted her head, engraving Zhongli's countenance in her memory and heart. Thank you, my lord. The cat girl, Xiao Feilian, or simply Shiyu, had her story conclude on a fulfilling note. The outcome was favorable, and countless staff members cast envious glances her way. After all, she was now associated with the title Douluo. To serve a title Douluo was a fate worth embracing, even in death. The 4 of them exited the auction house under the watchful eyes of the staff. Simultaneously, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Fengji, and Qian Renxue also emerged from the auction house. Teacher, Your Excellency, Sword Douluo. Xue Qinghe greeted Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue with a respectful nod. They acknowledged him in return without surprise. Xue Qinghe was known for his adherence to etiquette. While they remained unfazed, Xiao Wu felt utterly disheartened. Good heavens, she had sensed something amiss in the old man's gaze toward her. It turned out he was a titled Douluo. Xiao Wu felt like crying. After finally going out for a stroll with Tang San, she encountered 2 titled Douluos. Her luck was abysmal today. She glanced at Tang San, her expression filled with reluctance, but said nothing further. Tang San, too, was taken aback. He had never anticipated the lofty identities of these 2 individuals. The teacher of the Crown Prince? He had met Xue Qinghe before, and there had been some past tensions. The Sword Douluo? Who else in the Douluo Continent could be addressed as such? The identities of these 2 were becoming increasingly apparent. The leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. The esteemed elder of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Qian Renxue. I have the honor of meeting His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Xue Qinghe expressed his respect, and they reciprocated. For respect for one's teacher and reverence for the strong were paramount. Yet, he was also the Crown Prince. Even if he did not bow, he was expected to address the other as His Royal Highness. Even if Ning Fengji was Xue Qinghe's teacher, the same courtesy applied. I have the honor of meeting Your Excellency Zhongli, Ning Fengji remarked, bowing slightly to Zhongli. Qian Renxue simply nodded at Zhongli, acknowledging him. It has been over half a month since we last met. Sect Master Ning remains as impressive as ever, Zhongli replied, maintaining his composure. Your Excellency Zhongli was absent from Tiando City for a while. I have missed you greatly, Ning Fengji stated. After the pleasantries, Ning Fengji's gaze turned to Shiyu. appreciating her presence. My dear girl, you are indeed fortunate to accompany His Excellency and listen to his profound words. Zhongli remained silent. Ning Fengji's eloquence was quite pleasant, leaving a favorable impression. He intended to converse further, but Qian Renxue's lips moved subtly, seemingly conveying a message. In an instant, Ning Fengji's expression shifted, his pupils constricted. He instinctively glanced at Xiao Wu. As if recalling something, he looked back at Zhongli. Seeing that Zhongli did not focus on Xiao Wu, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Engaging in a dispute with him, even if victorious, would not favor the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Sectmaster, Elder Qian Renxue, we are about to dine at the Seven Treasures Hotel. Would you care to join us? No. Chapter 56. Shiyu's unique ability. Had it not been for Qian Renxue's silent communication, Ning Fengji would have undoubtedly accepted the invitation. Dining with Zhongli could foster a closer relationship, which would be advantageous. However, upon hearing Qian Renxue's warning, Ning Fengji did not hesitate to decline the proposal. 100,000-year soul beast. He had no doubts about Qian Renxue's judgment. How could a 96th-level titled Douluo be mistaken? At this moment, Ning Fengji's emotions were tumultuous. Amid his joy, a sense of concern brewed. What if Zhongli discovered Xiao Wu? Would the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School retreat or stand firm? In a confrontation, the one to suffer would not be Zhongli, for his soul power was at the 97th level. Even if Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji combined their strengths, they could not hope to defeat him. Once Zhongli escapes, upon his return, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect will face a catastrophic calamity. It is essential to recognize that Zhongli possesses a twin martial soul. If pushed to his limits, with 9 soul rings of at least 50,000 years attached to his second martial soul, his soul power level would undoubtedly ascend to an impressive 99. How could the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect withstand such a peerless powerhouse? Unlike Zhongli, who stands alone without many ties, the sect has vast responsibilities. It is prudent to avoid provoking such a formidable individual whenever possible. No, there is no need for that. There are matters within the sect that require my attention. Ning Fengji hastily waved his hand, speaking with a slight tremor in his voice, despite his desire to appear nonchalant. Xue Qinghe surveyed Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue, ultimately shifting his gaze to Xiao Wu. He began to comprehend the situation surrounding Ning Fengji. It would be best if this soul beast were to create enmity. The 3 upper sects share a common bond. In the face of self-interest, even trees can be felled. The notion of shared kinship is but a hollow phrase. Doito, a mouthful of fur. A subtle smirk graced Xue Qinghe's lips as he thought to himself. Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Tang Hao share a bond that Xue Qinghe is well aware of. Although he does not understand how Tang San resurrected Xiao Wu, their relationship undoubtedly veers towards romance. As Tang San wields a twin martial soul, it is likely that Tang Hao intends for Xiao Wu to become a soul ring for Tang San. However, it remains a mystery how their relationship evolved into that of lovers. Should Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue turn against Xiao Wu? A bitter conflict between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Hao Ian sect would be inevitable. This is fortuitous news for the Spear Hall. What a pity. Paimon sighed, expressing a sense of regret. Among those present, only Qi Yu, Paimon, and Tang San remained oblivious to the specifics, while the others were fully aware of the implications. Third brother, let's depart swiftly, Xiao Wu urged softly, tugging at Tang San's sleeve. Danger loomed. The individual known as Zhongli may harbor no ill intentions toward her. But the other title Douluo could very well be a different matter. Xiao Wu's urgent tone left Tang San puzzled, yet he nodded in agreement. They were not well acquainted, and he had little to contribute. Staying behind served no purpose. Silently, Tang San and Xiao Wu made their exit. The latter's hurried steps prompting Tang San to quicken his pace. What was troubling Xiao Wu? She seemed so anxious upon leaving, and her urgency had only intensified on their return. Tang San found himself at a loss, pondering the situation. Upon noticing Xiao Wu and Tang San's departure, Qian Renxue promptly exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Fengji. They could not afford to linger any longer. Ning Fengji, understanding the unspoken message, quickly offered a few words of farewell before hastily departing with Qian Renxue. Zhongli observed the retreating figures and then turned his gaze slightly towards a concealed area. How would Tang Hao handle the situation? It is a rare sight to witness the normally composed sect Master Ning in such a flurry. If Ning Fengji were still present, he would surely feel embarrassed. Even Paimon could see through the facade. Their murderous intent indicates they are not virtuous individuals. At that moment, Qi Yu whispered softly, "Can you perceive the killing intent they emit?" Among those present, aside from Paimon, who would not hear this utterance. Zhongli and Xue Qinghe exchanged incredulous glances towards Qiyu. Qiyu, can you truly sense their murderous aura? In the context of names, calling someone by their title signifies closeness, whereas using their name implies a lack of intimacy, potentially leading to conflict. Upon hearing this, Qiyu glanced at Zhongli, nodded, and replied, Master. Stop. Zhongli raised his hand, asserting, Qiyu, our relationship is one of employer and employee. I have hired you as a maid, which does not imply that I am your master. You may address me as Zhongli. Seeing Zhongli's earnest demeanor, Qiyu felt a surge of emotion and quickly responded, understood. Master, Zhongli, Xue Qinghe, Paimon. Even Paimon, typically lacking in intellect, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her eyes. Qiyu truly took it to another level. Since awakening my martial soul, I have been able to perceive the emotions of those around me. Discerning their good and evil tendencies, Qiyu stated candidly, revealing her unique ability without reservation. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. No matter how well one conceals their exterior, they cannot control their inner thoughts. Had Qiyu's ability been exposed earlier, and if Xue Yi had learned of it? Xue Qinghe swallowed nervously, a chill running down his spine. Thankfully, the cat girl had not revealed herself earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Qiyu seemed to sense something, turning her attention to Xue Qinghe. He fell silent, his eyes twitching. Clearly, the other party was not lying. She could genuinely sense the emotions of others. Qiyu's situation is quite unique. Her martial soul is fused with her essence. It could be described as a beast martial soul or a primary martial soul. Before its mutation, this martial soul was a cat, known for its acute senses. After merging with her martial soul, Qiyu essentially became a humanoid cat, augmented in abilities. Of course, this perception is quite faint. She can only sense strong emotional fluctuations when individuals are unguarded. You must possess innate soul power, correct? Zhongli inquired, deliberately shifting the topic. He could sense a faint energy within Qiyu, almost indistinguishable from that of a soul master. Indeed, I am at innate level 8. Chapter 57, Love You. Xue, innate level 8? Xue Qinghe's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Qiyu, confusion evident in his gaze. The cat girl, captured by bounty hunters and sold to the auction house, turns out to be a variant martial soul of innate level 8. Not only was she overlooked by the Spirit Hall, but she also lived such a miserable existence. Good heavens, what were those Spirit Hall officials doing? Xue Qinghe clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. She desperately wanted to return to Spirit City and confront Bibi Dong about her actions. Such lax management and irresponsible officials. How did they even secure their positions? Awakening children's martial souls is merely a formality and a process. Their purpose is not to engage in charity. It is to recruit more civilian talents to strengthen the Spirit Hall. What is that woman truly doing? And what are her intentions? Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. The outcome she envisioned diverged significantly from the original narrative. She foresaw deities falling beneath the celestial star, with Bibi Dong never uttering the words, Love you, Xue. If given another chance, her feelings towards Bibi Dong would remain unchanged. That madwoman, the god of slaughter, the nemesis of the god of angels. Unbeknownst to Xue Qinghe, the loose ends extend beyond just Qiyu. Individuals like Ma Hongjun and especially Oscar, a food type with innate full soul power, also exist. Coming from a humble background, it would be almost effortless for the Spirit Hall officials to sway him into joining. Yet, this lad was brought back to Shrek Academy at the age of 8 by Flender. This is an innate food type with full soul power. One cannot simply dismiss his future because his martial soul resembles a mere sausage. Perhaps the Deacon of the Spirit Hall is entirely oblivious to the significance of food-type soul masters, and fails to comprehend the sheer terror that an innate full soul power food-type soul master can wield. Innate level 8. Zhongli glanced at Qiyu, as if struck by a thought, and shook his head. The Deacon of the Spirit Hall is in dire need of enlightenment. Qiyu was likely not awakened by Su Yuntao, but the individual who facilitated her awakening must possess even less knowledge. Is it merely due to her altered appearance that they have lost faith in her? One must realize that an innate level 8 soul power holds the potential to challenge a title Douluo. Moreover, Qiyu's mutation has resulted in a manifestation of her true spirit. If her true spirit were to undergo a second awakening, well, the true spirit sect has yet to be established, and the current true spirits are scarcely more potent than useless spirits, rendering them largely unappreciated. Cases like Qiyu, which are exceptionally rare and blessed, could soar to extraordinary heights if she were to develop her innate soul power and discover a method for the second awakening of her true spirit. Indeed, the deacon of the spirit hall who awakened my spirit asserted as much. Qiyu has never attended school and knows very little about the profession of soul masters. Initially, even though the deacon of the spirit hall deemed her a waste, he still imparted basic meditation techniques to her, hoping she would reach level 10 and obtain a soul ring, even if it were merely a 10-year soul ring, as it could alter her circumstances. Receiving a gold soul coin subsidy from the spirit hall each month would afford her a slight elevation in social class. Little did the deacon know, after declaring Qiyu a waste spirit, her family paid her soul power no heed whatsoever. They even regarded her mutation as an omen of misfortune. This is the consequence of ignorance. Miss Qiyu, may I be so bold as to inquire your age and whether you have absorbed a soul ring? Shui Qinghe gently inquired, his gaze towards Qiyu tinged with a hint of compassion. Judging by her appearance, she could not be over 15 years of age. Without physical contact, he could not ascertain her precise age. Only through touch and bone examination could he determine her true years. As an auction item, Qiyu's days in the auction house were vastly superior to her previous life of wandering. At least, her sustenance was assured. They not only provided her with food, but ensured it was of good quality. After all, how could a malnourished and emaciated girl serve as an auction item? After some contemplation, Qiyu spoke. I am 15 this year, and in 6 months I shall turn 16. As for soul rings, with no one to care for me, no love, and never having attended school, how could I possibly acquire a soul ring? She lowered her head, a hint of despondency in her voice. The soul power within her had stagnated long ago. Yet she had neither the ability to hunt soul beasts nor the means to enter the soul-hunting forest. If she possessed even a single soul ring, bounty hunters would think twice before targeting her. Being a soul master, even if only a novice, still held significance. It would be manageable if the existence of an auction soul master remained unknown, but should it reach the ears of common soul masters, the consequences would be dire. Innate level 8, 15 years old, and never having acquired soul ring? Hiss! Shui Qinghe involuntarily inhaled sharply. A genius had fallen due to her circumstances. An innate level 8 soul power is no trifling matter. Even if Qiyu were to seek a soul ring now, achieving great heights would be a formidable challenge. True geniuses reach nearly level 30 in soul power by the age of 12. If they can surpass that threshold, their talent is unquestionable. By 15, reaching levels 36 or 37 is quite normal. Qiyu has been stagnated at the soul scholar stage for so many years, having missed the prime period for cultivation. Although one can meditate and train without acquiring a soul ring, the speed and quality of a soul scholar's meditation cannot compare to that of a soul master. Great soul master or soul elder. This is precisely why soul masters are eager to acquire soul rings immediately upon reaching the requisite level. Let's dine first. After our meal, I shall accompany you to the sunset forest, Zhongli stated, his demeanor unwavering. Qiyu's situation is not beyond salvation. Even if she solely cultivates within the soul master system, there are still means to compensate for her deficiencies. The Eye of Ice and Fire resides within his inner realm. With a guest accompanying her, Qiyu's acquisition of a soul ring is assured. Qiyu paid little heed to Shui Qinghe's words. She was lost in contemplation, her mind echoing Zhongli's declarations. In less than an hour of acquaintance, he had saved her, given her a name, taken her in as a maid, and prepared to assist her in transcending her class to obtain a soul ring. Once she becomes a soul master, she will gain the ability to sustain herself. How absurd it is that I find myself questioning my master's intentions. If he wished to do something to me, why would he go to such lengths? As these thoughts swirled, tears streamed down Qiyu's face. Chapter 58. The appearance of Tang. How alas, little Qiyu, why do you weep so easily? Paimon was perplexed by Qiyu's tears. These are all fortuitous events. Why shed tears? Is it joy that brings forth tears? Qiyu wiped her eyes, nearly resembling a small, weeping kitten, and smiled as she said, All is as my master decrees. Just call me Zhongli. Very well, master. She absorbed the words, but chose to ignore them. Zhongli rubbed his forehead, feeling a twinge of headache, and regarded Qiyu once more. Seeing her stubborn expression, he shook his head, allowing her to be. In a brief moment, the four of them arrived at the Seven Treasure Hotel. Upon their return, the innkeeper exhibited no sign of surprise, as if accustomed to their presence. How could he not be accustomed? Zhongli and Paimon frequented the place almost daily. He had already resolved that any charges incurred would be directed to Ning Fengji, leaving him to bear the headache, for after all, Ning Fengji was the sect leader. Your Highness, Lord Zhongli, little Paimon, and this young lady. It was the first time the innkeeper encountered Qiyu, and thus could only refer to her as young lady. Observing her appearance, it was clear she possessed a mutated spirit, a cat girl. Boss, her name is Xiao Feilian, courtesy named Qiyu. You may refer to her as Miss Qiyu. Paimon, with impeccable timing, interjected. Xiao Feilian, courtesy named Qiyu, Miss Qiyu. The innkeeper appeared somewhat puzzled, but quickly regained his composure. An unusual name mattered little as long as he knew how to address her. Miss Qiyu, and some others, please, the private room has been reserved. Upon hearing this, Paimon was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Boss, you're incredible. How did you know we were coming? The innkeeper, well, it's mealtime. How could you not come? Internally, he mused, his eyelids twitching incessantly. The enthusiastic innkeeper left Qiyu feeling somewhat out of place. In the past, who would have shown her kindness? Yet now, following Zhongli, even as a mere maid, who would dare to treat her with anything less than respect? This transformation left Qiyu feeling disoriented, yet her heart brimmed with joy. My master is truly deserving of respect. What does Lord even signify? The title of Lord Zhongli had been heard countless times since she began following him. Those like Ning Fengji, the auction house staff, and even the guests in the private room number 2 all refer to her master as Lord Zhongli. What then does Lord represent? It is no wonder Qiyu remains unaware. She has scarcely interacted with the profession of soul masters, and wherever she went, she was bullied and ostracized. Her ignorance is quite understandable. Once everyone settled into the private room, Qiyu finally addressed Paimon. Paimon. Hearing Qiyu speak, Paimon blinked in surprise and instinctively turned to her, asking little Qiyu what is wrong. Given Qiyu's petite stature, Paimon naturally referred to her as little Qiyu. What does Lord mean? What does it signify? Qiyu raised her head, mustering the courage to address Paimon. Upon uttering these words, Paimon appeared somewhat perplexed. Indeed, what does your excellency signify? Ever since Zhongli revealed his prowess, both those familiar and unfamiliar with him in Tiando City have referred to him as your excellency Zhongli. But what does your excellency represent? If it pertained to matters within the continent of Teyvat, Paimon could have answered, yet this was not a question relevant to Teyvat. Oh dear, is Paimon facing unemployment? A hint of dejection crossed Paimon's face as she mused silently. Observing the furrowed brows and the hesitant lips of Paimon, Xue Qinghe was left bewildered. As a manifestation of Zhongli's martial spirit, how could Paimon be unaware of such a fundamental concept? Your excellency is a respectful title bestowed upon a title de law. As for what it signifies, only a powerhouse of title de law rank can be addressed in such a manner. It is a testament to one's strength. Xue Qinghe elucidated with a smile. Paimon and Qiyu nodded in understanding, yet there lingered a flicker of confusion in their eyes. What manner of person is Xue Qinghe? The inner thoughts of Paimon and Qiyu were plainly written on their faces. How could she not be aware? The profession of a soul master encompasses 10 titles, ranging from soul scholar, soul master, great soul master, soul elder, soul sect, soul king, soul emperor, soul saint, soul daw, to title daw. In Qiyu's current situation, she will be classified as a level 10 soul scholar. Meanwhile, Zhongli's capacity has ascended to the rank of title de law. Following Xue Qinghe's explanation, Paimon and Qiyu finally grasped the concept, genuinely enlightened this time. Thank you, Your Highness, for clarifying. Yet, what about Your Highness? This question lingered unasked in Qiyu's mind as she resolved to learn in silence. Meanwhile, on the side of Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue, they had pursued the aura of Tang San and Xiao Wu for a short distance when a sudden transmission caused them to halt. Exchanging a glance filled with unspoken understanding, they realized they were not the only ones interested in this rabbit. Outside Tiando City, they nodded and proceeded towards its outskirts. As long as the rabbit remained within Tiando City, there was no escape. Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue were not inclined to escalate matters, should other powerful beings take notice. It could spell trouble. In a brief moment, they arrived at a suburban area outside Tiando City. Comme fort, Jensin Goman et Persin, being a title Douluo himself, he deemed the likelihood of the opponent being stronger than him to be less than 1 in 10. It must be noted that he was a super Douluo of level 96. Even when facing 2 title Douluos of level 95 simultaneously, he possessed the strength to contend, let alone when facing just one. No sooner had Qian Renxue's words left his lips than an overwhelmingly domineering aura emerged, prompting Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue to instinctively direct their gaze toward its source. The individual appeared quite disheveled, clad in a tattered black robe. However, every movement exuded an undeniable aura of strength. As this person advanced, their aura intensified, and the first soul ring appeared, followed by the second, and continuing until the 9th. The expressions of Qian Renxue and Ning Fengji grew gravely serious. 100,000-year soul ring? Goodness, are the 100,000-year soul beasts so easily hunted these days? Zhongli possesses a dual martial spirit and a 100,000-year soul ring. Yet here stood someone else with the same. Wait a moment. When a martial spirit of the figure in the black robe manifested, both Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue's expressions shifted dramatically. It's you. Indeed, it is I. Tang Hao. The name resonates like a looming shadow. After more than a decade of absence, Tang Hao had re-emerged. Ning Fengji, I discovered that rabbit first, Tang Hao stated, his Haotian hammer resting firmly on the ground, devoid of any tremor. Chapter 59. If you're not a beggar, then why do you dress like one? A blatant threat. Stark and unambiguous. Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue's expression soured, yet they found themselves unable to reach a decisive conclusion at that moment. After all, Tang Hao held a notorious reputation as the Haotian, a figure not easily antagonized. Though the Haotian sect had indeed expelled Tang Hao, who could deny this was merely for appearances? He was the Haotian Douluo of this generation. How could he have truly been ousted? The Haotian sect is the foremost sect in the world, while the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is merely the second. The second, after all, is still just second. Furthermore, when Tang Hao first broke through to title Douluo, he single-handedly faced 3 opponents, resulting in 1 dead and 2 severely injured. Among them, 1 returned to the Spirit Hall and perished within a month. That unfortunate individual was none other than the former Pope, Qian Renxue. At that time, Qian Renxue had already reached level 95. Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue fell into a contemplative silence. While they did not fear Tang Hao due to their own strength, they were wary of the repercussions of acting against him. To take action against Tang Hao would mean severing ties with the Haotian sect. Moreover, Tang Hao was no mere pushover. His accomplishments were well documented. The Haotian Douluo, a 100,000-year transformed soul beast, could easily prompt their retreat with just a word. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengji finally spoke. His intentions were clear. Retreat was possible, provided they extended a gesture of goodwill to allow everyone to save face. A harmonious resolution would benefit all. A single word from Tang Hao could lead to their withdrawal. Yet such an action would tarnish the reputation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, both being dual Douluos, while the Haotian sect held the foremost position. Was the current Haotian sect truly the same as it had been? Fortunately, Ning Fengji was unaware that the Haotian sect had produced 5 more titled Douluos in recent years. Otherwise, he might have truly retreated at Tang Hao's words. Regarding matters of face, Ning Fengji's intentions were clear to Tang Hao, who recognized the other's inclination to back down, albeit needing a means to do so. My son, Tang San, is your daughter's classmate. They've been since Soto City. They have faced life and death together and may very well become exceptional allies in the future. At this point, Tang Hao refrained from elaborating further. His statements bore dual implications. 1. Establishing a connection. His son and the other party's daughter shared a camaraderie. 2. Subtly reminding Ning Fengji that he was aware of Ning Rongrong's lineage. Should you dare to act, be prepared for the consequences. In essence, it remained a threat. Unsurprisingly, Qian Renxue and Ning Fengji's expressions shifted once more. Tang Hao had resorted to such underhanded tactics. Impressive. Truly befitting of the Haotian Douluo. Wait, that lad is Tang Hao's son? They have been classmates since Soto City? Suddenly, Qian Renxue and Ning Fengji's eyes lit up in realization. They understood. Everything fell into place. Thus, it was Tang Hao who had recognized the identity of that rabbit at the gates of Tiando City, and it was he who had dispatched compensation. Contemplating this, Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue exchanged a glance, rendered speechless. Their combined weight paled in comparison to Zhongli's. No, it should be said that, in Tang Hao's eyes, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect held less significance than Zhongli. Otherwise, why would Tang Hao offer compensation to Zhongli while resorting to threats against them? Upon further reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. Zhongli stood alone, devoid of alliances or vulnerabilities. Even if he sought to threaten, whom could he target? To threaten Zhongli directly? What a jest. Zhongli was at least a level 97 being. To threaten him would only invite calamity upon one's own faction. After a short while, just as Ning Fengji was about to speak again, Qian Renxue and Tang Hao furrowed their brows. At that moment, someone was approaching. Ah, Master Ning, Kranpa Ten Ting Kretings. Paimon waved at Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue, calling out cheerfully. 3 individuals stood together, while Shuqinghe had other matters to attend to and did not accompany them out of the city. The 2 were momentarily taken aback. How could Zhongli be here? Paimon, greetings. What brings you here? Ning Feng ti instinctively inquired. My spirit is stuck at the 10th level, unable to break through. We're heading to the Sunset Forest to acquire a soul ring. Paimon candidly replied, her naivety evident, embodying a straightforwardness that was almost endearing. Had it not been for Qian Renxue's prior instructions, she would have refrained from mentioning Qian Renxue or Xueqing at all. With nothing else to do, a stroll through the forest sounds splendid. Zhongli mused, stroking his chin as he cast a curious glance at Tang Hao, Ning Fengji, and Qian Renxue. Surprisingly, a conflict hasn't erupted. It seems Ning Fengji is remarkably restrained. After all, who could blame the heir of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school for exhibiting a gentle temperament? Ah, who is this beggar uncle? A beggar uncle? Both Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue stifled their laughter, realizing that only this little one would dare to call Tang Hao a beggar. Tang Hao frowned, casting an exasperated look at Paimon. He had observed this little creature and noted her utter lack of guile. Yet, her words were brutally honest, making it difficult for him to maintain his composure. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. My goodness, beggar uncle, you are actually a titled Douluo? Upon recently learning about soul master titles and corresponding soul rings, Paimon counted the soul rings adorning Tang Hao, momentarily left speechless. This seemingly disheveled man was, in fact, among the most formidable beings on the Douluo Continent. I am Tang Hao, not a beggar, Tang Hao replied, a scowl darkening his face. If you're not a beggar, why then do you choose to dress as one? Is it a preference? A preference? What kind of absurdity is that? Is it not permissible for me to neglect my appearance? I simply enjoy living in disarray. Tang Hao resolved that once Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue concluded their matters, he would properly attend to himself. This little creature's sincere words were quite vexing. Truly vexing. Little Paimon, this is Tang Hao, the Haotian Law of the legendary Haotian School. Ning Fengji interjected at that moment. Haotian School? What is that? Paimon was genuinely unaware of what the world's foremost sect entailed. Firstly, the Haotian School had been closed for over a decade, and discussions regarding it were nearly non-existent on the Douluo Continent. Secondly, being an outsider, she had no way of knowing about the Haotian School. Zhongli, too, was a wanderer. The places he took her to lacked any channels for such knowledge. In Heavendo City, she was only familiar with the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, as Ning Fengji had visited it, and she and Zhongli dined there daily. As for the Haotian School, she was utterly ignorant. Tang Hao Pao set, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes. If not for him, the illustrious Haotian School would not have faded from public consciousness. The Haotian School is the mightiest sect in the world, albeit temporarily withdrawn due to certain circumstances. Chapter 60. Do not advise others to be virtuous without experiencing their suffering. Paimon stroked her chin, her expression revealing sudden comprehension. Before she could utter another word, Zhongli cleared his throat twice, clasped his hands, and stated, esteemed friends, we must make our way to the Sunset Forest, so we shall take our leave. Farewell. Since Lord Zhongli has matters to attend to, I shall not detain you. Should you find time in the future, I would be honored to visit. Ning Fengji responded with a smile. Acknowledging Ning Fengji's reply, Zhongli nodded and continued toward the direction of the Sunset Forest. Shiryu followed closely behind Zhongli, remaining silent, unconcerned with Ning Fengji and the others. She placed her trust solely in Zhongli, keeping even a slight distance from Paimon. Paimon exclaimed, regaining her composure and hastily pursuing them. Zhongli, Shiryu, wait for me. Unfazed, Zhongli maintained a neutral expression, though a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. By Fei, is it? You wish to trigger a task? Do not even think about it. It took me ages to retire. I won't so easily return to duty, or undertake tasks. After Zhongli and the others departed, Ning Fengji, Qian Renxue, and Tang Hao remained silent for a moment, exchanging several glances before resuming their negotiations. The specifics of the negotiations remained undisclosed. Yet, both parties departed with smiles, indicating a successful and mutually beneficial outcome. By 10 in the afternoon, the sun shone brilliantly, even somewhat fiercely. The outskirts of the Sunset Forest were adorned with towering trees, though the spacing between them was not as close as in the Stardow Forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting a warm glow upon the ground and rendering the Sunset Forest less foreboding. Logically speaking, absorbing soul rings below 10,000 years should not involve any spiritual backlash, provided one's physical strength meets the requirements for surpassing the level of soul rings. After articulating this, Zhongli placed his hand on Shiryu's shoulder. This gesture caused Shiryu's face to flush involuntarily, yet she remained silent. Your body has long suffered deficiencies. Even though some recovery has taken place, it is riddled with hidden injuries. Your soul power concentration undoubtedly exceeds the 10th level, yet your physical strength remains considerably weak. Whether it pertains to your innate martial soul or beast martial soul, your physical strength. Here, Zhongli shook his head, realizing that Shiryu's physical strength was far weaker than he had anticipated, largely due to her childhood experiences. With no food to sustain you, how could you grow strong? Although some recovery has occurred later, the damage to your essence remains. Do not be deceived by her 15 years of age. Her true soul power is still not beyond the 10th level. However, her physical strength is only sufficient to absorb a 400-year-old soul ring at best. Upon hearing this, Shiryu felt a twinge of disappointment. Was her talent truly so lacking? Would her master despise her? An array of emotions flooded Shiryu's mind. What would she do if Zhongli found her inadequate? Please wait for a moment, Zhongli said, preparing to turn away when suddenly an idea struck him and his eyes brightened. An amber glow materialized in his hand. Gather. In an instant, 2 protective shields appeared around Shiryu and Paimon. There, you'll be completely safe until I return. This assurance of safety was genuinely absolute. No one could provide more security than Zhongli. Zhongli, what is this? Paimon asked, looking at him with confusion. She recognized the shield. Even the attacks of a 100,000-year soul beast, or even the formidable attacks of the Titan Dragon King, would struggle to breach this barrier. While safety was assured, what was Zhongli preparing to do? I will return home briefly and be back in a moment. Zhongli, please come back quickly, Paimon said, a tremor of fear evident in her voice. She was well aware of the dangers lurking within the soul beast forest, which was precisely why she had temporarily abandoned her travels. Even though she knew the shield could protect her, her instinctual fear was hard to suppress. Zhongli nodded before vanishing from sight. After hearing Zhongli's words, Shiryu was exceptionally obedient, showing no reaction. If Zhongli instructed her to wait, then she would wait. Shiryu, are you afraid? There are many terrifying creatures in the soul beast forest. In response, Shiryu shook her head, saying, compared to those people, these animals are much cuter. Her small head was filled with big questions. This was the first time she had heard such a sentiment. In Teyvat, the prevailing belief was that the gods loved their followers, while other monsters faced no mercy. Regardless of how ruthless a deity may be, theoretically, they loved their own people. It was merely the weight of their love that was too much for humans to bear. Just like the former Mondstadt, now she was hearing someone say that soul beasts were preferable to humans. Paimon's eyes brimmed with confusion, puzzlement, and bewilderment. Why was that? Shiryu responded. My suffering and pain do not stem from the soul beasts. The malevolence of these spirit beasts is merely rooted in their unquenchable hunger. Witnessing the hatred etched upon Chiyu's visage, Paimon found herself struggling to comprehend the depths of such emotion. Do not advise others to be virtuous without having endured their suffering. Lacking the experiences that burdened Chiyu, Paimon naturally could not fathom her anguish. A heavy silence enveloped the scene. After a brief interval of 3 minutes, a familiar silhouette emerged once more, illuminating the expressions of both Paimon and Chiyu. The two of them, despite their discord, were at a loss for words. Yet the individual before them was different. Zhongli, you've returned so swiftly? How delightful! Paimon exclaimed, her excitement propelling her towards Zhongli, halting only upon reaching his side. Chiyu's countenance also brightened, though she refrained from saying much. With a nod, Zhongli waved his hand, causing the protective shields surrounding Chiyu and Paimon to dissipate. His purpose at the estate was to procure internal essence, for within it lay what he sought. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongli produced 2 specimens of flora, presenting them to Chiyu. One of these plants resembled a Lingji mushroom, adorned in hues of purple. Should Tang San have been present, he would surely exclaim, 9-rank purple Ji. Although not classified as an immortal herb, the efficacy of the 9-rank purple Ji is scarcely inferior. Capable of fortifying one's essence and remedying deficiencies in the physical body and martial soul. For some, the benefits of a 9-rank purple Ji may even surpass those of immortal herbs. This scenario is akin to the administration of medicine. Even the finest medicinal materials must be correctly applied to yield their full potential, lest adverse effects arise. The other herb was a true immortal plant, resembling a daffodil, radiating a gentle aquamarine glow. This particular herb, unlike the previous 9-rank purple Ji, was indeed an authentic immortal herb, known as the water daffodil jade skinbone. It was the very herb consumed by Zhu Zhuqing in the original timeline. Initially, Zhongli had intended to offer Chiyu the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, but reconsidered, deeming it overly masculine and unsuitable for a girl. Chrysanthemum Douluo? He was an unexpected addition. This is the 9-rank purple Ji and the water daffodil jade skinbone. They will be beneficial to you. Zhongli refrained from disclosing to Qiyu just how rare these two herbs were on the Douluo Continent, nor the explosive nature of their effects. He merely instructed her on the order and manner of consumption, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Immortal herbs? To ordinary people, or those on the Douluo Continent, they certainly qualify as such. However, in Zhongli's estimation, their combined worth pales in comparison to a single glazed lily. His benevolence towards those around him stemmed from a paternal affection, devoid of ulterior motives. To buy osmanthus flowers and share wine, yet lament the absence of old friends. Believing Zhongli's words without doubt, Qiyu accepted that these two plants would indeed be advantageous to her. Sitting cross-legged, she placed the water daffodil jade skin bone before her and began to consume the 9-rank purple ji. Despite its appearance as a plant, the 9-rank purple ji melted upon contact, merging with her body as streams of energy. Qiyu swiftly finished the 9-rank purple ji and closed her eyes to commence her refinement. Zhongli, is that not a medicinal herb from the ice and fire duality eye? Will little Qiyu be all right? Paimon voiced her concern, observing Qiyu drenched in fragrant sweat, her brow glistening. Although she found it difficult to connect with this girl, she still held a genuine concern for her well-being. Qiyu will be fine. The 9-rank purple ji is repairing her body, mending her deficiencies and replenishing the voids of her past years. For her, this is a fortuitous transformation. Yuxi gang, what about me? For Qiyu, this indeed represented a fortuitous transformation. Yet for Yuxia gang, it signified a glimmer of hope for breaking through to the 29th level. Are the medicinal herbs from the ice and fire duality truly that formidable? Paimon's eyes widened in astonishment as she pondered aloud. She recalled that both Dugubo and Duguyen were poisoned and subsequently healed by herbs from the ice and fire duality eye. Now, Qiyu, who is unwell, was also relying on herbs from the same source for restoration. What a curious situation this is. As 2 hours elapsed, dusk descended, yet Qiyu remained in her meditative pose. The agony that had once marred her features now vanished. A short distance away, a campfire flickered, with Zhongli seated beside it and Paimon nestled at his side. Their gazes remained fixed upon Qiyu. Throughout these 2 hours, the transformations Qiyu underwent had not escaped their notice, and Paimon had been astonished several times over. The color of Qiyu's cat ears had shifted numerous times, only to ultimately revert to a pristine white. How peculiar! Having been restored by the 9-rank purple ji, she could have assumed the appearance of an ordinary human, yet she chose to retain her former visage. Zhongli harbored a sense of perplexity, though he kept his thoughts to himself. For humanity, Qiyu's condition might be regarded as a flaw, one that the 9-rank purple ji could rectify. She would only revert to her beastly form upon releasing her martial soul. Yet she had chosen to retain her cat ears and tail, leaving Zhongli bewildered. After a while, Qiyu suddenly opened her eyes, her expression alight with joy and an unprecedented sense of ease, feeling invigorated as if her entire being had been infused with strength. During this process, she had several opportunities to revert her exterior to that of an ordinary girl, yet she had opted to forego them. Perhaps Zhongli preferred her in this form? Even without formal education, Qiyu understood, given her consumption of the 9-rank purple ji, just how precious these two herbs were. Her master had bestowed such invaluable gifts upon her. Suddenly recalling something, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Having emerged from an auction house, she had not personally experienced such events. Yet through hearsay, she had gained some understanding. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiyu continued to consume the water daffodil jade skin bone, determined not to disappoint Zhongli. Since Zhongli had urged her to partake, she could entertain no contrary thoughts. For my master, I must become exceedingly powerful. With this conviction, Qiyu closed her eyes once more. Oh dear, little Qiyu is changing colors again. Zhongli mused. Could it be that she is merely refining the medicinal powers? No wonder practitioners often secluded themselves while cultivating or consuming potent herbs. The sporadic color changes appear quite bizarre. Suppressing his inner commentary, Zhongli maintained his watchful protection over Qiyu. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke the following day. Qiyu's pace in refining the immortal herb was remarkably slow. She had only assimilated a minuscule portion of its energy, while the remainder lay dormant within her. This was to be expected. After all, she was merely at the 10th level. To fully refine the medicinal potency, she would need to surpass the 70th level. Paimon lay peacefully on a small bed, cocooned in a blanket, blissfully unaware and unperturbed. It was only in Zhongli's company that she felt secure enough to sleep soundly in the spirit beast forest. Of course, if fatigue overtook her, Paimon would not be overly concerned about Zhongli's presence. She could slumber peacefully regardless. As Qiyu opened her eyes once more, she had no time to assess her condition before she felt a sticky sensation enveloping her, as if ensconced in layers of viscous black grease. Thanks to her martial soul, her sense of smell was exceptionally acute, and in an instant, she nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the overwhelming scent. As she gazed in astonishment, a house composed of amber-hued walls rose before her, confining her within. Inside the house stood a large water bucket and a set of pristine clothing. Time for cleansing. You have undergone a metamorphosis. Zhongli's voice echoed in Shiyu's ears, rendering her too flustered to feel any embarrassment. When Paimon awakened and beheld the cat-eared girl before her, she was momentarily stunned. Where has Shiyu gone? Who is this striking young lady who bears a striking resemblance to her? Previously, Shiyu was undoubtedly attractive, yet she could hardly be regarded as a paragon of beauty. Her exterior was commendable, yet her inner self was fraught with various issues, such as insufficient vitality and blood. However, after undergoing transformation with celestial herbs, Shiyu's appearance was utterly revitalized, endowing her with the attributes of a supreme beauty. The addition of cat ears and a tail further imbued her with an exotic allure, a sensation that words could scarcely encapsulate. Paimon, what troubles you? Shiyu inquired with a hint of confusion, oblivious to the fact that Paimon's current state was a direct consequence of her own transformation. The familiar voice momentarily stunned Paimon. You are Shiyu? The soft, ethereal tone bore an uncanny resemblance to Shiyu, thus deepening Paimon's bewilderment. Just one night, and a little cat girl has undergone such a metamorphosis? Has Paimon's memory truly faltered so greatly? Were it not for the absence of mirrors in the sunset forest, she would have comprehended why Paimon uttered such words. Let us proceed to hunt for souls. Afterwards, we shall indulge in lunch back in Heavendo City. Chapter 62. Old friend, do you have any money? Upon hearing Zhongli's words, neither Paimon nor Shiyu expressed dissent. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Paimon's eyes. The allure of food was simply irresistible to her. She relished delectable dishes, and even when faced with less appetizing fare, she could still consume it, as long as it filled her belly. After all, she had once fainted from hunger. Now, the prospect of delightful cuisine filled her with excitement. Wonderful! While I adore the dishes prepared by Zhongli, I must admit I also have a penchant for the offerings at the Seven Treasures restaurant, primarily due to the sheer variety available. In Liyue, the culinary methods were disseminated by the illustrious Maxius, known as the God of Cooking. However, in the hearts of many Liyue denizens, Morix held that esteemed title, as Zhongli's contributions to the culinary arts were also significant. Eventually, Maxius sacrificed his powers for Liyue and fell into a deep slumber. The legend of Morix as the God of Cooking grew ever more profound. As a deity, Morix refrained from elucidating such matters, choosing not to interfere with human choices. As long as he drew breath, he would not forget his old friend, Maxius. Old friend, do you have any money? Maxius. Upon hearing Paimon's remark, Zhongli's eyes twitched slightly. Did his culinary creations not rival those of the Seven Treasures restaurant? Perhaps Paimon had simply grown weary of his dishes and sought a change in flavor. He would not easily intervene in others' choices. Paimon's preferences did not provoke any ire within him. He had long transcended such emotional responses. His kindness toward Shiyu was also a sign of respect for her choices. If she wished to remain by his side, he would naturally treat her with particular care. Those around him could not be too weak, lest he grow weary. Of course, Paimon was an exception. Her current predicament was unavoidable, though perhaps solutions would arise in the future. Shiyu blinked, casting a somewhat perplexed glance at Paimon. Although she had never tasted Zhongli's culinary offerings, she believed without a doubt that they would surpass those of the Seven Treasures restaurant. A distorted culinary legacy of the emperor was beginning to blossom. After a day of companionship, Shiyu gradually transitioned from gratitude to an appreciation for Zhongli's culinary prowess, and from that admiration to a fervent obsession. Ultimately, she began to twist into a fervently devoted aficionado of Zhongli's cooking. Listen to your master, Shiyu declared earnestly, her beautiful eyes reflecting Zhongli's image. Zhongli. After repeating it several times, she still does not heed. Sighing, he conceded, let her shout as she wishes. With his discerning eye, Zhongli could undoubtedly perceive Shiyu's physical endurance. With the enhancement from the nine-tiered purple grass and water immortal jade bone, her first soul ring would not merely be a century's worth. The nine-tiered purple grass repaired her body, mending the flaws of her martial soul, while the water immortal jade bone strengthened her physique and augmented her soul power. Once Shiyu had absorbed these two herbs sufficiently, Zhongli would select suitable celestial herbs for her martial soul's second awakening. At that juncture, Shiyu would soar to new heights. The integration of her martial soul and body into a singular entity was a mystery even Zhongli could not fully grasp. He was uncertain of Shiyu's true potential. Following the enhancements from the 9-tiered purple grass and water immortal J-Bone, her innate soul power could very well rival that of a natural-born genius with full innate soul power. May she one day stand on her own, Zhongli mused silently. Keeping his thoughts to himself, the Sunset Forest is the largest soul beast forest within the borders of the Heaven-Do Empire, situated near Heaven-Do City. Roughly an hour's journey for a Grand Soul Master. Though the soul beasts within the Sunset Forest may not rival those of the Star-Do Forest in quantity or strength, formidable soul beasts abound. Zhongli, Shiyu, and Paimon traversed the inner regions of the Sunset Forest without encountering any reckless soul beasts. Seemingly recalling something, Zhongli spoke. From a general standpoint, your martial soul is a cat, categorized as an agility-based martial soul, albeit a mutated one. The fusion of the martial soul and your being constitutes a body martial soul. This type of martial soul also encompasses various classifications. Zhongli, are you suggesting that Shiyu can still pursue an agility-based path? Paimon queried, her eyes wide with curiosity. She felt somewhat muddled regarding the distinctions between offensive, agility, control, and support martial souls. Agility, it seemed, pertained to swift soul masters. Indeed, Zhongli affirmed with a nod. After all, being a cat, even with the fusion of martial soul and body, she retains the capacity to pursue an agility-based path, thus maximizing the advantages of her martial soul. Shiyu, lacking comprehension of these concepts, nodded along with Zhongli's words. After a moment's contemplation, Zhongli glanced at Shiyu once more. He understood the general direction. Yet many intricate details regarding soul masters eluded him. With soul beasts, Zhongli could gauge their approximate age based on the energy within them. Yet he was unfamiliar with many of them. Perhaps I should visit the library when I have time, Zhongli mused internally. Since they had arrived in the Douluo Continent, it was essential to learn about the things this world had to offer. As for Shiyu, once she had acquired her soul ring, they would determine if she ought to attend school. Your physique should be capable of withstanding the energy of a 3,000-year soul ring. With a body martial soul, alongside soul power exceeding level 10 and the aid of celestial herbs, Shiyu's physical strength could easily rival that of a soul sovereign of over 30 levels. A 30-level quasi-soul sovereign can typically absorb a soul ring of approximately 1,700 years. Yet, Shiyu's physical fortitude far surpasses that of a quasi-soul sovereign, though it cannot compare to that of a 40-level quasi-soul sect. 3,000 years serves as a middle ground. Once she acquires her first soul ring, and her body is fortified by the soul ring's energy, the upper limit for her second soul ring will increase. Why do body sect soul rings exceed those of ordinary individuals by such a margin? The primary reason lies in their formidable physiques. Only those with robust bodies can endure greater soul power impacts. This is also the secret of dual martial souls. The first recorded soul master with dual martial souls perished during soul ring absorption due to inadequate physical strength. A 3,000-year soul ring? Paimon exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Aware of the correlation between soul ring age and color. A 1,000-year soul ring is purple. Aren't the first soul rings of those soul masters typically white or yellow? Zhongli, can little Shiyu absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? I've seen those soul masters with their first soul rings appearing as white 10-year rings or yellow 100-year rings. If little Shiyu directly absorbs a 1,000-year one, could it lead to complications? Paimon voiced her concerns, despite her inability to converse deeply with Shiyu. She certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall her. The young girl seemed quite amiable, yet she harbored strong opinions regarding humanity. Chapter 63. The Distorted Culinary Legacy of the Emperor. Upon hearing this, Zhongli shook his head and replied directly, there will be no issues whatsoever. After undergoing enhancement, Shiyu is no longer the feeble cat girl she once was. The mere trifling of a 3,000-year soul ring poses no challenge for her. Unlike ordinary soul masters, her physical resilience is remarkable. Before Zhongli could finish a statement, Shiyu interjected, don't worry about me, Paimon. I heed my master's words. At this, Paimon was momentarily taken aback. Her expression one of bewilderment as she turned to look at Shiyu beside her. Something about this felt off, yet she could not quite articulate what it was. If Shiyu were truly under threat from Zhongli, she ought to blink in response. It is worth noting that even during their initial encounter with Zhongli, neither she nor the traveler possessed absolute trust. The traveler had nearly viewed the Geo-Archon of Liyue as the primary antagonist preventing their departure from Teyvat. Yet, here was Shiyu, seemingly extending unconditional trust towards Zhongli, leaving Paimon utterly perplexed. While she herself had grown to trust Zhongli immensely, her innate curiosity often compelled her to ask questions. After all, she was the task dispatcher. No, she was Paimon. Chiyu, Paimon murmured, choosing not to elaborate further. This blind faith in Zhongli was simply too overwhelming. She resembled the denizens of Liu, who exhibited unwavering trust in the Geo Archon, even to a fervent extent. Zhongli's mouth parted slightly, hesitating to speak as he cast a sidelong glance at the young girl beside him. To the inhabitants of Douluo Continent, a 15-and-a-half-year-old Chiyu was no longer a mere child. However, to one as ancient as Zhongli, who had lived for over 6 millennia, Chiyu still qualified as a child. Even Poseidon, in the presence of Morix, remained a girl. Of course, before Zhongli, even such a being could be referred to as Annie. Zhongli felt a swell of satisfaction at Chiyu's unconditional trust, though a twinge of concern also stirred within him. He understood that humanity must grow and confront the future on their own. He could guide them momentarily, but he could not chart their entire lives. Suddenly, Zhongli regarded Chiyu with a hint of surprise, realizing he had gleaned a measure of faith power from her. Remarkably, a second follower from another world. The first follower, at that moment, should be striving for strength. Protecting his own village and others, he sought formidable power. This first follower was none other than Wang Chun, the Chun of the sun, moon, and stars. He had received a vision bestowed by Zhongli, and the gears of fate began to shift. After gaining power, Wang Chun remained true to his original intentions, diligently working to grow stronger. Demigods can inherently absorb the faith power of their followers. The greater the number of believers, the mightier the demigod becomes. However, many demigods are powerful by nature, with only a select few lacking combat prowess, such as the god of salt and the Raiden Shogun of Inazuma. Even with believers' faith, their strength remains limited. Faith can enhance power, but only marginally. The faith power Chiyu provided was almost negligible for Zhongli, given his overwhelming strength. This small measure of faith could not elevate him, even slightly. It is noteworthy that even the existence of a divine heart merely strengthened Zhongli a fraction, let alone this faith power. Once she adapts to the Soul Master system, perhaps she will find herself wishing for a vision. The impetus for utilizing a vision stems from one's desires, the very force of wishes. At present, Chiyu did not meet this requirement. However, Zhongli could potentially modify the vision, allowing it to function without the need for a wish. Yet, if not fueled by noble intentions, what if the wielder of the vision were to commit malevolent acts? This was a consideration for Zhongli. He would not distribute visions widely, as this could incite turmoil within the Soul Master Society, unless it were to individuals he deemed worthy. Let us proceed. 2,000 meters ahead lies a black cat over 3,000 years old. The so-called black cat was the Yuan spirit cat of the Zhu family, which was quite suitable for Chiyu. As fellow felines, the Yuan spirit cat was also a speed-oriented soul beast with considerable attack power and penetration capabilities. It would serve as Chiyu's first soul ring perfectly. Perhaps there were better choices, but this one was simply fortuitous. Very well, master, she replied. In no time, Zhongli and his companions silently emerged within the territory of the Yuan spirit cat, which remained utterly unaware of these uninvited guests. Even a 100,000-year-old soul beast or a titled Douluo would not detect them if Zhongli desired to remain concealed. Much less would a mere 3,000-year-old Yuan spirit cat notice. It would be unthinkable for Zhongli to send Chiyu, devoid of a soul ring, to engage in combat with the Yuan spirit cat under the guise of training. Such an act was beyond Zhongli's character. Unless she genuinely possessed the capability to vanquish her opponent, he would not make such a jest. For instance, Wang Chun, who had obtained a vision, wielded elemental abilities that made dispatching a few wolf bandits a mere formality. That was what true training entailed, possessing the strength to protect oneself and overcome adversaries, with Zhongli serving as a safety net. With a casual gesture, a beam of amber energy descended upon the Yuan spirit cat, causing its body to stiffen and collapse to the ground. As if recalling something, a surge of energy coalesced in Zhongli's right hand, and in a moment, a seemingly hefty long sword materialized within his grasp. To slay a soul beast and absorb its soul ring must be executed by the individual themselves, delivering the final blow. I do not comprehend how this is determined, but such are the rules. Handing the long sword to Chiyu, Zhongli stated, without a moment's hesitation. Chiyu accepted the long sword. Wait, this long sword feels peculiar. Chiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Her expression one of confusion. The weapon, it could amplify her strength? Grasping the sword, she felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if a mere swing could unleash catastrophic force. Was this sensation merely an illusion? Qiyu pondered, her eyes filled with uncertainty. This sword, conjured by Zhongli, was undoubtedly extraordinary. What perplexed her was the feeling she experienced upon grasping the blade. Could it be real? Qiyu approached the Yuhuan spirit cat, eschewing any flamboyant theatrics. Gritting her teeth, she lunged forward directly. Lacking any formal combat training, she understood only that a sword is sharp and that thrusting was the most effective method. An amber beam of light erupted from the sword's tip, piercing the great cat, as if the blade encountered no resistance whatsoever, traversing through the creature's form. What a tragic demise! Even in death, the Yuhuan spirit cat remained unaware of its assailant. Chapter 64. Did we lose equipment? Zhongli's plans were ultimately thwarted. An afternoon meal at the Seven Treasures restaurant in Tianzhou City? Alas, plans often fall victim to the whims of fate. Upon acquiring her first soul ring, Qiyu's soul power surged to level 20, placing her firmly within the realm of an aspiring great soul master. Prior to obtaining the soul ring, she could only sense the amount of energy within her body, but was oblivious to her precise level. Now that she had reached level 20, they were already here, and thus, it was only natural to complete her soul ring collection. After half a day's search, they finally selected a soul beast over 7,000 years old. The hunt was successful, and the absorption of the soul ring proceeded smoothly. Just as the group prepared to return home, they discovered that Qiyu's soul power had escalated to level 30. She had become an aspiring soul venerable. With innate level 8, she had accumulated for over 9 years. And due to her physical condition, her soul power had increased relatively modestly, amounting to around level 25. Within the context of innate level 8, her soul power at 15.5 years old was exceptionally low. Following the enhancement from the 9-petal purple mushroom and the water fairy's jade bone, not to mention her physical capabilities, her soul power level had surged by over 10 levels, reaching around level 35. She had barely caught up with her peers, the prodigies of her age. The premise is that she has completely replenished her spirit rings. It is noteworthy that she possesses the ability to absorb spirit rings beyond her level. The energy contained within these rings can slightly augment her spirit power. For her, the increase is minimal, but for others, it would be considerable. A 3,000-year spirit ring and another exceeding 7,000 years in age together enabled her to ascend from level 35 to level 40. Hence, after acquiring her third spirit ring, she must also obtain a fourth. Your current physique can barely withstand a 10,000-year spirit ring. I shall shield you from the soul impact of a 10,000-year spirit beast. The soul impact of a spirit beast? What is that? For Zhongli, repelling a spirit beast's soul assault is a trivial endeavor. Only Qiyu and Paimon are foolishly unaware of the implications. Otherwise, they would likely be astonished to the point of dropping their jaws. To shield another from soul attack? Such a phenomenon is utterly unprecedented. There are indeed many 10,000-year spirit beasts in the core region of the Sunset Forest, and for someone else, locating one might not be so convenient. But for Zhongli, it poses no challenge whatsoever. The speed of this rabbit is quite impressive. Before the trio appears a lightning rabbit, aptly named for its swift nature. It is the epitome of speed among rabbit-type spirit beasts. Even a soft-bone rabbit like Xiao Wu cannot rival its sheer velocity. The first spirit ring enhances speed and penetration, the second fortifies attack, and the third, a pure speed-type spirit skill, is an exceedingly wise choice. If one cannot win, one can always flee. The limitations of a single attribute are too great and are not conducive to a soul master's comprehensive development. With practiced ease, having collaborated twice before, Qiyu swiftly dispatched the lightning rabbit. Moments later, a black spirit ring materialized around the fallen creature. Suddenly, Zhongli's eyes brightened. The lightning rabbit, in addition to its spirit ring, exhibited soul power fluctuations. What does this signify? It indicates that it has dropped equipment. A soul bone of slightly over 10,000 years is an invaluable treasure for 99% of soul masters in Douluo Continent. A true boon. Even the most inferior soul bones provide some enhancement to a soul master. This scarcity is precisely why soul bones are so coveted. Moreover, the quality of the lightning rabbit cannot be deemed low. Ordinary individuals, ordinary soul masters, would not only struggle to slay a lightning rabbit, but would be fortunate to even touch a strand of its fur. Its speed is simply too formidable. Typically, soul masters seek compatible spirit rings, and the speed of a lightning rabbit at the same level is unmatched by soul masters of equivalent rank. The soul bone is from the left leg, and its quality appears quite intact. However, regarding its age, Zhongli, being no soul master, cannot absorb soul bones. Even if he could, he would refrain from doing so. 100,000-year soul bone offers him nearly no enhancement. What would be the point? Yet Qiyu, being a soul master, finds the soul bone to be a commendable augmentation item, and due to her absorption of the lightning rabbit spirit ring, she could maximize its potential. Is a soul bone of slightly over 10,000 years suitable for her? Might it be somewhat insufficient? After a moment's contemplation, Zhongli shook his head. It should be Qiyu's decision whether to absorb this soul bone. You may absorb the spirit ring as normal. Leave the rest to me. Zhongli's voice was soft yet instilled a profound sense of security in Qiyu, who obediently nodded. With her legs crossed, she began to draw in the spirit ring. There is no rush concerning the soul bone. It can be absorbed at any time, and even if left untouched, it will remain for another century. However, the spirit ring is different. Once the time is up, it will dissipate on its own. A 10,000-year spirit ring is still a 10,000-year spirit ring, and Qiyu's soul strength is insufficient to absorb it. She furrowed her brow for an instant. Yet, when an amber light appeared in her consciousness, everything changed. The enormous soul of the lightning rabbit seemed to encounter something terrifying, filled with fear and hesitation. In the next moment, its soul, along with its grievances, dissipated in Qiyu's consciousness as if melting away like snow. What is the purpose of the Rebirth Hall? The first generation's master of the Rebirth Hall was taught by Zhongli, adept at handling souls and grievances with ease. As the lightning rabbit's soul vanished, Qiyu's brow returned to normal, and she commenced the proper absorption of the spirit ring's energy. Time passed. After approximately 5 hours, Qiyu finally reopened her eyes. Just as Zhongli had envisioned, she had indeed reached level 40. Returning to the city would consume some additional time. Zhongli informed Qiyu about the soul bone, elucidating its functions and the advantages and disadvantages of this particular soul bone, leaving the decision of fusion up to her. Ultimately, Qiyu shook her head. A soul bone just over 10,000 years old is too low in age. It cannot propel her to keep pace with Zhongli, and wasting a soul bone slot would be unwise. A collection piece added. After a circuitous journey, the trio finally exited the sunset forest at noon the following day, their faces relaxed. Qiyu's spirit power level had risen to 48. Should she choose to absorb that soul bone, she might even break through to level 50, subsequently acquiring her 5th spirit ring before they depart. The combination of a powerful spirit ring and celestial herbs has allowed Qiyu to surpass her peers at such a young age. This is the method of defying fate in Douluo Continent. Approaching the threshold of the Soul King level, Qiyu had yet to experience a single battle, a situation detrimental to her development. Chapter 65. A modicum of knowledge in martial arts. Great power must be complemented by formidable martial skills. As a martial god, Zhongli is exceedingly familiar with this aspect. A slight pointer can benefit one for a lifetime. Unlike Teyvat, Douluo Continent's soul masters seldom employ weapons. Most weapons lack the formidable nature of their own martial souls, rendering weapon use a negative enhancement. Beast spirits are weapons in themselves and have no need for ordinary weapons. Ordinary blades and swords cannot even breach their defenses, rendering weapon use meaningless. In Douluo Continent, weapon use is a privilege reserved for protagonists, such as the Sea Goddess Trident, the Shura Demon Sword, the Golden Dragon Spear, and the Silver Dragon Spear, all divine weapons. For her, mastering martial arts is still premature. She must first cultivate herself into a weapon, Zhongli mused, casting a discreet glance at Qiyu. Her primary martial soul is a mutated one, necessitating the tempering of her physique, which greatly aids in the second awakening of her martial soul. Martial skills require robust physical support. The correct approach is to first refine the body and then hone martial arts. The sword Zhongli did not reclaim. Instead, he gifted it to Qiyu for self-defense. Even if she is unversed in sword techniques, the sword's inherent might is sufficient to help her navigate perilous situations. As they traveled, Zhongli seemed to recall something, turning to Qiyu and saying, "Qiyu, the path of a soul master is not solely about enhancing spirit power. You must also learn how to combat. Presently, you have reached level 48, yet your combat experience remains scant." This highlights Zhongli's emotional intelligence. Combat experience? Qiyu possesses not a shred of it. Hunting a few spirit beasts relied entirely on the advantages of divine artifacts. At this moment, she barely comprehends how to correctly unleash spirit skills, let alone possess any battle experience. Combat experience accumulates only through continuous encounters with adversaries. Qiyu listened attentively, not contesting Zhongli's words. She is acutely aware of her circumstances. Just days prior, she was confined in a cage for auction, yet now she stands as a level 48 soul master. Combat experience? She has none to speak of. From Zhongli, she did not acquire even a modicum of combat experience. Indeed, Zhongli's prowess was so formidable that with a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed an energy attack that concluded the skirmish. What could she possibly glean from such an encounter? It was fortunate that she did not succumb to confusion. As for combat experience, I possess a slight understanding of martial arts and could impart to you a technique or two. Upon hearing this, Paimon felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. The god of war, revered by the people of Liyue, claimed to have only a modest grasp of martial arts. How terrifying! When Zhongli spoke in haste, his eyes did not even flinch. Wait, could it be that he was not lying? He truly understood the art of combat. Qiyu, on the other hand, was quite elated. The prospect of learning martial techniques from Zhongli was simply splendid. Even if Zhongli were not proficient, she was determined to learn. Of course, I would recommend that you attend the academy to acquire some knowledge about soul masters and refine your skills, while simultaneously accumulating battle experience. The soul arena would be far too premature for Qiyu at this stage. The academy, however, will be just right. If you are reluctant to go, no, I shall go, Qiyu declared resolutely, casting a determined gaze at Zhongli. She would study diligently and would never be a hindrance to him. She refused to be a burden. Zhongli nodded. If Qiyu was unwilling to attend, he would not press the matter further. He would simply learn more himself. His only desire was for Qiyu to engage with others. With that, Zhongli nodded once more and resumed their journey toward Tiando City. Taking Qiyu to study was a trivial task. It was also an opportune moment for him to learn about soul masters. By discerning the energy within soul beasts, he could determine their age, and by analyzing the species, physical structure, and attributes, he could ascertain their inclinations. However, he was unfamiliar with the names of these soul beasts. As a man of extensive knowledge, an ancient relic of Liyue, he naturally sought to master any new information. Before long, the trio arrived at Tiando City. It was midday, and neither Zhongli nor Paimon exchanged words, making their way directly to the Seven Treasure Hotel, with Qiyu trailing silently behind them. Upon sighting Qiyu, the innkeeper momentarily paused, bewildered. Although merely a support-type soul sage, his keen eyes could discern the substantial transformation in this cat girl. Her complexion had lightened significantly, and her beauty had blossomed further. It was no exaggeration to claim that the previous cat girl was a rare beauty. Now, she was among the most exquisite women in the Douluo Continent. Had she been nourished by love? It hardly seemed so. Moreover, her aura had become somewhat formidable. In just a matter of days? Truly, Zhongli was remarkable. He had transformed a mere slave into such a breathtaking being in such a short span. While beauty was secondary, the intensity of the cat girl's aura was far more pronounced than before. This was what concerned the innkeeper. A beautiful woman? Merely a fleeting charm. Only the enhancement of power could ensure a comfortable existence in the Douluo Continent. The group settled into a private room, ordered their meals, and were sipping tea when a sudden knock resounded at the door. The visitor was none other than Xue Qinghe, looking somewhat flustered. Zhongli had mentioned taking Qiyu to the Sunset Forest to obtain a soul ring, and with Zhongli's strength, there should have been no complications. However, why had they been gone for several days? What was so elusive about the first soul ring? As soon as Zhongli and the others returned to Tiando City, Xue Qinghe learned of their arrival and, without a moment's hesitation, rushed to the Seven Treasure Hotel. You are Qiyu? Upon entering the room, her gaze fell upon Qiyu's stunning visage. Had it not been for her snow-white, fluffy cat ears, Xue Qinghe might have failed to recognize her. In just a few short days, what had Zhongli taken the cat girl to do? How could the transformation be so dramatic? Yes, Your Highness, Qiyu replied with a nod. She was aware of Zhongli's amicable relationship with this prince and felt inclined to respond to Xue Qinghe. Upon receiving a clear answer, Xue Qinghe blinked in disbelief. At this moment, she resembled someone entranced, while Qiyu felt no discomfort whatsoever. Qiyu sensed that there was no trace of that particular gaze in Xue Qinghe's eyes. All she detected was a hint of envy. This left Qiyu momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with perplexity. Her mind was a flurry of questions. Why was this so? While Qiyu could perceive some emotions, she could not penetrate Xue Qinghe's facade and thus did not comprehend the reason behind her peculiar demeanor. Even the most beautiful of women are utterly defenseless against becoming even more radiant. Chapter 66. Xue Qinghe in a daze. Ah, Qinghe, you arrived just in time, Zhongli said softly, placing his teacup down, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Hearing this, the three instinctively turned their gazes toward Zhongli, puzzled. What did he mean by just in time? Did he have something to discuss? Indeed, he did have a matter to bring to Xue Qinghe, and if she had not come, he would have visited the prince's residence after their meal. As a guest of the prince's household, it was entirely within reason for him to go there. Of course, it was equally acceptable to seek out Ning Fengji instead. This matter was merely a matter of words for them. A guest? Is there something amiss? Xue Qinghe inquired instinctively, her mind racing as she suddenly recalled something and cast a glance at Zhongli. Could it be that he had once again forgotten to bring money? But that could not be. They were at the Seven Treasure Hotel, where he could simply bill it to Ning Fengji. Indeed, Zhongli affirmed, not allowing Xue Qinghe the chance to utter any sentimental remarks. Qiyu has never attended school and lacks guidance from a teacher. Her understanding of soul masters is quite limited. Oh dear, Zhongli, if you continue this way, we shall be here all day. Allow me to take over. Upon grasping the situation, Paimon immediately interjected, continuing, Qinghe, the matter is this. Zhongli wishes to enlist your assistance in escorting Qiyu to school. Xue Qinghe, Zhongli, such bluntness could jeopardize friendships. Shouldn't one be a bit more courteous? Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining her composure. This was merely a minor issue for her. Although Qiyu had lost nearly a decade, she was innately an 8th-level soul master. With some effort, becoming a soul sage should pose no problem. Contemplating this, Xue Qinghe nodded nonchalantly, stating, no problem. It's a trivial matter. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Xue Qinghe turned to Qiyu and inquired, Qiyu, what level are you currently at? Having just returned with her soul ring, Qiyu must have surpassed level 10. She likely hovered around 17 or 18 or perhaps just over 20. Understanding Qiyu's soul power level would enable her to make better arrangements, as the Tiando Royal Academy had several classifications. Tianwei, Tianji, and Tiando. Both teachers and students were categorized in this manner. To be considered a Tianwei level student, one must be a soul master. Achieving the rank of Great Soul Master would designate one as a Tianji level student. Attaining the rank of Soul Venerable would elevate one to a Tiando level student. Tianwei level teachers required soul power levels above 40. Tianji level teachers required levels above 50. Lastly, Tiando level teachers needed to reach 60, which corresponded to the strength of a soul emperor. Upon hearing this, Qiyu instinctively replied, level 48. Oh, 18, then I shall arrange for you to be classified under Tianwei. At this point, Xue Qinghe hesitated, a flicker of confusion crossing her features as she instinctively turned her gaze back to Qiyu. Something felt amiss. What had Qiyu just said her level was? What level did you just mention? Xue Qinghe inquired uncertainly. 48. Gripping her teacup, Xue Qinghe's hand trembled slightly, her face a picture of astonishment. How could she possibly attain level 48? With an innate level of 8, and at merely 15 and a half years old, even with the finest cultivation resources, the most optimal training environment, and the best mentors, it would be inconceivable for her to reach such heights. It's worth noting that when she was 15, she barely hovered around level 47 or 48. Yet, unlike Qiyu, her innate level stands at 20. Xue Qinghe was utterly bewildered, truly at a loss. Qinghe, is something amiss? Paimon scratched her head, speaking with a hint of confusion. Little Qiyu became a quasi-great soul master upon absorbing her first soul ring. After the second, she ascended to the status of a quasi-soul venerable. Indeed, little Qiyu is now at level 48. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's eyelid twitched. She did not wish to doubt their words, but the incredulity was overwhelming. She simply could not believe it. How could Qiyu's soul power have increased so rapidly given her previous circumstances? Qiyu, would you kindly demonstrate your martial soul and soul rings? Xue Qinghe endeavored to maintain her composure, speaking softly. Although she appeared calm, her heart was tumultuous. Merely showcasing her martial soul and soul rings would not wreak havoc on their surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, Qiyu nodded, rising to a slightly more spacious area within the room. Martial Soul Manifestation. In an instant, Qiyu's aura transformed, and a formidable surge of energy emanated. For soul rings, 2 purple and 2 black, rapidly ascended from beneath her feet, while her appearance remained largely unchanged. Being an already mutated martial soul, the form it took upon manifestation was merely an extension of its inherent characteristics. Naturally, there would be minimal alteration during the manifestation. Xue Qinghe stood frozen. Her lips parted as if to speak, but faltered. 2 purple and 2 black? Good heavens, indeed. The first soul ring being a millennium old and the third a decade old? It was conceivable that Qiyu, being a twin martial soul, could possess such soul rings. But she was not a twin martial soul. How could this be possible? One must understand that a 10,000-year soul ring is accompanied by a soul shock, which only those who have reached the quasi-soul king level can withstand. This was not merely Xue Qinghe's conjecture. It was the result of countless experiments conducted by predecessors in the realm of soul masters. Judging by the luster of Qiyu's first soul ring, It appeared to be over 3,000 years old. Upon absorbing the first soul ring, did Qiyu's physical strength truly reach the threshold between soul venerable and soul master? How could her frail body possess such power? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xue Qinghe was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, instinctively glancing at Zhongli, who appeared unperturbed as he sipped his tea, causing her eyelid to twitch. It could only be Zhongli. Otherwise, Qiyu would never have been able to absorb such soul rings. A 10,000-year third soul ring? Under normal circumstances, such a notion would be unfathomable. As for seeing a 10,000-year first soul ring, Xue Qinghe had indeed witnessed it and knew its origins. It was precisely this knowledge that left her astonished and bewildered. Qiyu, please retract your martial soul. I know how to proceed, Xue Qinghe said weakly, feeling utterly flabbergasted. However, the thought of Zhongli somehow made it seem almost reasonable. Qinghe, why do you appear somewhat disheartened? After Qiyu retracted her martial soul and returned to her seat, Paimon inquired. Xue Qinghe's emotions were plainly etched on her face. Even Paimon could discern her state of mind. Chapter 67. The most powerful transfer student in history time passed, and the following morning arrived. In a breakfast establishment in the western part of Tianzhou City, Zhongli, Paimon, Xue Qinghe, and Qiyu found themselves seated. After dining at the Seven Treasures Hotel the previous day, Xue Qinghe had arranged for the group to visit the Tianzhou Royal Academy today. Upon leaving the Seven Treasures Hotel, she had proceeded directly to make arrangements with the academy. The three members of the education committee exchanged glances. A transfer student personally arranged by the Crown Prince? Good heavens, what could be the background of this individual? The Crown Prince had even instructed them to extend the highest level of hospitality. The three committee members, supportive of Xue Qinghe's rise, held her words in the utmost regard. After breakfast, the quartet made their way out of the city with complete legitimacy. The Tianzhou Royal Academy is situated in the mountains outside Tianzhou City. Not far from it, approximately a half-hour journey for an ordinary person. For soul masters, it was hardly a distance at all. The four sauntered leisurely towards the city gates, and many influential factions quickly caught wind of this news. Speculations abounded regarding the Crown Prince and Lord Zhongli's purpose for leaving the city. Given their direction towards the Tianzhou Royal Academy, it was evident that this was their destination. Indeed, there were many astute individuals who, based on the route taken by Zhongli and the others, surmised their goal. With Lord Zhongli by their side, the Crown Prince need not bring any guards. Do they comprehend the worth of a 10,000-year soul ring? Are they aware of the terror associated with the title Douluo? Zhongli was not only a title Douluo, but also possessed a 10,000-year soul ring. Such an entity would not be trifled with, even by other title Douluos, let alone others. At that moment, at the entrance of the Tianzhou Royal Academy, the three committee members donned the ceremonial robes of soul Douluo level, attire reserved for significant occasions. Flanking the entrance were teachers of various ranks within the academy, either serving as soul sage-level directors or as educators of the Tianzhou level. Behind these instructors was a throng of students. Even Yu, Tianheng, and Dubiyan were present. The three committee members placed immense importance on Xue Qinghe's words, unwilling to show even a hint of negligence. Who would dare to disregard someone so esteemed by the Crown Prince? Anyone who dared to tarnish the Academy's reputation or speak out of turn would face expulsion, regardless of their background, as stated firmly by Dream Shinji. This group of noble scions was used to indulgence. Should they offend the wrong party hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted. The usually amiable Dream Committee member spoke with such severity. The newcomer must be extraordinary. Among the crowd, Xuelang glanced quizzically at Dream Shinji, recalling the incident when he thwarted Shrek Academy's entry into the Tianzhou Royal Academy. Dream Shinji surely remembered that. His words were most likely directed at him, the fourth prince. The only individuals capable of prompting such remarks from Dream Shinji were likely the Emperor of Tianzhou and Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. Sure enough, Dream Shinji and Xuelang locked gazes, and the sternness in his eyes made Xuelang feel a shiver run down his spine. As one of the pillars of Tianzhou, Dream Shinji's words were not to be taken lightly. It is essential to note that the three committee members were closely allied, each a soul, Douluo-level powerhouse, capable of establishing their own sect, with their overall strength rivaling that of the four sects. As time flowed on, roughly the duration of a stick of incense passed before several figures appeared at the foot of the steps leading to the Tianzhou Royal Academy. The academy, built upon the mountains, required one to ascend over 1,000 steps to reach its entrance. The gathered crowd possessed keen eyes. Upon sighting the newcomers, they shuddered. Many had not encountered Zhongli before, but had heard tales of his legendary prowess, particularly regarding the unidentified flying object beside him. They had seen Crown Prince Xue Qinghe before, as he often made rounds at the academy. The crowd collectively gasped, realizing that the esteemed guest Zhu Zhuqing spoke of was none other than this title Douluo. Without hesitation, the 3 committee members hurried down the steps, their faces adorned with amicable smiles. The rest of the crowd followed suit, especially Douluo Yen. It was well known that Zhongli was not only her benefactor, but also her grandfather's. Moreover, her grandfather had warned her that even if it meant offending Crown Prince Zhu Zhuqing or the Emperor Shui, she must never cross this individual. In a fleeting moment, the 3 esteemed committee members halted in their tracks, bowing respectfully with clasped hands, and addressed the assembly. I am Dream Machine, honored to meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Lord Zhongli. I am by Baoshan, also honored to meet His Royal Highness. Their initial greetings were delivered with impeccable etiquette, prepared thoroughly for the occasion. Zhongli cast a somewhat incredulous glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Was this truly her arrangement? Goodness, gentlemen, there is no need for such formality. Zhongli gestured dismissively, saying, the young nobles, though often perceived as frivolous, were far from foolish. They were acutely aware of whom they could offend and whom they could not. Being a young noble did not equate to being simple-minded. In fact, they were among the most pampered. They were well-versed in the intricacies of noble etiquette. Zhu Zhuqing, momentarily taken aback, pondered if these old geezers had misinterpreted her instructions for a more formal approach. This was akin to a grand procession on a snowy night. The 3 esteemed committee members. Allow me to introduce you to Miss Xiao Feilian, Lady Zhongli's maid, known by the courtesy name Qiyu. She's a level 48 Agile Attack System Soul Master. As Zhu Zhuqing spoke, the expressions of the gathered crowd shifted from skepticism to astonishment. A maid? She appeared no older than 15 or 16. Initially, they had assumed that Qiyu was merely a beneficiary of her title as a Douluo, sent to the academy due to favoritism. Yet, to their surprise, the Crown Prince proclaimed her to possess a level 48. Qiyu, please demonstrate your martial spirit and soul rings for the esteemed committee to arrange your forthcoming curriculum. At this, Qiyu nodded and instantly manifested her martial spirit. Though her appearance remained unchanged, the aura she exuded left those present utterly stunned. Purple? Wait, was her first soul ring truly purple? The onlookers gaped in disbelief at Qiyu. As the soul rings continued to rise, their eyes widened further when the second soul ring emerged. Still purple? Could it be that Qiyu's soul rings were released in reverse order? The next moment, their jaws dropped, and their legs trembled in shock. A 10,000-year soul ring. The third soul ring was of 10,000 years. The first and second soul rings were of 1,000 years. And the third was 10,000. I must be dreaming. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Many students, even the teachers, slapped themselves to confirm the reality of the situation, the sharp sting affirming that this was no illusion. The 3 committee members were left utterly speechless. Chapter 68. The plan backfires. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, particularly the 3 committee members, whose eyes seemed ready to pop from their sockets. Initially, they believed that this Miss Xiao Feilian had gained entry through backdoor connections, courtesy of the Crown Prince and Lord Zhongli. After all, she was merely a maid. Who could blame them for thinking this way? Yet, they had never anticipated that this maid possessed such terrifying prowess. Having never encountered anyone like her before, let alone heard of such a being, the astonishment was palpable. Shui Yin stood at the front of the students, being the 4th prince of the Tiando Empire. Even without substantial strength, he would not be relegated to the back. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, then at Zhongli and Qiyu, his mouth agape, teetering between words. Shui Yin was aware that Zhongli was a guest elder of the Crown Princess residence, and he had been encouraged by Prince Zhu Zhuqing on several occasions to bring gifts and visit Zhongli's residence. He had gone, but each time, Zhongli happened to be away. Especially the day after the auction, Shui Yin had waited at Zhongli's residence for half a day. This maid. Qiyu's beauty was unparalleled, and her strength was indeed astonishing. A 4-ring soul master with a purple soul ring at the onset. What if this maid were to become a consort to the prince? Upon contemplating this, Shui Yin glanced at Zhongli and quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Being a young noble, one must avoid any reckless notions. When Qiyu's 4th soul ring appeared, the crowd gasped once more. Even with prior mental preparation, they were still overwhelmed with shock. The 3rd soul ring was already a black 10,000-year ring. How could the 4th soul ring revert to purple? Good. Dream Machine exclaimed, clapping his right hand against his left, repeatedly uttering the word good. Young lady, it is an honor for the Tiando Royal Academy to have you as a student. As for your classification as a Tiando level student, we can forego that. Hearing this, The crowd exchanged bewildered glances at Dream Machine. A Tiano-level student merely required a soul power level above 30 to qualify, yet Qiyu was already at level 48, surpassing many T-Way-level instructors. Could she not be considered a Tiano-level student? Just as the confusion spread, Dream Machine continued earnestly, I will personally instruct you. You are nearing the Soul King realm, are you not? At that time, I shall personally lead the hunt for soul beasts on your behalf. Moreover, I will request a 10,000-year soul bone from the Emperor, one that will undoubtedly suit you perfectly. Dream Machine proclaimed with fervor. In his old age, material desires had diminished significantly. What mattered more was the passing of his legacy. This young lady, being an agile attack type, was the ideal candidate to inherit his teachings, even though he himself was not of that type. After all, he was an 86th level soul Douluo. For him, Qiyu was the perfect successor, and indeed, any capable individual seeking to take an apprentice would think similarly. What did the system matter? As long as this girl was acknowledged as his disciple, he would bask in unparalleled glory. The crowd. Goodness gracious, truly remarkable. Dream Machine's ambitions were laid bare for all to see. Chief, you are a control-type soul Douluo and not particularly suited to teach Miss Qiyu. Allow me, Bai Baoshan, to take on this responsibility. Interjected a stout elder with a serious expression. If it were not for their decades of camaraderie, a conflict might have already erupted. Control-type soul masters could easily restrain agile attack soul masters, particularly those of the plant control variety. It will be most fitting for me to instruct young Miss Qiyu. This way, when she encounters plant-type soul masters, she will have strategies to counter them. Lin stroked his beard, casting a sidelong glance at the two old men. He was well aware of their intentions. Despite being ranked last, in a real confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. The students looked on in confusion. Although these three committee members were generally amiable, the prospect of becoming their direct disciples was nearly impossible. One must understand, their high-ranking positions meant that taking on a noble disciple could involve issues of allegiance. If a disciple were to face troubles, would the teacher not assist? Certainly they would, and with full effort. Otherwise, word would spread, and they would be vilified for lacking moral integrity. Approaching the end of their lives, what they valued most was their reputation. Should such a scandal arise before their demise, they would never find peace in death. At this moment, Qiyu retracted her martial spirit, her expression one of bewilderment. She could sense the intense desire for apprenticeship emanating from these three elders. It was genuine, not a mere facade. This left her somewhat flustered. Apart from Zhongli and Paimon, she had never been accorded such significance before. All of this was a result of Zhongli's influence. By Baoshan, Lin, you two are no match for me. Besides, I'm also a control-type soul Douluo, with mastery in mental manipulation, Dream Machine proclaimed, standing tall and proud. Why was he the chief? It was not solely due to his higher soul power level compared to Bai Baoshan and Lin. It was also because his strength surpassed theirs. While Shui the Great was nominally the head of the Tiando Royal Academy, Dream Machine was the true power behind the throne. In essence, the positions of the second and last seats were merely those of vice presidents. Bai Baoshan and Ling exchanged a glance, nodding in unison. For the sake of the young Lady Qiyu, engaging in a duel with the chief was not out of the question. What if victory was within reach? Old man, I challenge you. Both declared simultaneously to Dream God Machine. The onlookers were taken aback. Were these three venerable figures truly about to engage in combat? Collectively, they had surpassed 2 centuries in age, and yet here they were, prepared to fight over a disciple. Those present, particularly the Tianxia-level educators, understood their fervor. Had it not been for their insufficient spiritual power, they would undoubtedly have joined the fray against the chief. Zhongli, are these three old gentlemen truly intent on fighting? At that moment, Paimon cautiously fluttered to Zhongli's side, whispering her inquiry. She trembled slightly, having just arrived at the Tianxia Royal Academy. Everything seemed fine until the petite Qiyu revealed her soul ring, prompting these elders to prepare for battle. It was utterly perplexing. Zhongli stroked his chin, observing the trio as he spoke. From a rational standpoint, these three elders intend to take Qiyu as their disciple. The strongest among them would naturally hold an advantage. None of the three were agility-type soul masters, and given the variance in their specialties, each had a fair chance of succeeding in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Paimon instinctively nodded. Though she did not fully grasp the implications, the essence of the matter was clear to her. So, which elder will Qiyu choose? Chapter 69. The spine bowed threefold. Witnessing this, Shui Qinghe regarded them with disdain. 3 soul Douluos aspiring to take Zhongli's maid as their disciple? The crux of the matter was that the maid was no ordinary individual. It was not merely a matter of soul Douluos. Even among titled Douluos, any with a modicum of desire to accept a disciple would find themselves embroiled in fierce competition for someone as extraordinary as Qiyu. She could not fathom why Qiyu was so formidable, but if anyone were to take her as a disciple, only her grandfather Qian Daolu or her second grandfather Jin could possibly possess such qualifications. Such a genius could not simply be taken as a disciple on a whim. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Xue Qinghe. Why not discuss with Zhongli the possibility of having Qiyu apprentice under her grandfather or second grandfather? After all, her grandfather, Qian Daolu, was a pinnacle figure, a peerless Douluo at level 99. Likewise, her second grandfather Jin was an exceptional Douluo at level 98. Only such eminent beings were worthy of accepting a prodigy like Qiyu. Wait a moment, Xue Qinghe seemed to realize something, her body shivering at the thought. No, this cannot be. If Qiyu were to become a disciple of Qian Daolu or Jin it would create a generational leap. As her own granddaughter, she would have to address Qiyu as Shigong. Who could bear that? Cough, cough. Xue Qinghe feigned a cough, redirecting the attention of those present towards herself. The matter of discipleship should still reflect the wishes of Miss Qiyu. Before she could finish her statement, Dream God Machine's expression turned grave, his voice imbued with righteousness. Your Highness, under my guidance, the young Lady Qiyu could avoid 2 years of unnecessary detours, and ultimately, she would contribute to the empire as a formidable titled Douluo. Cough, cough. Xue Qinghe waved her hand, casting a meaningful glance at Dream God Machine. Miss Qiyu is a maidservant to Zhongli. The crowd collectively recalled that Qiyu indeed served as Zhongli's maid. At this realization, the 3 elders lamented in anguish. Such talent, such a prodigy, reduced to merely being a maid. Yet, they bore no ill will towards her status, for she was the maid of a titled Douluo. Should she wish for it, they might even petition Emperor Xie to grant Qiyu a noble title, elevating her to the ranks of nobility. Furthermore, they could assure that her title would not be less than that of a viscount. Once Qiyu's spiritual power increased, her noble status would surely rise accordingly. Silence enveloped the gathering as everyone absorbed this revelation. Observing this, Zhongli shrugged, stating, I shall not interfere with Qiyu's decisions, should she desire to take on a mentor. She is free to choose, if she does not wish to. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura momentarily flickered from Zhongli, causing the spines of those present to bow slightly in submission. Well then, there was no need for further elaboration. The implication was clear. Should Qiyu decline, any insistence from others would no longer be a simple matter of reasoning. If she wishes not to, I possess a modicum of martial prowess myself, Zhongli candidly proclaimed, for she was his own maid, and he could not allow her to be wronged in any circumstance. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines, and those noblemen who had entertained notions of courting Qiyu promptly abandoned their ambitions. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Merely the exhibition of his presence had altered the countenance of the 3 educators. One could only imagine the depths of fear inspired by this titled Douluo. A modicum of martial prowess? What a modest assertion. This was clearly a warning, or perhaps even a threat. A titled Douluo with 10,000 years of soul rings, claiming to possess only a modicum of martial skill. The assembly shuddered in trepidation, for at times, feigning ignorance while holding knowledge is the wisest course of action. A modicum? If that were the case, then there was likely no one in the world truly knowledgeable. Dream God Machine and the other 2 exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. This matter could not be rushed. Now that Lord Zhongli had expressed his stance, they could afford to bide their time, having faith that Qiyu would eventually be moved by their intentions. After all, Qiyu would be studying at the Tianxia Royal Academy, and they had ample time. As the group engaged in light conversation at the entrance, the 3 educators suddenly remembered that they had yet to invite their guests into the academy. Qiyu's stunning presence had caused them to forget even the most basic of courtesies. Yet, none would hold it against them. One could hardly blame them when faced with such temptation. Upon entering the academy, students and teachers were compelled to withdraw, longing for just a glimpse more. But the 3 educators offered them no opportunity. Arriving at the educators' quarters, Dream God Machine personally handled Qiyu's enrollment paperwork. Young Miss Qiyu, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall never refuse, Dream God Machine declared earnestly, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to foster relations. Sincerity, after all, is the ultimate weapon. Shortly, he would apply for a 10,000-year soul bone for Qiyu, convinced that such a gesture would surely sway her heart towards accepting him as her mentor. As the chief of the Tianshou Royal Academy, he possessed the authority to secure such resources for a prodigy like Qiu. This was his source of confidence. "Thank you, Dream Educator." Upon hearing this, Dream God Machine stroked his beard, his smile unwavering as he cast a triumphant glance at Bai Baoshan and Jiling. In the art of winning hearts, he, Dream God Machine, had honed his skills over many years, far surpassing these two old fellows in guile. One must note that due to a single remark from Qin Ming, he had donned his finest attire, personally leading the second and third ranks to welcome the Shrek delegation. Had it not been for that worthless Prince Shui Peng and Prince Shui Xing, the Shrek group would undoubtedly have become invaluable allies to the Empire. Alas, those young prodigies had been dismissed. For the sake of the Tianshou Empire, Dream God Machine had devoted himself tirelessly. Of course, Bai Baoshan and Jiling shared the same dedication. Otherwise, such an esteemed institution as the Tianshou Royal Academy could hardly be entrusted to their stewardship. They were not only Seoul-level powerhouses, but also exemplified unwavering loyalty to the empire. It must be noted that students of the Tianshou Royal Academy must be of noble descent or heirs of significant sects and powers. These individuals represented the future of the Tianshou Empire. Could the academy be anything less than vital? Esteemed educators, may I request the honor of perusing your esteemed library? At this juncture, Zhongli clasped his hands before him, maintaining an unyielding expression. The Tianshou Royal Academy was no ordinary institution. Since the establishment of the Tianshou Empire, it had boasted a history extending over several millennia. Even if numerous books suffered damage due to poor preservation, they still provided Zhongli with ample knowledge to satisfy his thirst for understanding. Undoubtedly, when it comes to the lore surrounding martial souls and soul beasts, the library of the Spirit Hall surpasses that of the Tianshou Royal Academy in both comprehensiveness and richness. After all, how else could a charlatan like Yu Shaojiang ascend to the rank of a soul master, if not for the knowledge gleaned from the Spirit Hall? Best of luck in your upcoming examinations. Chapter 70, Pain, Excruciating Pain. Regarding Zhongli's request to borrow from the library, Meng Xinji and his companions did not hesitate to acquiesce. The honor of allowing a titled Douluo to utilize their library was a privilege for the Tianshou Royal Academy. If this could intensify Zhongli's sense of belonging to the Tianshou Empire, then allowing him access to the library was a trivial matter. Even providing him with copies of their knowledge would pose no significant issue. The library of the Tianshou Royal Academy is meticulously organized and boasts a vast assortment of texts. However, very few students actually engage with the books. Most are descendants of nobility or heirs of powerful clans, who possess their own legacies and thus see little need for such knowledge. They merely require the study of their familial doctrines. Consequently, the library often serves more as a decorative feature than a functional resource. Only a handful of ambitious teachers might occasionally peruse its contents. The Tianshou Empire was established over 10 millennia ago, and while the knowledge it has amassed may not be as refined as that of the Spirit Hall, the disparity is minimal, primarily limited to finer details lacking the clarity found in the Spirit Hall's texts. As the four departed from the Tianshou Royal Academy, Paimon could not contain her exasperation. Goodness, this academy is terrifying. Only one day of rest in an entire month? Indeed, in a typical Advanced Soul Master Academy, students are afforded merely a single day off each month. The notion of students wandering freely is almost inconceivable. Of course, apart from that solitary day of respite, they are permitted to venture out during their free time. The management of the Tianshou Royal Academy is not excessively strict, as most of its students hail from noble lineages. Being confined for an entire month would drive them to madness. However, concerning the prodigy Qiu, the opinions of the three committee members were in perfect accord. Rest? Only the inept require rest. Only those deemed useless by the Empire are in need of respite. What need is there for rest? Qiu must catch up on the theoretical knowledge imparted in the initial, intermediate, and advanced Soul Master Academies. Furthermore, she requires practical training, rigorous practice, and simulated environment exercises. With such a packed curriculum, the prospect of rest is utterly unattainable. Little Paimon, it is Qiu who has but a single day of rest. Not everyone. Only she is afforded such a luxury. Xueqing's expression was exceedingly complex. How could a girl as inexperienced as Qiu display such exceptional talent? Surely, there must be something amiss. Alas, poor little Qiu. Upon realizing this, Paimon shivered involuntarily, instinctively exclaiming. This statement left Zhongli and Xueqing at a loss for words. Logically speaking, the treatment of Qiu is something many would envy. What young soul master does not yearn for guidance from the strong? The abundant resources for cultivation are entirely at her disposal. Under such conditions, one could easily accept a month of rest or even a year. Enduring hardship now will allow one to endure even greater trials in the future. If Paimon were confined for a month, she would likely go mad. Paimon trembled at the mere thought, her entire being feeling unwell. Such circumstances are frightfully daunting. Fear not. Once Qiyu completes her supplementary lessons, she should be able to function on par with her peers, Xueqing her remarked, though somewhat uncertainly murmuring, shouldn't she? Exceptional treatment is invariably reserved for those who stand apart from the rest. For a prodigy like Qiyu, the 3 committee members are exceedingly concerned that she may not realize her full potential, and thus it is highly improbable they would allow her to experience the same treatment as ordinary students. The news of Qiyu's enrollment in the Tiando Royal Academy quickly spread among the great powers of Tiando City. It is indeed alarming. Even the most foolish of young scions would recognize the significance of such news. At merely 15 and a half, not yet 16, she has reached the rank of a level 48 Soul Master. And as if that were not enough, she possesses 2 purple and 2 black soul rings. This is utterly terrifying. They must inform their families. Grandson, you are not too shabby yourself. Handsome and charming. If only you could bring this young lady home. Grandfather, she is Lady Zhongli's attendant. The disdain for her position as an attendant is of little consequence. The prodigious talent she possesses overshadows her previous identity. Bringing her home would be a tremendous gain. Setting aside her prowess, her beauty alone would render such a union worthwhile. However, upon hearing this, the elder fell silent. Cultivate a good relationship, but be sure not to treat her as a lowly attendant. You must regard her with the same respect you would afford your grandmother. After a while, the elder finally spoke. He was merely making a metaphorical comparison, not genuinely harboring such intentions. The young man nodded fervently. Even without mentioning Zhongli or the Crown Prince, the very attitude of the 3 committee members was sufficient to dissuade many from harboring unwarranted thoughts. The 3 committee members possessed the capability to confront certain nobles on behalf of Qiyu. Upon learning of this news, Prince Xueqing was left utterly stunned. The cat girl, Qiyu, Zhongli? Is this the same Qiyu from the auction? Level 48 Soul Master? 2 purple, 2 black? As he pondered these revelations, Prince Xueqing nearly succumbed to darkness before his eyes. What had he overlooked? Had he known of Qiyu's prowess and potential, he would never have let her slip away. This cat girl possesses the potential to become a title Douluo. If he could secure her, in a few decades, the Tiando Empire would boast another formidable title Douluo, one that belongs to the empire itself. If he could facilitate a union between her and Xue Bong with a surge of anger, Prince Xueqing spat out a mouthful of blood. He was filled with regret. How could he have let such a prodigy slip through his fingers? He slapped himself, lamenting that even if he were to regret it, what could be done? Could he simply demand her back? This would undoubtedly offend a title Douluo with dual martial souls. The cat girl represents the future, while Zhongli embodies the present. The pain is unbearable. Prince Xueqing's expression twisted in agony. Yet, he found himself powerless. This, indeed, was his most profound suffering. It is worth noting that Douluo, also a title Douluo, had explicitly warned him to never offend Zhongli, even if it meant incurring the wrath of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This explains why Prince Xueqing had been so quick to back down during the auction. Though he could not comprehend Douluo's reasoning, he understood that the elder must have had his reasons. At that moment, in the 7 Treasure Mountains, at the headquarters of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong exchanged glances, particularly Ning Fengji and Chen Xin, who silently regarded one another. It is important to note that they were all present at the auction for the cat girl. Ning Fengji had even participated in the bidding. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is in a precarious situation. Should Chen Xin and Gu Rong pass, the school would decline significantly. It is precisely for this reason that they have been scouring the world for talented individuals to invest in, a girl with the potential to become a title Douluo, or perhaps even more formidable. Chapter 71, The Shura Sword Sheath. Once, a genius, a prodigy, stood before me, and I failed to cherish the opportunity. Only upon losing it did I come to regret my negligence. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would not hesitate to offer even 200,000, 2 million, or even 20 million gold soul coins without a second thought. Ning Fengji felt numb. He realized that his life's gravest error was abandoning that auction. If time could be reversed, he would return to the past and deliver 2 resounding slaps to himself. A prodigy like Qiyu is truly worthy, and not even 16. She has achieved level 48, with 2 purple and 2 black soul rings. Do not speak of having met. He has never even heard of her. Such a prodigy. If she belonged to another faction, it would be one thing. Yet she was once merely an item at an auction. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school lacks nothing but wealth. Fengji, do not blame yourself. Qianxin gently patted Ning Fengji's shoulder and remarked, "It is too late to speak of anything now. Self-reproach serves no purpose. What matters is how to rectify this error." Gu Rong remained silent beside them, when suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes, and he exclaimed, "Fengji, the sword master, Zhongli has stated before, in front of everyone, that he does not care whom Qiyu takes as her master, as long as no special means are employed, and she is accepted as a disciple openly and honestly." Upon hearing this, both Ning Fengji and Qianxin were momentarily taken aback, then their expressions brightened with realization. According to the report, Zhongli indeed made such a statement. Since Zhongli does not mind who accepts Qiyu as a disciple, does this not present an opportunity for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? As for the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy, they deserve respect. Addressing them as committee members is sufficient, and without such respect, what does a mere soul Douluo amount to? Uncle Gu is right. The fervor ignited in Ning Fengji's eyes. Regardless, we must make an attempt. Even if we fail, we can still invest some resources to ensure that such a prodigy does not become an adversary to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. If something cannot be utilized for our benefit, then it should be regarded as belonging to those without significant backing. After hearing this, both Qianxin and Gu Rong nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a thought struck Ning Fengji, and he instinctively said, "Sword Master, do you not find it strange? Tang Hao's attitude makes me feel he is concealing something. I have also received information about his son, Tang San. He appears to be a remarkable genius, being the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's leader and personally taught by Yu Xiaojiang. Yet his martial soul is merely blue silvergrass." This is the crux of Ning Fengji's confusion. To pair a 100,000-year soul ring with blue silvergrass, wouldn't that be a waste? Yet Tang Hao chose to do so, which certainly indicates he harbors some unspeakable secret. If Tang San were truly just that, with Tang Hao's connections to the sect, he could never have left Xiao Wu to Tang San. 100,000-year soul ring. Wouldn't it be better to have another powerful title Douluo? Fengji, what kind of blue silver grass possesses innate full soul power? If the sect and the martial soul hall's research into martial souls is accurate, the strength of a martial soul correlates directly with innate soul power. Blue silver grass could not possibly give rise to innate full soul power. The emergence of dual martial souls requires 2 martial souls of similar quality. Even Dugu Bo understands this. How could Qianxin be unaware? Qianxin is also an honorary elder of the Martial Soul Hall. Qianxin, Tang Hao, and Yu Yuanjin are all honorary elders of the Martial Soul Hall. As for Tang San's mother, that remains a mystery, but any woman Tang Hao would choose must be extraordinary. Perhaps Tang San's martial soul is not blue silvergrass at all. Blue silvergrass may only be a facade. Qianxin did not consider the dual martial soul angle, but instead traced back to the essence of martial souls. Yu Xiaojiang, on the other hand, stumbled upon the idea that Tang San possesses a dual martial soul. If Tang San had first met Dugu Bo and heeded Dugu Bo's words, it would not be difficult to discern the numerous flaws in Yu Xiaojiang's statements. What is this notion that blue silvergrass cannot produce innate full soul power, thus necessitating another powerful martial soul that does not even fulfill the conditions for the emergence of dual martial souls? It is essential that the 2 martial souls be of similar quality for dual martial souls to manifest. Martial souls of similar inferior quality, like blue silvergrass, would not yield innate full soul power, even if they were dual martial souls. Therefore, from the very beginning, Tang San's blue silver grass martial soul is not ordinary blue silvergrass. Ning Fengji, Qianxin, and the others have fallen victim to their own limited understanding. Had they possessed even a fraction of Yu Xiaojiang's insight, they might have surmised that Tang San is a dual martial soul. Even so, they have correctly identified one aspect. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul is far more complex than it appears. The scene shifts to the Tiando City Shrek Academy. Just like in the original time and space, the Blue Ba Academy has been entrusted to Flinder by Lu Erlong, which serves as a token of her compensation. This is all she could do, as matters of the heart cannot be forced. During this time, Xiao Wu has been somewhat disoriented. She has a premonition that not only has Zhongli discovered her identity, but also that the title Douluo she encountered that day has similarly recognized her. What confounds Xiao Wu is that these 2 title Douluos have refrained from taking action, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Should they not be nurturing her for when they need her soul rings? Merely contemplating this sends shivers down her spine. Their inaction has only intensified her feelings of insecurity. She feels an urge to flee, Yet she cannot bring herself to leave Tang San. Wandering aimlessly, Xiao Wu unknowingly finds herself at the back mountain of the academy. Suddenly, a plant in the corner catches her attention. What is this? Xiao Wu is taken aback, hardly able to believe her eyes. Among the flowers cultivated by Lu Erlong, there exists a transformational grass. Indeed, transformational grass, for soul beasts wishing to transform, or those who have already transformed, is a treasure. As long as it is over 10,000 years old, consuming the transformational grass will allow them to take on human form. Moreover, even without reaching the 70th level, no trace of their essence will be leaked. Not even a titled Douluo could discern whether they are human or beast. In the divine realm, the territory of the Water and Fire Dragon King has mysteriously vanished. The Azure sword sheath must not be lost at this time. It feels as if whispered doubts fill the air. After uttering these words, tranquility returns. There is no such thing as luck. It is merely a script arranged by others. Xiao Wu glances around, ensuring no one is watching, then hastily uproots the transformational grass, disregarding the soil, and consumes it. From this day forth, no one shall uncover my true identity. Zhongli. Xiao Wu's words are not entirely incorrect. However, Zhongli is not human. Chapter 72. The first day without Qiyu. Missing her. Zhongli, wake up. Paimon nudged the slumbering Zhongli, her meager strength akin to that of a half-wild boar, incapable of moving the Geo Archon. Although she could not rouse him, her voice compelled Zhongli to reluctantly open his eyes. Despite his youthful appearance, he is, in fact, several millennia old. Only Paimon would be so unburdened by guilt as to disturb an elderly being's rest. Perhaps in her mind, Zhongli is not old at all. Glancing out the window, he estimates it to be only a little past 5 o'clock. Zhongli, little Qiyu has gone to school, and there's no one to buy us breakfast. Let's go out to eat. Upon seeing Zhongli awake, Paimon rubbed her hands together, her face alight with anticipation. Before Qiyu went to school, she would often procure breakfast, and upon awakening, they could feast. But now that Qiyu is absent, Paimon finds herself somewhat unaccustomed to the change. Paimon, the first day without Qiyu, I miss her. After a moment's contemplation, Zhongli rose and nodded, saying, all right, Paimon. For Zhongli, sleeping aligns more closely with his current identity as a mortal. For Morix, sleeping, he could go years without rest without issue. Now, he is neither a deity nor the Geo Archon of Liu. He is simply Zhongli, a mortal. Since he is a mortal, he must adapt to the life of one. Not only is Paimon somewhat unaccustomed, but he too feels an unfamiliarity without little Qiyu. Having spent considerable time in Tiando City, he has nearly mastered where to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and where the most delectable meals can be found. The two made their way to a bun shop in the western part of the city, and at this early hour, the shop was somewhat empty. Upon encountering Zhongli and Paimon, the shopkeeper exhibited no trace of fear. The two had just arrived in Tiando City, and regardless of their revealed identities, they remained unchanged. Moreover, Zhongli and Paimon were frequent patrons of his humble establishment. If not for their regular visits for steamed buns, his little shop would not have flourished as it did today. Good morning, Lord Zhongli and little Paimon. What shall you indulge in today? The shopkeeper approached them with a beaming smile. He felt immensely grateful towards them and wished to forego payment. Yet Zhongli always insisted on settling the bill. Even on occasions when he lacked cash, being without money did not equate to being unable to pay. I would like to have some soup dumplings, Paimon exclaimed with delight. The soup dumplings from this shop were renowned as the finest in all of Tiando City. No problem, 1 basket of soup dumplings. After a moment's contemplation, Zhongli opted for the same. The soup dumplings were the shop's specialty, and indeed, the most delectable offering. Eating was akin to savoring flavors, and naturally, one would choose only the most delicious options. While Zhongli and Paimon were thoroughly enjoying their meal, a few individuals entered the city through the eastern gate of Tiando. We've finally arrived, a young girl murmured, rubbing her calves with a hint of allure. Exhaustion was etched across her face, drawing forth concern from the nearby, red-haired youth. Who could fathom the trials they had endured over the past few days? The journey from the Spirit Hall to Tiando City, under normal circumstances, would take roughly a month. Yet they accomplished this feat in just over a week. They had pressed on at full speed, almost without respite, achieving this remarkable milestone. Though they were spirit masters, such a grueling pace was taxing even for them. You all should head to the Spirit Hall to rest. I shall investigate the deeds and whereabouts of this formidable individual. The elder's voice was rather unmelodious, reminiscent of a quacking duck. The group consisted of Yueguan, Hulaina, Yin, and Xiu, who had embarked on a mission from the Spirit Hall to Tiando City. With that, Yueguan vanished from sight, leaving Hulaina and the others exchanging glances. For a title Doa, this distance was trivial. Had it not been for these 3 burdens, he would have reached his destination long ago. After a moment of silence, Hulaina spoke up, following Elder Ju's advice. Let us first take a rest. Given their current state, they were ill-equipped to fulfill the Pope's assignment. It would be wiser to recuperate before proceeding. Furthermore, one person could suffice to inquire into Zhongli's movements. The three of them could offer little assistance. So it was better to restore their spirits. All right, Nana. Although Shiyue was the team leader of the trio, it was Hulaina's voice that carried the most weight. Without hesitation, the three made their way toward the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. They had visited Tiando City before and were well aware of the Spirit Hall's location. As noon approached, while Hulaina and her companions were deep in slumber, Yue Guan found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had anticipated that tracing Zhongli's whereabouts would be a daunting task, given that he was a titled Douluo whose movements were typically elusive. However, to Yue Guan's astonishment, Zhongli's presence in Tiando City was hardly a secret. A casual inquiry of two passers-by revealed his location. Could it be false? He murmured. If they have not deceived me, and no unforeseen circumstances have arisen, Zhongli should be at the Seven Treasure Inn by now. The corners of Yue Guan's eyes twitched. What a clever method to ascertain someone's whereabouts. What left Yue Guan speechless was that the records from the Spirit Hall noted the same. This title Doll was indeed a character. It seemed he meticulously planned his daily activities. As Yue Guan scrutinized Zhongli's daily routine, a fleeting sense of envy washed over him. He, too, was in the twilight of his years, still toiling for the Spirit Hall. Comparing Zhongli's life to his own, both being titled Douluo, he wondered why such a disparity existed. Sigh. Yue Guan exhaled, making his way toward the Spirit Hall, waiting for Hulaina and her companions to awaken. Indeed, these youngsters had been thoroughly exhausted over the past few days, having exerted their soul power to travel at full throttle. Such intensity required unwavering resolve to endure. Time passed, and before long, it was the afternoon of the following day. At that moment, in a certain tea house, Zhongli sat in a corner, listening to the poet on stage express his sentiments through verse. Paimon, seated beside him, sipped her tea while enjoying the poetry. Having spent considerable time with Zhongli, she felt as though she had succumbed to a certain enchantment. The previous realm was best left for another lifetime to explore. Lord Zhongli, do you think there are areas for improvement in my recent poetry? In Douluo Continent, the profession of a spirit master was not the only noble calling. Numerous other vocations existed, such as poets and writers, equally cherished by the common folk. Over time, many had come to know Zhongli's preferences, as he bore no heirs and was willing to converse with individuals of all backgrounds. This was precisely why the poet approached him for guidance. In Chapter 73, the essence of a literary spirit was present, albeit in scarce measure. The poet clasped his hands before Zhongli, admiration evident on his face. It is said that Lord Zhongli possesses profound knowledge, well-versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters. It was due to Zhongli's vast erudition that he had been invited by the Crown Prince to serve as a guest scholar in the prince's residence. Just by virtue of his intellect, he had carved out a prominent position, which spoke volumes about the depth of his knowledge. Such cultured individuals were often the subjects of praise among poets. After the poet's performance concluded, he sincerely approached Zhongli, inquiring if there were aspects that could be refined. Should he receive even a modicum of guidance from Zhongli, he could very well reach new heights. After hearing this, Zhongli savored a sip of tea before setting down his cup. The tea house was bustling with patrons, most of whom were not there merely to enjoy tea or poetry. Their primary aim was to exchange information. Otherwise, how would so many powerful factions be privy to Zhongli's preferences? Of course, a minority genuinely appreciated the art or simply relished tea as a means of leisure. After a moment's contemplation, Zhongli replied, "When it comes to poetry, I possess merely a rudimentary understanding." His humble words prompted Paimon, who was sipping her tea, to pause and turn her head toward Zhongli. What a modest assertion. Is it true that you possess only a superficial grasp? With titles such as Ancestor of all Immortals, God of Contracts, God of War, and God of Precious Metals, how can you claim to know only a little? Paimon's mouth opened slightly, caught in a moment of indecision. Typically, she would speak her mind freely, voicing whatever thoughts crossed her mind without hesitation. Yet at that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Merely understanding, he hadn't claimed ignorance. Indeed, it was a statement that left her unsure how to counter. The listeners exchanged glances, their eyes twitching slightly. Those unaware of Zhongli's true capabilities might have believed his claim of modesty, but those who knew his background were astounded. Truly, Lord Zhongli was a paragon of strength and knowledge, exhibiting such humility and grace. It was an exemplary model for us all. From this day forth, I shall sing the praises of Lord Zhongli. I will chronicle your deeds in a tome. The murmurs amongst the crowd hinted at the emergence of a devoted following for Zhongli. In his presence, they felt no disparity in status. Even spies from powerful factions were filled with admiration for him. A formidable title Douluo, endowed with 100,000-year spirit ring and dual martial souls. He could engage in camaraderie with them while discussing matters of the past and present, devoid of any barriers between strength and weakness. Upon hearing this, Zhongli's eyes brightened instinctively as he glanced at the group. The elderly gentlemen before him appeared as venerable scholars, possessing a touch of storytelling prowess. Could they be reciting tales of their own? To hear legends spoken about oneself, to orchestrate one's own funeral. Such feats could only be accomplished by Zhongli. The sole sovereign of Liyue, known affectionately as Little Blackie, is indeed Zhongli. Do you comprehend the essence of the Geo Archon? Or is it I who possesses such understanding? I beseech your guidance, your majesty. Regardless of the outcome, I am profoundly grateful. The poet once again clasped his hands in a gesture of sincerity. Such humility exhibited by a formidable figure is truly astonishing. It is Zhongli who embodies humility. As for Morix, he is utterly oblivious to the concept of modesty. Zhongli nodded, scrutinizing the poet anew before remarking, Sir, your poem extols the past accomplishments of the nobility. Here he paused. This poet bore little resemblance to Hu Tao. His verses predominantly celebrated the former glories of the aristocracy, while deliberately omitting mention of their current deeds. The intent is profound, avoiding offense to the contemporary nobility. Truly, a seasoned poet, one who possesses wisdom accrued over the years. Were a more impetuous youth, he would soon find himself imprisoned or even slain by the irate nobles. The former nobility fought valiantly for humanity, risking life and limb to defend their homeland. It is precisely for this reason they ascended to nobility. To glorify such figures is to remain true to one's roots. Yet, today's nobles, particularly those from the Tiandou Empire, have largely forgotten the very purpose for which the empire was founded. To honor the past while remaining silent about the present reflects the sagacity of this elder poet. To contravene one's conscience by extolling the current nobility is beyond his capacity. Such is the integrity of a literary soul, while possessing the spirit of a scholar. Such souls are rare. Indeed, this world venerates strength above all else. There is naught amiss with his diction or grammar. However, Zhongli paused once more, imparting a deeper meaning. The world encompasses more than mere survival. It also holds poetry and distant horizons. He nodded toward the poet, choosing not to elaborate further. The poet, momentarily taken aback, felt a jolt of realization. His expression turned complex as he regarded Zhongli with even greater respect. This sovereign understands. He comprehends the essence of my expression. Moreover, he is reminding me of it. Where can one seek a confidant in this vast world? Zhongli's erudition is indeed not mere pretense. He is genuinely insightful. My gratitude to you, your majesty, for your instruction. There exists a myriad of subjects worthy of praise. Why should I incessantly oscillate upon the transformations of the nobility? A careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. The creation of poetry should traverse broader paths and embrace more experiences. Can such insights not be woven into verse? The poet experienced an epiphany, his gratitude towards Zhongli deepening. The implication was simple. He should wander far and wide, perhaps to pen even greater works. However, due to the subtlety of this counsel, he mistakenly perceived it as merely acceptable. Indeed, it is Zhongli whose words, though not fully comprehended, resonate with profound significance. Yes, the world extends beyond immediate survival, encompassing poetry and distant aspirations. Paimon's eye twitched. Did these individuals not tire? They spent their days lavishing praises, incessantly exclaiming, What a marvel is Zhongli, a paragon of wisdom. Suddenly, a few figures appeared, starkly contrasting with the current gathering. Their predatory gazes suggested they were not there to enjoy poetry or partake in tea. Rather, they seemed intent on causing trouble. They approached Zhongli directly, halting before him. The leader, an ostentatiously adorned elder, offered a slight bow as a token of respect. Zhongli, esteemed guest, I greet you. Having said this, the elder seated himself opposite Zhongli. It is an honor to meet you, your majesty. The three young individuals behind him bowed respectfully, acknowledging the etiquette of their seniors. The trio did not take their seats, as they lacked the standing to do so. Seating was reserved for those of equal stature and power. Zhongli, a titled Douluo, found himself on par with the elder, thus establishing a peerage of sorts. However, the three young ones were different. What is a genius, if not nurtured? Ultimately, a genius remains merely that, an unrefined talent. Among the trio, The highest in rank was Hulaina, merely a disciple of the Pope, not a holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. Thus, she too lacked the privilege to sit. They possessed a clear understanding of their positioning, and after paying their respects, they positioned themselves behind the elder. Observing the trio, Zhongli deduced their identities. The flamboyantly adorned, titled law could only be Yue Guan, a notable elder from the Spirit Hall, coupled with the characteristics of the three youths. He was further assured of this conclusion. Yue Guan, a leading figure of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, accompanied by Hulaina, Shiwei, and Yin. As Zhongli appraised the quartet, they too scrutinized him in return. To be candid, they had never encountered such a strikingly handsome man. Every move he made exuded sophistication. His demeanor serene, yet tinged with an undercurrent of melancholy. Were one unaware of his status as a formidable titled Douluo, they might mistake him for a noble scion from an illustrious family. "Old man, what has happened to your face?" Paimon floated beside Zhongli, addressing Yue Guan with an innocent curiosity. Despite Yue Guan's heavy makeup, she could still discern his gender. Upon hearing her words, Hulaina, Shiwei, and Yin shuddered, sensing a sudden chill enveloping the air. For Yue Guan despised any mention of his gender or appearance. "Wait, what is this flying creature?" Yue Guan paused, glancing between Paimon and Zhongli. He exhaled slowly, waving his hand dismissively. "There is nothing amiss with my face. It is merely a personal preference. Why should I concern myself with a child?" He detected a tone of genuine concern in Paimon's voice, not mockery. Paimon hesitated, scratching her head in confusion. Personal preference? That is quite an unusual hobby. So that was the case. While she did not fully comprehend, the elder's choices were his own. In Mondstadt, such freedom should not be deemed heretical. After all, Barbados himself donned white stockings. When stockings first emerged, they were indeed intended for men. Barbados' attire was not entirely incomprehensible. Observing Paimon's understanding demeanor puzzled Yue Guan even further. It could be said that no one throughout the Douluo Continent truly comprehended him. Even his close friend, Ghost Shadow, accepted him but failed to grasp his essence. "Little one, are you not curious why I choose this path?" Initially, Yue Guan referred to himself as shifting from old man. Curiosity, yet it remains your freedom, does it not? The first stop of the Seven Nations, she spent a considerable time in Mondstadt, thus possessing some understanding of freedom. Upon hearing this, Yue Guan trembled slightly, and, after a moment, he reacted with a hearty laugh. His aura, inadvertently exuding power, led others to conclude one undeniable fact. This elder is indeed a formidable being. Good. Yue Guan clapped his hands, repeating the word good several times. What splendid freedom. Indeed, this is my freedom. After so many years, he finally encountered someone who understood him. Wait, Paimon seems not to be human. She is a spirit. After all these years, a spirit finally grasped his sentiment. How tragic. Little one, I am Yue Guan, titled as Chrysanthemum, an elder of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing these words, the patrons of the tea house could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Yue Guan, title of Douluo, elder of the Spirit Hall? The individual before them was, astonishingly, the infamous Chrysanthemum Douluo. It was said that Yue Guan was capricious and a merciless executioner. Yet upon this encounter, those preconceived notions seemed somewhat flawed. He appeared to be quite reasonable. From this moment forth, whatever you desire, I shall traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire to fulfill your wishes. Yue Guan declared with unwavering determination to Paimon. A gentleman dies for his confidant, and a lady beautifies herself for the one she cherishes, regardless of whether Paimon was human or martial spirit. The mere fact that she could comprehend him made her a kindred spirit. Alas, Paimon was left bewildered, unsure of how to respond. What was this extravagantly adorned old man rambling about? Hulaina, Shiwei, and Yin were utterly dumbfounded. The Pope had sent the Chrysanthemum Douluo to capture Zhongli. Yet before a few words could be exchanged, the Chrysanthemum Douluo had been subdued. The vow to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire was indeed terrifying. A titled Douluo should not make reckless promises. Failure to deliver could result in a stagnation of one's soul power. Yue Guan's words were undeniably significant. Fortunately, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, for Yue Guan might have inquired where the weight lay. Little one, although my reputation on the Douluo Continent is rather dismal, my word is my bond. I shall never go back on my promises. Yue Guan said solemnly. His appearance held purpose. He sought to live on for his deceased sister. Even though he faced disdain and ridicule, he remained unchanged in his demeanor. Now, having finally encountered someone who understood him, Yue Guan felt a profound joy. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions twitching, yet they nodded in agreement. Indeed, the chrysanthemum Douluo's reputation was far from stellar, a fact he was well aware of. However, the primary reason for his tarnished reputation was his flamboyant appearance. It might be acceptable for a woman, but he was a man. Paimon blinked and instinctively said, "Thank you, Grandpa. I don't seem to have any pressing matters. If possible, do you have any delicious food?" At this, her face lit up with anticipation. Yueguan. The crowd, the trio of children. Everyone felt their heads buzzing. The promise of a titled Douluo, and she only wanted food. Truly, Paimon was remarkable. Yueguan was momentarily taken aback, studying Paimon anew, realizing this little one had a pure heart. No wonder she could understand him. "Very well, upon my return, I shall gather various delicacies for you," Yueguan stated with utmost seriousness, as if this were a matter of great significance. Helena, Shiyue, and Yin were utterly flabbergasted. They were intimately familiar with the chrysanthemum Douluo's temperament. Yet today, what had they witnessed? Could such a thing truly transpire with the chrysanthemum Douluo? Unbeknownst to them, Yueguan, though eccentric, was a titled Douluo with a love for flowers. Furthermore, he was a person of profound loyalty. After the death of the ghost Douluo, he knew he was no match for Tang San, yet he still sought revenge, facing death without regret. Chapter 75. Using their money to hire their people. Helena, Shiyue, and Yin stared in astonishment. This was the first time they had seen such a side of Yueguan. They had almost grown up under his watchful eye. Having spent considerable time with him, they understood his character relatively well, which only added to their shock. Could this be the cleverness of Elder Chrysanthemum? Helena glanced at Yueguan's retreating figure, then at Zhongli and Paimon. If Paimon was Zhongli's martial spirit, fostering a good relationship with her would effectively establish a rapport with Zhongli, wouldn't it? With this thought, Helena couldn't help but praise inwardly. Truly, Elder Chrysanthemum is remarkable. How did I not consider leveraging this connection? Indeed, one does not attain the title of Douluo without possessing exceptional acumen. Deep in thought yet uncertain, lacked Helena's sharpness and could not delve as deeply into the implications of the situation. He merely sensed that Yueguan's actions held a deeper significance. Yueguan. Yin scratched his head. Pondering such matters was likely beyond his capacity. He merely observed the surface layer, while also catching glimpses of the truth. In reality, Yueguan held no ulterior motives. He simply had a fondness for Paimon. The adage about cleverness backfiring largely applied to Helena and Shiyue. The spies surrounding them trembled. This was a promise from a titled Douluo. The key point was that the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluos were inseparable. Securing the promise of the chrysanthemum Douluo was tantamount to receiving the pledge of the ghost Douluo. Two titled Douluos in concert. Wait, wasn't Paimon herself a martial spirit of a titled Douluo? At this realization, the spies trembled with excitement. This news was explosive. They wondered if their master or sect leader could bear the weight of such revelations. The literati remained silent, acutely aware of when to speak and when to remain quiet. Some discreetly departed, fearing this place might become a den of controversy. With two titled Douluos present, what if they overheard something they shouldn't? Remaining oblivious was the wisest choice. Of course, while some feared for their lives, others were undeterred. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation as they strained to catch whispers of secrets. After a while, Yueguan finally recalled his purpose for visiting the tea house. His primary objective was to seek out Paimon's master, not to engage in idle chatter with her. Regretfully, he had to interrupt their conversation. Casting an apologetic glance at Paimon, Yueguan turned to Zhongli and said, "Zhongli, esteemed guest, I have come for a matter of great importance. May we step aside?" His tone was exceedingly courteous, even performing a slight bow to Zhongli. Judging by the intelligence reports, Zhongli's strength should surpass his own. After all, Zhongli possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring, whereas he did not. One should not underestimate the significance of a single spirit ring. The terror of Tang Hao was well known. At this thought, Yueguan shuddered. Those who survived that fateful battle with the ghost Douluo understood the fear associated with Tang Hao and his 100,000-year spirit ring. It was etched into their very bones. Seeing Yueguan finally getting to the point, Helena and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They engaged in lively discussion about the delicious street foods of the Xingluo Empire, the finest main dishes of the Tiando Empire, and the specialties of Spirit City. If they continued talking with Paimon, they might as well be preparing for dinner. Addressing Zhongli as esteemed guest was appropriate since he was, on the surface, a guest of the prince's mansion. He did not know Zhongli's title, and calling him by name alone seemed too monotonous and lacked the respect due to his station. Hence the inclusion of his title. Upon hearing this, Zhongli pondered for a moment before nodding. He had a vague inkling of Yueguan and his companion's intentions. They were likely inviting him to join the spirit hall or something of that sort. If it were not so, he would not be accompanied by Helena and others. Knowing he was a titled Douluo, why would they bring along the younger generation for a confrontation? That would be courting death. It was clear that Yue Guan and his companions were not there to provoke him. Before Zhongli could utter a word, Paimon fluttered to his side and said, Zhongli, it's almost dinner time. Since Grandpa and his friends have come from afar, why don't we invite them for a meal? We can discuss any matters over dinner. She spoke softly, fearing Zhongli might discern her true intentions. Ultimately, Paimon underestimated the complexity of the situation. Who would suspect her true motives? They had been discussing food. And now, naturally, she was hungry. Paimon believed Yue Guan to be a wonderful person, especially since he promised to bring her delicious treats, prompting her to propose the idea of dining together. Very well, no objections here, Zhongli replied, maintaining his composure. Indeed, Paimon, with just a handful of enticing promises, has managed to sway her. In due time, the debts will be charged to the prince's residence, compelling Xue Qinghe to settle the bill, thus ensuring that they treat themselves with their own funds. Xue Qinghe. In the blink of an eye, the tea house was devoid of patrons. With Zhongli's departure, the literati found little reason to linger. The scouts were preoccupied with returning to report, leaving no time for leisurely tea. At the Qibao Hotel, the familiar aroma and recipe greeted them. Upon spotting Yue Guan and his companions, the innkeeper paused momentarily, casting a bewildered glance at Zhongli and Paimon. What was amiss? How could a guest elder of the Qibao Liuli sect be seen in the company of a member from the spirit hall? Though puzzled, he quickly composed himself. Some matters should not be hastily speculated upon without certainty. As a direct descendant of the Qibao Liuli sect and cousin to Ning Fengji, he was well acquainted with Yue Guan. Whether Yue Guan recognized him, a mere minor character, remained uncertain. Hastily, he ushered everyone into a private room, and after they had ordered their dishes, he discreetly exited. How curious. The innkeeper appeared to harbor some concerns. Paimon glanced at the door and instinctively remarked. Zhongli's eyelid twitched. Here we go again. If he were to utter a single word, would that not trigger a quest? He was tempted to inquire about the innkeeper's predicament. Of course, he had concerns. Yue Guan smirked, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. The Qibao Hotel? If it bore no connection to the Qibao Liuli sect, he would reverse his name. This was clearly a minor acquaintance of his. But what troubled him? Yue Guan, what else could it be? It's simply because I am in your company. Such matters are too obvious to ponder. Yet, Yue Guan could not voice this sentiment. Perhaps his family was experiencing turmoil. Huh? Truly, Yue Guan, your tongue is as sweet as honey. Zhongli shook his head, glancing at the three individuals behind Yue Guan, and said, Young friends, please have a seat and join us. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged glances, taken aback. Chapter 76. An unremarkable guest elder of the prince's residence. Hu Laina, Xiaoyu, and Yin were somewhat astonished. How could they not be? The disparity in strength equated to a chasm of class. Would an emperor dine with a beggar? The gap between a titled Douluo and a spirit hall member was vaster than that between a human and an ant. Yet, Zhongli had invited them to dine together. The three shared a quick look before bowing slightly towards Zhongli, saying, Thank you, your grace. No need for such formality, Zhongli replied. Yes, your grace, they echoed. Zhongli thought, are the people of Douluo Continent all so obstinate? Asking Qiyu to address Zhongli as such, she insisted on calling him master. Even when Zhongli urged Hu Laina and the others to feel at ease, they grew even more courteous. Once seated, they sat rigidly, like students who had erred, their gazes fixed ahead. They had come merely to witness the world, not to negotiate. Besides, given their current identities, representing the spirit hall in discussions with a title Douluo would be an overt display of disdain. Even though Hu Laina was a disciple of Bibi Dong, the same applied. Unless she could ascend to become the holy maiden of the spirit hall, she would lack the standing to converse directly with the title Douluo. Indeed, your grace is as amiable as the rumors suggest. Most critically, he possesses even greater poise and charm than reported, Hu Laina mused. Her brother Xiaoyu and Yan, with their unconventional styles, appeared almost childlike in Zhongli's presence. Well, anyone who could become a title Douluo must be of considerable age. Zhongli looked remarkably youthful, likely on par with Zhu Duo or her mentor, Bibi Dong. Xiaoyu and Yin maintained a formal posture, having been instructed by Yue Guan to let Yin speak minimally. Given Yan's temperament, Yue Guan feared he might inadvertently say something that could jeopardize their mission. This caution extended to Hu Laina and Xiaoyu, as Yue Guan had similar advisories for them. After all, they were merely juniors. Interjecting while their seniors spoke could create an awkward atmosphere. Silently, it was better to act as bystanders. Aside from necessary pleasantries, they should not say too much. Elder, do you have business with Zhongli? Suddenly, Paimon seemed to have a revelation and spoke first. After all, she was the mouthpiece of the divine. Cough, cough. She was Paimon, the finest guide. Their purpose in visiting the restaurant was not merely to dine, but to discuss something of significance. Indeed, a matter of great importance, Yu Egwan declared earnestly. To him, and indeed to all present, this was an exceedingly crucial matter. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, he understood the significance of twin martial souls and could vaguely surmise Zhongli's intentions. Of course, it was also possible that Zhongli was unaware of the secrets surrounding twin martial souls. Before Bibi Dong, there had been a recorded soul master with twin martial souls. After successfully cultivating to a high level, he attempted to add spirit rings to his second martial soul. Initially, all seemed well, but after a few spirit rings were added, he perished in an explosion. That individual had failed to resolve the issues surrounding twin martial souls. Yet Bibi Dong had succeeded. Prior to their departure, she had communicated this to him. If Zhongli sought to utilize his second martial soul to reach divine rank, then he must possess knowledge of the secrets surrounding twin martial souls. If he feared an explosion and thus hesitated to add spirit rings to his second martial soul, then should he join the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong would be willing to share the secrets of twin martial souls with him. Sigh. Paimon blinked. Why did this elder not simply state the issue? Was he yet another enigma? What could be so significant? Upon hearing this, Yu Egwan glanced at Paimon, then at Zhongli, before nodding and stating, I have come to extend an invitation for Elder Zhongli to join the Spirit Hall. Yu Egwan spoke candidly. After pausing, he continued, additionally, regarding the matter of your acquisition of spirit rings. With unwavering confidence, Yu Egwan believed Zhongli would undoubtedly find this topic intriguing. However, to his disappointment, Zhongli merely sipped his tea disinterestedly, offering no response, as if he were entirely unconcerned. Yu Egwan was left bewildered, casting a puzzled glance at Zhongli. Could it be that Zhongli understood how to absorb spirit rings without perishing? Hu Laiina, Xieyu, and Yan were taken aback. Was this something they were allowed to hear? The three quickly minimized their breathing to lower their presence. I acquire spirit rings? Paimon scratched her head. What spirit rings could she possibly acquire? She was not even a soul master. Wait, while she was not a soul master, she had entered into a contract with Zhongli, thus in Douluo Continent. She had to identify as Zhongli's martial soul. A martial soul could absorb spirit rings to grow, but she was merely an imitation, not a genuine martial soul. Realizing this, Paimon chuckled awkwardly. Haha. She then flitted to Zhongli's side and said, Zhongli, the elder invites you to join the Spirit Hall. Though Paimon had not been tainted by the knowledge of the world, she was not foolish. She understood the need to divert the topic. Having entered into a contract with Zhongli, she could not go back on her word, yet she was unsure how to respond. Diverting the conversation was the best course of action. Zhongli set down his teacup, his expression remaining unchanged, as serene as ever. Elder Zhu, please inform your Pope that I am merely an unremarkable guest elder of the prince's residence, invited by Qian Renxue. After uttering these words, Zhongli leisurely lifted his teacup once more, savoring another sip of tea. With Qian Renxue's name, many troublesome matters could be alleviated. Moreover, it was indeed Qian Renxue who had invited him to become a guest elder of the prince's residence. This statement bore no flaw. It merely depended on how the other party would interpret it. Upon uttering these words, Yu Guan rose abruptly from his chair, his countenance betraying a palpable sense of terror. His eyes widened, and his mouth parted slightly, as if caught in a web of indecision. To his astonishment, Zhongli was acquainted with Qian Renxue. Regaining his composure, Yu Guan quickly interjected, I apologize for my earlier outburst. I shall certainly convey your words. Qian Renxue. What a name from a bygone era. It has been nearly a decade since she arrived in Tiando City. Hualiana, Xieyu, and Yan exchanged glances, perplexed. Why was Zhu Douluo so agitated upon hearing just a name? No, it was more accurate to say he had lost his composure. Given their esteemed positions, they had neither met Qian Renxue nor even heard of her. The implication in Zhongli's words dawned on Yu Guan. There was no need for an invitation. He merely had to relay this information, trusting that His Holiness the Pope would comprehend its significance. If it were an invitation from Xue Qinghe, then Zhongli would be classified as a guest from the Crown Prince's residence, representing Tiando. However, this was an invitation extended by Qian Renxue herself. Chapter 77. The courage of this elderly man daring to challenge the Geo Archon, undertaking such a formidable undercover mission. It was remarkable that Qian Renxue could still maintain a candid demeanor. A guest of the Crown Prince's residence, invited by Qian Renxue. If Yu Guan could not grasp this, he would truly be a fool. With this realization, The sternness of Yu Guan's expression softened somewhat. They were allies. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted. If they left in high spirits, how would the other major powers perceive them? Should Qian Renxue's plans suffer even the slightest disruption, he would be branded a historical villain. Thus, he must suppress his laughter and feign that the negotiations had failed. Wait, I have a solution. Zhongli, as we are both titled to law, why not engage in a friendly spar? This was a task assigned by the Pope, and a means to silence the other factions. However, it would undoubtedly be a trial for Yu Guan, likely resulting in a sound thrashing from Zhongli. Alas, to reach old age and still endure such tribulations, what a wretched fate. Zhongli, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy his time in Tiando City, indulging in leisurely pursuits such as shopping and sipping tea. Merely contemplating this made Yu Guan feel as though he had received a crushing blow. Hearing this, the three young ones displayed little reaction. It is worth noting that Elder Zhu was a formidable title de law of level 95, and few could surpass him in strength. Although His Excellency Zhongli was indeed powerful, possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring, what if he were not a match for Elder Zhu? After all, the disparity in spirit power could not be bridged by a mere spirit ring. Fortunately, Yu Guan remained blissfully unaware of their thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly seek to reprimand their instructor for imparting such flawed wisdom. What do they mean by claiming that the disparity in spirit power could not be compensated by a single spirit ring? They had once shared the same belief. However, Tang Hao's 100,000-year spirit ring had demonstrated to them the vast difference between possessing such a ring and lacking one. Having just become a title de law, he had triumphed effortlessly. This exemplified the stark contrast between having and not having. It is important to note that at that time, Pope Qian Xuanji was already at level 95. How many levels did Tang Hao possess? Zhongli and Paimon exchanged glances. While he was indeed a title de law, Zhongli himself was not merely any title de law. A spar? This elderly gentleman displayed remarkable courage in daring to challenge the Geo Archon. Even that audacious lady, renowned for her arrogance, refrained from speaking out of turn before Zhongli. How brave he was! This lady dared to slap Barbados and commanded Raiden Shogun. Yet before Zhongli, she would not entertain any disrespectful behavior. In Paimon's eyes, although Zhongli appeared to be a societal leech living off others, his prowess was undeniably genuine. In ancient Liyue, amidst numerous deities, Zhongli emerged as the ultimate victor. As for the notion of sparring, Zhongli contemplated briefly before nodding. Showcasing his strength appropriately could alleviate a myriad of troubles. For him, it was a venture with only benefits, devoid of drawbacks. Furthermore, it was merely a friendly spar. Such humility was almost comical. Would sparring with Yu Guan truly facilitate his growth? How absurd! Seeing Zhongli acquiesce so readily, Yu Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Though a flicker of concern crossed his mind, his frail old bones should not endure too severe a beating. Yet, the Pope's task must be fulfilled. It was imperative to gauge just how formidable Zhongli had become. After their meal, the group departed from the Seven Treasures Hotel. The proprietor blinked in confusion, pondering why Zhongli had not charged the bill to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, but rather to the Crown Prince's residence. Ordinarily, Zhongli would have instructed the bill to be sent to the sect, yet today he explicitly requested it charged to the Crown Prince's residence, warranting contemplation. Zhongli, dear elder, what do you plan to spar? Spow. What had transpired just now? The innkeeper was riddled with questions. Yu Guan and Huoliana's expressions were far from pleasant. Evidently, their earlier discourse had concluded in failure. Outside the city, Yu Guan's earlier enthusiasm had dissipated, his demeanor stern as he spoke. Was this intended for Paimon? Or perhaps for the spies lurking in the shadows? Paimon, with her naive disposition, failed to grasp the gravity of Yu Guan's changed countenance. She assumed he had not dined well. Little did she understand the complexities at play. It was merely around 6:30 in the evening, the sun still hanging in the western sky. Exiting the city was indeed convenient. One must acknowledge that the walls of Tiando City towered a staggering 1,000 meters high and were equally thick. Even at his peak, Tang Hao could only manage to create a breach in the wall. One can only imagine the sheer terror these walls embodied. Ha! Only the pinnacle powers of the Douluo world would be hindered by a mere wall. The group emerged from the city in grand fashion. Indeed, it was a magnificent procession. Aside from Zhongli and his companions, there were numerous spies in their midst. Their attempts to ascertain the presence of a title de law were akin to dancing on the precipice of death. Did they truly believe a title de law could not perceive them? Only those of equal rank or greater might evade detection. These spies, the most formidable among them, were merely soul saints. Their every move lay within Yu Guan's purview. Upon reaching the outskirts, the group selected a desolate patch of land to halt their progress. The clash between tidal Douluo, even in a friendly spar, could unleash waves of energy far beyond what Soul Sect practitioners could endure. Hence, Huoliana and her companions took Paimon to a distance of 1,000 meters, a measure that offered them a semblance of safety. Yet, lurking in the shadows were not just spies, but also several tidal Douluo, Tang Hao, Gurong, and Dugubo. The news of Zhongli and Yu Guan's rendezvous in the tea house had spread like wildfire throughout the city. How could they remain oblivious? While Zhongli and Yu Guan dined, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had already received word that the probing entity was not the more powerful sword Douluo, Qian Renxue, but rather the more elusive Gurong. Would a well-informed spirit hall ever attune to the slightest disturbance? Having failed to invite Zhongli, were they now testing their strength? However, Yu Guan was unlikely to succeed. Gurong scoffed, muttering to himself. According to their estimations, Zhongli was likely a formidable individual at around level 97. As for Yu Guan, he was also known to Gurong, boasting strength equivalent to his own at level 95. In a one-on-one encounter, Gurong harbored a 70% confidence in overcoming Yu Guan. Tang Hao observed silently, a flicker of malice gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Yu Guan. Not yet the opportune moment. Ultimately, he relinquished his tightly clenched fists. Unless he could secure a decisive strike, his whereabouts would be compromised. Should Yu Guan attempt to flee desperately, he would be powerless to intervene. Furthermore, the enigmatic ghost Douluo is no ordinary foe. Chapter 78, Lord Paimon. When Dugubo initially ascended to the rank of tidal Douluo, he was relentlessly pursued by Yu Guan. Their enmity is well known. However, Yu Guan, adhering to a certain code of conduct, refrained from joining forces with Gue Mei to besiege Dugubo. At this moment, Dugubo's eyelid twitched uncontrollably as he cast a glance at Yu Guan. His eyes filled with a profound pity. A challenge from someone at level 95? This is a being capable of moving mountains and filling seas. After all, it was Zhongli who, right before his eyes, had relocated the Eye of Ice and Fire. Very well, very well, very well, Dugubo murmured to himself, a sense of anticipation brewing. If Zhongli were to make even the slightest misstep and inadvertently slay Yu Guan, would not his vendetta be avenged on the spot? The distance separating Yu Guan and Zhongli was approximately 50 meters. Such a span is merely a heartbeat for a tidal Douluo. Yu Guan, a formidable level 95 assault-type tidal Douluo, bore the title Chrysanthemum. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black swiftly ascended from beneath Yu Guan's feet. A magnificent chrysanthemum materialized in his hand. Paimon, observing from a distance, was momentarily taken aback. The chrysanthemum floating in Yu Guan's grasp seemed oddly familiar. After releasing his martial soul and soul rings, Yu Guan, with an inscrutable expression, stated, Zhongli, esteemed guest, I seek your guidance. Before Zhongli could manifest his martial soul, several figures emerged, approaching Paimon. Oh, Qinghe, what brings you here? Paimon inquired, somewhat surprised. The newcomer was none other than Xue Qinghe, who, as Zhongli's guest, felt compelled to witness the duel against the elders of the Spirit Hall. Regardless of her motives, her presence was imperative. Beside her stood a formidable guardian, tasked with ensuring the prince's safety. Paimon, I heard that Zhongli, esteemed guest, is dueling with the elders of the Spirit Hall. I feared they harbored malicious intent and might endanger His Highness Zhongli, which is why I rushed here. Xue Qing has stated with an unflinching demeanor. Yu Guan, Gue Mei, Zhongli, Paimon. Paimon scrutinized Xue Qinghe, recalling that she was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, questioning how she could utter such words. Zhongli possesses formidable strength. There is no need for concern, Paimon replied, crossing her arms, feigning nonchalance, while inwardly she was deeply apprehensive. She understood that Zhongli was extraordinarily powerful, capable of easily suppressing even a being like Aozer. Yet, Zhongli was her sole reliance from another world. How could she not worry if something were to happen to him? Your Highness, Elder Chrysanthemum and esteemed guest Zhongli are merely sparring. The Spirit Hall would never stoop to such underhanded tactics, Huoliana retorted darkly at Xue Qinghe. Unbeknownst to her, she was oblivious to Xue Qinghe's true identity in the presence of a master like Qian Renxue. When someone dared to slander the Spirit Hall in her presence, how could she remain silent? It was her first encounter with Xue Qinghe, but she was well aware of the identity of the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. Who could say for certain? How laughable! Xue Qinghe scoffed, clearly regarding the Spirit Hall with disdain. Her guards nodded in agreement. This was indeed the Crown Prince. Such an attitude towards the Spirit Hall was fitting. Their responsibilities extended beyond ensuring the prince's safety to gathering intelligence on this event. The presence of a guest from the prince's estate dining with the elders of the spirit hall would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Wouldn't it? You, Hulaina fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Xue Qinghe. She sensed a profound animosity emanating from Xue Qinghe, yet could not fathom the reason behind it. Few could withstand her allure. Yet this Xue Qinghe not only withstood it, but exhibited hostility. Was this not their first meeting? What could possibly incite such enmity from Xue Qinghe toward her? Bibi Dong had poured her maternal affection into this disciple. How could she not harbor animosity? It was already a consideration for the greater good that Hulaina was not slain on the spot. Impudent. Mind your manners. This is the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. How dare you, a mere girl, question him? A guard asserted, displaying imposing authority as he reprimanded Hulaina. How dare any commoner raise their voice at his highness? You all, Hulaina protested. Nana is a disciple of the Pope. How dare you? As she directed her ire towards Hulaina, Huyen was the first to object, rushing to the forefront to confront the guards. Upon mentioning the Pope's disciple, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Xue Qinghe's eyes. This traitor dares to claim the title of Pope's disciple, if not for her letting Tang San escape. Hearing this, several guards were taken aback. A disciple of the Pope? That does carry some weight, albeit not much. A disciple of the Pope is merely that until she possesses strength equal to ours. Of course, if she were a saint of the Spirit Hall, she would have the qualifications to speak directly to His Highness. This is the reality. Strength is paramount. One must either possess power or status. A mere disciple cannot represent the Spirit Hall. Oh dear, let us cease this quarrel. Zhongli and the elder are about to engage. Paimon exclaimed, fluttering between the two parties in a state of panic. Let's not become embroiled in conflict before Zhongli even begins. Indeed, Lord Paimon. The guards regarded her with solemn expressions. Hulaina and her companions twitched at the corners of their eyes. These individuals truly shifted their allegiance faster than one couture page. They disregarded the Pope's disciple without a shred of respect, yet showed profound reverence towards Paimon. Had they not all referred to her as Lord Paimon? Upon reflection, they indeed ought to honor her as such, despite her diminutive stature and seemingly inconsequential combat prowess. She is the martial soul of Zhongli. Once she absorbs a soul ring, yes, Lord Paimon, the three immediately bowed in acknowledgement, their faces adorned with expressions of awe. Me? A lord? Paimon blinked, bewildered. This was the first time she had heard such a title. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. There was little merit in complicating matters for Hulaina and her companions. Those lurking in the shadows regarded Paimon with a tinge of reverence. Unlike those with mere connections, Paimon is the martial soul of a title de law. She is not without her own strength. Individuals like Hulaina, who rely on connections, may receive superficial respect in public, but who would truly regard them with esteem in private? Lacking both strength and status, they are inconsequential. One can only hope to witness Lord Paimon adorned with 9 soul rings, each at least 50,000 years old, in this lifetime. To behold such a miracle would render one's existence complete. Indeed, the dual martial souls are a marvel, and 9 soul rings exceeding 50,000 years are in existence beyond even the wildest dreams. Chapter 79, God of War. Zhongli, Martial Soul Rock Dragon. A level 98 assault type title de law, titled God of War. As Zhongli's words fell, Paimon's lips twitched slightly. A substantial portion of this statement was sheer fabrication. The martial soul rock dragon? Zhongli possesses no such martial soul. It is merely a facade. Furthermore, to claim he is a level 98 assault type title Douluo is utterly absurd. The crowd was taken aback, subsequently inhaling sharply in astonishment. Level 98? Good heavens, level 98? The extreme north is warming, and these individuals certainly deserve some credit. He is actually level 98. Tang Hao and Gu Rong wore bewildered expressions. Based on their conjectures, Zhongli should only be at level 97. They never anticipated that he possessed such terrifying strength at level 98. It is crucial to note that the disparity in strength between title Douluos is immense, particularly after level 95, where the gap becomes exceedingly daunting. Tang Hao felt somewhat dazed, grateful that he had chosen to compromise at the gates of Tiando City. Otherwise, opposing this formidable adversary, even with the Grand Sumi hammer in his possession, would yield no assurance of victory. Knowing the truth, the corners of Dugu Bo's mouth twitched. He certainly did not believe that Zhongli was merely at level 98. The existence of a being at level 98 should have posed no problem in destroying the Eye of Ice and Fire. Yet persuading such a being to relinquish the eye was fundamentally inconceivable. Hu Liena, Xiaoyu, and Yin stared wide-eyed, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. The martial god, whom they had previously engaged in jovial conversation, turned out to be a terrifying existence of level 98. The martial god Douluo. How dare he assume such a title, while claiming to possess only a rudimentary understanding of martial arts? Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 9 illusory soul rings slowly ascended from beneath Zhongli's feet, each one causing Yueguan to tremble uncontrollably. Observing Zhongli's current appearance, with dragon horns adorning his head and eyes radiant like the sun, it was evident he was not to be trifled with. Yueguan's heart quaked and his body shuddered. Based on the aura emanating from Zhongli, he doubted that the second enshrined would be a match for him. The colors of the second enshrined soul rings mirrored Zhongli's precisely, yet in terms of presence, Zhongli was evidently the superior. Your Majesty, you have placed Yueguan in a dire predicament. Yueguan thought to himself, trembling all over. Bibi Dong had sent him to probe a super Douluo at level 98, possessing a 100,000-year soul ring. What was the difference between this and sending Yueguan to his demise? There was absolutely no distinction. Elder Zhu, please enlighten me. Zhongli extended his rune-embossed right hand, maintaining his composure. This was the rule of engagement. The phrase, please enlighten me, signified respect for one's opponent. Yet to Yueguan, did it truly signify such? It felt more akin to inviting him to receive a beating. With the arrow knocked, it must be released. Yueguan gritted his teeth, striving to steady his trembling form. Martial God Douluo, I dare not presume to teach, but I hope you might guide me somewhat. Upon learning Zhongli's title, his address shifted from Zhongli the guest to the respectful title befitting a ranked Douluo. Such humility from Yueguan was noteworthy. Alas, even if he teamed up with Guame, it would hardly be a match for Zhongli single-hand. Despite all being titled Douluo, the chasm between a level 95 and a level 98 was far greater than that between a soul sage and a level 95. The terrifying existence of level 98 could effortlessly contend against 4 or 5 level 95 Douluos. None among the gathered titled Douluo, including the spies, dared to mock Yueguan's humble demeanor in the face of such an entity. At least Yueguan possessed the courage to fight, a quality they could not claim. Truly, the martial god Douluo was nearing the pinnacle of Douluo. The realm of the divine is one many remain oblivious to. However, the notion of a level 99 titled Douluo is still comprehended. To speak of a level 99 titled Douluo as a deity among men would not be an exaggeration. Zhongli was on the verge of attaining this realm. What that soul bone belonging to a Yin? Tang Hao pondered in silence. Tang San possessed a twin martial soul, and Zhongli too bore a twin martial soul. Tang San had yet to mature, currently standing at the level of a soul master. Zhongli, however, had already reached level 98. By the time Tang San ascended to titled Douluo, Zhongli would likely have surpassed level 99. How then could they hope to reclaim that 100,000-year soul bone? Brothers may fight side by side, yet even with the Grand Sumi hammer aiding them, they might not stand a chance against Zhongli before Tang San reached level 99. This reasoning was what led Tang Hao to such thoughts. The dread of a level 99 entity was not unfamiliar to him. Xue Qinghe was unfazed after Zhongli saved her. She sensed he was assuredly beyond level 97. One must remember that the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python were both 100,000-year soul beasts, among the most terrifying of their kind. Yet Zhongli could obliterate them with ease. Such prowess, even her grandfather, Qian Daolu, might struggle to match. Xue Qinghe surmised that even if Zhongli had not yet ascended to divinity, he had traversed a significant portion of the path towards it. Otherwise, how could he have so effortlessly subdued so many deities? I merely have a rudimentary understanding of martial arts. To guide you is beyond me. Let us engage. Seeing Zhongli's eagerness, Yueguan felt a surge of anxiety. Was he so eager to strike him? Gritting his teeth, he resolved that he would inevitably face the blow. Very well, I shall make my move. Yueguan's expression hardened as his first 10,000-year soul ring, his 5th soul ring, flared to life. 5th soul skill, gathering of coal blossoms. The wondrous Tianju chrysanthemum, augmented by the soul skill, scattered petals like razor-sharp daggers around Yueguan. They emanated a chilling aura, and the sheer might of this attack terrified many spies. Such a strike, there was no chance they could survive it. One could only wonder how the martial god Douluo would respond. As Yueguan controlled these daggers, Zhongli's expression remained unchanged. His 1st soul ring shimmered. 1st soul skill, all-encompassing absorption. He clasped a mass of amber energy with both hands, which erupted before him. forming two iron-like chains that sealed the space around him. Subsequently, an energy barrier materialized around him. Could the martial god Douluo withstand the attack of the fifth soul skill from the chrysanthemum Douluo with merely his first soul skill? It was hard to say. The disparity in soul power should compensate for the intensity of their soul skills. Do you harbor any misconceptions regarding level 98? Though Zhongli merely employed his first soul skill, Yu Egguan dared not be negligent. Controlling his fifth soul skill, he advanced towards Zhongli with lethal intent. The daggers, radiant like gilded flowers, imbued Yu Egguan's attack with an aesthetic allure. When these daggers collided with the amber shield, merely a ripple was stirred upon its surface. This left everyone momentarily stunned, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. A level 95 powerhouse using a fifth soul skill to assault this shield, and it merely provoked a slight ripple? One must remember, this was merely Zhongli's first soul skill. How could a mere 100-year soul skill possess the merit to withstand such an assault? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yu Egguan's face, his expression somewhat dazed. The disparity in soul power was evident, for he had exerted every ounce of his strength. This attack, unless he used his martial soul's true form to amplify it, could not possibly be any stronger. Yet the individual before him had so easily absorbed it. I am aware of your strength, but could you possibly utilize your third or fourth soul skills to counter? Your actions leave me at a loss for face. Yu Egguan mentally roared in frustration. Observing Yu Egguan's frantic demeanor, Zhongli felt a twinge of confusion. What was amiss? He had employed an offensive soul skill while utilizing a defensive soul skill himself. There should have been no issue. Had he not considered that directly withstanding Yu Egguan's assault without employing soul skills would be too astonishing. He would not have resorted to this technique. In the Douluo Continent, duels and soul battles closely resemble a turn-based system. You release an offensive soul skill. I do not evade, and I release a defensive soul skill to withstand. In the subsequent round, I unleash an offensive soul skill, and you respond with a defensive soul skill, and so forth. Naturally, the battles of geniuses do not conform to this pattern. This method of combat is best suited for when one is testing soul skills. Elder Ju, be cautious. Zhongli kindly warned, having noticed Yu Egguan's distracted demeanor. Such a state was exceedingly disadvantageous in battle. Just this moment of distraction could allow him to eliminate his opponent multiple times, assuming they possessed so many lives. Upon hearing this, Yu Egguan trembled all over, instantly regaining his focus. A soul skill that warranted Zhongli's warning must be particularly formidable, he thought, swallowing hard. As Zhongli clenched his right hand, a surge of energy erupted forth. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and the illusory second soul ring flickered. Surely, no one had noticed anything amiss just now? It seemed he was engaging in a rather dubious act of boarding the train before purchasing a ticket. With years of combat experience, he found it somewhat disconcerting to require a flicker of his soul ring to launch an assault. As the soul ring shimmered, a spear manifested in Zhongli's hand, a spear that appeared rather unremarkable, its entire body bathed in a resplendent amber hue, the brilliant radiance coalescing along its shaft. In his original timeline, Tang San's fifth soul skill was the blue-silver Overlord Spear, a weapon formed from soul skills, not an uncommon sight on the Douluo Continent. Hence, Zhongli's display did not evoke surprise among the onlookers. Yu Egguan instinctively took a couple of steps back, sensing a palpable threat of death emanating from the spear. Wait, something was off. This was merely the second soul skill. At this moment, the crowd had grown, with more spectators arriving to witness the duel of the title Douluo, including the Shrek group. Surviving truly felt exhilarating. Maon Gujun trembled, casting a furtive glance at the Dai Mubai. Last time at the city gate, Dai Mubai had provocatively declared that those who stirred trouble were mere fools, daring to challenge the martial god. Was that not courting death? A formidable level 98 powerhouse. Even if they banded together, Shrek would scarcely withstand a single blow from him. Yet, something felt amiss. The gaze of Dai Mubai seemed oddly directed elsewhere. Reflexively, Ma Hongjun followed Dai Mubai's line of sight. Hiss, just a glance, and he suddenly understood. This woman, how could she be so alluring? Dai Mubai, is it really appropriate for you to stare at her so intently? Ma Hongjun spoke, a hint of guilt evident in his tone. He had suffered too many setbacks and would have considered reforming if it were not for the control of his evil fire. Go away, go away. Dai Mubai brusquely shoved Ma Hongjun aside, retorting, What do you know? What I not know, fatty? He scoffed, nonchalantly flicking his golden hair, and continued. When admiring a lady, one must first gaze into her eyes. Oh, the eyes are the windows to the soul, through which one can connect. Before Ma Hongjun could finish, Dai Mubai rolled his eyes, interrupting him. If she isn't looking at you, then gaze at her legs. Ma Hongjun fell silent, his mouth agape, torn between speaking and remaining quiet. Mubai, a man should be devoted. At this juncture, Flender could no longer contain himself. He patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, saying, "How can such a devoted dean raise such wayward students?" Ma Hongjun felt helpless, for Dai Mubai was unlike Oscar. Oscar had numerous girlfriends as well, but he was not as notoriously flirtatious as Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. "Dean, I wish to be devoted too, but certain individuals deny me the opportunity." Some individuals stood nearby, seemingly indifferent to his lament, which tightened Dai Mubai's fists in frustration. Casting a glance at those individuals, he returned his attention to Hu Laina, who possessed an undeniable charm. How to articulate that feeling? It was akin to a gentle itch deep within his heart. Flender contemplated sharing his theories on love, but ultimately decided against it. His ideals were too lofty for Dai Mubai to appreciate. "Fatty, let me teach you something else. A fleeting glance is a mark of respect. Prolonged staring is an enduring form of reverence." How such shameless words could emerge from Dai Mubai's lips was truly bewildering. Truly absurd. There seemed to be no hope for them. After Zhongli unleashed his second soul skill, Yueguan felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Seventh soul skill, true body of martial soul. Under the immense pressure, Yueguan activated his true body of martial soul. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum revealed its full glory, greatly enhancing its power, yet the ominous threat of death still lingered nearby, leaving Yueguan somewhat perplexed. No, he would still be defeated. With this thought, Yueguan's eighth soul ring flickered. Eighth soul skill, radiant flow. Yueguan summoned a multitude of Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemums, each radiating a dazzling light. Using this as a foundation, he directed the luminous energy to assault Zhongli. An interesting strategy, indeed, Zhongli assessed objectively. He stood his ground, unhurried, stepping forward to meet Yueguan's eighth soul skill head-on. It was noteworthy that this eighth soul skill had been amplified by the true body of martial soul, rendering it even more formidable. When the golden light made contact with the shield surrounding Zhongli, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. It merely stirred a slight ripple? No. Just how powerful was Zhongli's shield, having withstood both a fifth and an eighth soul skill, still intact? Once the assault dissipated, the ripples vanished as if no disturbance had been stirred at all. Gulp. Chapter 81. A truly thrilling battle. No, this was impossible. Yueguan's feet slipped, nearly causing him a fall. He could not comprehend it, truly could not comprehend. This was the eighth soul skill enhanced by the seventh soul skill. How could even Zhongli's first soul skill not be breached? Aside from the ninth soul skill, this was Yueguan's most powerful strike. He begrudgingly accepted this outcome. I refuse to believe it. On my wits' end, everyone. The title Douluo, lurking in the shadows, swallowed hard, their expressions filled with confusion. Tang Hao glanced at his right hand, pondering the meaning of life. Could his hammer truly inflict any harm upon this individual? Even wielding the Grand Sumeru hammer, it would be challenging to breach Zhongli's defenses, wouldn't it? In his moment of despair, a fierce determination flashed in Yueguan's eyes. He refused to believe that his utmost effort could not pierce through Zhongli's first soul skill. Ninth soul skill. The flower withers, leaving but sorrow. A heart shattered amidst fallen petals. At that moment, Zhongli made his move, standing firm, his right foot slightly retreating, raising his spear above his head and aiming it at Yueguan. In the next instant, the spear shot forth like a bullet from a chamber, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, imbued with tremendous might. Attack! Just as Yueguan cried out the name of his soul skill, he felt an overwhelming aura of death wash over him, sending chills down his spine. Fortunately, he too unleashed his ninth soul skill. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum materialized, transforming into countless moon blades that swirled like a tempest, and he hurriedly directed these blades toward the spear in a desperate counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. As the moon blades struck the spear, they produced a sound akin to metal clashing, yet the spear showed no sign of faltering or deviating even slightly. He would die. In a critical moment, a figure appeared beside Yueguan, grasping him and diverting him from the spear's trajectory. This individual was Gui Mei, Min Gongxi, Feng Hao Douluo, possessing sufficient reaction speed. The caveat being, Zhongli had not taken the encounter seriously. Having survived, Yueguan felt a cold sweat cascade down his brow. Were it not for his good brother Gui Mei's intervention, he might have truly perished. With a resounding boom, a massive pit appeared 100 meters behind Yueguan and Gui Mei, its depth reaching several dozen meters. They slowly turned to face it, drenched in sweat from the sheer terror of the casual strike that had wrought such devastation, questioning the very nature of their so-called duel. Observing this, Zhongli shook his head, murmuring, perhaps a bit too much strength. The land of this continent is not as resilient as one might presume. Fortunately, his voice was barely audible, and amidst the shock, none could hear his words. Elder Zhu, let us commence the next round. In a duel, following a round-based system. They had completed one round. Yueguan attacked while Zhongli defended. Now, it was Zhongli's turn to attack, with Yueguan seeking to counter, opting for offense over defense. With this, they had completed a single round. To engage in a true exchange, there must be reciprocity, such is the essence of a duel. Upon hearing these words, Yueguan fell silent. And were it not for the unchanging expression of Zhongli, he might have suspected that the latter intended to bring about his demise. Did he harbor any misconceptions regarding the 95th ranked title Douluo? Was this not merely a friendly spar? Were it not for their brotherhood, he would have already succumbed to the ground. To continue this sparring could very well lead to his demise. Contemplating this, Yueguan vigorously shook his head, his hands flailing like the wings of a fan, declaring, Your Excellency, the martial god, your martial prowess transcends the divine. I am but a humble opponent. And in this contest, you have emerged victorious. To continue this match would surely be madness on my part. I am but Ghost, an elder of the Spear Hall. Yueguan is not your match. Your Excellency, this round is yours. At this moment, Ghost bowed respectfully to Zhongli, speaking earnestly. Even if the two of them were to unite their strengths through their spirit fusion skill, they would still fall short against this martial god Douluo. Indeed, it was merely the first round, and already Yueguan conceded. Zhongli stroked his chin, pondering if this title Douluo was rather feeble. It is noteworthy that he had not even utilized the power of the demon god, relying solely on his own strength as Zhongli. To think that with merely a fraction of his human capabilities, a 95th ranked title Douluo would yield so easily? The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape pondered, how do we get defeated so swiftly? Do you not have any inkling? To dispatch a title Douluo of Yueguan's caliber was as effortless as a mere wave of the hand for these 100,000-year soul beasts. Yet, they too had not managed to endure a single round. Is it conceivable that there exists a misunderstanding regarding your, Zhongli's, human capabilities? Indeed, it was just so. Ever since arriving on the Douluo Continent, Zhongli had only truly engaged with a human once, against the likes of Douluo. It must be noted that Douluo was the weakest of title Douluos, easily defeated. Disguised as a 98th level being, he ought to have exhibited the prowess befitting such a rank. Douluo cannot serve as a benchmark. The essence of what a 98th level title Douluo should embody requires Zhongli's own comprehension and imagination. After all, he had never encountered a 98th level title Douluo. This slight deviation in understanding had already instilled a shadow of fear in Yueguan's heart. Naturally, the weight of that fear was not borne solely by Yueguan. Among those present, who could remain unshaken, save for Paimon? Paimon interjected, You are aware of the gloomy cloud pavilion, right? That was orchestrated by Zhongli. Given this, the sparring session came to an abrupt halt. To have managed to secure a narrow victory against the chrysanthemum Douluo, thanks to the disparity in soul power, was indeed a stroke of fortune. Since the opponent had already conceded, could he possibly continue to strike? One must uphold the virtues of martial ethics. Suddenly, Zhongli appeared to have an epiphany and continued. Engaging in a spar with Elder Zhu was immensely enlightening. Even I could feel my spirits soaring. What a thoroughly exhilarating battle it was. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd became vacant, their faces a canvas of astonishment. Fortune? Enlightenment? Surge of emotions? Exhilaration? Their minds were awash with questions, and Yueguan's face flushed crimson with indignation. Had the martial god become excessively modest? A mere fraction of his effort had already pushed Yueguan to his limits. Observing the unchanging demeanor of Zhongli, Yueguan finally believed that Zhongli was not mocking him. Huayina, Tang San, and the others exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with a fervent desire to attain strength. Such overwhelming power, delivered with such ease, could surely pulverize the gates of Heaven-Do City with a full-force strike. Wait, why were they harboring such thoughts? As time passed, Yueguan and the others did not linger long in Heaven-Do City. After concluding their spar, they bid farewell to Zhongli and embarked on their journey home. Others followed suit, returning to their respective factions to relay the events that transpired. They had initially believed Zhongli to be merely a title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring, not realizing the true extent of his soul power. Truly terrifying. Zhongli and Paimon accompanied Xueqinghe back to Heaven-Do City, and the so-called guard regarded Zhongli with heightened respect. How many years of life would a 98th level powerhouse possess? Would Xiao San endure long enough to see the day of his ascendance? Chapter 82. Tang San. Just give me your ID directly. The specific lifespan of a 98th level powerhouse remains imprecise. According to Poseidon, after reaching the 90th level, each breakthrough for a title Douluo can extend life by a century. An extreme Douluo, specifically one at the 99th level, is said to possess a millennium of life. Poseidon, having conquered the seas and gathered faith, ascended to godhood at around 1,000 years of age. This indirectly suggests that a 99th level title Douluo possesses a lifespan of 1,000 years. Poseidon's words hold some truth. However, a millennium later, it has changed. A 99th level powerhouse may only live for a little over 300 years. Even 2,000 years later, it remains fairly similar. Perhaps no one is entirely incorrect. Rather, the realm that sustains them has weakened, thus indirectly diminishing the lifespans of such powerful beings. Unless one acquires treasures that extend life, longevity becomes a fleeting dream. The Douluo Continent has indeed been in a state of decline, primarily due to thieves siphoning its power. Before a certain individual ascended to godhood, the Douluo Continent could withstand the descent of god-level beings and endure battles among 3 first-level deities. However, post-ascension, the Douluo Continent can no longer accommodate even a first-level deity for prolonged periods without risking collapse. Tang San, observing the retreating figures of Zhongli and the others, fell into deep contemplation. He was unaware of Zhongli's current age, but he feared that Tang San would forever be overshadowed by him. As long as Zhongli lived, Tang San would find it challenging to emerge from beneath his shadow. No, I cannot concede. Perhaps he is unaware of the secret behind the dual spirit soul. Casting a glance at Paimon, a renewed sense of hope surged within Yu Xiaojiang. Outlasting Zhongli seems exceedingly unrealistic. If Zhongli remains alive, Yu Xiaojiang will perish first. After all, he was merely a 29th level Great Soul Master, with a lifespan only slightly exceeding that of an ordinary person. When that time comes, even if Tang San stand atop the world, how could Yu Xiaojiang prove his worth? It is essential to remember that his purpose in taking Tang San as his disciple was to have Tang San validate his theories and hypotheses. Even knowing that absorbing the mantis snake could potentially lead to Tang San's demise, he still yearned to prove his theories correct. Fortunately, Tang San is the protagonist, and thus he did not perish. As long as Zhongli remains ignorant of the secret of the dual spirit soul, no matter how formidable he becomes, his fear of exploding will ultimately prevent him from bestowing a soul ring upon his second spirit. Therefore, Zhongli is merely a standard soul master, possessing 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red spirit rings. As for how to obtain a soul ring for the second spirit of a dual spirit soul, the secret lies with Bibi Dong. If time permits, it is indeed time to seek her out. Yu Xiaojiang mused quietly. In the original timeline, he had indeed pursued this course of action. Striding confidently into the spirit hall, even when requesting such knowledge, he bore an air as if Bibi Dong owed him something. Such was his astonishing confidence. Xiaojiang, that martial god is indeed the one you offended upon entering the city, isn't he? Suddenly, Lu Erlong, who stood beside Yu Xiaojiang, spoke up, pulling him from his reverie. Yes, indeed, it is he. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, a bitter expression crossing his face. They had been on the verge of a fruitful exchange. Had he managed to befriend the other, he could have shared the secret of absorbing soul rings for dual spirit souls with him. In that case, proving his worth would have been a matter of course. Yet, it was Dai Mubai, that scoundrel, who had unwittingly ruined everything. Were Dai Mubai not the Prince of Star Luo, he would have certainly expelled him from Shrek Academy. Zhongli must be the most graceful and handsome individual Lu Erlong has encountered among all those she has met. Certainly, it is somewhat her fault for having never encountered the legendary reader. Admiration is one thing, and love is another. It is akin to a man gazing upon a beautiful woman and a woman admiring a handsome man, purely for the pleasure of the senses, devoid of ulterior motives. This martial god, perhaps of noble birth, possesses an aura that cannot be cultivated by those of ordinary lineage, remarked Lu Erlong instinctively. Yu Xiaojiang paused, glancing at Zhongli's silhouette, then at Lu Erlong. Noticing that Lu Erlong exhibited no sign of distress, he finally exhaled in relief. Erlong, one must not judge solely by appearances. Inner beauty is what we ought to pursue. My disciple, Tang San, though not striking in looks, is deeply respectful of his teachers and impeccable in manners. Tang San. He is well aware of these subtleties, yet one cannot deny his lack of conventional attractiveness. Indeed, at this juncture in his life, he may be considered rather unremarkable in terms of appearance. So could you not choose another example, dear teacher? Tang San shook his head, thinking to himself, Xiaojiang. What do you mean? Do you believe I, Lu Erlong, am someone who places great importance on looks? Lu Erlong, embodying the essence of a fierce female dragon, would only temper her demeanor in the presence of Yu Xiaojiang, striving to appear more gentle. In his youth, Yu Xiaojiang was undeniably handsome, being the direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and, in his prime, he was far from unattractive. However, now, in middle age, he bore the marks of time, presenting himself as a serious, middle-aged man. Erlong, that was not my intention, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed. Then what is your meaning? The Shrek group fell into silence, their eyes twitching. The fighting prowess of this Vice-Dean was indeed formidable. Yu Xiaojiang felt a twinge at the corner of his eye. Lu Erlong was admirable in many respects, yet her stubbornness was notorious. If it were not for this trait, how could Lu Erlong have waited for him for 2 decades? Yu Xiaojiang lapsed into silence, acknowledging that he had been somewhat disrespectful earlier, feeling that his dignity as a man had been challenged, hence his remarks about inner beauty. This sentiment was straightforward. One must not only consider appearances, but also one's character and intellect. Coincidentally, Yu Xiaojiang's knowledge could be deemed masterful. As Yu Xiaojiang struggled to find words, Lu Erlong appeared flustered. Had her previous statement been too loud, startling him? I apologize, Xiaojiang. I should not have spoken to you in such a manner, Lu Erlong said, her face a portrait of regret. Observing this scene, one could argue that the most conflicted heart in the room belonged to Flender. His goddess was with a man she cherished, which could be deemed happiness in its own right, as long as she was content. But was this truly happiness? Was love genuinely so humble? Flender furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Yu Xiaojiang felt a sense of accomplishment at Lu Erlong's admission of fault, yet reason cautioned him against displaying it. Lu Erlong's love seemed excessively humble. Ma Hongjun shook his head. Such a humble love was not something he aspired to. Were he to become someone like Lu Erlong, he would rather perish. Of course, if it were Lu Erlong, with her beauty and compliance, that harbored affection for him, it would be an entirely different matter. Who would reject a stunning woman with an exquisite figure, who would cater to one's every whim? Chapter 83. 30 bowls out of the city? The battle between Zhongli and Yue Guan spread swiftly across the Douluo Continent. Whether in the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, anyone with a modicum of influence had heard of Zhongli's legend. Even before Zhongli traversed the continent, tales of his exploits were already circulating. Naturally, the common folk, toiling under the sun and with their backs to the earth, remained oblivious and uninterested. Their concerns lay solely with their harvests and whether they should indulge in a little extra food at their next meal. The demands of the commoners are strikingly simple and modest, a reflection of their hunger, as their minds are consumed with thoughts of the next meal. Only the nobles and powerful soul masters, having their fill, possess the leisure to ponder such matters. The sudden emergence of a terrifying being at level 98 could hardly escape the notice of these great powers. A single strike capable of overwhelming seasoned title Douluo, one of the most representative elders of the Spirit Hall. No, it should be said that they are among the 2 most representative elders of the Spirit Hall. It is crucial to note that had the ghostly shadow not intervened, Yue Guan could have perished under that blow. This was merely Zhongli's second soul skill. Yue Guan and the ghostly shadow are the most emblematic among the elders of the Spirit Hall, being the right and left arms of the Pope. Moreover, their martial spirits are depicted on the Elder-S command, which contributes to their fame. The dragon, the sword, and the hammer represent the 3 upper sects. The dragon symbolizes the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the hammer represents the Haotian hammer, and the sword, which symbolizes the 7 treasure Glazed Tile sect, owes its significance to the sect's historical battles. The sword, overshadowing the bone, earned the 7 treasure Glazed Tile sect its place among the top 3 sects, with its martial spirit, the 7 killing sword, naturally becoming the emblem on the Elder-S command. Furthermore, the absence of a titled Douluo among the direct descendants of the 7 treasure Glazed Tile sect renders them unworthy to be represented on the Elder-S command, where every emblem signifies a powerful title Douluo. The chrysanthemum and the ghost symbolize Yue Guan and the ghostly shadow. The title of Martial God Douluo commands respect across the Douluo Continent. Even the eccentric Dugubo, the poison Douluo, emerged to advocate for Zhongli, asserting that no title Douluo could contend with the Martial God Douluo in a one-on-one scenario. He even claimed that the former 2 peaks, Qian Daolu and Tang Chun, were no match for the Martial God Douluo. Many in the audience twitched at this boast from Dugubo. Had it not been for their inability to best him, they would have undoubtedly voiced their objections. The martial God Douluo is indeed powerful, yet the former 2 peaks were unparalleled title Douluos, merely a step away from the legendary divine realm. Yet Douluo, in his fervor for Zhongli, declared that the two peaks were not even worthy opponents for a mere 98 level. That was truly excessive. No matter how close his relationship with Zhongli, one would think he would refrain from making such irrational claims. A simple inquiry would reveal the connection between Douluo and Zhongli. It was Douluo who introduced Zhongli to Heavendo City and even gifted him his own Doulu manor. To assert that their relationship held no significance would be utterly incredulous. Douluo declared, "Speak the truth, and no one will believe you. Just wait. Time will vindicate all." With that, he vanished from sight. Some speculated he had entered seclusion, while others theorized he was too embarrassed by his own exaggerations to face anyone. Naturally, such interpretations are subject to individual perspectives. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect's conference hall, Ning Fengji occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Qian Renxue and Zhu Zhuqing. In the expansive chamber, silence reigned so profoundly that the fall of a pin could be heard. After a prolonged moment, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and turned to Zhu Zhuqing, inquiring, "Uncle Bone, is it true that the martial god possesses level 98 strength?" When this news reached the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, Ning Fengji found it difficult to believe, lingering in disbelief. Absolutely true. After uttering this, Zhu Zhuqing paused, as if struck by a thought, his expression shifting slightly. He continued, "However, I harbor some doubts. Perhaps he is not truly at level 98. This statement left Qian Renxue and Ning Fengji momentarily stunned. After asserting the truth so emphatically, Zhu Zhuqing now suggested that Zhongli might not be at level 98. What was his intent? "Old Bone, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that the martial god, Douluo, misrepresented his soul power level? Is his actual strength merely a 97? Without allowing Qian Renxue to finish his words, Zhu Zhuqing waved his hand and declared, "No, I suspect he is not merely at the 98th rank. He is likely at the pinnacle of the 98th, or even at the 99th level." Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue exchanged glances. You are well aware of Yuguan's prowess. He exerted himself fully during the duel. But do you know, even at full power, Yuguan could not breach the defenses of the first soul skill of the battle god Douluo. Furthermore, while others may not have perceived it, I saw clearly the so-called second soul skill, the one that defeated Yuguan, was nothing more than a casual strike. After that attack manifested, only then did his second soul ring illuminate. It was exceedingly contrived. At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing felt a tremor of fear. He, who was renowned as the foremost defensive title Douluo in the world, realized that from Yuguan's perspective, that strike was one he could not withstand. And that was just a casual blow, if Zhongli were to take it seriously. Just the thought sent chills down Zhu Zhuqing's spine, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Qian Renxue and Ning Fengji fell into silence, especially upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's palpable trepidation. The strength of a 99th level powerhouse was something Qian Renxue had only heard described. His father had once challenged such a formidable opponent. It is worth noting that his father was a terrifying presence at the 97th level. After confronting that powerhouse, he did achieve a breakthrough to the 98th level. But his life did not last long after that. Judging from Zhongli's casual strike, he did not appear to be merely a 98th level powerhouse. Rather, he resembled an extraordinary title Douluo at the 99th level. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengji seemed to have an epiphany and remarked, "While the battle god Douluo is indeed formidable, he poses no threat to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue and Zhu Zhuqing reflected for a moment before nodding in agreement. With their relationship so amicable, it was conceivable that they could recruit Zhongli into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. His growing strength could only be beneficial. Why overthink it? The true concern should be other factions. As various factions grappled with their own predicaments, Zhongli, Paimon, and Xue Qinghe appeared within a tavern. This establishment was owned by Xue Qinghe, and naturally, a private room had been reserved. Zhongli, a guest from the palace. This tavern features a specialty of 30 bowls without leaving the city. 30 bowls. Paimon blinked in disbelief, casting a skeptical glance at Xue Qinghe. Though innocent, she was not foolish. What ordinary soul master could consume 30 bowls of wine without utilizing soul power and still manage to leave the city? Wouldn't they burst from the sheer volume? Chapter 84. The heart-wrenching Bibi Dong in the Spirit City. Within the papal hall, Bibi Dong sat upon the papal throne. Her beautiful eyes narrowed and her brow furrowed tightly. Gripping her scepter, the veins in her delicate hands stood out prominently. Her expression was far from pleasant. Yuguan, Gu Mei, and Hulina stood below, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, with cold sweat trickling down as they trembled in fear. "Nana, you may return first." After a pause, Bibi Dong glanced at Hulina and spoke with slight gentleness. Rest for a few days, then continue your training. Upon hearing this, Hulina nodded. Yes, teacher. Currently, Xiaoyu and Yin were not yet qualified to enter the papal hall. Only Hulina, as a direct disciple, could present herself with her soul skills exceeding 40 levels. Once Hulina departed, Gui Mei and Yu Guan exchanged glances, their heads involuntarily bowing slightly. This was a harbinger of an impending eruption. There is no need for the two elders to be so apprehensive. Bibi Dong noted their demeanor and grasped the situation. Merely fear of punishment. This matter is not your fault. It was not that she underestimated Yu Guan and Gui Mei. It was simply a fact. Two 95th level powerhouses attempting to defeat a 98th level with a 100,000-year soul ring? It was nearly impossible, even if Gui Mei and Yu Guan possessed a martial soul fusion skill. The true significance of this test weighed heavily on Bibi Dong's countenance. It was not merely that Gui Mei and Yu Guan had lost. It was that Zhongli was overwhelmingly powerful. His breakthrough to the 99th level was nearly certain. Moreover, with his second martial soul, he had 9 more slots available to assist him in ascending to divine level, were it not for the necessity of strength. She would not have hastily endowed her second martial soul with soul rings. Bibi Dong mused inwardly, feeling that her own path may have strayed. There was one crucial difference between her and Zhongli. She possessed the inheritance of a deity, while Zhongli presumably did not. As long as she methodically completed the trials of the Rakshasa God, she, Bibi Dong, would become the new Rakshasa God. The timing of soul ring absorption would then become inconsequential. Zhongli, on the other hand, lacked a divine inheritance and could only rely on his second martial soul to absorb soul rings to forcibly ascend to divine level. Whether he succeeded remained uncertain. As an arrogant woman, she ultimately found herself outmatched in talent. Upon hearing this, Gui Mei and Yu Guan sighed in relief. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Yu Guan cupped his hands towards Bibi Dong and spoke. Your Holiness, I have a matter to report. Speak, she replied. Yes, Your Holiness. When inviting the battle god, he mentioned that he was summoned by Qian Renxue to become a guest from the prince's palace. At this point, Yu Guan observed the changes in Bibi Dong's expression and noticed she remained unperturbed, prompting him to continue, according to protocol, aside from the worship hall and a few elders. No one is aware of the lady's identity. It was she who revealed her identity to invite the battle god. As Yu Guan spoke, Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Could it be that this girl had developed a crush? Reports indicated that Zhongli was exceptionally handsome and possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Yet he was likely over 100 years old. His age might well exceed that of Bibi Dong and Qian Xuanji combined. If Qian Renxue truly harbored affections for Zhongli at this thought, Bibi Dong clenched her delicate fists even tighter. Perhaps the battle god Zhongli's decision to become a guest at the prince's palace was indeed influenced by Qian Renxue. Otherwise, at his current level of 98, why wouldn't he focus on cultivation to break through to 99 and then endow his second martial soul? It was not surprising that Bibi Dong would think this way. Any reasonable person would. If that were the case, though her heart felt a twinge of discomfort, Bibi Dong realized that if this were true, she need not worry about Qian Renxue being unable to manage Zhongli. If mutual feelings existed, that would be even better. One must admit that Zhongli's appearance, talent, and strength were unparalleled of his time. He seemed quite compatible with Qian Renxue. As she pondered this, Bibi Dong's expression grew peculiar. Why was it that Qian Renxue's situation was completely opposite to her own? After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong finally relaxed her fists and waved her hand, stating, the matter regarding Zhongli and Qian Renxue must remain confidential. From this day forth, there is no need to continue investigating the guest's affairs. Upon uttering these words, Gui Mei and Yu Guan were momentarily stunned. They had witnessed Bibi Dong's previous expressions and changes. Truly, women could change their countenance faster than one could turn a page in a book. Yes, though they did not comprehend Bibi Dong's reasoning. They understood that her decision must have merit. As subordinates, it sufficed to heed her command. After Gui Mei and Yu Guan departed, Bibi Dong rose and cast her gaze towards the direction of Heaven Do City. Soon, she must make a trip to Heaven Do City to ascertain the nature of his insights, she murmured softly. Suddenly, an unusual emotion flickered within her heart. She faintly grasped the sentiment that Qian Xuanji must have felt in the past. From Qian Xuanji's perspective, Yu Xiaojiang was merely an inconsequential youth. He had taken away the delicate flower he had painstakingly nurtured. She needed to see Zhongli to discern if he harbored ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Zhongli, currently enjoying music in an elegant establishment, remained oblivious to the fact that he was being scrutinized. As the makeup was applied, the performance was about to commence. On stage, all joys and sorrows were sung by none other than himself. Zhongli, what is there to admire in this? Master Yun's performance, Miss Kamisado's cough. This is the secret between Miss Kamisado and the traveler. Paimon flits around Zhongli, chattering incessantly. The performances, dances, and music that she and the traveler have witnessed, are they not far superior to this? How could Zhongli possibly find enjoyment in such spectacles? Upon hearing this, Zhongli set down his teacup and replied, "It merely serves to pass the time." Paimon was taken aback. She had expected Zhongli to impart some profound wisdom or perhaps to defend his taste. Instead, he candidly stated it was merely a way to kill time. I have encountered countless performances and melodies. Truly, it is rare to find something that captivates the eye. Captivates the eye? Paimon scrutinized the attire of the performers and remarked that labeling them as children of impoverished families would not be an exaggeration. Their skirts barely concealed their thighs. Indeed, it was quite an eye-catching sight. It has been over a month since the last sparring session. She returned once, and upon seeing her again, Paimon was greatly surprised. In just a short month, Shiyu seemed to have transformed significantly, no longer the naive girl she once was. Zhongli, however, was not particularly surprised by Shiyu's transformation. After all, Tiando City and the Tiando Royal Academy were not far apart. It was quite simple to learn of her circumstances. During this month, Shiyu not only studied the knowledge of soul masters, but also trained in practical combat under the guidance of 3 esteemed instructors. What astonished the instructors was that Shiyu had reached level 48, yet she possessed no combat experience whatsoever. However, her capacity for learning left the 3 instructors in awe. Remarquably swift, exceedingly rapide. In a mere month, Shiyu underwent a remarkable transformation. She was no longer just a pretty face with soul power. At the Tiando Royal Academy, her 3rd soul skill, instant teleportation, activated. The 3rd soul ring shimmered. It was a 1,000-year-old soul ring, derived from a lightning rabbit. Unlike Xiao Wu's teleportation, Shiyu's version was a manifestation of sheer speed, not merely appearing from point A to point B. Upon activating this skill, her velocity could increase by 300%. One must understand, this teleportation was the lightning rabbit's most vital skill, which is why such soul beasts are notoriously difficult to defeat. If they cannot overpower you, they can at least outrun you. Were it a 10,000-year soul ring, the speed enhancement would likely reach 500 or even 800%. As a mutated spirit martial soul, speed was Shiyu's forte, and at a 300% increase in movement speed. Even a soul emperor-level powerhouse would find her elusive for a time. Seeing Shiyu swiftly widen the distance, Bai Baoshan nodded in approval. Truly, with a 1,000-year soul ring, this speed amplification is nothing short of dreamlike. Although Bai Baoshan was a defense-type soul Douluo, the vast difference in their soul powers meant that if he exerted his full strength, capturing Shiyu would be akin to child's play. Well done, little Shiyu. You managed to exploit your speed to escape my soul skill. This is an accomplishment that few at the soul sect level could achieve. Bai Baoshan praised without reservation. As a soul Douluo, if you were to truly engage a soul sect, it would be like child's play. Another commendable aspect is your decision to refrain from initiating an attack against me. Even if you are a prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium talent, a soul sect is still merely a soul sect. To attack a soul Douluo is a most unwise choice. Fleeing is not shameful, and the faster, the better. As a defense-type soul master, I used to struggle to escape. Bai Baoshan chuckled. Amidst the combat, he imparted lessons on survival as a soul master. A genius, before maturing, remains merely a genius. It is only through growth that one can be deemed a true powerhouse. Some prodigies, despite being only at level 20, dare to provoke a level 76 soul sage. This is truly reckless. Tang San interjected, Director Bai, I understand. Shiyu nodded, silently taking note. The 3 instructors were generously imparting their knowledge, seemingly fearful that she might not realize her potential. Well, little Shiyu, let us conclude today as practical training here. The items that Old Dream helped you apply for have arrived. Let us go see if they meet your approval. Bai Baoshan spoke through gritted teeth. As the vice chairman, he ultimately lacked the authority of the chairman. This favor had been extended to that old rascal, Dream God Machine. Upon hearing this, Shiyu appeared puzzled. What had been applied for on her behalf? With a quizzical expression, she dismissed her martial soul state and followed Bai Baoshan to the instructor's office. When they arrived, Dream God Machine and Jillian had been waiting for some time. Baoshan, Shiyu, come quickly. Jillian exclaimed, rushing to greet them, his excitement palpable. He feared that if he looked at the item too long, he might end up in a scuffle with Dream God Machine. Not even a soul Douluo, let alone a title Douluo, could resist the allure of this treasure. Initially, They had assumed that the Snow Knight Emperor would send a soul bone of merely 30,000 years. They never anticipated that after Zhongli and Yu's exchange, the Emperor would completely alter his initial intentions. A genius like Qiu, a prodigy with ties to the god of war Da, surely deserved more than a 30,000-year soul bone. To cultivate a closer relationship, both Zhongli and Qiu had received a token of the Empire's utmost treasures, even if it failed to bring Zhongli closer. Simply investing in a talent like Qiu was well worth it. The items were personally escorted from the royal palace to the Tiando Royal Academy by Jilin and Dream God Machine. Bai Baoshan was yet unaware of their precise age. He merely knew that the two had gone to handle this matter. Observing Jilin and Dream God Machine's expressions, Bai Baoshan felt perplexed. Could it be that the contents exceeded expectations? Upon entering, Qiu and Bai Baoshan noticed Jilin promptly lock the doors and windows, fearing any essence might leak out. Once this was done, he let out a breath of relief and returned to his position. Little Qiu, when you enrolled, I mentioned that I would assist you in applying for a suitable soul bone. Now that the Emperor has given his approval, the soul bone has arrived here under my and the last seat's escort. Bai Baoshan interjected, "What do you mean, you two? This has nothing to do with me, right?" His mouth agape, he struggled to find words. After speaking, Dream God Machine solemnly produced an ancient-looking box adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an inexplicable fragrance that invigorated the senses. Merely the box itself was a valuable treasure, yet its purpose was solely to conceal the aura of the soul bone within. After retrieving the box, Dream God Machine cast a reluctant glance at it. Perhaps it could assist him in breaking through to title Douluo. Ultimately, he shook his head, pushed the box towards Qiu, closed his eyes, and said, "Qiu, open it and see. I believe you will surely appreciate it." Qiu glanced at Dream God Machine, then at Jilin, who also averted his gaze, and finally at Bai Baoshan, who shared her curiosity. A soul bone? When Dream God Machine mentioned helping her apply for one at the start of the school year, she had not taken it to heart. After all, she had previously been fortunate enough to possess a soul bone herself. Regrettably, that soul bone was only over 10,000 years old, and absorbing it was unwise. Thus, she had gifted it to her master. Regardless of how many times Zhongli had stated it, Qiu was resolute in her beliefs. Her convictions would not waver. Once unaware of the rarity and preciousness of soul bones, she held no regrets for the choices she had made. "Many thanks to the three instructors for your efforts on my behalf." Qiu rose to her feet and bowed to the three elders, expressing her gratitude. The three venerable men had rendered her speechless. In the entire Tiando Royal Academy, who wouldn't he feel envious or even jealous? After all, they were being personally tutored by three titled Douluos. Even instructors of the Soul Sage rank did not enjoy such privileges. Upon hearing her words, Meng Xinji and Jiling suddenly opened their eyes wide in astonishment, directing their gaze at Qiu. The three elders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Their purpose in nurturing a genius, a prodigy, was to ensure future returns on their investment. As long as they could reap rewards, they were willing to invest in even the most precious of resources. However, they feared raising a white-eyed wolf, one who, regardless of the investment made, would offer no returns and might even betray them. Before you proceed, Qiu, let me solemnly impart one piece of advice. I am aware of your connection with the martial god. Binding you to the Empire or the Academy is not suitable. Should any unforeseen events occur at the Tiando Royal Academy in the future, I implore you to lend a hand if it is within your capacity. After uttering these words, Meng Xinji bowed deeply to Qiu. Bai Baoshan and Jiling exchanged a knowing look and nodded in agreement. Everything was for the Empire, everything for the Tiando Royal Academy. The two also bowed to Qiu. They had already nurtured one white-eyed wolf in the past. They absolutely could not afford to repeat that mistake. Seeing their gestures, Qiu felt a cold sweat trickle down her forehead. The three committee members were treating her with such reverence, even bowing to her. Wasn't this a bit excessive? Even if their intentions were not entirely pure, the benefits she had gained were undeniably real. Without the three committee members, she could never have grown so much in just a month. This was her first experience with such a situation, leaving her flustered and hurriedly assisting the three elders to their feet. "Elders, please, there's no need for such formality," in her fluster. Qiu spoke with a slight stutter. The three committee members, stroking their beards, were highly satisfied with her reaction. This child was utterly devoid of guile. "Regardless of whether the soul bone is a factor, I will certainly do whatever is within my power to repay your kindness," Qiu declared earnestly. Kindness is kindness, regardless of any ulterior motives. With your words, Qiu, I could face death tomorrow and still ensure the Academy's future for the next century. Meng Xinji exclaimed. his face alight with excitement. Qiyu's ascension to strength was practically a foregone conclusion. Breaking through to the rank of title de law was merely a matter of time. In truth, as long as the Tiando Empire stood strong, the Tiando Royal Academy would not falter. Yet, they were reluctant to endure another instance like the one with Douluo. As long as the Tiando Royal Academy could cultivate a formidable title de law, the reputation and influence would act as a deterrent to any potential troublemakers, even if Qiyu were not present at the academy. This was the awe-inspiring power that strength could command. Previously, many who opposed the crown prince found their voices diminished after the martial god de law became a guest elder in the princess residence. Following the duel between Zhong Li and Yu Guan, such dissent had nearly vanished. Ultimately, it was strength that spoke volumes. It may not be necessary, but it was indispensable. Then I shall become the chief. Meng Xinji, Zhiling, and Qiyu instinctively glanced towards Bai Baoshan. Ah, you old rascal. I might not even leave if you do. Bai Baoshan replied, jesting. I was merely making an analogy. Well then, if you're the chief, I shall be the deputy. Their camaraderie was evident, having worked together for several decades. Bai Baoshan's jest was merely a light-hearted attempt to ease the atmosphere. After a brief moment, the three men finally composed their expressions, especially Meng Xinji and Zhiling, who were far more serious and tense, having already seen the contents of the box. Qiyu, go ahead and open it. If you like it, absorb it on the spot. We shall stand guard for you. Meng Xinji said with utmost seriousness. The item was undeniably precious. If Qiyu took it out, they would have no peace of mind. Seeing Meng Xinji's grave demeanor, Qiyu nodded and opened the box. In an instant, the room was filled with powerful fluctuations of soul power and a dark, mysterious light. The overwhelming force of the soul power surged towards Qiyu, shaking her to her core. The potency of this soul bone far surpassed that of the one she had previously displayed. Qiyu, this soul bone can be regarded as the Empire's most treasured relic. Meng Xinji explained as he observed. It is a left leg soul bone. Although it ranks second to last among the conventional 6 soul bones, its quality and age make it the pinnacle of left leg soul bones. The ranking of the conventional 6 soul bones is as follows: torso, head, right arm, left leg, and right leg. This particular soul bone was dropped by a speed-type beast king over 95,000 years old. It is undoubtedly suited for agile attack-type soul masters. Even I cannot help but feel exhilarated at its sight. Meng Xinji's words held no fallacy. Soul bones of 100,000 years were nearly non-existent, while those over 95,000 years were treasures among treasures. To describe it as the apex of left-leg soul bones was no exaggeration, let alone a 95,000-year soul bone. Many title Douluos had never even possessed a 50,000-year soul bone. Qiyu now was no longer the naive little cat girl she had been a month ago. She understood the immense value of a soul bone. The one before her was the finest existence beneath 100,000 years, its worth beyond measure. Moreover, it was exceptionally suited for her. It's too precious. No, all this is worth it. Before Qiyu could finish her thoughts, Meng Xinji exclaimed fervently, I have promised that as long as you join the Tiando Royal Academy. We three at this point, Meng Xinji noticed the resentful expressions on Bai Baoshan and Zhiling's faces and swiftly changed his tone. We three will certainly strive to secure the best resources for you, enabling you to break through to title Douluo and avoid unnecessary detours. Once you reach the Soul Sage level, we will once again petition the Emperor for soul bones. Shui's voice echoed. You bastards, and don't call me Shui the Emperor, call me the Resource Emperor. Among the most precious cultivation resources, there are 2 categories. One is the soul rings. The most suitable soul rings are the best resources. The other is soul bones. Such resources are irreplaceable. They can only be acquired once, unless the individual who possesses the soul bone passes away, making recovery possible. The drop rate for soul bones is incredibly low, especially for high-tier soul bones, which are dropped by particularly powerful soul beasts. For this soul bone, several title Douluos had perished in battle. Furthermore, do not underestimate the importance of soul rings. Even if one knows which soul beast drops the desired soul ring, it is contingent upon defeating and killing the beast. Hunting soul beasts is primarily done in teams. Solo hunts are exceedingly rare. A soul master finds it challenging to defeat a soul beast of the same level, let alone one of a higher tier. Qiyu, hurry and absorb it. My eyes are turning red. Bai Baoshan turned his head, striving to avert his gaze from the soul bone. Even though it was not of a defensive type, its age and quality rendered the type irrelevant. In truth, Meng Xinji was the most restrained. He was already at level 86. Absorbing the soul bone could potentially elevate his soul power level by 1 or 2 ranks. making it quite feasible for him to break through to title Douluo within his lifetime. Yet, he still managed to hold back. The three committee members could not help but feel moved. Especially for Qiyu, this inexperienced little cat girl. The key was that she could sense their emotions. These three genuinely harbored no ill intentions towards her. There was not a trace of malice in their hearts. Well, I am but one. Can I have 3 masters if I wish to apprentice? Chapter 87. Zhongli can sustain himself just by sipping tea. On this day, the Tiando Royal Academy was festooned with lanterns and decorations, exuding an air of festivity. Even the Emperor of the Snowy Night, a ruler of an entire nation, graced the celebration with his presence. The 3 esteemed committee members appeared invigorated, seemingly years younger, their heads held high with an air of superiority. Why did Zhongli choose to apprentice under these 3 venerable gentlemen? Paimon, munching on snacks, gazed at Zhongli with curiosity and inquired. After a moment of silence, Zhongli replied, "They may not be the strongest mentors, nor necessarily the most suitable, yet they are undoubtedly the most dedicated instructors." Meng Xinji by Baoshan and Jillian wholeheartedly impart their knowledge to Qiyu, harboring no ill intentions, solely aspiring to cultivate her into a formidable force. Of course, they are not without their own desires. As they age, what they seek is merely a modicum of prestige. Observing their current demeanor, despite being merely sold Douluos with no real power in the Tiando Empire, these 3 committee members are indeed the confidants of the Snowy Night. If that were not the case, why would they be the decision-makers at the Tiando Royal Academy? Is it solely because they are soul Douluos? A staggering 95,000 years of soul bones. A monumental trial for any soul Douluo. They incessantly speak of serving the Empire and the Academy, and their actions reflect this. What ulterior motives could they possibly harbor? The most responsible teachers? Paimon scratched her head, puzzled. Are there irresponsible teachers? This question rendered Zhongli momentarily speechless. After a pause, he responded, "To be a teacher is not merely to impart knowledge and survival skills, but also to instill correct values, something they excel at. The notion that avoiding trouble equates to mediocrity is best left unspoken." Oh, Paimon nodded, somewhat understanding, and then returned to her indulgent feast. At their table, it was just the 2 of them. Zhongli was easily sustained with a mere cup of tea, while the rest of the food was all for Paimon. Attendees of this apprenticeship ceremony were not solely locals of Tiando City, but included many from afar. "Grandpa, what is the situation with these 3 committee members? They are all soul Douluos like you. Why do they flaunt their power?" Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman with fiery red hair shook his head, glancing affectionately at his granddaughter. "Huwu, you are quite right in your last statement. They are indeed flaunting their power." The elder sighed, perplexed by how these 3 old men found such prodigious disciples. They're not only direct disciples, but also closed-door students. For 3 esteemed individuals to simultaneously take on a single disciple is an extraordinary occurrence across the entire Douluo Continent. If there were no underlying issues, it would be hard to believe. At that moment, the 3 committee members surveyed the gathering, noting that nearly all attendees had arrived, and proceeded to the center of the stage. The chief, Meng Xinji, was the first to speak. "Thank you all for taking time from your busy schedules to attend this apprenticeship ceremony. First, I extend my gratitude to the Emperor, as expected of the Academy's foremost leader. His speech is impeccable. The Snowy Night Emperor beamed with delight. Next, I wish to thank the Martial God for sending Xiao Feilian to study at the Tiando Royal Academy. This reflects the Martial God's trust in the Empire and the Academy." As it was a formal occasion, when addressing Qiyu, he referred to her by her full name, Xiao Feilian, rather than by her title. Upon hearing this, many attendees were taken aback, realizing the depth of the connections involved. The Martial God sent someone to the Tiando Royal Academy? Today I, Meng Xinji, by Baoshan Jilin, officially accept Xiao Feilian as my disciple. Qiyu, come to the stage. The grandiosity of the formal acceptance served to announce to the world Qiyu's prestigious background. Particularly for Zhongli, he deliberately elaborated, primarily out of concern for their ability to protect Qiyu. Simultaneously, the formal acceptance was also to satisfy their own competitive spirit. As the words left his lips, in a mere moment, a beautiful figure clad in a flowing white dress and crystal heels appeared on the stage. Upon seeing her fluffy, pristine cat ears, the crowd was momentarily stunned. A collective gasp echoed as they marveled not only at her beauty, but also at her exotic charm. "Brother," Huowu exclaimed, noticing Huowu Shuang's eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, and she voiced her displeasure. "Huowu, do not disturb your brother. If you were to bring her home, it would be as if our ancestral grave were emitting green smoke." Huo Wushuang's grandfather whispered. As a soul, Douluo, he could discern Shiyu's soul power level. Hence his rather outlandish remark. Huo Wu was left bewildered, her mind filled with questions. This girl was indeed slightly more beautiful than her, but surely her strength was lacking, or she must fail in some other regard. No, she was not even a normal person. Once Qiu stepped onto the stage, the three mentors' heads tilted even higher, their smiles impossible to suppress. This is our shared disciple, who is 15 years old and will be 16 in 3 months. On this joyous occasion, I sincerely invite young talents under the age of 25 to come forth and challenge her. I am willing to stake 10,000 gold soul coins as a prize. Add another 10,000. By Baoshan and Jilin chimed in simultaneously. 30,000 gold soul coins shall serve as her disciple's pocket money. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Were these three old fellows that confident? After all, it was merely an apprenticeship ceremony, and their disciple was only slightly over 15 years old. Yet they boldly proclaimed such terms. At that moment, the jovial snowy Knight Emperor interjected, I shall add 500,000 gold soul coins as a prize. A collective gasp arose. While 30,000 gold soul coins was substantial, offending the three committee members over such a sum would be unwise, especially during their apprentice's acceptance. Yet, the Emperor's offer stirred envy in many eyes. 500,000 gold soul coins. Many powerful individuals would scarcely earn that amount in a lifetime. The value of a single gold soul coin is roughly equivalent to 10,000 dragon coins. 500,000 gold soul coins. Trivial for the snowy knight, yet incomparable to precious cultivation resources. I shall participate. Genius? It's all about high-stakes competition. It's merely the Tiando Royal Academy. Chapter 88. If you cannot build good relations, do you dare to slap her face? This apprenticeship ceremony not only invited representatives from various influential factions, but also extended invitations to the prestigious Soul Master Academies in the vicinity. It is often said that rivals are born from the same trade. The Tiando Royal Academy, as the officially recognized institution of the Tiando Empire, backed by the royal family, stands as the preeminent academy within the empire. However, due to its exclusive admission of noble offspring, the academy has long been looked down upon by its peers. The three committee members invited neighboring rivals for a singular purpose, to flaunt their prestige and display their superiority. This explains why Huo Wushuang and others were present. Not only did the Blaze Academy send representatives, but several elemental academies also had their delegates in attendance. Shrek Academy, situated within Tiando City and the closest high-level Soul Master Academy to the Tiando Royal Academy, naturally received an invitation as well. Initially, upon receiving the invitation, they had no intention of attending. However, the memory of their expulsion from the Royal Academy of Tiando, with its accompanying sense of desolation and regret, stirred something within them. Now that Shrek Academy had regained its footing, it was only fitting to reclaim their dignity. The three committee members proclaimed, first and foremost, we owe no one an apology. Indeed, even in the original timeline, they had never wronged anyone from Shrek. It was the likes of Xuebing, Xueshing, and the solitary Bo who had cast them aside. Yet they directed their ire towards the Royal Academy of Tiando. When faced with the second team from the Royal Academy, they showed no mercy to the committee members. The true perpetrators of their expulsion remained unscathed, while they harbored a desire for retribution. It is truly reflective of Shrek Academy's character. They prey only upon the innocent, choosing to bully the vulnerable. In light of the substantial reward, Tang San contemplated briefly before stepping forward. I shall take on the challenge. At present, Tang San was merely a little over 13 years of age, yet his soul power had already reached the 34th level. Even a genius like Dai Mubai could not rival him. This cat girl, could she truly defy the odds? He had previously encountered Qiu at the auction, and given such a brief span of time, her becoming a soul master was already commendable. These individuals were likely only accommodating Qiu out of respect for the martial god Douluo, also known as Zhongli. Tang San mused inwardly. Do not act impulsively. She is not to be underestimated. Flinder said gravely. They were indeed here to reclaim their honor. Defeating her during the apprenticeship ceremony would certainly serve that purpose. Setting aside Qiu's background, Flinder had sensed her cultivation level earlier, and, to be honest, he found it hard to believe. This girl was undoubtedly far beyond a mere soul master. At 15 or 16, even the most gifted could only reach that level. Yet Qiu's aura was entirely different. Principle. What is so complicated about this? Do you not trust in Little San's abilities? Dai Mubai, skull for the lightly. Little San, if you do not step forward, I shall. Dai Mubai glanced at Qiu, feeling as though love had struck him. While both were cat-like, Zhu Zhuqing gave him the impression of the frigid extremities. while Shiyu felt like a gentle spring breeze. This sensation was utterly captivating. Tang San observed Flinder and then Dai Mu Bai, momentarily caught in a dilemma. He was inclined to heed advice, and Flinder's caution only ignited his curiosity further. After scrutinizing Dai Mu Bai for a moment, Tang San said, "Boss Dai, do be careful. Having Dai Mu Bai test Shiyu's true strength would be advantageous for him." Dai Mu Bai was taken aback, but thought Tang San was merely deferring the opportunity to him. Flinder, witnessing this exchange, opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Dai Mu Bai's exuberant personality was indeed rather unpredictable. Such a disposition could be both a blessing and a curse. At the very least, as a friend, Dai Mu Bai would not resort to deceit. As for the drawbacks, they were not particularly detrimental. Avoiding trouble indicated mediocrity, and Dai Mu Bai's propensity for stirring it meant he was anything but mediocre. Many had gathered for the apprenticeship ceremony, and upon spotting Shrek's group, they instinctively veered away. What kind of academy is this? The uniforms, why are they designed in such an off-putting color? Is this meant to disgust their opponents? Boss Dai, do show some compassion. Ma Hongjun patted Dai Mu Bai's shoulder, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. The three committee members exchanged glances filled with guilt upon seeing Flinder and the others. They had all agreed, yet due to Prince Shiweshing and the solitary bow, Shrek's group had been forced apart. Among them, particularly Tang San, with his remarkable talent and exceptional external soul bone, was a loss for them. Yet, they had failed to recruit him into the Royal Academy of Tiando. Seeing Tang San prepare to challenge Shiyu, the committee members were momentarily taken aback. Tang San was indeed considered a prodigy among his peers, but compared to Shiyu, he was no more than a firefly beside the bright moon. Boss Dai, while compassion is essential, you must help us reclaim our honor. Oscar winked at Dai Mu Bai, his expression resolute. Beside Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, from a distance, glanced toward Shrek's side and sensed something amiss. She quickly shouted, "Boss Dai, defeat that cat girl, slap her face hard, and let the Royal Academy of Tiando know the might of Shrek Academy." At these words, Ning Fengji broke into a cold sweat. Even Chen Xin, who doted on Ning Rongrong, shot her a glance. Was this truly something the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School should say? While it was permissible to express such sentiments, one must consider the audience and the context. Defeating her was already one thing, but to demand a slap in the face? Did she not realize that such an action could offend at least 3 titled Douluos and a super Douluo at the 98th rank? Moreover, did she not understand Shiyu's circumstances? Not long ago, she had visited the Zhongli residence and subsequently traversed the Sunset Forest. It is worth noting that when she arrived at the Royal Academy of Tiando, she was already at the 48th level. To think of antagonizing her was one thing, but to slap her face? Sure enough, the 3 committee members simultaneously turned their gazes towards Ning Fengji, with 2 more scrutinizing eyes belonging to Zhongli and Paimon. Rongrong, Ning Feng ti admoniset sarpli. Turning to face Ning Rongrong, the expression in his eyes was unfamiliar to her. How could Ning Fengji regard her in such a manner? Had she spoken out of turn? Zhongli, this girl appears rather beautiful. Why would she wish to slap Shiyu? Paimon asked innocently. Did little Shiyu offend her? Before Zhongli could respond, Ning Fengji was already drenched in sweat. And no such thing. Zhongli set down his teacup, shaking his head. I am unaware. Logically speaking, it should be the case that this Miss Ning had never met Shiyu. Zhongli stroked his chin, speaking with utmost seriousness. Chapter 89. To think that her only punishment could be to go hungry for 2 meals? Paimon looked at Zhongli in astonishment. In her mind, although Zhongli was somewhat of a vagabond, he possessed a wealth of knowledge. Hearing him utter such words felt surreal. Unaware, having received no satisfactory answer, Paimon cast a disappointed glance at Zhongli. So, there are indeed things you do not comprehend? Zhongli was indeed oblivious, but he simply refrained from stating it outright. He was aware of the events transpiring between Shrek Academy and the Royal Academy of Tiando. Ning Rongrong did not target Shiyu, but rather the Royal Academy of Tiando. However, her words were somewhat thoughtless. At this moment, the committee members wore grim expressions. They had never anticipated that the troublemakers would be Shrek's group. Was it their lack of hospitality, or something else? Even if retaliation was warranted, had Shrek's group not misidentified their target? Today was, after all, their day of apprenticeship. With Shrek's group causing such a ruckus, their once pleasant mood had dissipated entirely. Exchanging glances, a glimmer of fierceness and ruthlessness flashed in their eyes. They self-reflected, convinced they had wronged no one, and even in the face of the solitary bow, they had never backed down. It was Shrek's group that had chosen to leave. Furthermore, as they departed, they had bid farewell amicably. Truly, Shrek Academy was notorious. and Qin Ming was indeed a product of Shrek Academy. They had come to a realization. Fortunately, these individuals did not remain at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Otherwise, they could have potentially nurtured a pack of ungrateful ingrates for the Empire. My dear disciple, should they indeed challenge you later, do not show them any mercy. The dream machine conveyed telepathically to Qiyu. Upon hearing this, Qiyu glanced at the Shrek group, then at the dream machine, and subtly nodded in acknowledgement. The matter of sparring on the day of accepting disciples had been previously discussed with her, and after securing her consent, they advised her, treat guests with hospitality, allow them some leeway, and exchange a few more moves. Zhongli, poor little Qiyu. Upon hearing Paimon's remark, Ning Fengji shuddered, feeling a surge of helplessness wash over him. It was uncertain how this little rascal's incendiary comments, stemming from a mere misstep, would escalate. In any case, it was not a favorable situation for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Your Excellency, the Martial God, Paimon, Qiyu, and the 3 committee members. Ning Fengji knew that if he did not take a stand soon, it would not be in line with his character. I apologize, my daughter speaks without thinking. It is my failure to instruct her properly. After uttering these words, Ning Fengji offered a slight bow to convey the sincerity of his sentiments. Daddy? Ning Rongrong appeared bewildered, momentarily lost in thought. She could not comprehend why Ning Fengji would act in such a manner. It is important to note that Ning Fengji was the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects, a sect boasting dual title Douluos among the elite. Regardless of what others might say, after completing his bow, Ning Fengji continued, bring her here. Upon this proclamation, several members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School swiftly appeared, ready to escort Ning Rongrong back to the sect and confine her. No one is permitted to release her without my command. Yes, Sect Master, they replied promptly, preparing to take Ning Rongrong away. Miss, please. While others could understand Ning Fengji's reasoning, particularly the older members, the Shrek group remained perplexed. No, Uncle, what did Rongrong say wrong? On what grounds do you confine her? Ma Hongjun was the first to confront Ning Fengji, his expression one of defiance. Rongrong was merely cheering for Dai Mubai. What right do you have to imprison her? Oscar, though slightly more respectful in his approach, echoed the sentiment, as his affection for Ning Rongrong was no secret within Shrek Academy. Upon hearing these words, Ning Fengji felt a wave of frustration. Was this the caliber of Ning Rongrong's classmates? No wonder she had offended Zhongli upon entering the city. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San's connections with the other 2 top sects, he would have expelled Ning Rongrong long ago. Furthermore, there was Dai Mubai, the fugitive prince of the Star Luo Empire. These individuals truly lacked common sense. Confine Ning Rongrong, and when to release her would be solely at his discretion. If he allowed the situation to escalate, it would not be as simple as it appeared. Qiyu's ascension to title Douluo was nearly a foregone conclusion, especially with Zhongli likely reaching the pinnacle of level 99. On what grounds? Ning Fengji's expression remained impassive as he surveyed the Shrek group. On the grounds that I am Ning Rongrong's father and the Sect Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Take her away. Yes, Sect Master. The members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School did not dare to hesitate. 2 of the highest-ranked Soul Masters seized one of Ning Rongrong's arms and forcibly escorted her away. You dare? Ning Rongrong struggled to break free. But as an auxiliary-type Soul Master, she lacked the strength to escape their grasp. She shouted in anger, unable to comprehend that these individuals would truly confine her. I apologize. Miss, this is the Sect Master's command. Even if it meant offending this little demoness, they had no choice but to proceed with the order. Hongjun and Oscar, do not speak. Flinder felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Avoiding trouble is the mark of mediocrity. This school rule needs revision. He truly could not withstand such provocations as a mere soul sage. Teacher, Dean, he is being unreasonable. To hell with reason. He is the Sect Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What reason does he need? When he is willing to discuss reason, it depends on his mood, not on your desire to argue. Flinder felt utterly drained. These youngsters had absorbed the Academy's teachings well. They knew how to stir up trouble. Yet they failed to grasp the situation. Would the Shrek group really back down in such a setting? Don't be ridiculous. Even at the gates of the Pope's palace, they would not yield. The 3 committee members exchanged glances, acknowledging that the other party was indeed the Sect Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and that young lady was his daughter. To handle the matter in such a public manner was, in a way, a form of respect. Wonderful. That girl received her due punishment. Humph. Who told her to strike little Qiyu? Paimon exclaimed with her hands on her hips, a look of satisfaction on her face. Sect Master Ning, you have acted rightly. Little Qiyu is so pitiable and alone, and your daughter even struck her. She rightly deserves confinement. Let her go hungry for 3 meals. No, 2 meals. The crowd was left speechless. Truly, Paimon was so innocent that it felt somewhat disconcerting. Just 2 meals of hunger was her idea of punishment? How cruel. She seemed to think that 2 meals were excessive. Hearing this, Ning Fengji finally relaxed. After spending so much time together, he understood Zhongli and Paimon's personalities. The former appeared to be a streetwise rogue, while the latter was fond of food and possessed a kind heart. As for the 3 committee members, Ning Fengji was more concerned about Zhongli's stance. Noticing Zhongli resume sipping her tea, he realized that the matter had likely been settled. Sect Master Ning, I do not take issue with this. Let it pass. Those who wish to challenge me, please step onto the stage.